Hey everyone, it's been day 1988 here, and last year between the election of 2024 and the inauguration 2025, me and my friend Jillian went slide by slide, section by section of the U.S. Constitution and the amendments, saying what each one meant and how to interpret them in modern day words. This is the movie of the entire thing. So it's going to be a long one. If you like individual ones and to pinpoint each thing, we have a playlist. Go check it out. But for those who like long form content, this is for you. Hope you enjoy. And remember, never stop learning and enjoy the randomness of this non-random topic. Peace. Hey everyone, it's Vendor 98 and my guest,
Jillian.
Yep. It is 2 days after the election. Of course, we were planning to do this a while before that, but it's also it's a good time to do this too. Anyways, I'm doing this because about 2 years ago when we did this episode on the podcast, one, my voice was very soft for some reason, and I had mic issues or the way I was started recording through Restream, my mic was low there, so stuff happened there. And two, I don't know if we went into details for some subjects, and plus, the stuff we were talking about was very small print, so you phone watchers might not be able to read them. So this is our redo of it. Hopefully you enjoy.
All right, Though I will be that person and say that I personally have a pocket constitution that I got from the ACLU.
Yeah. Jillian's voice in the last episode was clear as day. You all could hear her. I guess this is the good thing because she's the main brain here. But all right, Constitution. We talked about this a little bit on our articles, the Articles of Confederation episode. But why do we need Constitution for?
Because the Articles of Confederation were terrible. Because it turned out you could not run a country on them. The Articles of Confederation were basically put into place after the Declaration of Independence in the Revolutionary War era, when we were trying to somehow be 13 countries, but also one country. And that's been, as is evident, the big struggle of our country for, nearly 250 years now, is, are we one country or are we a bunch of little countries? And the Articles of Confederation really made it 13 separate countries that were, 13 countries in a trench coat, basically.
Yeah. And you think it's hard to get things done with two parties that fight, that are polar opposites and politically fighting all the time. Imagine those 13 different opinions trying to agree with anything.
And each state had an exactly equal vote regardless of size and population, and communication was a lot slower then than it is now, and travel was a lot slower, so people didn't leave their hometown very much less their state. I mean, I would imagine if you were from Rhode Island, you were more likely to leave your state than if you were from, New York or Georgia. But even there, people didn't really travel much, so you didn't have as much of a feel for the needs of other places. So you get this huge conflict, and nothing ever got done, and the country literally had no way of raising money. They were basically dependent on donations. It's like all 13 states were paying into the Patreon of the state government, and if their Patreon didn't clear, oh well. And nobody's Patreon ever cleared because nobody ever wanted to give money.
And also, unlike today where you need a simple 51% or a 2/3, you needed all 13 to agree.
Yeah, you needed unanimity in a way that was just not possible. And, speaking of Rhode Island, they really like to throw their weight around because they're so small. They liked to veto things because they could, because then people had to listen to them. It was not a good system. And technically, the Constitutional Convention did not have the authority to write a constitution. They were supposed to reform the Articles of Confederation. But the Articles of Confederation were so inherently broken that they just threw them out and started over.
And nothing from them was kept over from to the new thing. It's
basically not. No, there's some trade stuff and how the stuff between the state borders was going to work, but almost everything in the Constitution was new to the Constitution and had not been in the Articles of Confederation.
Yeah, I heard people today call it's called federalism. Was that a new thing?
Yeah, federalism was the idea that there should be a government that controlled the country and that it should have power. And I'm sure there were federalists before. From what I know of Alexander Hamilton, he was a federalist before there was a word federalist. He actually thought they should throw out state boundaries, that there was no need for them. But mostly, people thought of themselves as citizens of their state. And just to be clear, that doesn't change with the Constitution. Arguably, that changes with the Civil War, which we'll get to when we get there. But the idea of the United States of America as a country really only starts under the Constitution. Would have been nice if we could have changed the name while we were at it, but what do you do?
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing that sounds like federalism is the old term of feudalism. They're totally different things.
Yeah.
All right. So, anything else you want to say about this particular intro topic?
It's worth noting that most of what we know about what happened at the convention comes because James Monroe kept a diary.
Would that be the federal? Sorry. I said, would that be the Federalist Papers?
No, he actually kept a diary, at the time, while the Constitutional Convention was happening, he wrote down a journal at night of what had happened that day. And they didn't keep minutes because they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing. So they didn't want anyone to know what happened in case it leaked and people found out. But Monroe kept a diary, and that tells us, assuming Monroe to be a reliable narrator, which is not 100% a reliable assumption, but that's what we know of what happened, is what he said happened from day to day.
One last thing: how they agreed to get everyone together to even quote pretend to amend this?
Well, everybody knew it was broken. Even Rhode Island really knew it was broken. So there was a Continental Congress that started even before the Articles of Confederation. That's who passed the Declaration of Independence. And so it was decided in the Continental Congress that they should do this. And each state sent their delegates. I believe there was one state that didn't send any delegates. And I will look that up just real quick. But they sent their delegates, and they all got together in a room and argued a lot. So they sent their delegates, and the delegates got together and talked things over, and okay, New Hampshire didn't send anyone until more than halfway through. It took literally about a week and a half before 7 states' delegates arrived and they could get started. Okay, Rhode Island refused to send delegates. It's Rhode Island again. And they did not actually ratify. They were the last state to ratify the Constitution.
And they had no opinion on it whatsoever.
Well, they liked the Articles of Confederation. The Articles of Confederation gave them more power. And any other system would make them lose power. And this is going to be a running thing as we go through the Constitution, is all of the states wanted to maintain as much control over their own state as they could. They didn't want to be a country. They wanted their state to be the ultimate authority. So when we get to the compromises, and there are lots of them, it's because of this need to keep state authority over state matters.
Yeah. Did you ever see the extra history thing about the Articles of Confederation? Yeah. It's like, it talked about how the old people in the first part of the revolutions liked the Articles, but the people that were fighting in the war and stuff, the younger people were like, this ain't working, man.
Yeah, one of the main drivers of the Constitution was Alexander Hamilton, and he was actually George Washington's aide during the Revolution. And a lot of the signers of the Declaration were just off doing other things at the time. You know, Jefferson was in Paris. The only person, I believe, who signed both was Ben Franklin, who was also the oldest to sign both. He was the oldest person to sign the Declaration. He was the oldest person to sign the Constitution.
So he'd been around for a while. All right, so I think that's all for the intro. We're going to deep dive later. All right. We'll see you in the next part.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're back to talk about the preamble.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America.
So, we'll talk about the intro.
It's aspirational. This is what we want to do. We don't always live up to this. It's kind of hard to read this today, I'll be honest.
Well, first thing I noticed is, even then, I guess, it doesn't say we the states of the United States. It says we the people.
Yes, we the people. And that is the first difference we get into from the Articles of Confederation. This is about the people. I would also like to note that the very first word in the Constitution is a pronoun, just so we're clear. Just for people who don't know what pronouns are. We is a pronoun. Americans have a pronoun. It's we, us. And the goal is a more perfect union.
Because the union before wasn't that perfect.
It was far from perfect, but also I think it's an acknowledgement that it's not going to be fully perfect, that may not be achievable. But it's the idea that we will continue to strive for more. It can be hard to look at the country and think, what's perfect about it? But I don't think the framers, first off, I'm going to say again, you cannot refer to the Founding Fathers as if they were of one mind about anything. I will use the term the framers, the Founding Fathers, as we go through this, because you kind of have to. But to be clear, if Alexander Hamilton had said the sky was blue, 3 guys would have checked out the window.
I think you made the same joke in the last episode. I
make the same joke a lot, because it is true. Specifically with Alexander Hamilton, who was not a well-liked man. In the musical 1776, John Adams keeps joking about being obnoxious and disliked, but he had nothing on Alexander Hamilton. I took a class that included discussing the Constitution when I was in college, and the joke was that Alexander Hamilton never actually said, as quoted, the people are a great beast, but he thought it a lot.
Yeah, well, unlike Hamilton, John Adams was never shot in a duel.
It's true. And in fact, he lived long after Hamilton did, and died of old age on the same day as Thomas Jefferson.
I think it was 50. They both did 50 years after the Declaration.
Yep, they both died on the 4th of July, 1826.
Right.
So it's the more perfect union is another aspirational. The first 2 clauses of this are, this is who we are. This is what we are trying to do. And then the rest of it is, this is what goes into making a more perfect union.
Establishing justice.
It's establishing justice. I have a lot of feelings about justice, and it's one where we fail a lot in this country. But it's the first thing we say we're going to do. And part of that is we were not far removed from what the founders saw as tyranny. And there's a long debate about how tyrannical George III actually was that we are not getting into here. But they thought justice was so important that John Adams defended the soldiers in the Boston Massacre and got them acquitted. That is an American ideal right there. And it's the first one we go with. Ensure domestic tranquility is partially about let's not have a civil war, please, because even in 1789, the schism that would lead to civil war was not exactly something they were unaware of. But also, let's let people go through their day-to-day lives. Let's, in a phrase that would be a thing, a false thing, but anyway, under Mussolini, and it was not actually possible in those days because of the invention, but let's make sure the trains run on time, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Let's make sure that,
or in this case, I guess,
going
horses
on.
and carriages.
Yeah. Let's the stagecoaches run on time. Provide for the common defense. There was no standing army, but there was the idea that if we needed an army, we would have one. And common is an important word there.
Yeah, because I think before it was just state militia. We protect ourselves. If your problems, we don't care. We don't care.
Yeah. Theoretically, under the Articles of Confederation, I mean, realistically, no, but theoretically, if someone attacked New Hampshire, South Carolina didn't entirely have to care. And under the Constitution, it's one country. You attack New Hampshire, you are also attacking South Carolina. We don't have to have treaties between the states. The Constitution is the treaty. Promote the general welfare. Let's make things better for everyone. No one person deserves more than any other person. Everyone is part of the country. The whole we live in a society thing. We do live in a society, and the general welfare means that everybody should be better off. And secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We're going to keep this going. And the idea of the blessings of liberty. If we have freedom, here's all the other stuff we have that's good for us. And it's not just about us, it's about future generations. The founders wrote into the first sentence, let's keep this going for our children and our children's children. This is not about us. This is about everyone going forward. And everyone is obviously a very, limited thought at the time, because everyone is basically our legitimate white sons. But still, at least they were thinking about their legitimate white sons and thinking, let's keep a better world going for them as well. And then finally, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Here's how we're going to accomplish all of that other stuff.
A lot of thought in this one. Is it one sentence?
It's one sentence.
I don't know. Joking wise here, I think if I wrote this in an English thing, I'd probably get a bad grade.
It is a bit of a run-on. Now, let's be clear, grammar was different in the 18th century, and we will see a lot of that going forward. The Constitution is hard to read because periods apparently weren't as important in 1789. That's all I can think, because these sentences, trying to find a breaking point for a lot of the stuff that we'll get to is like, but the sentence isn't over yet.
Yeah, of course. It's like, was it like 250 years ago now? Or 230? I forget the exact dates.
Yeah, I always remember exactly how old the Declaration is, because it was in 1776 and I was born in 1976. So, my age plus 200 years. But I don't remember the Constitution as well because I don't have to. I guess I turned 13 that year. So it's my age minus 13 plus 200. So that would make it 234. Thank you. 235. I've got a birthday coming up.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
But anyways, this is harder to read than modern things, but not as hard to read as the King James Bible.
Well, and the King James Bible, which the founders all would have been extremely familiar with, and that is one where we can use it as universal, even the ones who weren't Protestants, and there were a few, though not many, who weren't Protestants, But even the ones who weren't Protestant would have known the King James Bible, whether it was the Bible they used or not. And most of them were Protestant, and no few of them were Anglicans. So they would have known and used that language. But the King James Bible was written in a deliberately archaic language at the time, and was not even the common English that was used, in 16 whatever it was.
Okay. So was it modern or Middle English? It was like older English.
It's early modern English is what the King James Bible is written in.
And that was 200, and that was 200 plus years before this was even written.
It was 160 or 70 years. I don't remember exactly when the King James Bible was written, but I do remember exactly when King James took the throne, because it's when Queen Elizabeth died, and she died in 1603.
Rephrase that. We took the English throne. He already had the Scottish throne.
Yes, well, yeah, he's technically King James the first and sixth, because he's James the First of England and the sixth of Scotland. There's a whole thing. Scotland was really mad when Queen Elizabeth II took the throne, because she was listed as Queen Elizabeth II, but there has never been a Queen Elizabeth I of Scotland. So it's a mess. It really is. I think the current decision is that the monarch will take the higher number, whatever number that is. Oh. So if there's another James somewhere in the succession, he will become James the 8th, I believe.
Yeah. Well, technically, sees the Queen Elizabeth I of Great Britain.
Yes. Yeah. No. Regnal numbers for Great Britain. Just sort of assume that it's all England.
Yeah. This is funny that. I know we're getting off topic here, but it's funny that Edward I of England is technically like the 5th or 6th Edward.
Yeah, no, and I can never remember which Edward is which anyway. They're all Edward the something, as far as I'm concerned.
Edward the Martyr, Edward the Confessor.
Yeah, well, the thing is Queen Elizabeth's younger brother was an Edward, and that is the period of English history that I know the best, and even that Edward is Edward the something to me.
The 6th.
I just can't keep them straight. It's not my fault.
Yeah, I used to be all into this in high school. I read books about this, all the family trees and stuff. That's weird.
Yeah, anyways, my current purse book is about the illegitimate children of Henry VIII.
Yeah, but that's a different topic.
Yeah, but the quote that I was looking for that I found about the posterity is it's a John Quincy Adams quote, and he was not in the Constitutional Convention. He was being I don't remember if he was ambassador or aide to his father who was ambassador or something, but I believe he was in Russia at the time.
Oh, so he was already born by then.
Oh yeah. But the John Quincy Adams quote is, "I am a warrior so that my son may be a merchant, so that his son may be a poet." And that's the our posterity thing. It's we want to make things easier on our children so that they can produce great things that they will have time to that we did not. And it's a beautiful ideal.
And this was a new thing for the whole world. I heard it was. Anybody else had even tried this at this point, or is this a
republics had existed? Obviously, because Rome had a republic. I believe the Icelandic constitution is older than ours. But what we did was unite smaller political entities, not under an empire, but under a republic. You know, the empire was hardly new. Yeah. But what I'm thinking of is really the Holy Roman Empire is arguably what if the United States but monarchy for at least parts of its history. You know, it's a whole bunch of smaller countries, all of whom have their own kings. And for a while, technically, the Holy Roman Empire or Emperor was elected, but he was still an emperor with absolute authority.
He was
over
elected.
the empire.
He was elected, but he was still the same. For like 400 years, he was the same family member.
Right. Well, and he was even before then. You know, he was elected, but he was elected by a bunch of kings. You know, so it's not like the common people had a vote. I don't know, and I'm not sure you could really look it up, but I don't know I can't compare what percentage of the population could vote in like the Roman Republic and ancient Greece and places like that versus what percentage of the population could vote in the United States in 1789, but I am pretty sure a larger percent of the population could vote in 1789 than in any republic before then. And yeah, that still wasn't a high enough percentage, in no small part because, you know, slavery was a thing, and even free black men didn't have the vote. And of course, women didn't have the vote because you can't let women vote.
And we'll get to those a little bit later.
Yeah.
But for an intro, how do you think this goes?
I think this is good.
Right. When we return, we'll get to the first of many compromises. And here at the beginning, we have the first of our thing. Okay, I
first
forgot the word now. Yeah.
Yeah. Article 1, Section 1, first sentence, first compromise. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. Now, I have long said that you can tell how much argument went into any part of the Constitution based on how long the section about it is. And we'll see that when we get to the Supreme Court, which is my favorite article, second favorite article in the Constitution. But this one...
Yeah, I used to... I used to know what the name of this compromise was, but right now my brain's...
Yeah, well... So this is the first of... It's the Virginia plan and the Pennsylvania plan are the two big debates between whose idea was going to shape the country. Madison was the one who wrote the Virginia plan. And it is very strongly federalist. Madison was more about the nation than about the individual state. Because both Virginia and Pennsylvania were big on this, a lot of the Constitution is shaped by it because they were the two big states at the time. The South Carolina plan, which was Charles Pinckney introduced it, South Carolina was also a sizable state, but it did not have quite the same influence as Virginia and Pennsylvania. So
I looked it up real fast. It's called the Great Compromise or the Connecticut Compromise.
Right. The Virginia plan wanted what's called a bicameral Congress. That's two chambers. Like the British Parliament is bicameral. And there's a lot of influence in that. Honestly, the Senate is kind of the American House of Lords in a lot of ways.
But without the titles.
Yeah. And the House of Representatives is much more the American House of Commons. And let's be very, very clear. The Founding Fathers absolutely intended there to be a ruling class. Again, you can't say that universally, but it's awfully universal. Yeah, they all had other jobs, but they all assumed that the same people who had been making all the decisions in the United States before there was a United States would continue to be the ruling class of the country going forward.
Yeah, we'll get into more of that when we get those specific things in the Constitution.
Yeah, when we get to the Senate in particular, that's where we'll really dive into this. But the issue here was that there had been one house, unicameral representation under the Articles of Confederation, and the states were represented equally. And the small states liked that. You know, it's well established that one of our current problems with the Electoral College and so forth is that a person in Wyoming has considerably more power than a person in California because of how we got representation at the moment, and we need to fix that, and that's a whole other thing.
Yeah. We'll get to more of that when we get to the Electoral College, but it's like, might edit this part out, but it's like, I saw this video where a person can win 76% of the popular vote and still lose the presidential election.
Yeah.
College.
Yeah, if you get enough of the small states, you know, and the small states like that. Wyoming likes having more influence in the Electoral College than they deserve. It's the only reason anyone cares about Wyoming is because they might need those 3 Electoral College votes. And 3, with the exception of District of Columbia, which is also a whole other thing, but 3 is the absolute minimum number of Electoral College votes any state can have, because it's every state has a senator, or has 2 senators, and every state has representatives based on population, roughly, which, again, we'll get into. But the smaller states wanted to keep equal say in the government. And the large states did not.
And so the small states wanted a Senate.
The small states wanted a Senate, and the large states wanted a House of Representatives. And again, probably they wanted a House of Representatives with all the same people who would have been in the Senate, but, you know, that's just how it was. And I have to say, I side with the large states on this, and I speak as someone who moved from the most populous state in the Union to a state that is somewhere in the middle. I like proportional representation. I think it's essential.
Yeah, and we'll get to that. The problem with that, in my opinion, in the next article.
Yeah, but the balance became, okay, we'll have 2 houses, and one will be proportional representation, and one will be everybody gets the same vote, and you need to have both of them in order to get your law passed. And that is the very first compromise in the Constitution, and it's right here in the second sentence.
For the state level, fast. I think, is it Nebraska the only one that doesn't have this in their state level?
There are a couple, I believe. Let me look that up real quick. States with unicameral legislature. No, it is only Nebraska.
Do they not have the Senate? Do they not have the House?
I am looking that up. It is the Senate. They only have a state Senate. Apparently in 1937, the state of Nebraska reorganized their legislature, and they only have a Senate now.
I just gotta say that this kind of on top, not topic too, is this Tuesday we in Ohio had a vote to stop gerrymandering, and it failed.
Jeez.
The people voted to keep the gerrymandering.
Oh boy. We actually, my state of Washington has what is considered to be some of the fairest electoral lines in the country because of how we draw them, and I'm very proud of that. we don't gerrymander for anybody. It's just that the west third of the state controls an awful lot of things because it's where all the people live.
I looked this up. You know how bad the gerrymandering is in my state, at least in my area, technically. I looked up my state representatives, not the U.S. one, but for my state house, and literally, I live in this little plat. On the right of me, or in the west, let me think, east, west, and the west of me. Hold on, I got my directions right. That's
Good Lord.
okay. That's north. Okay, to the west, east of me is I-75. To the west of me is Dixie Drive, US 25A. It's about, say, a 5 to 10 minute walk from my house to either side. The borders are those things up there.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at some of the Ohio districts, and that's crazy.
And the top of the border is like maybe like a 20-30 minute walk from my house. So yeah, all the way around me is the same district, but right there in the little center is my district because reasons.
Yeah, my state is a lot more sensible about that. Actually, gerrymandering named after a person who pronounced his name Gary.
And apparently looked like a salamander.
Yes.
Well, not him,
yes.
the district.
No, the district that it's named after, there is a drawing, you can find a picture of it online, of what the district looked like, and if you draw the little, feet on it, yeah, actually, it really does look like a salamander. It's weird.
But the people of Ohio decide, you know what, we like this.
Yeah, well, I have constant feelings on the subject. Every once in a while, I lean towards Alexander Hamilton's beliefs on this subject, that the people do not know what is best for them, and that's a terrible thought to have, but it's hard not to every once in a while. The running joke, it's, I forget whose tweet it was, but, I never thought the leopards would eat my face, said the person who voted for the leopards eating people's face party. A lot of people's faces are going to get eaten by leopards.
But obviously, they decided, you know what, we'll take both. We'll take both are proportional and the same.
Yeah. But that's shaped a lot of policy over the last 200 odd years.
Of course, this time around, we get to Article 3, but Section 3, not Article 3, Section 3. That this time they had 2 votes instead of just 1 vote. Any last things you want to say about this?
No, that's pretty much it.
All right, we'll get to the quote representative government in a minute. See you then. And here we get to the first of the houses of the legislative branch.
Yep. Article 1, Section 2, House of Representatives. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. So, every other year, you vote for your representative. The entire House is up for election every other year. And in theory, this was intended to have a lot of changeover, and in practice, it never has.
Yeah.
Again, people talk about, well, career politicians shouldn't be a thing. Career politicians have always been a thing. Do you know how long John Quincy Adams was in the House of Representatives after he was president?
Until he died?
Until he died. He literally died in the House of Representatives. That's not figurative. That's literally, he had a stroke on the floor.
All right, so I guess we'll get to this in the future things, but it says this one is chosen by the people.
Yes. Yeah, this was the only one that was set in the Constitution as being voted on by the people. The Founding Fathers broadly did not have a lot of respect for the average person. They wanted to limit the influence the average person would have on the running of the country because, well, partially because they were all aristocrats,
Of course,
or
we gotta,
mostly aristocrats.
and of course, we gotta say here, when we say the average person, we don't mean the average person today. This is,
No, we mean the average
back,
person
even back. Sorry,
in the tail end of the 18th century.
Yeah.
They would be, I don't know how, well, again, you can't make any generalizations, but the idea of universal education might have changed some minds, because that was not a thing that you had in those days. You know, our literacy rates are far, far higher than theirs were. Even leaving aside, you know, women and slaves. The white male literacy rate is higher than it was in 1789 because we have a system of free public schools.
Oh yeah.
That did not exist at that time.
Yeah, and I think I might be wrong. I might be reversing history. But I think that at least what they taught me in the public school system, you know, back in the 90s, way back then, is
Right.
that it wasn't apparently it wasn't until like the 6th or 7th election with Jackson that the quote average person could vote for president.
Technically, we still don't vote for president.
Well, you know what I mean. I mean,
yeah.
To vote for their electors. I don't know if that's true or not, or something they just told me in school.
Yeah, no, I think that depended a lot by where you lived, because some places had requirements on voting that others didn't, because who can vote is still largely controlled by the states in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
That's where you get into things like, can convicted felons vote? Well, it depends on what state they're in. Our current president-elect cannot vote, could not vote for himself because he is a Florida resident, and Florida felons cannot vote.
I don't know if that stopped him or not.
I don't know if it stopped him or not either, but, you know, if he was voting in Florida, one vote's not going to throw anything, so.
Yeah. Also, I noticed even here it mentions electors.
Yes. Well, this is the people who are going to, in this one, it's I believe they're referring to the people who can vote.
Right.
So the people who can vote have to have the qualifications that anyone who can vote for, generally speaking, your state House of Representatives can vote for.
Yeah.
So if the requirements for your state House of Representatives say you have to be an adult white male property member in order to vote for House of Representatives, that's who can vote for House of Representatives for the federal level. And that's when you get into things like poll taxes and literacy tests and a whole bunch of Jim Crow nonsense, really. But I am reasonably sure that that is what they mean by this.
I mean, the second two, unlike the other one, this is like the least amount of time in a place. 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the shortest span of office of anything because it's the House of Commons. This is not... They didn't care as much about keeping the House of Representatives the same people all the time. If the House of Representatives changed a lot, then that was fine, and that was just what was going to happen. And it let people believe that things were changing faster than they really were.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what's going on here.
From what people say in modern times, like when I watch these videos about that stuff, they claim or say that they were 2 years because if the people don't like you, they could throw you out because you were for the people. I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, and to a certain extent that's there because it was, if the people feel that their representative isn't listening to them, yeah, absolutely, they can vote him out in 2 years. Statistically speaking, they don't. Even people who like term limits keep voting the same person in over and over again, which is how Ted Cruz won again. Even though literally no one likes Ted Cruz. Even the people who vote for him do not like him. I do not understand.
I was thinking somebody else. I was thinking of the Mitch McConnell who had a stroke during his speech, but
No, this is Texas Ted Cruz runs away to Cancun when you're having power issues.
Oh, that guy.
Yes. Don't know how he keeps getting elected. Literally no one likes him. There's great footage from when he was running for president where he reaches out to, affectionately put a hand on one of his kids for the cameras, and the kid flinches. Not in the I'm afraid of you way, but in the ew, don't touch me way. It's so funny. His kids can't stand him. I don't think his wife likes him, but I don't have any evidence of that. But, so we do keep voting the same people in over and over again, but the House of Representatives is the branch that's basically designed so it's easiest to kick them out.
I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
Yep.
All right. This is of the most numerous branch of the state.
Yes. Not numerous enough, but that's, again, a whole other conversation.
That'll be a few paragraph slides down.
Yes.
About that. All right. We'll see you. We talk about who can be a representative. And now we talk about the requirements to be.
Yep. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. And of course it says he because it's 1789 and women are just not going to hold this office, so it doesn't matter. But this is until we get to the Supreme Court, this is the most lax requirements of any federal office. You have to be 25. My firstborn child is old enough and has been for a few years now to be a representative. You have to be a citizen for 7 years, which means I have an aunt who only became a citizen the first time Trump became president. She'd been in the country for many, many years and became a citizen then because, seemed safer. She's from Peru. But she has now been a citizen long enough to be a representative, and you have to be an inhabitant of the state when you're running for, when you run for it. So if I move to, Idaho just before, which I'm not going to do, but if I move to Idaho just before the election, I can be a representative from Idaho because them's the rules. Probably won't win because people do tend to look down on you when you do that. The term carpetbagging is fraught with history, but it is still used for people who move into a district just to run for office there. But technically you can do it. There is no residency requirement other than you need to live there when you run. It's a really lax set of requirements.
Yeah, I heard. I don't know we talk about I think we talk about the next article, but technically, you didn't have to be the part of the district you're running for.
No, you have to be in the state. Again, generally speaking, it's harder to get elected if you don't live in the district because people will point that out. But technically speaking, I could, from my house in Western Washington, run to be a representative of the people of Spokane on the other side of the state and theoretically serve in that office. Not going to happen for a whole bunch of reasons, but it theoretically could. I suspect it's a lot more likely in the smaller states. You know, I don't know how many representatives Rhode Island has off the top of my head, but I suspect it's a lot easier to live in one district and represent another in Rhode Island than it is in us big old western states.
It's really easy in the states that only have one.
Yeah, well, Wyoming, you live in Wyoming and you're done. But, you know, very small, like New Hampshire, Vermont, you know, the very small eastern states, I suspect it's a lot easier to say, well, okay, but, you know, especially if they've recently redrawn districting lines. It's a lot easier to represent a district you don't technically live in. But in any state pretty much west of the Mississippi, it's not going to play.
Yeah.
Unless, again, they've recently redrawn your districting lines. And even here, when they've done that, it's generally been people from the area they live in. And you just run in a new district.
So do you think 25 years is a good age to be, or you think it should be, or should it be younger?
Oh, I do not think it should be younger. No. I think you need to have spent a few elections voting before you can run for office. I think that is a perfectly reasonable requirement. 25, okay, it's not true that people didn't live as long in those days. The average life expectancy was younger, but that is almost exclusively because of infant and child mortality. That's not nobody lived to be 70, it's a whole lot of people didn't live to be 5. That's, you know, let's be real clear that that's what's going on as far as life expectancy in 1789. A lot of women, you know, died in childbirth, which is going to be making a comeback, kids. But broadly speaking, once you live to be 40, you are going to live just as long as a person living today, barring accident, infection, or, you know, epidemic disease, which will also be making a comeback if RFK Jr. gets in health.
Yeah, of course. Back then, women had not only thinking because they had a lot more babies because your baby was more likely to die. Even
they had a lot more babies because babies were more likely to die. They had a lot more babies because of less reliable birth control. Let's be very, very clear. Women did not always carry their children to term. If you read a lot of period stuff, there's a lot of information about how not to have a baby if you didn't want to. But abortion is harder on the body, especially period abortion, is harder on the body than birth control because you have to be pregnant, and pregnancy is harder on the body. And period birth control was also just, or period abortion was also just hard on the body because we didn't have reliable abortion methods in 1789.
Also,
So that also influenced female mortality.
Also, even more recently, because my dad, who passed away 10 years ago, when he was growing up, he had 8 brothers and sisters, like 4 brothers and 3 sisters, and 8. That's just what I know that survived the 8.
Yeah.
Now it's like in the 1930s. So even then, people had big families.
My mother's mother was one of like 5 or 6, I think. And it almost certainly would have been more if her mother hadn't died, probably of getting the wrong Rh blood after childbirth. So my great-grandmother in the 1920s died of complications of childbirth. And that is going to have an influence on life expectancy. Up until recently, life expectancy through pregnancy and childbirth was much, much higher than it was until in 1789. And that does influence the life expectancy of the average person. But, if you lived to 5, you were almost certainly going to live to 25. It's not like these were old people. Now, they had more lived experience in a lot of ways than the average 25-year-old today, because the average 25-year-old today has not been sent to an apprenticeship at the age of 14 and been basically an indentured servant. They haven't been working on a farm doing hard labor since they were physically able to do so. There's a lot of differences between 25 today and 25 in 1789. We've kind of invented the concepts of childhood and teenage in the intervening centuries.
I don't know if they knew it back then. I think they did. But today, they claim that your brain isn't fully developed until you're 25.
Yeah, your brain is not fully developed until 25. They didn't know that then because we just didn't know as much about the brain as we do now. So I think 25 is an absolute minimum age because it's going to decrease the risk. It's going to increase the risk aversion. You are a lot more likely to take risks under 25 than you are 25 and up. And you have voted a few times. Theoretically, you've been living on your own. At the very least, you've probably been to college. You've maybe been in the military. You've gained a little bit of knowledge about how the world works in theory. And you are able to make decisions from a more adult perspective. And this is said with all the love in my heart for my children. My children do not know how the world works. They don't have to. They're 7 and 11, the children I'm raising. My firstborn, who is 28 as of Tuesday, happy birthday. Sadly, we did not give him the functioning democracy I was hoping to give him for his birthday, but he is, old enough now to be out in the world, to understand how things work, and to theoretically be able to think of people who are not himself and make decisions based on that. And that's why I don't mind that 25 is the age for being a representative.
I just realized this, looking at this page, that it says 7 years, so 25, that's 18. So 7 years from when you can start voting.
Yeah. You couldn't vote at 18 in those days. But at age 25 now, you've been a citizen long enough, the whole time you've been old enough to vote, you've been a citizen. And I think that's a good, requirement there. You don't have to be a citizen or have to be a born citizen in order to serve in Congress. And I do like that. I do think that's important. I think it's very important that we have some immigrants in Congress to give that perspective.
Yeah. Unless they get deported in a few years.
Yeah, well, Ted Cruz is from Canada, so. Well, he was born in Canada, but he was born a citizen, so you know.
like, sorry, we're deporting you because you're an immigrant. That's off topic here, but all right. Anything else you want to say about this article? Or this,
Nope.
not this clade or whatever it's called, paragraph,
Sentence.
section. All right. When we return, we'll talk about one of the more decisive, not decisive, what's the word? Evil compromises? Whatever the word. Can't think of a good word. But you know what we're talking about when we return.
Notorious.
Oh, notorious. That's a good word. All right, we are back to talk about an infamous compromise.
Yeah, there's a reason this one is in blue. Anything in blue on these slides is because it has been changed by a later amendment. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. So where shall we start?
I guess first, they're not even counting the Indians at this point.
They're not counting that. Well, Indians not taxed, which the history of Native American representation and voting rights and so forth in the United States is a huge conversation that I am not qualified to have. I do not have nearly enough knowledge on that subject to speak intelligently about it, other than to say it's screwed up.
Yeah, if anybody out there can make a reply to this video and respond to this video and knows more about it, feel free to respond to this video.
Yeah.
By either doing a TikTok stitch, a reply on YouTube, or whatever is up, or Instagram, whatever. We got upload this video to it in the future.
Yeah, because I've studied a little bit about it, but I know that I know both more than the average person and not enough to speak intelligently about it.
But the main thing about this thing is in the last line, the 3/5 compromise.
The 3/5 compromise. And I've got more to say about this sentence than just the 3/5 compromise. But the 3/5 compromise is infamous for a reason. Because, wow. Now, I can tell you exactly the thought process that led to this compromise. Because even though the word never appears in the original text of the Constitution, all other persons is as close as we get to the word slave. But slavery was one of the single most debated issues in the Constitutional Convention. There were passionate, rabid abolitionists. There were slaveholders who had literally hundreds of slaves. And there was everything in between.
Sorry, at this point, if I might be wrong, I believe even some of the places up north still had slaves at this point.
Yes.
It wasn't a strictly south-north divide.
Yeah, no, it was increasingly a south-north divide, but it was not yet fully a south-north divide. And it's worth noting, I don't remember his name, but I remember I read a full book about the Constitutional Convention many, many years ago that had a lot of fascinating details in it. And one of the things it said was that the largest slaveholder in the entire Constitutional Convention, he owned something like 300 human beings. And he also gave the longest and most impassioned speech against constitutional support of slavery.
And I think you mentioned that in the last video too.
Yeah, probably. Because it's such fascinating information. Like, that is... Yeah, it's errant hypocrisy. But he seems to have been aware of his own hypocrisy and was trying to come to terms with it.
Was he a northerner or a southerner?
He was a southerner. He
Okay.
was, I believe, from one of the Carolinas. And there's this, it's, I probably said this last time too. There's a line in 1776. Towards the end of the play, they are editing the Declaration of Independence prior to ratifying it and signing it and sending it out. And they're going through and they're cutting things from the original document. If you compare Thomas Jefferson's original text to what you learned in school, there are a fair few differences. And one of the biggest, most notorious ones, and it leads to the single best song in the entire musical, I Will Die on This Hill, is Jefferson blames George III for the persistence, at the very least, of slavery. And this is not fair to George III. Thomas Jefferson was a complicated man and was morally opposed to slavery while at the same time fully benefiting it. And there's the Sally Hemings situation, and it's a mess. Thomas Jefferson was a very, very messy man who this does not excuse anything, but it's an interesting historical footnote, may have actually been autistic. And there's this line. And one of the Southern delegates who's he's so wonderful in it. He's from South Carolina, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's South Carolina that was the lead, and North Carolina kind of did what was expected of them by South Carolina, at least in the musical. He's played by the wonderful John Cullum. And he refuses to let this sentence stand in the document. And he sings the magnificent song, Molasses to Rum to Slaves, about the triangle trade and about, in part, how the North does not have clean hands in the slavery issue.
Yeah.
And after this song and after this whole debate, they're trying to persuade John Adams to let the sentence be struck, or the clause, because it's not, I don't think it's even a whole sentence.
Because like what Thomas wrote, it wasn't the final draft. He got edited a bit.
Right. And there's probably 15 minutes of the musical that's just people trying to get things cut out of the Declaration of Independence before they'll ratify the stupid thing. It's very funny, except for this one bit, which is horrific. And John Adams says in one of the quotes from the musical that is a direct quote from history, that history will judge them for not dealing with the slave issue. And everyone thinks that the line is inserted and made up for Adams, but it's not. It's a direct quote. What is changed is that John Adams predicted that it would be 80 years and there would be a civil war on the subject.
80.
80 years. Yeah. John Adams wasn't right to the exact year, but he was right by rounding error about when there would be a war over slavery. So they knew. Everyone at the convention knew that this issue was going to have to be dealt with sooner or later. And everyone at this convention was determined that it would not be by then.
Yeah.
Because the same reason they cut that line from the Declaration of Independence, you have to in order to keep having this country hold together. The South would have pulled out of...
A little bit earlier.
Yeah, they would have pulled out in 1776 if the line hadn't been cut from the Declaration of Independence. They would have pulled out in 1789 if slavery had not been in some way enshrined in the Constitution.
And we'll
The
get to
South
that.
was
I think
very, very firm that they were keeping their slaves.
So we'll get to that line a little bit, but here we go with the first line: representation and direct taxes.
Yeah. It's worth noting that technically there weren't direct taxes applied at this point, and that didn't happen until we get into the amendments. Because it's not until the income tax gets established later on that we have direct taxes.
But the taxes would be I think taxes are only at the state level at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe lower too, but highest it was at the state level.
Yeah. So representatives are according to their respective numbers. Proportional representation. This was the result of that big compromise. The large states got their way. They get direct proportional representation. It's in the less important house, historically speaking, but, they're going to get it.
So I guess southern states here, maybe some northern states too, because they, again, at this point, more state. I don't know if even the upper northwest states had northeast states had slaves still, but it was still a thing. But I think they were like, hey, we have all these extra people here that are working for us.
Yeah.
Did they count too?
Virginia and South Carolina are the two big states that are pushing this because they are big states and a lot of their population is enslaved. That is what is happening here.
Was there more slaves than actual voter people then?
Not yet.
Okay.
It would happen, but it had not happened yet.
Okay.
So there were, because pretty much everybody at this point still believes that slavery is eventually going to die a natural death.
Because I think this is 89, so this is 4 years before the invention of the cotton gin.
Yeah. And the cotton that was grown in the United States held very tightly to the seed. A lot of people may not actually know what a cotton gin is. Like, they've heard the term, but they don't know what a cotton gin is. So what a cotton gin does is it removes the seed and it's kind of like carding in wool to separate the fibers a bit more. And it made cotton a wildly more valuable crop than it had been. And that had a lot of influence on what would happen over the years to come. At this point, most slave labor in the United States was growing rice, was growing indigo, to a certain extent was working in factories. There were slaves who were, trained in all sorts of professions. Slave blacksmiths were far from uncommon. But cotton was not grown on any kind of commercial level the way it would be because of the kind of cotton that grew in the United States. And this gets into agricultural stuff that I have learned several times and I'm apparently incapable of remembering. But I do know that the big stumbling block with cotton initially was the seeds. And what the cotton gin did was it cleanly and easily removed the seeds with far less labor than hand removing the seeds took. The next big development would be the spinning jenny, which helps to spin cotton thread, and the Industrial Revolution, and that would mostly be up north, and that would mostly be very, very low-paid workers instead of actual slaves. But the next big development that would hit the South in cotton production would be a system to actually pick cotton. because picking cotton is a hugely labor-intensive job. And once cotton was being produced on industrial levels, the need for slaves skyrocketed because you needed all of those people to pick your cotton. And it was either slaves or pay wages, and slaves were cheaper.
Now, from what I remember in school, again, I might have been taught wrong, because we learn more things as time goes on, but that the slave states won the representation, but the taxes, not so much.
Yeah. Taxation was a really big conversation in the 70s.
We did fight a war over it.
We did fight a war over it. And, the thing is it's not like we were, in so many words, paying our taxes before the war. Like, the number of smugglers in pre-1776 U.S. colonies, just enormous. We did all kinds of things to avoid paying our taxes. What we were objecting to was they were imposed on us without representation.
And that's probably even before the 7-year / French and Indian War was the catalyst for all this stuff.
Yeah. No, there's a whole bunch. The history of taxation in the United States is weird. But the slave states were very, very firm that slaves were people when it counted for representation and property when it counted for taxes.
And North were like, no.
Yeah, the northern states were not playing that particular game. And they didn't want slaves to count as people for representation, but they did want them to count as people for taxation.
But isn't there a thing called counts property? Don't they have property taxes? That's nothing that then.
That was a regional thing. Like taxation in the early United States varies a lot by where you live. And that's another one where I know more than the average person, but not enough to speak intelligently.
So once I was like, it was like, hey, they're either property or they're people, not property.
Yeah, they cannot be both. And so this compromise was a way to limit the representation that slavery gave the southern states, but at the same time, raise the amount of taxes theoretically being levied on those same southern states. So it's an odd number, and I'll admit to not entirely knowing how they got to the number that they did. But slavery had been contentious for about a century at this point. Slavery was actually banned in Georgia in the 1730s.
Wasn't Georgia supposed to be like a prison state or prison colony or something?
Yes, it was originally a prison colony. He was apparently James Edward Oglethorpe, who founded the colony, was apparently afraid that the Spanish would collude with runaway slaves in order to overthrow their territory, and he didn't want the population of Georgia, which was mostly criminals, to have the same planter class structure as the Carolinas. So initially, slavery was banned in Georgia, but apparently this is where Jefferson got his whole, and then he forced slavery on us because it was decided that the colonies couldn't pass that kind of law on their own.
The line it says, including those bound to service, those who are indentured service.
That's indentured servants. Yeah. which is another thing we don't have anymore that would have really influenced what childhood looked like, because most indentured servants were teenagers.
I guess we have it. I guess now that it's more like an apprentice and a trade. They kind of have them, but not really.
Kind of like an unpaid internship, really. But you were a slave for a number of years.
But unlike the actual slaves, you will eventually get your freedom and have a free to go into.
Your children were not themselves slaves if you were an indentured servant who gave birth to a child during your servitude. But you were there. I mean, there were stricter limits on indentured servitude because the people would go on to be free. But it was basically short-term slavery in a lot of ways. But they count as whole people because they will be free.
I think we brought this up a little bit at the beginning, but it says excluding Indians not taxed, so some of them were taxed.
Yeah, again, this is one of those things where I know a little bit, but not enough to have a whole conversation about.
All right. All right. Anything else you want to go over?
Nope, that's it.
All right. And so far, this has been our longest topic we talked about.
Well, there's a lot to say in this one sentence. There's a lot of history that comes directly from this sentence.
Yep. Oh, and this was over. Was it the 14th Amendment that overturned this?
Yes.
We'll be getting to that in a long while.
Yeah.
But we'll see you in the next part. All right. There we get to I don't know what this is.
The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the meeting of the Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years, in such manner as they shall by law direct. This is setting the census.
Okay. Oh, census. Okay.
That's what this is. This is every 10 years, we check our representation. That's why we have a census every 10 years, to figure out what percentage of, the representation in the House of Representatives every state gets. And they wisely, in my opinion, set it for years ending in 0, so it's easy to remember.
Yeah.
Because you'll note they were writing this in 1787, and it'll be within 3 years.
Okay.
It took a while to get ratified.
Yeah, I think 1789, but yeah, that was when they ratified it, not when they started doing this.
Yeah.
Yep. So the first one would have been in 1790.
Yeah. And that was, they were meeting in 1787. So 1790, they had the first census that determined who got what representation. They just kind of made it up for the first one. And then every 10 years, you have a census, you decide who gets more, who gets less. That's it. That's all this sentence is about.
We'll get to more of that in the next thing. But yeah, I guess that's the first. Nothing else to talk about, really. This is
it's an easy sentence.
I wish the rest of it would be this simple, but it's probably not going to be. But we'll see you in the next part.
The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative, and until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose, and that's an archaic spelling, but whatever, to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, to give it its full name, 1, Connecticut 5, New-York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3. And I'm going to start with my delight about the hyphen in New York and giving the full name of Rhode Island.
Now, I believe I heard that this was the only time that George Washington spoke up during this. They say.
I think they were basing this on rough estimates. I'm honestly not sure how they decided. I mean, like, obviously, Rhode Island got one because it had the smallest population because it was the smallest state. Everyone knew that. And Pennsylvania, Virginia, Massachusetts, they are the big states. Everyone knew that. But exactly how big and so forth was something they didn't know. And the thing is 1 for every 30,000 meant you couldn't have, say, 1 for every 10,000. The problem we're having now is in the opposite direction.
We have 1 for every 750,000.
Yeah. And that is objectively too few representatives.
Yeah. I think, this is my opinion, I think personally, I think we should cap it, maybe lowers, but I think maybe 100,000 for each person might be good. Maybe that's not enough either, but it's too much. But
I think we should get as close to 1 for every 30,000 as we can, because for one thing, I honestly think it would help some with some of the issues with gerrymandering. Because, okay, let me look up real quick here.
Just calculator. If we still had 1 for every 30,000, give or take, we would have 11,514.2 representatives in the House. Which is why I compromised with 100,000. It's still 7 times bigger than we have, but still I guess it would have more representation.
So your district apparently has about 350,000 people in it.
In the Montgomery County, Vandalia area?
Yeah. I may be reading this wrong, but God, the Ohio map is so wonky.
Yeah, and is that the U.S. one or the state house one?
Oh, that's the state house. Okay. What I want is Ohio's congressional districts. Ohio is divided into 15 congressional districts. So let's math this out. The population of Ohio per Wikipedia is 11. Hold on, let me get my calculator up so we can enter this in properly. So that is 11,785,935 people. Divided by, what did we say, 12?
15.
15. Yeah, 785,729 people per congressional district in Ohio.
We are really representative. How is it over in Washington?
Washington State has, let's look at our population here. Washington State has, scroll down, 7,812,080 people. 7,812,880 people. So let's get the calculator back up. 7, 8, 12, 8, 8, 0. And we have 10 representatives. So yeah, 781,288 people.
So we have about the same representation.
Yeah. One person represents the entire Kitsap Peninsula. One person represents Seattle, plus a few other bits.
So round up about 800,000 people per rep, give or take.
Yeah,
Which
that is too
this
many.
might be soon enough. But yeah.
That is just too many people.
Yeah, for some reason, about 100 years ago, they decided, you know what? We're going to keep that 435 for reasons.
Yeah. And it's
instead of adding people, we're just going to rearrange them now.
Yeah. My representative, who I like, don't get me wrong, nice lady, but she represents 3 of the largest cities in the state.
I think you mentioned this last time. You said all 3 of your representatives, both of your senators, were all women.
Yes, and that is still true.
They all passed the election.
Yeah.
I know the senators were. I know if either your senators were up for re-election, but
Maria Cantwell was up for re-election. I think she got like 70% of the vote, something enormous like that. I haven't looked up Marilyn Strickland, but she also got a very large percent of the vote.
Yeah, in this election 2 days ago, at the recording of this video, we lost both of our senators. Ohio did.
Huh.
One got thrown out, and the Sheridan Brown got thrown out for Bernie Moreno, who wants to make a national abortion ban, even though Ohio passed a statewide. We don't care what women do, but they're like, nope, we're going to national wide. The other one is now the vice president.
Yeah.
So they'll both be replaced.
Let's see here. So she represents my representative represents the 3rd largest city in the state. Plus, let's see, we are 5. Plus the state capital, which is not as small. I mean, it is by my standards, but I'm from LA. Plus several other areas that are lumped into the same congressional district.
Yeah. My sister lives 2 cities above me, has a different representative. Her representative also represents her plus the middle of the state too, like an hour away by car.
Yeah.
More.
It's too big. It's too many people. And I do believe that there is a certain extent to which it's possible to represent the needs of a large group. But the point of the House of Representatives is to give a much more granular representation. Yeah. For people who know the area, her district includes parts of Tacoma, Sumner, Puyallup, South Hill, Spanaway, Lakewood, DuPont, Yelm, Olympia, Tumwater, and Lacey. And if you know Western Washington, you know at least half of those names. I mean, you should know Olympia because it's the state capital, and Tacoma is our 4th largest city. So that is objectively too big.
Yeah, I doubt they're going to do it anytime soon, but you think they're going to need... They can probably just pass a law to do this because, they're doing... Before, what was it? 1929, they did this.
Gosh, I don't remember. But yeah, no, they can absolutely just pass a law. It does not require, because it's in the Constitution, if they wanted 1 representative for every 10,000 people, which I would be opposed to. I'm just going to be clear about that. That's too granular.
Like I said, yeah. If you keep if there's something, we'd have 11,000. We would have a whole new separate building. like I think he made a joke. We have the Coliseum for a.
Yeah, the thing is, we've reached the point where we don't really need them all there in person.
Zoom.
Yeah, we could have Zoom representation, and you could legislate in your pajamas.
Which will maybe cool. Because I think people mentioned. I think people brought this up before that how they you could probably stay in your district and do it, and like unless you let's say you have to be there for like the State of the Union address, something like that.
Yeah,
but
arguably that would be a better choice. Arguably, the whole need for a building goes back to the days when communication and travel were really slow. And that's been so much of human history that it's just fully ingrained into us. But
we didn't have trains at this point when this was written.
Yeah, trains would not be invented for decades at this point. Steamships hadn't been invented yet. This is all still, carriage and sail. If you wanted to go really fast, you better hope you have a good horse and a bunch of places to change horses.
The Pony Express.
Yeah. So, there is no reason not to dramatically increase the size of the House of Representatives.
Even doubling it would be probably a good thing.
It'd be a start at least.
Yeah.
And honestly, save the turn what is now the House of Representatives chamber into purely, museum and educational experience, and do legislating. Maybe your committee gets together if there's a good reason for your committee to get together. But do legislating from your home district.
Yeah, and then like I said, every year, once a time a year, we build an arena and have the State of the Union there.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that is a much more sensible way of doing this than our current system. But it's not going to change anytime soon, because the larger the House of Representatives, the more the makeup of the House of Representatives is going to change.
Yeah. Of course, if we kept the Electoral College too, that's a future topic. But they would need a lot more votes to be president, because I think the Electoral College is your representatives plus your senators.
Yeah. You get no fewer than 3 Electoral College votes. Under the original division here, Delaware and Rhode Island each got 3 Electoral College votes, and the most was Virginia at 12. And that would they barely pay attention to Virginia with just 12 these days. Unless it was a swing state, which it kind of was. So, yeah.
Sadly, I don't think Ohio is no longer is no longer a swing state.
Yeah, well, Washington's never been a swing state. I'm not sure what the last time we didn't go blue was.
Yeah, I think it was until really recently Ohio had always voted for the president, but in 2020 we didn't vote for the president. But since 1984, no Republican candidate has won a presidential election in Washington. So, the last time was Reagan, when we pretty much won everything.
Last time was the Reagan blowout of '84. That is the last time my current state went for a Republican.
Did he I think if I remember right, he only didn't win one state or something, or 2 states?
I think he won everything but Minnesota, which was where Mondale was actually literally from. So,
Yeah, I think that's everything here. But you mentioned, I think at the beginning you mentioned Rhode Island and New York had hyphens.
Yes. Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, which is still officially the state's full name, and New-York. I delight in that.
It's funny, we talked about I think 2 slides ago, but it's funny. It's called a plantation, even though it's up north.
Well, plantation did not always necessarily mean like the southern kind of plantation. It really was just a fancy word for farm. The connotation shifted as the southern planter class became a thing.
So, what do you all think in the comment section, wherever you're watching this from, via audio or video? How many representations do you think we should have? Should we keep that 800,000? Should it be 30,000 still, or should it be 100,000? What's your opinion?
When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies.
So basically, if that's saying basically if they can't last 2 years, the governor appoints it.
No, it's saying that the executive authority, which is practically, in practical terms, the governor, will have a special election. And it's if your representative drops dead, if your representative retires,
or becomes naughty,
or becomes naughty, or gets appointed to a different job, or
impeached,
all kinds of whatever happens, for whatever reason.
It's not November.
Yeah, and it's not a regular election. If your representative, because it's not going to happen to mine, but if one of your representatives in your state gets appointed to a cabinet position or an ambassadorship or something, your governor can have a special election to fill their seat. That's another easy one.
Yeah. So it's a special. So is writs being special? Writs of election being special election then?
Writs of election is declaring an election.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of those 200 years ago terms.
Yes.
All right. Well, I like when there's easy, simple things.
Yeah, it's so much nicer than like, here's how to explain exactly why this happened, and yes, it's terrible, but there's context, and like, no. If your representative falls over, from a stroke, then you get to have a special election. The end.
And since it's not blue, it's still present in today's society.
Yep.
Right.
It's absolutely relevant. The only thing you need to know is that writ is a term for official formal document.
All right, when we return, we are finally getting into the very end of the House articles. At least in the individual proportion.
Yeah.
We'll see you then. All right, we've reached the end of Section 2 of Article 1.
The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers and shall have the sole power of impeachment. Fairly simple. The Speaker of the House is the only office that's designated, and they get to kind of make up their own as they go along. The power of the Speaker of the House has come and gone over the centuries, but currently, officially, is third in line to the presidency. So, second in line after President, Vice President. Speaker of the House is next. That's a nice job.
Usually, speakers are elected by the majority party of the House.
Now, that's not designated by the Constitution, in part because the party system had not happened yet. That would only come, maybe ironically, with the discussion about ratifying the Constitution.
Hence the Federalists, Anti-Federalists.
Right. Which were the first two political parties. at least in the US. The other thing that's worth noting is the sole power of impeachment does not mean they get to vote to throw people out. Technically, the Senate does that. Impeachment is more like indictment, arraignment, that area of things where you're officially laying the charge.
They get to vote to have a trial.
Yeah.
Now, I know it's different, but also the same. But is the speaker kind of like a prime minister in other countries?
It not really. The speaker does not officially have any more power than anyone else. They don't have the official authority to speak for their party. They don't have the official authority to control Congress. They speak for the House.
So basically, they have the power to hold the gavel and say order. Or
yeah, and they do have a lot of behind the scenes power, but a prime minister's job is to advise the queen or king. Now that's good. I still have not gotten used to that, but to advise the monarch, let's say, on what's going on. And the Speaker of the House is more telling everybody the position of the House.
Yeah, because I was saying the power, but basically the party, like here, the party in Parliament, the party is in charge. Oh, big guy.
Yeah, because the Speaker of the House pretty much invariably comes from the majority party because, well, they have the most votes when they're not hopelessly fractured. They get to step in and say, hey, these are our goals, this is our direction, this is what we're doing.
But yeah, I think right now, I might be wrong, but I checked, we still don't know who the majority in the House is right now.
I'm honestly not sure. I've been so freaking out I haven't even checked.
When I checked this morning of the thing, I think it was still, even though the one side had more people, neither side has a past that majority mark. But that might have changed in the last few hours since we started recording.
Yeah, it looks like control is still. There are apparently literally dozens of districts that have not finished determining it.
I guess the one thing. I guess they're more concerned about the exact numbers than they are for president.
Yeah, 30 races remain to be called. Well, also, I would imagine a lot of these are much tighter races. People are weird about their votes in a lot of ways. So you get a lot of people who would vote for one party for president who will still vote for another party for representative.
Now, it mentions other officers. I know some officers in the Senate, different place, but what are the other officers in the House? My brain's stuck right now.
That's a good question.
Like the whip is the whip stuff is the Senate, right? Is that the House too?
Yeah. Majority leader, minority leader. Oh, there's a whole section on just officers. Yeah, and Wikipedia points out it doesn't actually say in the Constitution that the Speaker has to be a member of the House.
Yeah, I think that years ago, I think they mentioned that people joked about or talked about. I don't say joking, really, it's not funny, but like
I
they
mean,
could look.
with how complicated the speaker elections have been in the last few years, it wouldn't surprise me if they eventually gave up and voted for somebody who wasn't a member of the House.
So I think it was a joke or not that people talk about having Trump as the Speaker of the House, even though he wasn't a member of
Yeah,
to that role.
which technically and legally is possible. So yeah, there's majority leader, minority leader. Each party has a whip who
Oh,
works to ensure that the members vote the way the party wants them to.
so it's not just the Senate. The House has those same things.
Yeah. There's chairs of House committees, and there's a bunch of caucuses, and yeah. And there's a chaplain, which is a thing that there shouldn't be, but, that's not actually a member of the House.
Yeah,
But they do get to appoint a chaplain and so forth. Separation of church and state notwithstanding.
Yeah, we'll get to more of that that issue for our seasons for our season 13 for premiere in January, but
yeah,
I always find it weird that every time I go to vote, it's at a church or church related building.
Look, I'm a member of what is euphemistically referred to as a minority religion. Mm-hmm. So I have feelings on the whole chaplain issue. Funnily enough, they were talking about appointing a chaplain to the Constitutional Convention, and I probably mentioned this last time, but Benjamin Franklin suggested it about midway through their debate, and everybody was like, no, we'll not be doing that. In part because they felt that it would look like they were giving up. Like, we can't do this, we need God to sort everything out for us. And nobody wanted to go there. So they didn't even vote on the suggestion.
So basically, rounding this all up, basically, they had the people power to make somebody in charge of the house, and plus they can say, we don't like you. We're gonna, I'm not saying we don't like you, but we're gonna start the proceedings to get rid of you.
Yes,
and that's not the president. That's themselves, the senators, judges,
the senators, Supreme Court. I have feelings about certain of our Supreme Court justices. But all of these people are theoretically subject to impeachment by the House of Representatives.
Right. Yeah. So, unlike the president, some people that actually got impeached were thrown out of office.
Yeah, we've never had a president thrown out of office. We would have if Nixon hadn't resigned, but he did, so we didn't. But we have had people from other positions thrown out of office after impeachment, but they get tried in the Senate for that.
When we return, we are finally on a different section. We'll see you then. Welcome to what people call the upper house.
Yep. Article 1, Section 3, the Senate. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, chosen by the legislature thereof, for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. And we've got some blue text here.
Yeah, overthrown by the 17th Amendment, which some people I want to repel and go back to having the state pick them.
Yeah. I mean, some people are in favor of all kinds of things that limit the voice of the people.
Yeah. Again, we'll get to this when we get to our premiere in January, but I think this is a holdover of the articles, where they want the state themselves to have a voice.
Yeah, which I disagree with. The states are not people. And honestly, I think that there are some people in some purple, let's say, states who wouldn't like the senator they got if their governor got to appoint senators, if their state house got to appoint senators. I am curious about what would happen in Texas, but that's part of my perpetual cruise bewilderment.
Yeah. Like, I think we mentioned this in the I forget if it was the Constitution or the Amendment one, that the Lincoln Douglas debate wasn't for the people to vote for him. It was for
for the legislature. Yeah. Most of the people listening to Lincoln and Douglas debate could not vote for Lincoln or Douglas for senator because the vast majority of them, far more than 99%, weren't members of the legislature, didn't have a voice. The theory was that they would campaign to their members of the legislature to say which of these two guys they wanted as senator.
Or they would say, tell the people, I guess, vote for this party in your state house so they'll appoint me.
Yeah. It was trying to get the people to have any say in who their senator was. Basically, senators were an aristocratic class under the original language of the Constitution. They were appointed by the state house, which meant they were pretty much all people that the legislature members would already know. You were not going to get one of my senators, Patty Murray, who I believe will no longer be President Pro Tem of the Senate, alas, but Patty Murray first ran for the Senate back in the 90s and was told repeatedly that she would never get her seat because she was just some mom in tennis shoes. And she has been in the Senate longer than I have been living in Washington.
So until not anymore, but so she was literally the fourth in line.
Yeah, fourth in line. I don't actually. I have to look up how President Pro Tem is chosen and if that varies by party. But if it doesn't, and it's purely seniority, then she will remain in line between or behind the Speaker of the House,
and before whoever the Secretary of State will be.
Right. If something catastrophic happened, and this is not me advocating for it, this is purely a hypothetical to detail the structure of our government, but if something catastrophic happened and took out the president, the vice president, and whoever the Speaker of the House is going to be, which could be Mike Johnson, could be someone else, we don't know, Patty Murray would be our next president.
From back to the thing is, from what people on YouTube were saying, that back in the day, they if you didn't vote for the way your people want you in the state, they could like, you know what, we're not keeping you anymore. Get out.
Well, they couldn't recall you before your term.
Yeah.
It's not like it was an automatic, we've changed our mind. They still had to wait the full term.
Unless they got the House and Senate to impeach you.
Right. And getting the House to impeach is actually kind of difficult. We have only had one bipartisan impeachment of a president in our entire history. Impeachment is often extremely partisan.
Was that Johnson?
That was Trump number 2.
Oh, Clinton.
Trump number 2 was the only bipartisan impeachment.
Oh.
The second time, Mitt Romney and a handful of others, or not Mitt, but Mitt Romney, I believe, actually voted for for kicking him out, but a handful of Republicans were actually on the side of impeachment and on the side of removal from office. Not enough, but some. So yeah, it's not like having the senator chosen by the legislature would mean an automatic removal from office if you didn't like what they were doing. You would still have exactly as much ability. In fact, you would have less ability because you'd have to hope that everyone else in your state agreed with you and voted in representatives that agreed with you. Whereas now you can say, I think I will vote for the mom in tennis shoes for senator, and she will take over for whoever was our senator before Patty Murray was. I don't actually know because I didn't live here.
So you don't think if still the way the House wouldn't have appointed the tennis shoe mom?
Yeah, I think that putting the Senate out of the popular hands, which is what it currently is an inherently undemocratic idea.
Yeah. From what I've heard about this argument for doing it back is they say we basically have two House representatives now. That's their argument.
That's a silly argument. That's people who don't know their Constitution. But I've discovered that a lot of people don't know the Constitution as well as they think they do. My favorite story, and I've told this before, and I will doubtless tell it again when we get to that amendment, is the guy I knew who asked me when they put the part about well-regulated militia in the Second Amendment. He didn't like my answer, which was 1789. He was a Second Amendment nut, and he did not actually know the text of the Second Amendment.
Do you think it happened later or earlier? Or?
Yeah, he thought it was a recent addition because he mentioned his right to bear arms. I said, well, are you part of a well-regulated militia? And he looked at me blankly. And I hold up my pocket Constitution, because, again, I am that person, and showed him the actual text of the Second Amendment. And he said, when did they add that part?
Yeah, we'll get to that a while down the road. But, yeah, Second Amendment.
It's like,
let's say add law very recently. You think it'd be a little bit earlier.
Like, he thought they changed the text, and it was like, sir, do you know the process that goes into... It's called amending the Constitution. So, yeah, I once had some people try to get me to sign a petition about, I think it was Citizens United, and they asked me why Obama, who was president at the time, hadn't thrown out the Supreme Court justices who'd voted for it. And I was like, well, because he can't. It's a lifetime appointment. And they said, since when? Oh, don't try to amend the Constitution without reading it. It's not that long, I promise.
Yeah, we'll get to that, the lifetime appointments later, and we'll get to Article 3 eventually.
Yeah, no, it's later. I'm just saying that usually the arguments from these come from people who have not read the thing, and it's not very long.
Yeah, but besides the Supreme Court lifetime thing, this here, 6 years, is the longest
yes
you can be in an office. At least in one term, not counting multiple terms.
And the idea was it's long enough to let you sit in the Senate and get a feel for how our government actually works, which is part of why I'm opposed to term limits, side note, because it does take time to understand how government works. That's why politician is a job. Well, it's one of the reasons why politician is a job, because you do have to increase your skill set. And the theory was that the Senate would be sort of a calming, balancing influence, because those people had been around for a long time and they understood the system and what worked. And that's not always true. Not naming names, but it's not always true. But that's the theory behind the longer term for senators. Also because it is the American House of Lords. This was going to be the aristocratic class. It was going to be a permanent job for these people.
Hence why I get to the point why at the beginning, the aristocrats of the state chose the aristocrats of the national government at that point.
Exactly. That was the whole point of the legislature of the state choosing the senator. It was choosing one of ours.
But you're real fast. You're against term limits for these people, but you're still for term limits for president, or not?
No, not really.
Okay.
You know, there are some people who I don't want to have that many terms, but also I don't want those people to have one term. So, you know,
All right.
I'm not a fan of the term limit. I think it comes from a fundamental misunderstanding of how government works.
Yeah, we'll get to more of that when we get to Article 2, and then later on that
Yes.
certain amendment. But right, I think that's anything else to say about this little section.
No.
All right. Oh yeah. Oh, wait, one more thing. I think we talked about it earlier, but 2. No more, no less. Always
No
2.
more, no less. This is the one that's based on direct versus proportional representation. This is supposed to be the voice of your state. That's why you have a congressional district, but you don't have a Senate district. I mean, state Senate, sure, but for federal office, you do not have a Senate district. You vote on both of your senators, not at the same time, on a rotating basis, but you do vote for 2 senators, and they represent your entire state, in theory.
Yeah, 2 years. Imagine if they did all of them every 6 years.
Yeah. Yeah, in theory, this would also, I mean, if we did, you know, vote from your district, this might let the senators get to know their states a little bit better. You know, I think both of my senators are from Western Washington because that's where our population is. Let me double check, but our recently re-elected Maria Cantwell is, oh, well, she's originally from Indiana, but she lives in Edmonds, which is in Western Washington. She moved to Seattle in 1983. And Patty Murray, not Patty Smith, not Patty Lupone, was born in Bothell, which is a suburb of Seattle. So yeah, so our senators are from Western Washington, and theoretically, if they voted from home, they might, you know, travel to Yakima, travel to Walla Walla, whatever, get to know the eastern side of the state as well as the western side.
Yeah, I don't know much about our new senator. I don't know I know who's going to replace Vance at this point.
That's up in the air, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I know Marino. I know about the new guy going to office in January is, like I said, Trump likes him. That's all I know about him, and he wants to pass a national abortion ban.
Ugh. What a charmer.
But yeah, I'll get to this later about again states things. You know, they're all about let states decide, and let the states decide the opposite of what they want them to decide.
Yeah,
they're like, let's go national.
Yeah, they really don't want Washington to look the way it does. We have, you know, we voted in gay marriage 15, 20 years ago now.
Even before the Supreme Court thing.
Well before the Supreme Court. We actually voted civil unions and then full marriage. So we have said twice, yes, we think gay people should have legal partners.
So, at least Washington, if the Supreme Court decides, you know, it's back to the states again, forget what we said 10 years ago, your state was still protected.
Fun fact, Jim Nabors, who played Gomer Pyle on the Andy Griffith Show, got married in Seattle when we legalized gay marriage. A lot of people came to Washington to get married, and he was apparently one of them. So, yeah.
I forget if Ohio had civil unions or marriage itself. I doubt they did. I doubt they had marriages.
I think it was Iowa where they legalized gay marriage, and everybody went, wait, what? We also had very large billboards near the state border with Oregon, because my mom lives in Portland, Oregon these days. We had very large billboards when they struck down Roe v. Wade saying abortion is still legal in Washington. Like, the Republicans do not want Washington to look the way it does.
Let's just we
But
have
states' rights.
hopefully, yeah, like I said, it's states' rights unless they like disagree with you. Like, let's take the side. No, you take the side wrong.
Yeah. And the guy who won the governor race here, also Democrat, also won with a just ridiculously large percentage of the vote. So we're not changing anytime soon, but they really want us to.
Yeah, I wish Ohio would change, but that's a different story. That's why for a different time. All right.
Yeah.
We'll see you in the next part.
Okay. Immediately after they shall be assembled, in consequence of the first election, they shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes, because it's not going to be a round number divisible by 3 every time, because we have 2 senators. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the 2nd year, of the 2nd class at the expiration of the 4th year, and of the 3rd class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every 2nd year. And if vacancies happen by resignation or otherwise, during the recess of the legislature of any state, the executive thereof may make temporary appointments until the next meeting of the legislature, which shall then fill such vacancies. So this is why you don't vote for both of your senators at the same time.
So at this point, it'd be 26 senators. At this,
yeah.
Now, I guess at the first, 2nd class thing, I guess the very first election, some of them only lasted 2 years, some lasted 4 years, some of them lasted all 6 years.
Yeah. The very first, election in heavy quotation marks, but yeah, the very first class of U.S. senators, some of them were only serving for 2 years, and realistically, they probably served for at least 8 years. But I'd have to go look up who the first senators were, and I don't actually care that much.
So I guess it was still at this point, it was still the state still decided at this point. They're like, we like you a whole lot. You're going to be the whole 6 years. We don't like you that much. Only 2 years for you.
Well, the senators decided among themselves.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't something the states controlled. No, you may not eat my sewing kitten. That was something that Congress itself dealt with. I don't know how. I'd have to look that up. And again, that's more into the weeds than we really need to go. But they're on a rotating basis, which is why only 1/3 of the Senate, roughly, because it's not divisible by 3, is up for election every 2 years.
So after the 2-year or the 4-year thing, it was 6 years.
Yeah. It was just the first senators. There were some who didn't get to serve a full term because, that had to be how it worked unless we started with only 1/3 of a Senate, which would not have worked. I think every state could agree that it would not be fair for some of the states to just not get a senator in the first year.
So why did they divide it into every 2 years for the third of them instead of all of them every 6 years?
So I don't know why thirds. That bothers me. That will never stop bothering me that the Senate is divisible by 2 and not 3. But
yeah, so 33rd and a third of them every
33 and a third.
A third of a senator.
Yeah. We need enough states we need 2 more states. That's clearly the answer here.
We're Cruz. We're electing your head, not your rest of your body.
Puerto Rico, DC, get on it.
I heard that they had another vote for Puerto Rico, either be a state or a country coming up in this last election. I don't think what happened.
It's not going to happen right now. DC certainly not. DC went for Kamala Harris, something like 90%. So they are not going to be a state because the people in authority do not want another Democratic state. Puerto Rico is more complicated, but let's not forget what they've been saying about Puerto Rico a lot lately. So probably not anytime soon.
Yeah, because I heard at least again it's off topic, but uh, I think I might be wrong, but from what I saw in the YouTube videos that about this election, there wasn't a choice to be to be a territory. The choices were either state or country.
Yeah. Um, Feelings in Puerto Rico about their current situation are extremely complicated. The way the U.S. treats its territories is bluntly shameful. We mistreat our territories horrifically. I read a book a while back where a guy visited every single U.S. territory, and when I tell you that Puerto Rico is treated the best, that should tell you a lot about how badly the Pacific territories are treated.
Yeah. During like I think it was a hurricane or flood or whatever happened
It's
2 years
hurricane.
ago. Yeah,
I believe Maria.
yeah. I believe some people were saying, why are we sending money to Puerto Rico? They're not American citizens. I'm like, yes, they are.
Yes, they are. There's a whole song about it in West Side Story.
They might not be able to get technically a legal vote for anything here, but they're technically citizens.
They are, yeah. The citizens of U.S. territories are U.S. citizens, but they are not afforded the full rights of U.S. citizens. I joke about wanting Puerto Rico to be a state because it'll make, with that in D.C., it'll make the numbers round again. But it's because they deserve the protection of full U.S. citizens.
So, the House thing, we would have 52 senators, but unless they change it, we still have 435 representatives.
Yeah. So they wanted to have some regular rollover in the Senate, but they didn't want it to be, wait, suddenly the entire Senate is rolling over. So that's why the seats are staggered the way they are.
Yeah, they care about the House. They don't care about, say, 26 or 435 alternating over one time, but 100. Yeah.
Well, it's the House of Lords thing again. We can't have all of the aristocrats.
Like all new dukes, all new earls, all new.
Yeah, exactly. That would just be crazy talk. But we do need it to roll over regularly for the look of the thing, if nothing else.
Yeah, I guess in the House of Lords, only rollover was if you die and your kid is in charge now.
Or if you become, technically, I think even if you become totally, and the British word for this would be doolally, you still get to keep your seat. There's nothing anyone can do about it. The House of Lords is weird. I believe Christopher Guest is a member of the House of Lords, which never ceases to delight me. There are some weird members of the House of Lords.
I know it's off topic again, but the House of Lords have actually any power anymore? Are they just
sort of? They need to rubber stamp things at the very least.
Yeah, like
like
the king or queen. Is it at this point? Is that like are they? I always thought, is the king and queen like the president pro temp of the Senate, but they're in charge of the House is there, but it's like they don't have no. Really, they're like, hey, I'm the queen or I'm the king now. Like wave and.
Theoretically, the monarch can step in and say, "No, we're not doing this." But in practical terms, the monarch never does.
Yeah, I think it wasn't. I think it was until either George V or George VI, either the last queen's father or grandfather, that the king still appointed the prime minister.
Yeah. Yeah, technically, Christopher Guest, who's the guy who made like This Is Spinal Tap, is the 5th Baron Hayden Guest. And he is married to Jamie Lee Curtis, which technically makes Jamie Lee Curtis a baroness.
Yeah, I didn't know until recently that earls were the same as earls were in charge of counties, and I thought the counts and earls were different. But technically, they are, I guess. But earls are counties.
It's one of those things where to really understand all of the titles, you have to go back to 1066, which is why I don't. Because a lot of names were one thing under the Saxons and another thing under the Normans, and are they the same or are they different? Or I don't know, and I don't care, so I've never studied it.
It's off topic, but we talked about this. Me and what's his name talked about this during our talk about Edward III. That until him, there weren't technically any dukes in England, except for the Duke of Normandy, which is the king.
It's monarchical titles are weird.
Again, difference between federalism and feudalism stuff.
Yes.
But we talked about the stuff that hasn't changed yet. Let's talk about the stuff that has changed, the blue text.
So I like how they assume that it's going to be resignation. That's why people leave. Resignation or otherwise during the recess of the legislature, which means, your legislature in your state is not always in session. When they appointed senators, that became a problem if for some reason you needed a new senator. So technically your governor could make a temporary appointment, so you'd have an acting senator until the legislature came back and either confirmed or rejected the person, and then if they rejected them, installed someone else. And I assume that there must have been at least some appointments who were thrown out by the legislature, but I don't think it was that common an occurrence that this happened at all.
Like
it's just they were covering all contingencies.
Like say if the governor was a different party than the House in charge.
Yeah.
But I think that
the governor appointed their own cousin or something.
Yeah. So I think now we go over the 14th Amendment and 17th Amendment. That the governor doesn't. The governor just does it now.
Well, now the governor can. This is one where it now varies by state, unfortunately. Where in some states the governor appoints a new senator, and in some states the governor declares a special election. And I don't know.
I guess it depends. Maybe if the Senate has like so much longer, or is like the guy was almost time's up anyways. Maybe.
Yeah. Again, it depends by state.
Yeah.
And it's still not a very common situation. Most frequently, if someone doesn't fill out a full term, it is actually either death or appointment to like the cabinet or something. So in theory, if, and it's not going to happen, but in theory, if Patty Murray were appointed to the cabinet, I don't actually know how Washington does it, but it would either be our new governor gets to appoint a new senator, or else we would have a special election.
Yeah, and I doubt the way the election. I doubt your unless something crazy happens. I doubt your senator is going to be.
Oh no, my senators are going to stay in the Senate. They're not getting any appointments from the new administration. They are going to be spending the next. Well, Maria Cantwell, definitely 4 years. I don't remember when Patty Murray next runs for office. But they're going to be spending the next 4 years fighting everybody in the Senate, I guess, and fighting the administration.
Yeah, I guess. One thing, move on. I know you're not for term limits. I am glad that this is the last time a certain president can be elected.
Yeah, I will say that. But like I said, I didn't want him elected the first time. It's just that, he keeps running against women, and apparently any man in a storm. I have feelings.
But when we return, we will talk about who can be a senator. And we'll do that next time. All right. Now we're getting to requirements for the upper house, the more important house. A little bit different.
Yep. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained to the age of 30 years and been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state for which he shall be chosen. Again, we're just assuming he, because yes.
So 5 years older than the representative.
5 years older, and in this case, you have to have been or you have to have been a citizen since voting age, because 9 years would get you back to the original age of 21. And it's partially because of the aristocracy thing. It's partially because of the longer term thing that the requirements are slightly higher. I genuinely don't think there's that huge of a difference between the two that I'm all that worked up about it.
So unlike, so you wouldn't mind at 25 being, or do you like 30?
I wouldn't mind senator at 25. I don't think it's that big a difference either way. I wouldn't want it older, but I wouldn't care if it were younger. I do like, we'll get to the requirements for president. I do like that the president has to be even older than this, because I do think that's a job where there are fewer checks on you. But even as a senator, you're still currently one of 100 people. Even in those days, you were one of 26 people. There was only so much damage any one person was going to be able to do.
Yeah. I remember here, I forget this last part of this thing. It's funny. I think it was the 2004 election or 2006. I forget when it was for Illinois. That when Obama was running for senator, his opponent, I think, people were saying his opponent wasn't even from Illinois. He's running for senator.
Yeah, but you don't have to be. You know, I forget how long he'd been living in Illinois at that point. He had been a member of the Illinois, House of Representatives, the Illinois state legislature.
Obama had been?
Yeah, Obama had been a member of the Illinois legislature when he spoke at the Democratic National Convention, which I saw live, because I'm a huge DNC watcher. It's fascinating stuff. He was the keynote speaker the year he was running for senator, which the story of Obama becoming a senator is weird and complicated, and I will be getting to it in one of my own articles coming up soon, because I'm writing about Deep Space Nine people soon, and it's directly relevant to Deep Space Nine. But anyway, he was a member of the Illinois legislature when they had him deliver his keynote speech at the DNC, and it launched that man's career. Yeah, that man can give a speech.
Yeah, but I said, I thought it was weird at the time that his opponent wasn't even from Illinois. I'm like, what?
Yeah, no, his opponent had been shipped into Illinois specifically to run against him for, again, very complicated reasons that tangentially involve Deep Space Nine.
Yeah. I was like, can you get a Republican from the party that's from the state? Apparently not.
No. Well, I believe they were specifically looking for a black Republican too, and that's challenging. And Obama won his Senate seat with 90% of the Illinois vote.
Yeah. Was it 04 or 06? 06. See, I know he didn't serve this whole term because 4 years later, the thing he's president.
Oh gosh, let me look it up real quick, because what I specifically remember is Jon Stewart saying that what that proved was that 10% of the state of Illinois was wearing tinfoil hats.
Yeah, me and my dad used to watch the Daily Show things back in the day.
I still watch it.
Yeah.
It was 2004.
So yeah, he's just in there for 4 years before he decided, you know what, I'm going up in the world.
Yeah, And then their governor tried to sell his seat and is now in prison, I believe. So Illinois politics are a thing. They are their own whole conversation. The sheer number of former Illinois governors who have gone to prison is astounding. But yeah, you don't have to have lived. Hillary Clinton only lived in New York for a couple of years. Like, she declared residency in New York while her husband was still president and ran for Senate in 2000.
Yeah.
And won.
I guess she couldn't stay. I guess he could. I guess at that point, down in Arkansas, she couldn't run for senator there. I guess maybe.
I think she theoretically could have, but I don't think she wanted to. You know, it's she's not initially from Arkansas.
Unlike what her husband was.
Yeah, her husband was born and raised there. She was, in fact, born in Illinois. She was born in Chicago.
So I guess that's one of the few reasons why that even though he was Democrat, he still got his home state, southern states. He was still from the South.
Yeah. Yeah, Clinton was born and raised in Arkansas. He was the governor of Arkansas for years. He is Southern. But it is true that moving into a state to run for Senate there does not reliably go well for you. Dr. Oz tried it, failed. But you don't have to be born in that state. There's no requirement, which is, in my opinion, absolutely reasonable. You know, people in this country move. And someone recently expressed astonishment because they found out that I'm not a native Washingtonian. But I've lived here my entire adult life. I moved to Washington at age 18.
Yeah, I still think I think it's at least live in there personally. This is my opinion, of course. At least a year to get to know your state.
Also agree that there should be a minimum number of years you live there, because I do think you should get to know at least some of your state.
Yeah, same thing. I guess representatives, at least you have to live in the state a bit, even though it's not the same district. But the whole state doesn't live there. That's a whole different story there.
Yeah, like Wyoming, fine. But I do think it helps to get to know your state before you become its senator. And yeah, it's hard. I grew up in the third largest state in the United States. And it is true that living your entire life in one part of the state doesn't really help you know large amounts of the rest of the state. You know, the needs of San Diego and the needs of Eureka are so vastly different. San Diego is on the border with Mexico. Eureka is on the border with Oregon, roughly. So we're talking, I believe it's 1,300 miles. Oh, no. That's the full distance down to my mom's house from here. No, it's like 800 or 900 miles north to south along California. California is a very long, skinny state. And the needs of one area of the state are very, very different from the needs of another. That being said, I do think having lived in California for a while helps you a lot more than if you spent your entire life in Alabama, moved to California, and run for Senate.
Yeah. I should for it. I was going to ask, there is no representative district in California that goes from top to bottom on one line, is there?
Oh God, no!
It's not that far. Like,
No,
This whole-
I don't think there's any way to do that would have the number of people that are in a district in California, even if you went along the far eastern edge of the state.
Yeah, the entire coastline of California is one district.
Oh, you can't do the coast. There's no way you could do the coast unless you literally were like, it's a 10-foot wide district, because San Francisco is on the coast. Parts of Los Angeles are on the coast. San Diego is on the coast. The coast is the really heavily populated part of the state. You'd have to do the eastern half where it's all mountains and a lot fewer people live. But even there, you're hitting Lake Tahoe. So, no, there's no way you could have that district. That just mathematically, I don't think is possible.
But overall, anything else to say about this?
No, it's pretty straightforward.
Live in the United States for 9 years. Be at least 30 years old.
Well, be a citizen for 9 years, which is not the same as living in the country for 9 years.
Oh, so you get that. So if you're an immigrant, you have to be a registered immigrant through here. You have to stay. You would have to
you have to have legal citizenship 9 years before you can run for senator. So, like I said, I've got an aunt who is almost at the point where she could be a senator, and she and my uncle moved back to the U.S. in the 80s. Late 80s, early 90s, but she just got her citizenship 7 or 8 years ago. So she can't be senator yet, despite having lived in the state longer than a lot of people I know have been alive.
But like me and you, if we had wanted to, as soon as we hit 30, we could have run for senator.
Yeah. Because we were born citizens, which we'll get to.
Yeah. All right. I think that's all for this section. We'll see you in the next part. Until then.
The Senate shall choose their other officers and also a president pro tempore in the absence of the vice president or when he shall exercise the office of president of the United States. There we go. Now it's showing up on both screens. So, before the official amendment that said that the president was succeeded by the vice president, I believe this is where they got the idea that was what would happen, is this part of the article, when he shall exercise the office of president. I don't know if it's still true, but last I knew, the president pro tempore of the Senate was my own senator, Senator Patty Murray. I believe it is purely based on seniority, but I'm not 100% sure.
We should know if it's seniority or seniority on the leading party.
Right. It's elected by the Senate as a whole. It's another one of those where technically you don't have to be a senator. Okay, it is the most senior senator in the majority party. So, yeah, so I'm not sure who it's going to be. It's probably not going to be Patty Murray anymore, which is disappointing because I like Patty Murray. There's a reason I keep voting for her.
Is that the tennis shoe lady?
Yes. The suburban mom in tennis shoes who became our senator when nobody thought she could. Apparently, that would make her president pro tempore emeritus, because they now give that title to a senator of the minority party who previously served in the role.
That's on your promotion or demotion, I guess.
Yeah. So that's nice. She'll have something. But this is basically the same as with the House of Representatives. It's, you know, any offices that the Senate has, the Senate gets to choose who holds those offices.
So, but basically, this person is in charge, and the vice president isn't. But they have a vote no matter what, even if it isn't a tie.
Assuming that, you know, they choose a senator, which, as established, they always have, but technically they don't have to. It turns out that a lot of our government is based on tradition. You know, the Speaker of the House has always been a member of the House, but there's nothing that says that the Speaker of the House has to be a member of the House. The President pro tempore has always been a member of the Senate, but there's no rule, you know. We just have always done things a certain way. And we'll see how that factors in going forward, I guess.
Yep. But I guess tradition can only take you so far.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to talk about in this subject?
No, this one's pretty straightforward.
All right. We'll see you in the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Now we talk about one of the Senate's important roles.
Yes. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. And that is why no president has ever been convicted following impeachment. It has almost always been a partisan issue. There is one impeachment of the president in U.S. history that was actually bipartisan, and they still couldn't get 2/3 of the Senate because I don't actually know. Cult of personality is my answer.
Yeah. So I made this joke last time with the Constitution episode, but the vice president can't tie this breaker this vote because it's 66%, not 50%.
Yeah. And I believe that in this case, it's likely that if there were a tie, it would actually be the Chief Justice who would decide. But it's never come up, so.
Oh, I thought that he was just the presider, like a real judge. And
well, like I said, it's never actually come up.
Yeah.
And right now, you know, you just need 67 people.
Yeah.
And 66 would be a failure because that's not a full 2/3, I guess. I don't know how they do it. It's not going to happen anytime soon. So, you know.
You don't think the whole Red House and Red Senate might impeach the new Red President?
Well, I mean, even if the Red Senate, which is, you know, the issue here, were to try to impeach, say, you know, Kagan, because Supreme Court justices can also be impeached, they don't have the votes to get close to 2/3. Right now, it's so close to 50-50 that I'm kind of curious as to what you'd have to actually do to get the full Senate to impeach you.
But the Senate would be like a jury trial. They're the jury, and the Supreme Court just the judge.
Yeah. It's the House of Representatives in the impeachment system is basically the grand jury. And then it goes to the Senate for the actual trial. There have been a couple of people removed from office by the Senate. Mostly, from what I can tell, if it looks like that's going to happen, people resign. There are a few who have fought it. I believe Aaron Burr was actually removed from office by impeachment. I'd have to look it up, but Aaron Burr was kind of a hot mess, really.
And
And presumably it was a lot easier to get the full 2/3 when there were that many fewer senators.
See, was like I think by that time it was like what, 28, 30 maybe.
Yeah, 28 or 30 people. It's a lot easier to convince 20 people than it is to convince nearly 70 people. I don't want to say that partisan politics wasn't as big a deal back in the early 1800s, because, boy, I could tell stories. But it's just, there were so many fewer people involved. And I think the politics, at least, were a lot less weird. There was no one in the U.S. government in, say, 1808 who believed that the dead son of a dead former president was going to return somehow. And you can't say that today. And that's depressing.
Yeah. I've heard saying we've always been bipartisan, but we haven't. They say we haven't been this bipartisan since right before the Civil War.
I think that's partially because some of the big issues in the years since the Civil War weren't drawn on strict party lines. Segregation was a very weird issue because it fell in the years when the South was still Democratic, but the Dixiecrats were a different kind of Democrat than the Northern Democrats.
Yeah, they I think 2 or 3 of the people running for president back then became the segregation party.
Yeah. George Wallace ran third party, as I recall. And you get, it's hard to imagine Strom Thurmond and Harry Truman or FDR as being in the same party. But for a while, yeah, that was actually what the Democratic Party looked like.
Hell, Roosevelt, the other Roosevelt, the Monopoly Buster was a Republican.
Yeah, Theodore Roosevelt was a big. Parties are not a permanent situation. What a party represents is going to change a lot over the years. And so you get, Theodore Roosevelt established the National Park Service. And to be fair, a lot of his conservation included, we must preserve this land so that I can keep hunting things. But he did also think that there were parts of the U.S. that were just too beautiful to turn over to the hands of developers. And good luck finding a Republican who believes that today.
First executive order, we're going to drill for oil in Yellowstone.
For real, though. Not that there's oil there, but there could be. You don't know. Yes, I do, because I know just enough geology to know it's not possible, but sure.
But yeah, even though no president has been kicked out, a lot of other people have been during impeachments.
Yeah. We focus on president because that's kind of how our system works these days. But
it's the big show thing.
But impeachment is not strictly for presidents. Impeachment is for the people of the government you can't just fire, basically.
People have been a bad boy. That they're like, we have to do this. All right. We'll see you the next spot.
Mm-hmm.
Impeachment Part 2.
Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States, but the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. So what this means is impeachment does not mean you're getting thrown into prison. It just means you're getting kicked out of office and theoretically barred from holding any other federal office in the U.S. But it doesn't count as double jeopardy if you're then actually put on trial for the crime. And have to serve, actual consequences beyond that.
And that's why our current future president could actually run again.
Yep. Though to be fair, he was not convicted, so we couldn't have prevented him from holding office again. It was possible it would have happened. It was the outcome that was actually wanted with the second impeachment was for him to be convicted and barred from holding future U.S. office. But it didn't happen. So, yeah.
It also says trust or profit.
Yeah, well, it means not just the elected positions and not just like the Supreme Court, but like theoretically, and leaving aside things like retirement age, it wouldn't happen anyway, but theoretically, he couldn't even hold a basic civil service position if he'd been convicted. Like, he couldn't be a clerk in the Treasury Department because that is a position of trusted profit. They are not kidding around with this. I don't think most people know that this clause is in the Constitution. Partially because everybody thinks that impeachment, well, I guess they don't anymore, but everybody used to think that impeachment was the trial. But I did have a lot of friends asking during the second impeachment, what's the point? He's about to leave office anyway. And the point was the disqualification clause.
Yeah. He might be leaving office now, but he never know. He could be back, and he was.
Yeah.
But he can't come back again unless he overturns a future amendment we're talking about later down the line.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I've got feelings and fears on the subject, but we will get to why term 2 is it. Quite a ways down because that's a direct result of Franklin Roosevelt.
Yeah, no four-term. We hope no four-term run for him.
Yep.
And now it's time we move past the House and past the Senate.
Well, sort of. We've got Article 1, Section 4. The times and places and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators. So technically, the states are in charge of elections. Congress can make laws to alter certain things, but officially, the states are in charge. Which is why election law is so crazy.
Oh, yeah. So, except for choosing senators, that means the Congress could change everything, but until we made the 17th Amendment, they couldn't change that.
Yeah. And it's specifically the places of choosing senators, which we choose them at the ballot box now, so there's that. But I keep getting these public service announcements on YouTube from my local elections department to prove that, my state is fully vote by mail. And I guess they're trying to prove to everybody that seriously you can trust the vote by mail, because you can. It's vote by mail is a system that's been running since literally the Civil War, and it is actually a reliable system. But one person is talking about how, election night is actually like thousands of election nights. And it's like, yeah, that's true, because election law is such a patchwork in the United States. And it's one of the things that's really hard to explain to non-Americans about the US system. Because the way I vote in Olympia is not the same as someone literally just a 2-hour drive away from me votes, even though we're in the same country, because you can cross a state border in that time.
Yeah, the way I vote from all the way in Ohio is different from the way you vote all the way in Washington.
Yeah, but I mean, even just my mom in Portland theoretically votes differently than I do. My county has 2 or 3 dozen drop boxes scattered all around the county, in the parking lots of city halls. And, for a while we were using one that's literally just in the parking lot of a supermarket. Why is it in the parking lot of the supermarket? I don't know. There was room. There's the one we use most often is in the parking lot of a fire station. My county has drop boxes all over the place because of our vote by mail, and that's not something you get in a lot of other states where most of the voting is still in person.
Yeah. I think I mentioned this, I might have mentioned this earlier in the series, but I used to vote in a place I could walk to in like 5 minutes. Now I just vote. Now my voting place is a place that's 30 minutes away by foot.
Yeah. I actually, for a while in college, before we went to vote by mail, was voting on the same property in which I lived, because I lived in the dorms and my polling place was in the library building of the college.
That's the first time I ever heard of a voting place that's not a church.
My elementary school, when I was a kid, was a polling place.
Yeah.
I remember where in the building they stored the ballot booths, because they were there. They lived in the school and were just in storage the whole time, and it was near the music room. I used to come across them all the time when we were doing things around the auditorium, because our auditorium didn't have, it was one of those like auditorium/gym rooms where you could move all of the seats out of the way, but there was a permanent stage. So that was a polling place.
Well, I guess technically my first voting place was a elementary school too. It was just a Catholic elementary school.
Right. Yeah, this was a public one. And I mean, I know why they use churches. Churches get used, and for a while, my polling place, when I moved out of the dorms and out of that neighborhood, my polling place became a church, and then it didn't matter anymore. And I think at my last department, my polling place just would have been the Department of Elections at City Hall, because I was walking distance from City Hall at my last department.
That's where I voted at in 2020 election, because I did early voting, and the elections office in downtown county was it.
I actually did a caucus in 2008, which I hate caucuses, but I went to our local caucus and they crammed 4 precincts into one room at the city hall, or the courthouse rather. And it was such a bad idea. All of our county offices were at the courthouse for reasons. Yeah, it was a mess.
Isn't that where you do a public vote instead of a private vote?
Yes. I have strong feelings on the subject of caucuses, not least because of how hard it is to cast your vote if you can't get to the caucus. At the time, not having, or you had to know that you would be working that day in order to send in a vote to your party. You couldn't assume that you would be working that day, and you had to send in your absentee ballot basically 2 weeks in advance. And you've worked the kind of jobs where you don't know your schedule that far in advance. So yeah, so I had a lot of problems with the caucus system, and I'm glad we went back to primary, because I think a primary is more inherently democratic than a caucus.
Well, sometimes, I guess.
Well, more people get a say.
True.
And I think that a secret ballot is a really important aspect of democracy, and you don't get one of those in a caucus. The whole point is you stand up and say who you're voting for. My favorite part was the guy in our precinct who wanted us all to vote for Mike Gravel, because he didn't know the guy's name was pronounced Gravel, and also he didn't seem to know any of his policies. Like,
Just like the name, it's like the grapple name, I guess.
Yeah. Like, how about we'll get back to you on that?
Okay. Since besides the senators, the Congress can change things. Some, I guess, make laws to alter such regulations.
Yeah. In theory, Congress could establish a law that would make primary voting for representatives on the same day throughout the United States.
I didn't know
Under Article 1, Section 4, they do have that authority. They have never used it. They've left it to the states, which I also have feelings about, but they could.
I didn't even know there were primaries for senators or representatives.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's part of my Ted Cruz bewilderment, because they could primary Ted Cruz and put in a Republican any human actually likes, and yet somehow they never have. One of the most effective ways of getting your senator or representative out of office in a district that is very solidly controlled by one party is to run someone else in the primary who can get more votes in the primary and take the nomination.
Like the same for president. I'm not sure. At least I haven't been aware of this. Of any incumbent president had to run for a primary of his party.
No, incumbents have, theoretically, even Joe Biden was running. It's just that he was basically running unopposed. Lyndon Johnson lost several primaries, and that's why he ended up saying he was not going to run for another term. Because it looked like he would not get his party's nomination, and he would have found that utterly humiliating. It was better not to run than to run and not get the nomination.
But other than that, it's all up to the state legislatives.
It is all up to the state, and that's why primary dates keep changing and getting earlier and earlier, because everybody wants to have more importance, and it's this whole big thing, and I think there should be a national primary day, but nobody listens to me.
You should run. We should both run for a state representative.
Oh, I'd be a terrible representative.
So would I.
I'd be a really good advisor, but
I probably would too, but I'd probably still be better than my current one.
Well, yeah. I don't know a lot about my state representative. I know my member of the House of Representatives for the federal level is a pretty cool lady.
Yeah, it's a thing. I don't think most people know who their state. I think a lot of people know who their state representatives are.
I just voted, and I cannot remember because I was so caught up in various other elections. Even on a state level, there were a lot of elections I thought were a lot more important.
But you said both senators and your U.S. representative are all blue.
Yep, we have 3. I think we have 2 Republican representatives currently, but like pretty much Washington is just blue. Even on the other side of the mountains, we tend to elect blue representatives.
Yeah, my 3 federal ones are all currently red now.
Yeah.
And probably red in the future, even though one of the red ones is now vice president elect.
Huh. Apparently, I am just barely in Legislative District 35, and my representatives are Republicans. Literally, I'm within walking distance of the next district over, which is probably why I kept getting commercials for the guy from the next district over. But my congressional district has a Democratic representative in Congress, and both of my senators are Democrats, and all 3 of them are women. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall be on the first Monday in December, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. Obviously, Congress meets a little bit more often than once a year, but technically they only have to, and this is one of those leftovers from the days when travel really sucked. Which is also why the blue bit got changed, because it's one of the holdovers from the days when everybody had to travel, and there was later an amendment that changed things like Inauguration Day, which used to be in March and is now in January. And so all of the federal dates got shifted back a few months. So presumably we'll find out it's more like, the first Monday in September or something. I don't actually remember the day. We'll find out when we get there.
Mm-hmm. But basically, they're like, we came here once, we did something, now let's go home for a whole year.
Yeah, basically we can. And this is probably left over from parliamentary shenanigans from like the reign of Charles I, Charles II, that era. But I'd have to go look it up, and it's not really that important.
Unless by law, which they did, I guess, by amendment to a different day now. Imagine they still did that.
Straightforward clause.
It would be good or bad they still did that nowadays.
I think it would be bad. I think we're getting little enough done as it is. The mechanisms of government are very large these days. And as a person on disability, I approve of that. And we need the government to be doing its job a little bit more often than once a year.
Again, hopefully they don't do too much in the next 4 years.
I predict a lot of infighting. That has been my main prediction. Article 1, Section 5. Each house shall be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, and a majority of each shall constitute a quorum to do business, but a smaller number may adjourn from day to day, and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members in such manner and under such penalties as each house may provide. So, the House of Representatives judges elections and so forth for its members. The Senate judges elections and so forth for its members. You have to have, half of the half of each house in order to do business in that house, but you can get, 2 or 3 guys doing stuff. And if they need more people than that, theoretically, they can force you to get there however they want to. I don't know as it's ever really come up. And in the Civil War, it was so complicated, I don't think anyone actually tried to compel members to show up. That would have been weird.
So, like you said, so half the numbers. So technically, most votes only need a 51% majority. It's only the special things that need 2/3 majority.
Yeah. Most government work gets by on majority. A lot of the budgeting stuff, and we'll get there because it's all in here for once. But a lot of the budgeting stuff requires a supermajority. As we saw, convicting after an impeachment requires a supermajority. Most stuff, simple majority covers the day.
I think I'm going to say again next future. I think I'm going to say again in the future article or sex timing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think overturning a veto needs 2/3 too.
Overturning the veto needs 2/3.
Passing in the first place only needs half, but if the president's like, nope, or like, you need
it's
more.
Basically, if you're going to overturn the veto, Congress has to really want to overturn the veto, which is why it's so rare.
Majority, so a smaller number may adjourn from day to day. Like, you don't need that for today. We're going to do something that we're going to
if you're not doing anything important, if there are no votes, if you're just kind of talking things out, you can have, just a handful of people. But in order to do any real work, you actually need a larger group of people than the entire original Senate.
So no 26 people doing business today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 26 people is not gonna cut it these days.
So what's a quorum?
Quorum is the number of people you have to have in order to do anything.
Okay.
It's been set for Congress at a majority, but what a quorum is depends on, what organization you're looking at. And
we mentioned that they elect their people no matter how they want to do, I guess.
Yeah, they can decide. The House is responsible for deciding if you are qualified for the office. The Senate is responsible for deciding if you are qualified for the office. If one of my kids ran for Senate, legally it's up to the Senate to say, "What, are you freaking kidding me?"
Like, I know you're not 30, but we're going to let you in.
Yeah, exactly. Theoretically, the Congress could say, "No, we believe you." Again, I don't think it's ever happened. And I think the bigger issue these days would be looking into someone's citizenship. I don't think they're going to have an 11-year-old pretending to be 30. I think what's a lot more likely is someone whose citizenship is in question running for Congress. It is then the responsibility of that house of the Congress making the decision to say, yeah, or I don't think so.
I think we should pass a bill that gives us more snacks in our classrooms.
I absolutely wholeheartedly endorse that. I buy snacks for my son on a regular basis because he gets hangry.
I guess, once again, this is simple.
Yep, pretty straightforward. Most of the ones about the day-to-day work are fairly straightforward.
Yeah, so far the only biggest one we talked about for 20 minutes, 30 minutes was the 3/5 one.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to say about that.
All right. See you in a bit. All right, more rules.
Each house may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and, with a concurrence of 2/3, expel a member, or the George Santos clause.
Who's George Santos?
George Santos, former representative from New York, a very strange man, possibly a former drag queen, a gay Republican, con man, and a liar. Certainly the most colorful representative of the House of Representatives since maybe the 60s. And I will never know how and why he got elected, but I'm kind of glad he did because, well, it was a bright spot of entertainment for a couple of years. I believe he's on his way to prison now. God bless you, George. But 2/3 of the House could just kick him out. You can be punished for disorderly behavior, which is a thing that's kind of probably going to happen with several representatives. And the House and Senate are the ones responsible for deciding how they're going to go about things. And it's one of those where it's been consistent for a very, very long time. The rules are in place. But when people talk about things like the filibuster, each house is capable of saying, yes, we're going to still allow that. No, we're not going to still allow that. It's within Congress to decide for itself how Congress works.
So they don't need to impeach people here. They can just kick them out if they want to.
Yeah. In practice, it's not done very often because, well, for one thing, you have to get 2/3. And getting 2/3 of people to overrule, 2/3 of the House of Congress to overrule the will of the people is not easy to do.
Okay. But in this case, they can kick them out, but they can still come back later because they're not impeached.
Right. And I believe that has actually happened at least once, where they got kicked out by Congress and then got reelected. So, democracy.
Now for that record keeping.
Mm-hmm. Each house shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as may in their judgment require secrecy, and the yeas and nays of the members of either house on any question shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered on the journal. And now, in practice, basically you can always look up who voted how on any given issue, which is one of the reasons that your Congress critters are still listening to what you want to a certain extent, because they know that you can look up what they did and theoretically vote them out. There is a congressional record. You can look it up. You can read all you want of it. In theory, they can declare certain things secret. In practice, that very seldom happens, and almost always only in time of national emergency. It is actually easier than ever to find out what Congress is doing because C-SPAN has more than one camera and the internet exists.
I was surprised when I was a kid, like, they have a C-SPAN too now? What?
Yeah, no, I remember back in I think it was the 92 election, SNL was running a series of skits about the C-SPAN camera, the only camera we have, but you can go online and just sit and watch Congress doing whatever it is they're doing.
Oh, then then at the time I thought, oh, maybe that makes sense. One for Senate, one for House.
Right. A lot of the committee meetings are available to watch, especially if there's testimony going on. If there's a congressional hearing, you can watch it. That's where the news shows and the late night shows get all their clips.
Yeah. See, C-SPAN 1, the House. C-SPAN 2, Senate. C-SPAN 3, presidential stuff. C-SPAN 4, the Supreme Court. C-SPAN 5.
Well, there are no cameras allowed in the Supreme Court. Which is why there's a John Oliver episode where he represents the Supreme Court with dogs, because he doesn't have clips. There are audio recordings now, which there didn't used to be, but the Supreme Court is in many ways the most secretive branch. By the Constitution, the workings of Congress are open to be seen. And I think that is, I mean, I know that's partially leftover paranoia from a lot of stuff that was happening in England in the 200 years before the Declaration. But it was very much, we are going to let people know what we're doing because that is important for a functioning democracy.
Any questions? Have we desire of 1/5 of the people there?
Yeah, well, it's generally assumed that 1/5 of Congress wants the vote to be public. I don't know that it has ever been not public, and if it has, it was a long time ago. You know, as far as I know, it's just taken as a given that the results of all votes are on the record. There may have been occasions, you know, I'm thinking possibly during like World War II or the Civil War or things like that, where things were kept more secret. But most of the time, so much of the time, it's just taken for granted that all of this is public information.
Keep it general, and from time to time, publish the same.
Yeah. And you can still get a print copy of the Congressional Record should you want to. I believe it's just mostly online now because that's easier and cheaper. But if you, as a voter, want to see how your representative or your senators vote, you have the absolute ability to go and look that up. And frankly, I strongly recommend it. I think it's a good thing to know about the people who are representing you.
Yeah, I forget the exact website, but something.gov, I think.
Yeah. You know, I generally know how my representative and my senators vote because I know what, you know, I wrote Patty Murray a few years ago about a bill before Congress to make disability actually livable. And the response I got back was, "Thank you, I'm one of the sponsors of that bill." And I was like, good to know. So,
I think it's congress.gov.
Wouldn't surprise me.
All right, so, again, simple to the point.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing blue.
Yep.
So it's still in effect today.
It is. Neither house during the session of Congress shall, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days, nor to any other place than that in which the two houses shall be sitting. And I don't know if I mentioned this, you know, when we first attempted this recording, but notice it doesn't say the capital, because there wasn't one yet. Congress was still meeting in Philadelphia at the time, and they moved to New York for a little while after that, and only then did they move to D.C., which hadn't even finished being built at the point at which the government started moving in.
So now, so the Senate can't go on break without the House approval and vice versa?
Right. And I think that's basically the only way we could make sure that one of the houses doesn't, if the houses aren't controlled by the same party, you know, these days, it means that neither one can just decide they're not going to deal with any of the other one's legislation. The bills are still going to get looked at even if they get voted down. And they can't randomly decide, we're tired of meeting in DC. Let's go meet in Maui next week and go off on vacation and meet somewhere else without the permission of the other one. Which kind of leads to the silliest movie ever made, Congress Goes to Hawaii.
Now there's a loophole in this.
Yeah. You can adjourn for 3 days, or you can both decide to go. They don't have to stay in DC officially. They just have to stay in DC unless the other one says they can go. And I suppose theoretically, if you have enough guys, so that somebody is always there, technically they haven't adjourned even if everyone else goes home.
Yeah, I bet the loophole, I think, where as long as one person is there, they can continue at the 3-day extension.
Yeah. As long as one person comes in at least every 3 days, they haven't adjourned.
Like, call for the meeting. Okay, meeting over. Bye.
Yep. And as we've seen, Congress can go an awful long time without getting anything done. People getting mad at presidents not passing legislation really need to read their constitutions.
They can't sign anything that's the other house haven't passed first.
Yeah, they can't even propose legislation. It all has to go through Congress. A president who is of the opposite party of Congress is really limited in what they can get done, which is one of the reasons Congress is so important, though far from the only one.
And right now we have a trifecta.
Yep.
But hopefully, not a 2/3 trifecta, just a majority trifecta.
Yeah, currently we only have, there's only a Republican majority, and I don't think they're going to get a super majority anytime soon. For one thing, a lot of the more populous states tend to send a lot of Democrats to Congress. California sends a lot of Democrats. New York sends a lot of Democrats. Massachusetts is literally all blue. Illinois, the Chicago area sends nothing but Democrats. A lot of Washington State sends Democrats.
Unfortunately, my state does not.
Yes, well, I will also say that Washington is considered to have some of the least partisan district lines in the country. So the fact that we send Democrats is because there are just a lot of Democrats in Washington. Article 1, Section 6. The senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their services to be ascertained by law and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall in all cases, except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses, and in going to and returning from the same, and for any speech or debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any other place.
Now, for a second, I thought this thing was replaced by the 27th, but this isn't blue, so it's something different.
Yeah, no, this is still valid. I will note that treason, felony, and breach of the peace covers quite a lot of things you'd want to arrest someone for, but frankly, it covers quite a lot of things that I think some members of Congress should be arrested for. Though one of the ones I would have wanted arrested did just resign, thinking he was going to get to be Attorney General.
I forget the reason why, but yeah, it was a pretty bad reason.
Oh, I remember the reason why. Here's a hint to all of you people out there. Don't put on your Venmo receipts what you're paying the 17-year-old for. So, yeah, that's a man who should be arrested. But
No, he should be in charge of prosecuting other people.
oh
Totally.
man. I saw something this morning that said that none of us get to suffer from imposter syndrome anymore because clearly we're all qualified to be the secretary of whatever. But I mean, technically, I suppose this means you can't even get a traffic ticket, provided you're on your way to Congress, because that's still a misdemeanor. You know, I know a lot of people who think that working in Congress should be pro bono, and number one, it can't be because the Constitution says that they will get paid. And number two, it's already something that only rich people can afford to do. If you didn't even get paid for the work, what poor person would be able to afford to work as a congressperson all year?
Yeah. That's the one thing that's probably. I thought about going for Congress after this election, but I don't know, I can afford it to even get in the office.
No, you would have to find backers. It's ridiculous how expensive it is. And I can't even say that I think the founding fathers, again, with our standard caveat about the founding fathers, but I don't think most of them would have disapproved of that, because I think they really did think that rich people were the best ones for the job, because obviously they were rich because something will of God, something elite, whatever, which is one of the most toxic ideas that we've carried down from them. But, you know, say what you want to about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and people have, but she is one of the lowest income people to run for Congress and win in a very long time. You know, she worked as a bartender.
How low income?
She wasn't rich.
Okay.
I don't think she was actually low income. I think she was middle class. But I also think the Democrats could have done more with the fact that Kamala Harris used to work at a McDonald's, because it points out that, yeah, she actually did understand the struggles of the kind of people who have to work at McDonald's. But congresspeople get compensated because they're doing a job. And they deserve to be compensated. And they're already getting paid less than the lobbyists are. The lobbyists get paid a fortune. And so many of the ideas people have to fix Congress just make the lobbyists more powerful.
And aren't most lobbyists former congressmen, I heard?
Yes, they are.
So the other one, as long as you're going to and from work, you can't get arrested for minor crimes.
Yeah. And I'm not enormously concerned about that.
Okay.
You know, it's the founding fathers didn't have, and this is one of the ones where we can give it a universal. The founding fathers did not have a concept of traffic violations in the modern sense.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't. So that's one where it'd be like, yeah, you know, I think Congress people should have to pay parking tickets. But beyond, huh?
I was like, it'd be like, sir, do you know you're this red with 2 red lights? It's okay. It's okay, officer. I'm going to Congress. Okay, sir, go on.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that should be an exception, but we can't get that an exception without a constitutional amendment, and that feels like a lot of work when there are much more important constitutional amendments I would like. And it's worth noting that most of the crimes that I know of, even historically speaking, from Congress, have been things that they could have gotten arrested for, even under this proviso. Charles Sumner was beaten nearly to death on the floor, I think of the House of Representatives, could have been the Senate, but on the floor of Congress, one way or another. It was during the slavery debate, and he had given a very, very impassioned speech, using, let's say, language that was not positive towards sex workers, and saying certain things about people who followed slavery, and a Southerner who owned a lot of slaves broke a cane over him. That's a felony. He could have been arrested for that. And even if it weren't a felony, I think it counts as a breach of the peace. Actually, I would argue that traffic violations would count as a breach of the peace, but I think you'd have to really argue that one.
Has any of them done treason?
I mean, yes. I don't think any of them have been convicted, but yes. Giving insurrectionists a guided tour of the Capitol building feels like treason to me, but I guess technically that's sedition and not treason. But Aaron Burr, I don't think he was in Congress at the time, but Aaron Burr was basically planning to sell out the Congress to, whoever, provided he got to be basically king of Florida. Aaron Burr was a weird guy. As far as the Civil War, that's one where, again, you have to argue the difference between treason and sedition. I would argue that some of the Congress people in the lead up to World War II could arguably been said to have committed treason because of their support of Nazi Germany. I don't think anyone was ever actually convicted of treason.
You said it was the Civil War. They couldn't get back in after they left. They tried to.
Sure, I'm just saying that they definitely, all of the Southern Congress people, if you count, because the difference between treason and sedition is treason is aiding the country's enemies, and sedition is from within.
Okay.
So treason and sedition gets very, very complicated in that time period. But if you count sedition as a subsect of treason, which I will hear arguments for, all of the Southern politicians who left Congress did so because they were committing treason.
So sedition would be like the Oklahoma bombing, since it came from an inside person?
Right. Technically, what happened January 6, 2020, or 2021 was sedition. Because it was an attempt to overthrow the U.S. government.
From people from...
Yeah, a bunch of Americans, we'll talk about Russian interference another time, or possibly not, but a bunch of Americans trying to overthrow the rightful workings of the U.S. government. That is sedition. But I think generally it would have been accepted that sedition counted for these purposes, not least because it's also a felony.
We talked more about this subject than I thought we would.
Well, treason is such a complicated topic.
And now we're continuing the Congress forbidden list.
No senator or representative shall, during the time for which he was elected, be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created, or the emoluments whereof shall have been increased during such time, and no person holding any office under the United States shall be a member of either house during his continuance in office. If you're if you're a member of Congress, that's your job. You don't get to hold other jobs. At least not for the government.
Oh, just for the government. So
Yeah, technically, and honestly, it happens a lot because a lot of the people who are members of Congress still do have other jobs, either to keep paying their bills or because they own businesses or they're lawyers. John Quincy Adams, while he was a member of the House of Representatives, tried a case before the Supreme Court as a lawyer. Very, very famously played by Sir Anthony Hopkins in the movie. Because he tried the Amistad case, where a bunch of escaped slaves sued the government for their freedom because we'll get to it. And he was a member of the House at the time. But that's why you see people stepping down from Congress, because they've been appointed to jobs in the new administration. You can't be a senator and vice president at the same time. You can't be a representative and attorney general at the same time. You can't even be, a senator and a postal carrier at the same time, because that is a civil office under the authority of the United States.
But unfortunately, I could probably be a representative and a McDonald's employee.
You could. They don't. I mean, I know which one of those would pay better. But you cannot hold a government job and still be a member of the House of Representatives. For those who never actually knew, emoluments is basically pay and privileges. I know that was something that not everybody actually understood. It's basically saying you can't make income from any of these jobs. In practice, you can't volunteer either. No matter how much, Patty Murray may dream of being a park ranger, she cannot be a senator and a park ranger at the same time.
Now you say volunteer, like a paid volunteer or
no,
any volunteer? Just volunteer.
Can't period. Be paid. In theory, you can volunteer, like, if Marilyn Strickland wanted to give tours of Congress for I think that's controlled by the Parks Department, but I'm not actually sure. She's my representative. She could give tours. She could not be paid by the government to do so.
So is that what the people were doing on January 6th, giving free tours?
Yeah, well, that's what they say they were doing. The fact that they were giving free tours of places where the public isn't allowed is its own issue.
All right, now for the laws making.
Article 1, Section 7. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. So the House has to be the one to start the process of passing budgets and taxation and things like that. Anything having to do with raising money has to start in the House. The Senate has to pass it too, and they can add amendments if they want to, but it's the House's job.
So is there a particular reason why they picked the House to start this? You know of?
Not that I know of. I suspect it's in part because there's just more people. You have to get more people to agree. So it's less likely to be frivolous. I think it's also in part because the people who propose these bills are more immediately answerable to their constituents.
That's going to ask that. I think it's because these are the commons, the lower house.
Yeah, it's the lower house. And because they're elected every 2 years, it's a lot easier to remember why you want to vote out your representative. In practice, people don't nearly as often as they could. I think people really need to understand the concept of primarying your representation. Get someone to run in the primaries for the party you want to vote for, and you can get out a representative or senator that you don't like, or president, come to that. The party doesn't have to choose who runs. People have to volunteer. The party can't draft you.
Yeah.
So if you can find somebody who wants to run and get their campaign going, you have a better shot, because once they've won the primary, they get party backing and party money.
But any other bill, the Senate can be like, not money.
Yeah.
We're first.
Yeah, if the Senate wants to name a post office after somebody, the Senate can start a bill to do that. But money has to start in the House.
That's pretty much simple to the point.
Yep.
You gotta love what they knew what they were talking about.
Oh man, it's very clear that they felt that this needed to be said, but they didn't have a huge amount of argument about it, because the bill actually says the section actually says what's going to happen, but there's not like 6 paragraphs about it.
Be like, the House must start the money bills, but it must be the party of this party, and
it has to happen every 3rd Tuesday unless it falls on a full moon, and yeah, no, it's just money starts in the House. Let's move on.
Let's do that. All right, now we're talking about what the 70s kids would call the schoolhouse rock section of the Constitution.
I was gonna say, sing along if you know it, kids. Every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it becomes a law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he approve, he shall sign it, but if not, he shall return it with his objections to that House in which it shall have originated, who shall enter the objections at large on their journal and proceed to reconsider it. If after such reconsideration 2/3 of that House shall agree to pass the bill, it shall be sent, together with the objections, to the other House, by which it shall likewise be reconsidered, and if approved by 2/3 of that House, it shall become a law. Whew.
All right. So first of all, just to pass it, the first time, it only needs a 50% majority, correct?
Right.
Or 55%, technically.
With the exception of a handful of things, it needs a 50% majority. And I believe all of the ones that need a supermajority are specifically enumerated in bits we will get to.
Okay.
So, if you pass the bill and you send it to the president can veto. The president can say, no, and send it back to the House. And then it takes a supermajority to pass, which is not something that has happened very often in our nation's history.
This is 2/3.
2/3. I don't know off the top of my head how many times the veto has been overridden by Congress, but it's not a lot relative to the number of laws we have passed in the nation's history.
So that's 67 senators.
Yep.
And I'm not sure how many House representatives that is.
I would have to do math, and I'm not going to. A lot.
Yeah.
More people than will fit in my kitchen. To be fair, 67 people won't fit in my kitchen either, but
So you're saying the House won't fit in your house?
The House will not fit in my house. Shocking, I know.
But if he does sign it, it becomes a law.
Yeah. If the president signs it, it becomes a law. If the president vetoes it, it can become a law, but it probably won't be.
Unless the Congress really, really loves that bill.
Yeah. And honestly, vetoes themselves are not enormously common. Most laws are signed by the president. We all move on with our day. Most big legislation has been the product of so much negotiation going forward that everybody knows it's going to pass and knows that it's going to get signed. Having a law that passes the Congress, gets to the president, is vetoed, is rare. Having it go back and be overridden is really rare. And that's by design.
All right, so for the real caveat right here, for those who might not know this, or a law that's here in this is different than a scientific law.
Yes, it is. We don't really do scientific laws anymore because we've discovered how bonkers the universe is and how many exceptions there are. But this is a law that's actually passed by humans, and also it can be overturned. But in science, laws don't get overturned. They may get tweaked a little bit. Newton's laws were tweaked by Einstein.
Well, once again, long, but to the point.
Yep.
And as we said before, need more understanding, go check out that cartoon from 50 years ago now.
Oh gosh, yeah, because it's older than I am. So
I wonder what that would be that they redid it in the for Gen Alpha. What it would be like?
Just a lot of crying.
All right, now we continue with the lawmakings.
Yep. But in all such cases, the votes of both houses shall be determined by yeas and nays, and the names of the persons voting for and against the bill shall be entered on the journal of each house respectively. If any bill shall not be returned by the president within 10 days, Sundays excepted, after it shall have been presented to him, the same shall be a law in like manner as if he had signed it, unless the Congress by their adjournment prevent its return, in which case it shall not be a law. This is what's called the pocket veto. It means that the president can just not sign it, and it becomes a law, but it's clear that the president didn't want it to be. Honestly, I suspect that a lot of the post office things and things like that just get ignored by the president most of the time. Like, I don't know that for sure. I don't know if it's one of the routine things the president does is just sign like 15 stupid bills that nobody cares about. Maybe that's true. It's not like you need a signing ceremony for all of them. But the president doesn't actually have to sign anything.
But as long as Congress is still in session, it's not taking their breaks. It'll pass automatically.
Yeah. Sundays accepted. I find it interesting that they include Saturday, but this is before the idea of a 5-day work week.
So Monday through Saturday, and then again, so it would be 6 days, and then skipping that, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah. There were still states where observing the Sabbath was enforced by law at the time. Not a lot of them, but they existed. It's actually a plot point in the book and movie Johnny Tremaine. Because Massachusetts is gonna Massachusetts.
Yeah, it's Sabbath and all that. That's what that day really is, technically, officially. You know, that's a religious question that we won't be answering here.
Yeah, well, and it's worth noting that not all of the founding fathers were Christian in any sense modern Americans, and particularly modern evangelicals, would recognize as Christian. My favorite example of it is Thomas Jefferson, who published a version of the Bible that left out what he called, and this is a direct quote, the obvious exaggerations of Jesus's biographers, which included the resurrection. So they observed the Sabbath, but that doesn't mean that they were Christian in any modern sense. Some of them were. John Adams was an Anglican, but a lot of them at least were deists, which these days is actually closer to a pagan stance than a Christian one.
But if he decided, and in 10 days Congress is take a vacation, it's like it's gone.
Yeah. So if it's something you really care about, that the president isn't going to want to sign, but isn't going to want to put the effort into veto, you need to make sure that Congress is in session on the 10th day or the 11th day, or possibly both, just to be safe. Sundays accepted.
So I wonder if Congress still doesn't meet on Sundays.
I don't think they do. I think they take weekends off. I think there are sometimes emergency sessions on the weekends if something's really pressing and it's, coming up on vacation. They'll work through the weekend, but most of the time Congress takes Saturday and Sunday off.
Yeah, we should have talked about this in the salaries section, but they probably get a salary and not paid hourly, right?
Yeah, they are. It's a salary position. It's easy to look up what they get, and actually, we'll be getting to some interesting stuff with salaries in the amendments. Because of course, being a member of Congress is basically the only job where you set your own salary.
Well, not anymore.
Oh no, they still set their own salary. It's just how it gets applied is different now. Any pay raise that Congress grants itself doesn't get put in place until the next election. After the next election,
they better hope they get reelected. But we'll talk about that that'll be the penultimate episode.
Yep.
before our wrap up episode.
And that's an interesting amendment to talk about. There's a lot to say, but we aren't there yet.
We have 110 more to go.
So we'll be here a while.
Okay, this is a weird one, I think.
Every order, resolution, or vote to which the concurrence of the Senate and House of Representatives may be necessary, except on a question of adjournment, shall be presented to the President of the United States, and before the same shall take effect, shall be approved by him, or being disapproved by him, shall be repassed by 2/3 of the Senate and House of Representatives, according to the rules and limitations prescribed in the case of a bill. So they're allowed to go home without the President's approval, which is nice. But other than that, everything they pass has to go through the President. This is one of the balance of powers issues. So Congress is not the only authority for laws. Constitutionally speaking, and we'll get to that, but constitutionally speaking, Congress is the final authority for passing laws because they can override a veto, but they are not the only authority because the president has to sign everything or have his veto overridden, which is difficult.
So again, we're back to the 2/3 thing.
we're back to the 2/3 thing, but this is another one of the founding fathers' fears of tyranny. And that is fairly close to a universal, because you can see not wanting anyone to have the ultimate authority written through the entire document. The founding fathers would have known their history, especially their, to them, quite recent history. Granted, none of them were alive during some of the worst conflicts between, well, obviously the worst conflict between the monarchy and Parliament would have been when Parliament had Charles I executed.
Was at that point was over 100, was more than 100 years before that point.
Right. So that wasn't even for most of them in their grandparents' living memory. But it shapes so much of American history, that fear of tyranny. And they weren't exactly thrilled with George III, who was quietly suffering from probably porphyria in England right about this time. And George IV was constantly in conflict with Parliament over money. He had a very generous allowance that he blew through very quickly. And so you see in the Constitution this awareness of where things, what had been happening in England over the last couple of centuries, and a concept of how can we prevent that kind of thing from happening here. And to be strictly fair, they did prevent a lot of what was happening in England from happening in the United States. It's just that they didn't predict other bad things that could happen in the United States. And one of them, John Adams, knew was an issue and knowingly punted down the road because there was no way he personally could have stopped it. Because it's the slavery thing.
Be like, yeah, like, we'll let the next person deal with it. Let the next person deal with it. Let the next person deal with it.
John Adams wanted to deal with it, but it was either deal with it or have a country, and he chose to have a country. So, it's hard to blame him. It's just that it wasn't great further down the road, and it wasn't great at the time for all of the people held in slavery in those days.
Yeah, I wonder what the Civil War would have been like if it was between the 13 states instead of the...
We wouldn't have had a country. It would have been far too easy for any major European power to swoop in and take over some of those colonies. And they all knew it. That's the other major fear that you can see written through the Constitution. We have to stick together, or else we don't have a country. But it's going to be a country with no tyrant.
Yeah, spoilers for unless this episode's uploaded after we do the record January 1st, but this will be we haven't seen it yet. We talked about the balance of power then.
Yeah. We'll get to balance of power in a live stream, but balance of power exists a lot in this country because of Charles I.
All right, now for a long one, kind of.
Yep. Article 1, Section 8. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States, but all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States.
All right.
Congress controls the money. This goes back to parliamentary procedure. Parliament controls the money to keep it from being in the hands of any one person, mostly.
Yeah, in the Parliament, if the king wanted to raise money for war or taxes, he'd be like, hey, Parliament, do this for me.
Yeah, that was, I think, part of why Charles the First ended up finally calling a parliament, because he wanted to go to war and he couldn't do it on his own, and then that ended poorly for him.
Yeah,
but it is the same in the United States, where Parliament, Congress in our case, controls the purse strings.
But
they pay the debts.
Yeah, but unlike back then, at least until they overthrew that thing, the president can't dismiss Congress like for a while. The king could dismiss Parliament.
Technically, I think the king can still dismiss Parliament. It's just that he doesn't. But I don't know, because I'm not an expert in UK law. I'm not even an expert in American law.
Well, I think
standard. I am not a lawyer. Caveat here. Yeah, I am certainly not a barrister.
Yeah, I've been watching videos about the English monarchy lately, and I think it wasn't until like either Edward your favorite people, the Edwards, Edward the Seventh or George V, that Parliament actually elected their own prime minister. Before then, the king still appointed the prime minister.
Yeah, and I think this was even in the days before the term prime minister existed, because that is a relatively modern role. If there were a prime minister in those days, I think our government might look different. I think there would be a prime minister job in Congress, and there kind of is, but there really isn't. Speaker of the House is as close as we get, and it's not the same thing at all. But this is Congress. A lot of what Congress does falls under provide for the common defense and general welfare. Any disbursement of money from Congress falls into one of those two categories. Franklin Roosevelt relied a lot on the general welfare bit during the New Deal. The New Deal and the Great Society and things like that, the Affordable Care Act, are all specifically general welfare of the United States. It is better for the country if we don't have poor people starving to death and dying of disease in the streets. That's what those laws are basically in place to say. As a poor person, thank you.
Ugh.
Yeah. It also is very clear that you can't penalize one state because you don't like it. It doesn't matter if California didn't vote for you. Taxes can't be higher in California than they are in Alabama.
At least federal taxes.
At least federal taxes. State taxes are a whole other thing, and I have a very different rant on that particular subject. But federal taxes are uniform throughout the United States. Now, they are not paid uniformly, in as much as not every state has the same financial weight. California pays a heck of a lot more in taxes en masse than Alabama does, and not just because their population is so much higher, but because of what they produce and what gets taxed and who lives there.
Yeah. Taxes. I was one time I went to another state and bought something, and they're like, and it was actually the price that it is, but they didn't have sales tax in that state. I'm like,
yeah, no, that's we go to visit my mother in Oregon a couple of times a year, and we always go to IKEA when we're there, not just because the IKEA in Portland is like 2 miles from my mom's house, and that's so much more convenient than taking a specific trip just to go to the one closer to Seattle. But it's also because there is no sales tax in Oregon. Oregon is all state income tax. So we go to IKEA in Oregon because it works out cheaper. when I was in college, my roommate was an Oregon resident and was able to buy things with her Oregon ID and not have to pay sales tax because of a deal Washington and Oregon. I don't understand it, but she bought my TV for me when we were in college because it was cheaper because she didn't have to pay sales tax.
Okay, real fast here. I thought at this time, the Congress there was no federal taxes. So were the taxes?
Well, there wasn't, but they were laying the groundwork in case one was imposed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Flying ahead.
Yeah. There was briefly an income tax during the Civil War, and then there was some argument about whether it was constitutional or not, and now there's an amendment that says we have an income tax. I don't know if I said sales tax, I meant income tax. There was an income tax during the Civil War because wars are expensive, and, half the country was cut off and what have you. But on a federal level, permanently, income tax is a 20th century development. But taxes can include tariffs. Taxes can include, duties is another one they have in here, like liquor duties and things like that. All of these are covered. They are collected and imposed by Congress, and they are uniform through the states, and the money goes to pay the debts of the government, which was a huge issue to that generation. The United States owed a ton from the Revolutionary War, and under the Articles of Confederation could not pay it. So that's part of where this comes from.
So are imposts the same thing as imports?
Imposts is, I believe, tariffs.
So basically imports.
Yeah, it's taxes on imports, I believe. I'd have to look it up. But because I am also not an economist, I am not an accountant. So, I'm an amateur historian, kids. I don't necessarily have all of the background for all of these things.
And I'm guessing here, exercises is exports, maybe?
Excises. It's another kind of tax.
Okay.
Yeah. That one I know, but I can't remember what that one is. So we'll move on to our next slide here. To borrow money on the credit of the United States. It's in the Constitution that we can have a national debt. I don't know if you remember, but a while back there was a lot of talk about the credit rating of the United States. Treasury bills and things like that are based on the credit rating of the United States, and they are a better investment because the credit rating is high. And screwing with that screws with a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, I think it's only been. I think I may be wrong, but I think was it Clinton? I think Clinton was the only president we didn't have a deficit under.
Yeah, and having a deficit as a country is very different than having a deficit as an individual. And I, for one, do not actually mind our country running on a deficit, provided, everything keeps working the way we want it to. Because the deficit includes things like people who have treasury bills. That counts as a deficit for the United States, but it is an investment for a lot of ordinary people.
Well, I guess working with a deficit is something our future president is apparently good at.
He has most of his life, but he's a successful businessman.
But unfortunately, unlike him, America can't declare bankruptcy. At least I don't think they can.
No. If a country could declare bankruptcy, a lot of international politics would look very, very different than it does. Part of part of the problem between World War I and World War II would have been solved if Germany could have just declared bankruptcy.
Like, sorry, France. Yeah, we're not paying you back. Like, bankruptcy.
Yeah. Hyperinflation in Germany was astonishing in those years. And there are countries today that have that. Zimbabwe, I think, has had to reset their currency several times because the notes were just getting so ridiculously high. You get $100 trillion bills, and they could barely pay for anything.
Yeah, what was the saying? A wheelbarrow full of cash could barely buy a loaf of bread.
Yeah. So the credit union of the United States matters. The deficit is actually important and valuable.
And this is all the legislators.
It's all in the legislature, and it's all in the Constitution. To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. So the first thing I'm going to get to here is that Native Americans were actually considered separate nations from this point. And the status there, again, is one that I am not educated enough to know what I'm talking about. I know some, but I also know it is a very complicated subject that deserves its own study from someone who knows a lot more than I do. But this is where treaties come from. Treaties have the authority of Congress with Native Americans. Congress controls interstate commerce. The fact that you can buy products from a major American retailer founded and based in Washington State, for example, and know that your purchase is going to be completely regulated and they can't pull shenanigans on you at the last minute and have you have no recourse because you live most of the way across the country, that's part of the Constitution, the regulation of commerce. And the same thing with buying things from, let's say, China. That's regulated by Congress. Now, I looked it up, and in practice, Congress did pass a law last century giving the president the authority of tariff. Certain senators would like that back now, please, and they are mostly Republicans, I'm going to say. But technically, Congress has given away its authority. I would argue they kind of constitutionally can't do that, but they did.
Like, the president can make tariffs now. Oh crap, he actually is doing that.
Presidents have made tariffs a handful of times over the last century or so. Franklin Roosevelt established some in the Depression and World War II. I believe Kennedy did. I think Biden actually did for something that was considered to be of national defense. No president has ever established sweeping tariffs because tariffs are actually a really bad idea in a lot of ways. But what do? Vote for someone else like I did. Yeah.
But also, sorry, we'll go back. So I said, so other countries, state to state, and then the tribes.
Yes. Yeah. Which basically covers it. All it's missing there is Congress can't tell you as an individual how to sell to another individual, which, they can. We'll get to it later. To establish a uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States. Congress sets who becomes a U.S. citizen and how you declare bankruptcy. And the bankruptcy system is currently broken. As anybody who's contemplated bankruptcy over student loans will be the first to tell you. because bankruptcy doesn't clear student loans. And our naturalization law has changed several times in U.S. history. We basically didn't have naturalization laws. Well, we didn't have immigration laws in those days.
Yeah.
And part of that is they would have been just impossible to enforce.
Yeah, that was, I think that was officially established, what, the 14th Amendment?
Well, immigration laws themselves were not established until, gosh, like the 1880s, I want to say.
Well, I meant the naturalization part.
Oh, naturalization, there was a process, I believe. I think it mostly just involved rejecting any allegiance you held to foreign princes and swearing yourself a member of the United States. Ta-da, you're done. Birthright citizenship is 14th Amendment. And even there's some complications involved because you still get to Native Americans. But at this point, immigrants, how they became citizens was to be established by Congress, because before then, I mean, theoretically, it was all just in the hands of any individual state. And this meant that there was a national naturalization policy.
And
going back again, go ahead.
No, you're talking about bankruptcies.
Yeah. To coin money, regulate the value thereof, and a foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures. At the time, coin money was seen to mean literally just coins. And paper money was established by banks. And there's some real shenaniganery in the 19th century about bank currency.
Yeah, I don't think paper money, it was starting to be a thing, but wasn't officially a thing yet.
Yeah, paper money, the first paper money printed in the United States would be after this, I believe, and they were literally, they had greenbacks. That's why paper money is now called greenbacks. I actually have a friend who has a PhD in engraving of 19th century currency. So if you really want to know, I know someone who knows this stuff. I know a few details. I know that there was this enormous patchwork of paper currency, and you had to rely on your paper money being accepted by all of these different people because, you know, how could they know that they could trust your bank? And I know that Joseph Smith wanted to establish a bank because, let's be real, that's where the money was, and told people that he had a revelation from God that he should, but the state of Illinois disagreed. And so he altered the plates for his bank to say that it was an anti-bank safety society in the belief that the laws would not apply in that case. And yeah, he committed bank fraud. It's a fact.
Have you ever seen the extra credits thing about paper money?
I don't think I have, and I really ought. I like that channel.
Yeah, it's like, at first it was just the paper money was just, you can go toss it to one bank and then go to another bank and say, the bank note says, "Hey, I had this much money in our bank. Give me your money now."
Yeah. And there's a reason that the U.S. took over printing paper currency when it became clear that coinage was just not going to cut it anymore. And there were some people who argued that, frankly, sovereign citizens today still argue, to my knowledge, that paper currency doesn't count as coining money.
Well, I think they tried to do that with the bringing back the dollar coins, but no one uses this, I don't think.
Yeah, I like dollar coins. I really want I don't have a P.O. box, so nobody can send it to me unless they know my address. But what I really want is a Jimmy Carter dollar coin.
Oh, are they out already?
Yeah, well, they got through all the presidents. What I want is a set of the great ex-presidents. I have a John Quincy Adams. I want a Taft, and I want a Jimmy Carter.
So is there two of them? Because there's two mints.
Well, all U.S. currency is roughly the same, regardless of which mint it comes from.
I know, but for collectors' purposes.
Oh, for collectors, yeah. I actually collected coins as a kid. My mom and grandmother got me into it a little bit after my dad died. They thought that I needed a hobby. The 80s were weird. Yeah, and for a while there were actually 3 mints, but the San Francisco one is basically not operating anymore.
Yeah, I tried collecting all 100 state coins back when the thing, but the quarters, but somewhere along the lines I either lost interest or lost my book or did something.
Yeah, like I've got a quarter sitting here on my desk, and I can tell looking at it that it was minted in Denver because there is a little tiny D next to the bow in Washington's pigtail.
Now, also, I don't know at this point it was a thing, but I think before this, each state had their own bank and their own currency.
Yeah.
For a while.
Yeah. Their own bank, their own currency, their own coinage, everything. Yeah, no. This was a really, really necessary part of the Constitution. Standardizing currency is one of those things that let us have a country.
Yeah, like, see, 5 Michigan dollars are worth 20 New York dollars, but only worth 1 Vermont dollar.
Yeah. And I mean, smaller states in a lot of that part of the country, but also traveling was harder. So most people didn't really need to know, if you lived in New Hampshire, what currency was in South Carolina probably didn't matter to you unless you were a merchant or a ship captain. So a standardized currency for the United States was vital. Likewise, weights and measures.
If we had forgotten the metric system back then,
Well, the metric system was invented, and the reason we didn't go on it at the time was because the French Revolution, which basically created the metric system, was really controversial, and for good reason, honestly. Like, the French aristocracy was awful, but the French Revolution also went way too far. It's not surprising that the guy who started going too far also ended up being beheaded in the French Revolution. Like, that just, what are you going to do?
But looking back on it, I mean, we do it now a little bit, but still like, just add times 10, divide by 10.
Yeah. Metric makes a lot of sense. I am one of those people who says that metric makes sense, but I like Fahrenheit for the temperatures of human experience.
Yeah. It's hard. See, I think is it 36? Sarah, is it 36 for human temperature?
I have no idea what the human temperature in Celsius is. I don't know.
I just neither. I just know 0 100.
Yeah.
Literally freezing, or 32, 225, 212.
212. And for scientific measures, and probably for baking, though I have a Fahrenheit oven, so I wouldn't know. But for scientific measures, Celsius all the way. For human experience, I just think Fahrenheit works better because the numbers are placed. Yeah. People can disagree. That's fine.
Let's not even get into Kelvin.
Yeah. Kelvin is great if you are a physicist or an astrophysicist, but people don't need to work in Kelvin. We don't use those scales. But the most of the founding fathers were of English descent, which means that we inherit, and of course the colonies had been English colonies, so we inherited the English measuring system, and American stubbornness has kept us using it far past when almost the entire rest of the world has moved on to metric.
Yeah, even though we just fought with England, we still traded with them.
Yeah, well, I mean, we spoke the same language. It was a lot easier to trade with the English than with the Spanish or the French or the Germans. And also all of our ships were used to going there. All of our captains knew how to get there. You know, it made sense that we kept trading with England. But if the French Revolution hadn't been so controversial, we could be on the metric system by now.
Yeah. I still think it's funny that, like, I think people made a joke before that even the English don't use the English system anymore.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They're all metric. Canadians are about 50-50 from what I can tell. There's a bunch of things where Canadians use English measurements, because I used to get Canadian TV. They mostly use the metric system, but and it may have been because the stations I was watching were border stations, but all the temperature would be in both.
Now, I don't know about your. I do remember in the 80s, maybe early 90s, before they changed all the signs. A lot of the highway signs, mile signs, were both in standard and metric. It's like 55 miles per hour, and under it said blah 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 kilometers per hour.
You know, I don't remember that in California. They may have done it. I just don't remember. It was part of this attempt to slowly ease the United States onto metric. I was definitely taught metric in school. Actually, my son is fairly annoyed that we don't use metric because it's so much easier, and I can't argue the point.
Yeah, have you ever seen I think I might have shared it on Dapper's Discord about how all the different standards, like 2 pica is an inch and 4 bits or a pica, and
yeah. No, and I mean there are a lot of measurements that we don't actually use ourselves. You know, we don't use drams or hogsheads or rods, or, you know, there are a lot of archaic measurements. I can't remember the exact quote or else I would have used it by now, but Grandpa Simpson talks about how many rods his car gets to the hogshead, and that's the way he likes it, you know. Which also proved that his car got terrible fuel efficiency, if I remember the quote correctly. But it would make more sense if we went on to metric. The government has tried. Americans are not interested.
Yeah.
So I'm going to keep scrolling through slides until we hit a period. By the way,
real fast. I think 1 meter is like 3 inches longer than a yard, give or take.
Yeah. It's roughly 30 centimeters to the foot. Because I remember, you know, in school we'd always have rulers that had centimeters on one side and inches on the other, and it was always 30 centimeters on a 1 foot yard.
Yeah,
a 1 foot.
About 2.5 per inch.
Yeah,
give or take. All right, let's go. Let's move on.
To provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States, which is actually what the Secret Service was formed for. The Secret Service had its initial job as dealing with counterfeiting, I believe, starting in the Civil War.
Before they decide to guard the president, too.
After we had a couple of presidents shot because nobody was guarding them, they thought, hey, maybe we should have people do that.
Let's have the money people do it.
But, yeah, counterfeiting money and guarding the president. That's what the Secret Service does. So, you know.
You don't think it's the same job, but
from counterfeiting money. Let's
like, sir. Okay, take you. Protect you in a second, sir. We gotta check this dollar bill here.
Right, exactly. It's weird, but if I ran the country, which again I shouldn't, but I couldn't do worse than a lot of the people currently doing it, one of the things I would do is reform the patchwork of police agencies we have in this country, because we don't need as many as we have. To establish post offices and post roads. And this is one that Eisenhower leaned on for the interstate highway system. Because at the founding of the country, the only roads that were really maintained were roads that the post traveled on. When we talk about the difficulty of travel of this era, one of the issues is the roads were terrible. You rode a horse because you couldn't get a wheeled conveyance along a lot of those roads.
Because most of them weren't paved.
Basically, none of them were paved outside of cities. They were rutted. They were full of holes. If they weren't used regularly enough, they would grow over. The trees would start to cover them. The road system for most of the country was in very bad shape.
Let's go back in time, kidnap some Roman engineers, and have them rebuild our roads for us.
You know, they wouldn't have known what to do about cars.
Well, yeah, I guess that's the situation there.
They do drainage better. There's a spot at the bottom of the hill I live on that gets an enormous puddle through 90% of the winter. But Roman roads were stone, and stone wears away, and you can't repave stone.
Well, why argue that we don't have to deal with cars in our own either? But
well, some of us kind of do. Some of us don't have a whole lot of option other than cars.
I think
we live in wet states and have bad knees.
I forget I heard this joke somewhere on the internet. I forget which website, which channel it was, but they're like, in Europe, they made the cars for the road, and then here in America, they made the road for the cars.
I mean, to be strictly fair, number one, a lot of the roads in Europe are centuries to millennia older than cars.
Yeah.
And I would say that Olympia sure as heck, downtown Olympia wasn't made for cars. I've driven in downtown Olympia. The streets there were very clearly made for carriages. They are too narrow and there's no parking, and people park anyway. To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. This is copyright in the patent office.
Yeah.
Now, I think they both need reformed, but they are established by right of the Constitution.
Yeah. I love this first one. The progress of science.
The progress of science. Wouldn't that be nice? Science should go forward. And to be fair to the scientists are going forward, but you can't go forward in science without funding and support and
with creationist Congress people.
Yeah. We're supposed to be promoting the progress of science, not encouraging people to not get vaccinated and drink raw milk. Oh, it's depressing.
And now we have two people in charge of the medical services, the anti-vaxxer and the Dr. Oz.
Yeah, Dr. Oz, who is worried about the people who are sick being in an industry instead of the healthcare industry. So as a disabled person, I have feelings. So many feelings. But the government is supposed to be helping to promote the progress of science and, quote, useful arts.
What does that mean by useful arts?
Useful arts is the trades, really.
Okay.
Which goes to, I really think that we need a national accredited trade school system, the way we have colleges. I think that is a really sensible thing to establish, because not every job needs college, but a lot of jobs that don't need college do need proper training. And if we had an accredited system so you'd know that the plumbing you were being taught was proper plumbing, the auto repair, the electrician, what have you, was proper, and you could produce this certificate that says, yes, I know what I'm doing, that would be good for the country. And it's provided for by the Constitution, in my opinion, but nobody's doing that.
Right. And then
Just because I'm a college graduate doesn't mean I don't see the importance of trade schools.
and then
I shouldn't have gone to one, but
I went to one for I kind of went to one in my high school year, CTC career technology school, but I never followed through with my trade school thing, because now I don't think a lot of people even have printing presses anymore.
yeah, and a lot of the trade schools that have existed have been diploma mills. They've been for profit. The system for trade schools is broken in this country right now, and Congress has the authority to fix it, and I wish they would.
Yeah, and technically, I didn't go there for the right reasons. I went there because I was getting bullied at my home school, and I had to get out of there.
Yeah, I've known people who've done that kind of thing. I knew someone who thought ITT Tech was a proper college. I was like, no, that's a for-profit diploma mill. So, yeah. So that's what this one's about. Disney took real advantage of this section for many, many years.
And that'd be the copywriting and the patents, right?
That was the copywriting, was what Disney was really... That's why copyright in the United States is as long as it is. I'm hoping we're going to ease back on that, but not as far as some people want to. We need copyright. Copyright is important, but it doesn't need to be as long as it is in this country.
Yeah, like I said, we just got Steamboat Willie out of the copyright.
Yeah, and we are currently working on things that were, I think it's in 95 years or something ridiculous like that, and it needs to be way shorter than that. And at least one of Walt Disney's granddaughters agrees with me on this. So, yeah.
All right.
To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court. Congress is responsible for making the lower courts, establishing lower courts.
Anything that's not supreme.
Anything that's not the Supreme Court, Congress establishes.
Okay.
To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the law of nations. People forget the real way piracy looked in those days. We actually went to war against pirates in the early years of the United States. The Marine Corps hymn, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. Tripoli, that was part of the Barbary coast, and we were there fighting pirates.
That's in Northern Africa.
Yes. Libya, I believe. Halls of Montezuma would presumably be when we invaded Mexico in the 1840s. But it is up to Congress to define piracy and to punish it. Which is why the FBI comes knocking at your door if you download too many things. To declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, we'll get back to that, and make rules concerning captures on land and water. Congress declares war. The president has a ridiculous level of authority to send troops when it's not wartime. Thank you, LBJ. Complicated legacy that man had.
So, have we officially declared war on anyone since World War II?
Oh yes, yes.
Okay.
The Gulf War, the first Gulf War, was a declared war, and then there was the War on Terror, which is a stupid concept, but we officially declared war on terror.
Where's the Treaty on Terror?
Armistice on Terror Day should be a national holiday if we ever stop being terrified. So, letters of marque and reprisal. This is the difference between a pirate and a privateer. Congress officially has the power to send pirates. But because they would be established by the government, they would be privateers. Obviously, we do not do this.
That we know of,
That we know of, yeah. But this is from the days when there wasn't a standing navy. A lot of the weirder military stuff in the Constitution is based on the idea, and the First Amendment when we get to that, but it's based on the idea that there is no standing military. Because standing militaries are expensive. You want to talk about cutting the U.S. budget, you need to start by looking at the military budget. Because a military is expensive, and we have a huge one. Most of the U.S. budget goes toward caring for our elderly and having a military. Those are the two biggest expenses on the U.S. budget. And in the latter half of the 18th century, countries basically didn't have standing militaries. You called up an army when you needed one.
Or they were mercenaries.
Right. The Hessians were Germans who the English paid to fight in the United States during the Revolutionary War. So Congress could hire some random guy who had a ship to be part of the U.S. military and attack ships belonging to enemy nations. Because that was cheaper than having a standing navy. And even when you had a standing army and a standing navy, it was usually very, very small, and you only called out the people as needed. And one of the issues that led to the Revolutionary War was that the British soldiers were horribly paid. And so they would get jobs to supplement their pay, and so they were taking our jobs, But it was true that every British soldier who took a job in Boston, in Philadelphia, in New York, was then sending a lot of their money home to their family, and it was screwing with the local economies. So there's a lot of reasons why the Founding Fathers were, by and large, suspicious of standing militaries, which is why Congress has the authority to send out pirates. They can also make rules concerning captures on land and water, which in practice these days is mostly by international treaty. So Congress doesn't do it alone. They agree with other countries, but Congress is the one who has the right for those treaties. To raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. It's that fear of the standing army. It's the concern about tyranny again. They do not want Congress to have unlimited authority to control an army.
So every 2 years they got to renew. Every 2 years they got to make it.
The army budget comes up at least every 2 years. In practice, pretty much budget is a yearly thing, but constitutionally speaking, you cannot have a budget for an army that is longer than 2 years. Which you'll note is a term of the House of Representatives. So again, in theory, you can vote out your representative and get change that way.
Because it's a money thing.
Right. Right. To provide and maintain a navy. Pretty straightforward, same basic thing. To make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces. So the president is commander-in-chief. The army and navy, the military is considered to be under the executive branch, but the rules are still established by Congress to keep the president from having his own personal military.
What's the thing they did in the feudalism age?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the English Civil War was fought between the parliamentary army and the royalist army. So, you know. Again, not living memory, but not far from living memory.
Yeah, because I think like the king gave land to the dukes or earls, and the dukes or earls gave land to the counts and barons. Then
feudalism is kind of a power pyramid scheme, and at the bottom you have serfs who have nothing, like those people on Facebook who say they own their own business, but in point of fact, they have a Sensi dealership.
But then the barons, whatever, had knights and peasants, and then then like the king's like, hey, Baron number 5, can I borrow your knights for battle? Like
really,
yes, or give me their knights, or I'm taking away your land.
A really entertaining novel. It's a doorstop. It's a massive book, but it is very entertaining. That gets a lot into how feudalism worked in practice. Is Pillars of the Earth by Ken Follett. It's set during the English anarchy period, and it's so good. And there's a made-for-TV adaptation that is, fine. It's got a great cast.
I'm gonna see I'm gonna check and see if it's on Audible.
It's very long. I will warn you of that. It's massive, but I have pretty much the whole series, and they're all great. He does one set every couple of 100 years. The most recent one is in the Industrial Revolution.
So Anarchy, that was during Matilda and Stephen.
Yes. It's about the building of a cathedral during that era. And there's a cheat sheet at the back that tells you who's historical and who isn't.
Pillars of the Earth, you say?
Pillars of the Earth, yes.
I'll look that up. If we're done here, we can go on.
Yep. To provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. And this is what Lincoln depended on during the Civil War. He asked Congress to call up an army to suppress an insurrection. George Washington, while he was president, actually personally led a group against an insurrection because George Washington was going to George Washington. The War of 1812 was repelling an invasion. The War of 1812 was complicated, but whatever. It is the last time we fought a serious military force on our own soil.
Is it by Ken Follett?
Ken Follett.
Yep, it is on Audible.
Fabulous. It's a good book. I read it for a college contract on banned books in the 2000-2001 school year. And reread it every now and again.
Why was it banned?
There's a lot of violence because it's set during the anarchy. And there are a couple of graphic adult scenes, and a lot of the characters are Saxon and use certain Anglo-Saxon words for among other things, bodily functions. And for some reason, there's not a lot of respect for the church in it, given what the English church of that era looked like and how few people in it were enormously religious.
Oh yeah. See, book 1 is 40 hours and 56 minutes.
Yeah, it's like 900 pages. It's massive. It's really good, but it's massive. So that's pretty much no anarchy on American soil was what this one was basically saying. To provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states respectively the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress, which in practice is why we now have like a state national guard and things like that. But in those days, there was not so much a U.S. Army as, if you look at the Civil War, one of the most famous units in the Civil War was the 54th Massachusetts Regiment. It was raised by the state of Massachusetts, not by the U.S. government.
Yeah, a lot of things were just state, like the Army of the Potomac, the Army of Northern Virginia.
Well, even within that, if you look at every individual unit within the Army of the Potomac and the Army of Virginia, it'll say what state the unit was from. Because these days you join the Army and there are people in your unit from all over the country. And that was not true during the during the Civil War. I think that started changing around about World War I, but I could be wrong. I know Teddy Roosevelt formed his own unit during the Spanish-American War, so that was still a thing that people were doing. But these days, the only real remnant of the states are in charge is the National Guards. To exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such a district not exceeding 10 miles square, as may, by cession of particular states and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of the government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state, in which the same shall be for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings. This means, and I hope like anything this is in blue someday, but this means Congress is in charge of Washington, D.C. And don't mind it not being in blue, Congress is also in charge of military bases.
Mm-hmm.
The reason the attack on Fort Sumter was seen as important was that Fort Sumter was not owned by South Carolina. Fort Sumter was owned by the United States government. And by taking it, that was an official act of insurrection.
Well, technically, all the forts in the South were owned by the United States government.
All of the states, yeah. It was just the government did choose to make Fort Sumter the model. Fort Sumter was the example, but all of the forts in the southern United States were owned by Congress.
This was just, I guess, the first one that was outside the state borders, I guess.
Well, there were other forts and arsenals and things that were being invaded by state forces leading up to Fort Sumter. Ashton Shea in his Checkmate Lincolnites series talks a lot about that.
Oh yeah, the I think it's what the Northern Aggression episode. I think
the Northern Aggression episode talks a lot about that.
The Northern was very aggressive. After the South did 20 different things.
Yeah, no. You know, and I studied this in college too. I did a course on the U.S. South, and I studied a fair amount about the Civil War for some reason. It's like it's a pivotal moment in American history or something.
God.
But yeah, the South was seizing forts and arsenals and things all over the country at this point. And Fort Sumter was just, for reasons that mostly make sense, a good example of, no, this is where we stand our ground.
Don't get me started about Ohio again.
Oh boy.
It surprisingly has a lot of Confederate sympathizers in Ohio.
No, I know. There's some in Washington too, and it just people need to learn history.
Well, I can understand some southern states doing that maybe, but this was a northern state.
Yeah, no, I think I have ancestors who fought in the Civil War from Ohio. So, somewhere north anyway. I mean, I also have southern ancestors, but I have northern veterans in my line. So, yeah. Hey, there's the period.
Yay.
It's only been an hour. We're fine. We're good. To make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers, and all other powers vested by this Constitution in the government of the United States, or in any department or officer thereof. Congress is in charge. If it's a law, Congress sets it. And yet, specifically things like the postal service and the military and letters of marque and reprisal and whatever. But broadly speaking, if it's needed to run the country, Congress sets the law.
At the time, I forget now the 535 members of Congress.
Yeah.
Do this. Yeah. Back then, a little bit, 26 plus whatever the representatives were.
Yeah, and we covered that, but it was a while back.
Yeah.
I
guess that's the thing. Sorry, I guess that's the thing about all that power is in the power of multiple individuals, not just one person.
Yeah. And you have to get the vote, and the president has the authority, and laws change. You know, there are laws on the books now that are overriding laws that were passed before. Or you can just, and we don't always do this, a lot of the time we just stop enforcing things, but you can just abolish a law, say this is no longer the law.
Like the Jim Crow laws.
Yeah. You know, the Jim Crow laws, I believe, were mostly struck down by the Supreme Court. But you hear all these laws that are on the books in various places, and some of them are still on the books, and just nobody cares anymore. But a lot of them have been struck down, but they still make it to lists of stupid laws because they existed in the first place.
Yeah, the stupid law in each of the 50 states thing.
Yeah.
Like you can't hunt a whale in your car. Something like
that.
Yeah.
I believe Sasquatch hunting is illegal in Washington. Which was clearly passed as a joke.
But if someone ever actually kills one, they'll get arrested.
Yes. But we couldn't make Louie Louie our official state song. Yeah. There are weird laws out there. It's just most of the weird laws people cite are either they make sense in context or else they haven't been on the books for a really long time.
All right, we are finally on a new section.
The sentence ended. Hurrah. Right in time to dump us into this. Article 1, Section 9. The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808 but a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation not exceeding $10 for each person.
Oh, slavery.
Yes. Such persons. The word that makes me angriest in this whole section is migration. Because it implies these people are choosing to come. Yes, I think I will sell myself and all of my descendants into slavery. That sounds like a good day. No, migration is not what is happening here.
So, but for like I think it's 20 years. That
Roughly, yeah.
be like, you can import as much as you want for 20 years, and then we'll talk about it.
Yeah. And that tax or duty was never imposed. Congress could, Congress didn't.
Too bad, because that would make not too bad, but they probably would have made a lot of money of that.
If it was gonna happen, yeah. So
not to, it's the same thing at all, but like when they started taxing marijuana instead of making it illegal.
Yeah. No, and the thing is obviously there's a very large difference between marijuana and slavery. And there is the principle of if you're going to have it, you should be taxing it. But they didn't because, frankly, I don't think they had the votes. And so many of the early presidents were from Virginia that they wouldn't have been able to get a tax passed. It would have been vetoed right away. So that's why they didn't. But they should have.
They could have. They should have. They wouldn't.
Shoulda, but didn't. So I said somewhere in the middle of the last sentence that we would get back to the Amistad case. And this is where the Amistad case enters U.S. history, because this abolished the intercontinental slave trade. The transcontinental slave trade is abolished with this amendment, because they could have extended it, but by 1808 there was enough outcry that they were not going to extend the slave trade. It ended in 1808 from Africa. However,
the internal one, however,
the internal one kept going. But also, just because the United States wasn't importing slaves didn't mean slaves were not being imported to the New World, especially Brazil. Slavery was bad in the United States. Slavery was very, very bad. Like, I don't think, sadly, it kind of is. It should not be a controversial statement to say that slavery was bad in the United States. But slavery was horrific in Brazil. The death toll of slaves in Brazil is shockingly high.
Yeah, we talked about this before, but like the United States had very low import rates because they had very low death rates.
Yeah. The sugar plantations of the Caribbean and Brazil just kind of in general had much, much higher death rates and therefore much, much higher importation rates to keep the slave population static. The U.S. was able to increase their slave population enormously without importing new ones. However, that does not mean there was not smuggling going on after 1808.
Because unfortunately, unfortunately, whatever, both, I guess, mostly unfortunately, they lived long enough to have kids up here.
Yeah. Kids and grandkids and generational slavery. But there was still smuggling of slaves from Africa even after 1808. And there was a ship called the Amistad, which means friendship. which was a slave ship. And there was a rebellion on the Amistad. And they kept some of the crew alive because they didn't know how to sail the ship. And instead of sailing the ship back to Africa like they said they were doing, I think they were aiming for Cuba and ended up in the United States. And the slaves, the prisoners, because that's what they were prisoners, sued for their freedom. A British ship claimed right of salvage. The Spanish claimed ownership. The surviving crew members claimed ownership. And the prisoners said, excuse all of you, we are human beings. You can't own us in the United States because we were illegally transported here. And they got as their lawyer former President John Quincy Adams, at the time a member of the House of Representatives. The only former president to serve in the House of Representatives. And he won. Took the case to the Supreme Court, and he won. The prisoners were returned to Africa. We don't know what happened to pretty much any of them. It's possible some of them were recaptured. We don't know. But there's a really good Steven Spielberg movie about it. Heck of a cast. Djimon Hounsou, Chiwetel Ejiofor, Sir Anthony Hopkins, the guy who played Ed on Northern Exposure. Great cast. It's Darren E. Burroughs, but he's the guy who played Ed on Northern Exposure. And that whole event is based on the idea that we were prohibiting the slave trade.
Him and Taft are the ones that got jobs afterwards.
Yes. Taft went on to the Supreme Court, which is what he had always wanted. And lost a ton of weight, actually, because it was less stressful than being a president. And John Quincy Adams served in the House of Representatives and died on the floor of Congress. Well, not quite, but had his stroke on the floor of Congress.
I can make it stressful. Make a joke here. I think was it the? It might be more, but the last two presidents didn't go gray because they were already gray or had a wig.
Yeah. I mean, one of them was orange, but Biden didn't go gray because he started there.
But yeah,
some of our presidents did start gray, but being president, you look at. I mean, Lincoln had it the worst. Lincoln had it the worst.
Yeah, I've seen before that both Bush Jr. and Obama before and after the 8 years.
Bush the younger, Obama. I mean, not Reagan, because nothing really touched Reagan, and he had a lot of plastic surgery. And
Clinton, maybe.
Clinton definitely aged. Bush the elder started old. But, LBJ had a heart attack not long after leaving the White House. Carter, you can see the change in the 4 years. Since the age of photography, you can see the weight of presidency on people. John Quincy Adams, actually, I believe, is the oldest, it's the earliest president we have a photograph of. Partially because he lived so damn long. The Adamses were a long-lived people, clearly. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it.
Now, again, we mentioned the Check About Lincolnite series. Think about how Lincoln did this, even though technically he didn't have the power to do it, I think.
Yeah, this is technically on Congress. So the first time Lincoln did it, he did not have the authority. The second time Congress passed it. Though it is true that it doesn't actually say how you suspend a writ of habeas corpus. But it is in an article dealing with congressional powers. Therefore, it is clearly intended that it shall be a congressional authority. And certainly we were in case of rebellion at the time. So, for those who don't know what a writ of habeas corpus is, incidentally, writ of habeas corpus means a right to have, before you are arrested, there has to be a legal case brought forward for why you should be arrested. They have to be able to say what you did. They have to be able to show you what they say you did. Literally in Latin, it's have his carcass. That's the name of a mystery novel where a body disappears. But it's pointed out in the book, you can have a case without a body if you have the evidence that the body was there and a murder was committed. They don't have to have, you can murder someone and then dispose of their body in a way so that it's never found, and you can still be prosecuted for that murder if they have enough evidence that you did that. And during the Civil War, there was a time when you could just be thrown in jail for suspicion that you were on the side of the Confederacy, which by the Constitution is illegal, but they suspended habeas corpus because it was a time of rebellion and the public safety. They really didn't want you to, destroy munitions or what have you, because they had to wait until they had proof that you were going to do it. So that is what that actually means.
So rebellion, could that have been not 9/11? I mean, January 6th?
Yes. There wasn't time to suspend habeas corpus. That was all on one day, and Congress couldn't meet to suspend habeas corpus because. But theoretically, yes, they could have met and suspended habeas corpus.
Because that was the place they were being habeas corpus.
That was where the rebellion was where they were meeting. So yeah.
Like, all right, real fast, guys. Like, we're never being. Well, the guns, the banging on the door and stuff. Like, let's do this real fast.
But also, they didn't need to suspend habeas corpus because by invading the Capitol, they were in the act of participating, and the crime was happening right there. There's your evidence. There's your habeas corpus. We have pictures of you sitting behind Nancy Pelosi's desk. That is your evidence. No bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. So they can't just declare a person to be someone who should be arrested. And you can't arrest people for things they did before you passed the law making them illegal. So if I'm trying to think of something I would do that they might pass a law, I mean, these days. But if I cut down the cherry tree in my yard,
okay,
and the next day it became a law that you had to have all trees dealt with by a licensed removal service, just throwing that out there as a random example, they couldn't arrest me for cutting down my own cherry tree because I had done it before the law was passed.
I was going to say we, and on our channel we talk bad about the future President Trump, and also, but then when he was president, he passed a law that says anyone that speaks bad about him gets arrested. They can't. The video's dated before they made the law. We can't get arrested for that, at least for that speech.
Well, I hate to tell you this, but he's talking about reviving a law from the very beginning of the 19th century to get that done. The what is it? The Alien Enemies and Sedition, the Treason and Sedition Act from like 1802. So that might not be covered, I'm afraid. But yay! But the courts will be so clogged if he tries to do that. And let's face it, they go after Colbert and John Oliver and people first.
Yeah, like I said, we'll get to it when we in a few 150 more slides. But I think the main one I'm worried about him talking about doing is, I think it is the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, well, he can't do anything about it, but he will try.
If you're born here, you're a citizen law.
Yeah.
Law amendment.
The law is above the Constitution is above his authority.
Yeah.
In theory.
But yeah,
no, it's not going to stop him, but we'll
get to that in like 50 more slides or 60 more, whatever.
Yeah, however many it is.
All right. So, all right. Again, simple to the point, I think. I don't think any more details need to be got. But I'm sure that there is. The comments section will tell us.
Oh yes. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. And this is in blue text. We haven't had this in a while. It's basically saying that you can tax per person, but other than that, you can't tax individuals. And this will be abolished in favor of an income tax, which makes a lot more sense.
All right, so, anything we talked about?
Nope, that's
before the income tax was passed.
Before the income tax was passed, part of the issue was that the government didn't do very much. So tariffs and levies and things like that were generally enough to pay for what needed paid for. But the Civil War started showing how that had its limitations, and then definitely with the rise of the idea that maybe the government should do things, it became clear that the taxes that we were levying were insufficient for the government's needs.
Because, like I said before, before that, I think we said before, most taxes were a state by state thing.
Yeah, most taxes were a state by state thing, and the state paid for most of what was determined to be needed within the state. But as the balance swung more towards the federal government and away from the states, state taxes became less important, federal taxes became more important. And if we tried to swing it back as far as it was 150 years ago, the country would fall apart.
Yeah, with a lot of people, the one side wants more states' power, states' rights.
Yeah, unless it's a state's right to do something they don't like.
Yeah, we'll leave abortion to the states. Okay, states okay, the women can get abortions. Oh, you're wrong. We got past federal law now.
Yeah. Marijuana is another good example of that. Technically, all of those state marijuana laws don't count for anything. It's still illegal on a federal level, and if the feds start really cracking down, it's going to get messy.
You back?
Yep. Well, I didn't go anywhere from my perspective, but maybe I did.
Well, my internet cut out for a second.
Yeah, no, if the states really start cracking down on marijuana, it's going to get messy because that is controlled legally at the federal level. There are a lot of things that the states are taking power of that certain powers in the federal government don't want them to. So we'll see how that all goes.
But yeah, again, simple, to the point,
Mhm.
and half of it's no longer applicable.
No tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state. And what that means is from one state to another state. So if I make a product in Washington,
Like the quilt you're the blanket quilt you're making now.
yeah. Well, right now I'm making Christmas tree ornaments. So if I were selling those instead of giving them to friends,
And the friends lived in say Idaho.
yeah. Well, the one I just finished is actually for a guy in Canada, but the one before that was for a friend who lives in Virginia. So if I were selling it instead of giving it to him, I couldn't charge him more because he lives in another state than I would charge, say, someone in Spokane, where I still had to charge for shipping. Just as a state, tariff, basically. There are no tariffs between states.
Yeah, like tariff that I'm importing something from Indiana, 25 cents tariff.
Yeah, exactly. You can't do that. That's not acceptable.
Yeah, hopefully. All right, so wow. So these ones are going by fast.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot to really be said on tax or duty between states.
Okay, more state-to-state stuff.
No preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another, nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another. So, if you have tariffs, you can't charge higher tariffs in, South Carolina than you do North Carolina. The rules of the Port of New York have to be the same as the Port of Boston. And you can't charge someone duties for sailing from Florida to Virginia. It's more, we are one country now, please.
Again, not holdovers, but a correction from the Articles of Confederation, I'm guessing.
Yeah. No money shall be drawn from the treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time.
So we need to keep records of what the government spends.
You need to keep records of what the government spends, and the government can only spend money if a law is passed saying that money is going to get spent.
So that's what we have, the occasional debt ceiling things passed.
Well, the debt ceiling is a modern limitation that's basically imposed because there are a lot of people out there who don't like government spending because they don't realize how much they benefit from it. We are basically the only country in the world that has a debt ceiling, and there are a lot of other countries that have this clause in their national laws. The debt ceiling is basically a fiction that we have. This is why we have a budget. And why when we go over our budget, more laws have to be passed to let us go over our budget. Supplemental spending, things like that. It's all done by law, in part so that a Congress critter taking money from the Treasury is in fact illegal, and in part so that there's always a record.
I need a budget. I need a budget.
Yeah, well,
I am bad at that.
Sometimes it can help to have someone else set your budget.
Yeah.
But my budget is basically, this is the total amount of money I'm going to have, and if I don't have any more money, well, I guess I just don't get stuff anymore.
Yeah.
Not
really a budget. I need something to stop automatic payments going through when I don't have money in my account.
Yeah.
Like,
I actually have to remember to cancel something from Apple Plus soon because my kid had been getting an automatic withdrawal and he's not using it anymore. So I need to remove that because I can use the $6 and change that it costs.
But all of this is done by Congress.
Yeah. In the case of the federal government, all of the money laws are Congress. Congress controls the purse strings. That is the plan for our government, is that Congress controls the money because it's more people, and especially in the case of the House of Representatives, it's easier to replace them.
Except for wall building, that's all Mexico.
Yes, well, wall building Mexico will pay for.
Just like the tariffs China will pay for it.
Mm-hmm. That will never, ever get passed on to the average person. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, except of any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. Now, I'm going to do us all a favor here real quick, and I'm going to look up an exact definition of the word emolument. Because, yeah, from Oxford Online, a salary, fee, or profit from employment or office. So that means no person holding an office of profit or trust under the United States can accept money, presents, titles, whatever, from kings, princes, or foreign states. Now, technically, that would include things like bishop, but Congress has consented to allowing people to be given titles within churches. And I believe U.S. citizens have been allowed to accept honorary knighthoods and things. If you're a war hero, you can generally accept a medal from another country that you earned for your service in that war. Provided you were on the side of the U.S. at the time, I believe. But, So you get people with, like, French medals from World War II and things like that.
Yeah. Or, like I think Senior Bush was knighted.
Yeah.
And that's
but that kind of thing, it's fine if it's honorary, but if you actually have to, swear fealty, you cannot have that. So this means that if, for example, a foreign government is giving you money, you can't hold office in the United States. Yes. People care about this one. Unless it's somebody they like, I guess. Now, this doesn't mean that if you own a business, you have to get rid of it before running for office. However, it is generally considered best that at the very least you put it in a blind trust so that you aren't directly making decisions about your business and therefore won't be influenced by, hey, look, all these people from foreign governments are staying at your hotel now.
So I can never be the Duke of Ohio, or you can never be the Earl of Washington.
Well, yeah, because there's no title of nobility granted under the United States. So I am never going to be,
Princess of
Dame Jillian of Olympia or whatever.
Yep, no House of Lords here officially.
Yep. Because in theory, we were all even. We were all equal. Practice is its own thing, but in theory. Article 1, Section 10. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility. So Congress can't, either Congress does it and the states can't, or Congress can't and neither can the states. The closest we have to titles of nobility is things like Kentucky Colonel.
That'd be more like a military rank, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, except the thing is Kentucky has this habit of issuing it as kind of you're a person we want to honor. Colonel Sanders wasn't a colonel. He was a Kentucky colonel.
Wow. Oh, so that was actually the thing. I thought that's something I thought it was just for marketing purposes.
No, he was a Kentucky colonel. He was made a colonel by the state of Kentucky in services to chicken, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, I like this first one. It says, no state shall enter to any confederation.
Uh-huh. Gee! How long did that one last? 7 years.
And we mentioned this earlier. States can't make their own money anymore.
Yeah. States have, with Article 1, Section 10, states have lost their power to make money, to coin and mint money.
At least their own separate money. They can make money for the federal government, but not their own.
Well, no. The federal government owns mints in the states.
Okay.
But it is still a power of the state government. There's one in Philadelphia. There's one in Denver. Used to be one in San Francisco. The San Francisco Mint was a holdover of the gold rush. They minted gold coins because it's where the gold was.
Is it Denver and then Philadelphia, the ones that we have left now?
Yeah. They're both still in operation. If your coin doesn't have a letter on it, it's from Philadelphia. If it has a small D, it's from Denver.
Did they used to have an S on it for San Francisco, or what did they have on it?
I think it had an SF, actually. But yeah.
Do you know when they stopped doing those?
I used to. I haven't coin collected in a little bit. It wasn't really necessary to have 3 mints. San Francisco Mint, which it's apparently now like a mall by the look of it. Historic and elegant and versatile, it says. Beginning in 1955, circulating coinage was suspended for 13 years. In 1968, it took over proof coinage. It was an S and not an SF, and they mostly do, like, it's still kind of in existence, but it's mostly commemorative coins now.
The states can't make the states can't do it. It's like basically we're going over the stuff that the Congress can do, but the states can't.
Yeah. The states can't enter into treaties, alliances, or confederations. They can't grant letters of marque and reprisal. They can't coin money. Can't emit bills of credit. They can't make things that aren't gold and silver. Payment of debt. They can't pass bills of attainder. Okay, that's the limit. Bills of attainder is where we start with neither one can do it.
And the next fossil law, we talked about that earlier, making a law, make something illegal that was legal before, but before it was a law, you're fine.
Yeah. If you owned a saloon before Prohibition, as long as you weren't still selling alcohol, nobody could arrest you for having been a saloon owner in the past.
Right. And again, we talked about that, the colonel thing.
Yeah.
Technically, they can't. It's
Yeah,
not a nobility title. It's a fake one.
Right, exactly. It's not nobility. It's military, and it's nonsense. But it's the highest civic order awarded by the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Yeah.
Apparently, there are several other states that do that as well. It's just Colonel is well known for Kentucky because, Colonel Sanders.
Oh. Hey, you ever heard of Famous Recipe chicken?
No. Oh, is that the one that he started after he sold KFC?
Oh, well, his nephew started it.
Oh.
But yeah, I didn't know they were connected, but they're connected. Yeah. Family. One's original, one's famous. And then, of course, the Wendy's guy used to work for the Colonel.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
So it's all a nice little evolution of the family tree. Evolution of chicken sandwiches.
Mm-hmm. Shocking number of fast food chains are originally from California. Okay, Alabama, Georgia, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Utah have honorary colonels. Texas and Illinois used to. Oh, from 2005 to 2015, Illinois allowed for the governor of the state to make appointments to the governor's regiment of colonels, but no appointments were ever made. That's funny. That's great.
What will the Washington be called if you think? Well,
oh gosh.
Honorary range survivor.
That's a third of the landmass of the state.
Yeah. Is it true? Is it true that people there don't use umbrellas?
Yeah. I actually own a couple, but I don't ever remember to bring them. And I'm a transplant, so I'm a bit disreputable anyway. We have hoods. We layer a lot. So if your top layer gets wet, it's fine. It's not going to get all the way down to you. And most people have good raincoats. I just don't go outside.
All right. We're off topic, so let's move on.
Yep. No state shall, without the consent of the Congress, lay any imposts or duties on imports or exports, except what may be absolutely necessary for executing its inspection laws, and the net produce of all duties and imposts laid by any state on imports or exports shall be for the use of the Treasury of the United States, and all such laws shall be subject to the revision and control of the Congress. States can't have their own tariffs. Congress can set tariffs, which the states then collect at their own ports. But any tariff that a state sets has to be approved by Congress, and it has to be for the use of the United States government.
Again, going back to checkmate Lincolnites. That they had a thing about how the port of New York had the most income of tariffs, while the other two were, like, I think Boston and New Orleans were like way below that.
Yeah, vast quantities in the 19th century. Vast quantities of the nation's shipping came in and out of New York, and that would have been less true at this point. Boston and Philadelphia would have been higher, would have been getting more business than they would later get. And of course, in 1789, New Orleans was owned by either the French or the Spanish, not the United States, definitely. So New Orleans wouldn't have made our list.
See, I think it was the Spanish this time, because it was the French first, but then they lost the 7 Years' War, so I guess it went to the Spanish, I think. Then later on, I guess the Prince either bought it back, or Napoleon got it back when he invaded
Napoleon
Spain.
conquered Spain. So
yeah, I forget which one it was, but yeah, he conquered Spain, so they got it back somehow. Then they're like, "Here, Thomas Jefferson, you want to buy it for $15 million?" Or
yeah, because they needed money because the slave revolt in Haiti.
Like, what was it? I want to buy one port, like, buy the whole thing.
Yeah, which arguably he didn't have the legal authority to do, but he did it, and
So I guess
quite a lot of people are living in land.
I didn't buy it for, like, it's a private buy. I bought for myself. Like you say, yes, I bought this all for me. I didn't buy. I'm just gonna donate to you guys.
Yes. But New York couldn't have decided, well, while we're at it, we're going to charge a little bit for the state of New York.
You're like,
in tariff.
Like,
it all went to the United States government.
Like people use it, collect the tax collectors of the old days were like, the king wants 10% of your thing, but no, the king really wants 11%. That one extra 1% was my pocket. Like the king gets the 10%. Yeah, they totally They totally made it more money now. 12%. Totally. Don't ask the king. Yeah, totally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's see. Use for the treasury. Anything that needs to be. Right.
Pretty straightforward. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any duty of tonnage, keep troops or ships of war in time of peace, enter into any agreement or compact with another state or with a foreign power, or engage in war unless actually invaded or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay.
So, if a state gets invaded, the state militia can't officially declare war on the enemy unless they're really that much trouble.
We can't send the Washington National Guard after Canada unless Canada invades us first. We can't declare war on Canada unless Canada invades us first. And in these, with communication and things being what they are now, if Canada invaded the United States would be able to. We've got a big freaking military base just up the road from me. It causes traffic delays in my area. So this is less relevant than it was 200 years ago.
Yeah.
When
also,
invasion from Canada was actually a real threat instead of a joke.
Yeah. Also, again, the Civil War thing, the state can't enter agreement or compact with another state.
Yeah. I mean, the Civil War, the Confederacy just broke all of these. But as far as not extreme times like that, This was again, hey guys, remember how we're one country? Because we're one country.
Not only declare Washington war in Canada, Washington can also make a peace treaty of Canada.
Right, we can't make a peace treaty with Canada. We can't declare war on Idaho. You know, Washington and Oregon can't unite against Idaho, though honestly, we'd be more likely to unite against California, but that's a different conversation.
Yeah, I've heard about the feud between those two in California.
Yeah, and as a transplant myself, I get it. I do. But there's also a video that I saw ages ago. It's a mockumentary about a civil war between LA and San Francisco. It's really funny.
Yeah.
And it's got California icon Huell Hauser as a broadcaster in it. But in practical terms, this is another one of those, hey guys, we're one country now.
You should check out, I think I sent you a video of it before, we took other ones from this guy called Ben Brenner called The Table. Each state goes to the thing and we learn about the state, and it's totally hilarious.
Mm.
Like they talked about.
Oh, yeah, I've seen some of that.
Like, I love the Ohio one. Was like, what's it like in Ohio? Like, okay, it's raining. Wait, no, it's sunny. No, wait, it's snowing now. No, wait, it's raining again.
Like I said, there's a reason people from Washington dress in layers.
Yeah, we dress in layers for an hour, then we take them all off because we're sweating, and then we put them back on again 2 hours later because we're freezing again.
Yeah, same here. Grunge fashion looks the way it does, not because they were trying to be cool, but because they were trying to be ready for whatever the day was going to be like.
And also in Ohio, we like chili and spaghetti.
Yes, well, I keep getting ads on YouTube for Washington Dairy. And somewhere I've got the Pike Place cookbook.
But with that, we are finally done with the legislative branch.
Woo!
All right. Are you ready to move on? So, wrapping it up, what have we learned about Congress?
Congress does a lot. Congress is the biggest, I don't know about not in practical terms, but as far as established by the Constitution, Congress is the largest branch and has the most to do. Their powers are what they are because of fear of tyranny and compromise between different factions. That they work at all is better than I think some of the people writing the document would have expected.
That they work at all is proof that there is a God. No.
Yeah. I don't know if I go that far, but
No, they're saying.
But
yeah,
it's proof that people can compromise.
Yes. So yeah,
there's a lot of negative to be said about the compromises of the Constitution, especially the 3/5 clause. But these were a bunch of people with wildly divergent interests. We forget in the modern day how little a storekeeper in Philadelphia and a plantation owner in South Carolina would have really had in common as far as they were concerned, if nothing else. They would have both been Christian, almost certainly, but they probably would have been very different kinds of Christian. Their communities would have been different. Their beliefs would have been different. Their society would have been different in a way that is really hard to express unless you spend a lot of time thinking about it. But what all of the Founding Fathers did have in common was that they knew that if we were going to have a country, we needed to make common cause with one another.
Yep.
And we needed to have a country in those days because we could not have survived as independent colonies. Yep. So they were willing to put aside a lot of differences, even just to be in that room. And they were willing to figure out ways of working together to get things done so that all of those different individual societies could survive.
Right. All right. So, not including the intro and the preamble, we had 55 slides just on the Congress alone.
Yeah. Well, you know, Congress does most of the heavy lifting in the Constitution.
All right. When we return, we will be talking about the president. Be there. Of course, you will be because you're watching this in bits. Bye. All right, it's time to leave the legislative and get to the executive.
Article 2, Section 1. The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and, together with the Vice President chosen for the same term. This was one of the weirdly controversial aspects of the Constitution. This is another one that they spent a very long time hammering out what the executive was going to look like. There were a few people who basically wanted an elected king, lifelong appointment. There were some people who wanted a council of 3, which I can see an argument for. There were some people who wanted 6-year terms. There were some people who, wanted 2-year terms. There were some people who didn't want the president elected, wanted them appointed by Congress, which in a sense is what we have. There were a lot of arguments about what the executive was going to look like, and it all stemmed from fear of tyranny.
Yeah. So they chose, but they chose a term longer than the representatives, but shorter than the Senate.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was another one of those, after a great deal of arguing, this is the compromise they came to. And the vice president is kind of an afterthought in the Constitution, which many historical vice presidents would agree with. Very, very famously, John Nance Garner, who was Franklin Roosevelt's first vice president, I think he went through like 3 or 4 of them, the cleaned up version of what he said about the vice presidency was that it wasn't worth a pitcher of warm spit.
If only he was the fourth. Yeah, if only he was the 4th vice president, then he might be different.
Yeah, the only one of FDR's vice presidents that most people know about is Harry Truman, because he happened to be there when FDR died. There are vice presidents who didn't become president who history remembers. Aaron Burr was vice president, but by and large, the vice presidents are one forgotten person after another, with occasionally one who went on to be president.
Yeah, I only remember the vice presidents of the past 40 years that I've been alive.
Yeah. I remember reliably, I think Adlai Stevenson was Harry Truman's vice president, but I'm not 100% sure. And then Nixon was Eisenhower's. And of course, LBJ was Kennedy's. And At first, LBJ didn't have one. I think... Gosh, no, I don't remember who LBJ's vice president was. And then Nixon first had Spiro Agnew, who was forced to resign over tax issues in Maryland, and then was Gerald Ford.
Yeah.
Gerald Ford had Nelson Rockefeller. Jimmy Carter had Walter Mondale.
Oh.
Yep.
Mondale, I remember. That then I remember that was one of the president 84 election, right?
Yes, the first discussion I remember having that was about politics with someone outside my family was the 1984 election, and my then best friend and I, both of our parents, well, all of our parents, her mom and dad and my mom, were all going to vote for Mondale. Much good it did them. And then, Bush the Elder, then Dan Quayle, who was a choice, and then Al Gore,
yeah.
Dick Cheney, Joe Biden, of course, Mike Pence, and, of course, Kamala Harris. Yes. And now it'll be J.D. Vance, who was definitely a choice that was made. But even I can't reliably remember a lot of the vice presidents from before then because they don't matter.
You already mentioned the first four: Adams, Jefferson, and Burr.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
And the vice president mostly seems to have been the idea that the president can't do all the work, so he needs an assistant.
Yeah.
And of course, a tiebreaker in Congress.
We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that in a bit. So
yeah.
So they kind of agreed on two, but one has more power.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Now, what does that mean by executive power?
So the executive branch is carrying out the laws. The legislative branch, their purpose is to set laws. The executive branch carries them out. And we're going to see how that is specifically defined as we go forward. But branches of the government that are under the executive include the military, the Department of Justice, the cabinet is all executive branch. And they are the people responsible for the day-to-day running of the government after the laws have been set. My fellow neurodivergent people are very aware of the term executive function, for example, because that is a thing that most of us are missing. And that's the part of your brain that makes you accomplish things.
What was that movie?
Which movie?
They had the neurodivergence.
I don't know. There are a bunch of movies about neurodivergent people.
Okay. I remember this movie I watched once where this one girl was neurodivergent, and they had this a community in the city, and they did take jobs about.
I don't know. It's not familiar.
Right. I don't know. It started that girl that was in that teenage pregnancy movie. It was serious. I mean, I don't know. I'll remember it later, probably.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wrote about after-school specials last night, so there have been a lot of things about teenage pregnancy. The sheer number of after-school specials that were about drugs or drunk driving or teenage pregnancy is kind of overwhelming.
Yeah, it was a WB or CW series. I think it's called Life of the American Teenager.
Oh, yeah, I didn't ever watch that.
All right. Anything more to say about this particular?
Nope.
All right.
Each state shall appoint, in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct, a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress, but no senator or representative or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States shall be appointed an elector. So this again gets into the you don't vote for president, you vote for an elector who is the one who decides who they're going to vote for. A lot of states have laws against what are called faithless electors, which are electors who don't vote the way the election turned out in their state. Usually, in fact, as far as I can tell, always what that means is voting for some random other third party. There were a bunch of faithless electors 8 years ago, and it didn't end up swaying anything, but there were people who just refused to place their vote in the Electoral College for, Hillary Clinton, really. And this is another one where the Constitution does not want you holding 2 government jobs. So you cannot work for the government and be a member of the Electoral College. Or at least you can't work for the federal government. So this is also where we get into Wyoming has more power per capita than California.
Because their 3 people have more, can do more good or bad than the 54 in California.
Well, because their 3 people represent far fewer people than the 54 for California. If you divide the number of electors by the population of the state, Wyoming has the fewest people per elector, and California has the most people per elector. Because the system is unbalanced, because compromise.
Is this a thing where, at least back in the day, or they claim at least, or they claim nowadays, that this gives power to the state, quote to quote?
Yeah. Technically and officially, under this part of the Constitution, there doesn't have to be an election in your state for president. Now, I think we get to that soon, but this section says that the state is going to appoint those electors. And so, in theory, under this part, they don't have to listen to the popular vote at all.
So, did the people even vote at this point, or did they just appoint them?
Well, some of them did.
So I know they actually had election not popular. I know they actually had elections to elect these electors at this point, or they were appointed.
Well, for the first, for 1789, in all practical purposes, they were just appointing George Washington. Everybody knew who the first president was going to be, because everybody knew that it had to be George Washington. George Washington didn't want to be president. He took the job because he was persuaded that if he didn't, then it would be seen as a lack of faith in the new system of government. And so he said, okay, fine, I'll be president. And he served his first term and he wanted to go home. And they told him that if he didn't take a second term, then it would be seen as a lack of blah, 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 blah. And so he served 2 terms and he said, there, I'm done. And now to show that this is how it works, I'm going home and you will elect someone else. So the 2 George Washington presidencies are kind of outside the rest of the system because it had to be George Washington. Starting with John Adams, yeah, there was voting. It was a lot more limited. There were still places where you basically had to be a property owner. And, of course, you had to be a white man. And, so how many people vote has been increasing since 1789 as far as who is eligible. But in the very first election, it broadly doesn't matter whether people voted for president or not.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They tell you the number of senators plus representatives.
Yeah. Senators plus representatives tells you how many voting members of the Electoral Congress your state has.
How many do you have?
I could never remember.
I think I still remember. Mine is 8. I think mine's 18. Or is it 17? No, I can't remember now either because I just knew, like, I saw a month ago and now it's like already.
We have 12 electoral votes. Wow. Almost 30,000 people in my state voted for Jill Stein.
Yeah. No, I think it's 17. I think it's 17. I look it up now. I think I have 15 representatives and 2 senators. But I thought it was 18 on the board.
That's interesting. Little over 3,000 people in Washington voted for the guy who wasn't eligible to be president.
Who is that?
He was an Indian American who was running for president under some obscure third party. But he was born in Mumbai to Indian parents. He is not, and we'll get to it soon, he is not eligible to be president.
Okay. I was getting it reversed. You said Indian American, not American.
No, Indian American. He was born in India.
Okay. I was thinking the other way around.
No, this isn't, the situation with Native Americans is complicated. This is literally he was born in India.
All right. I think that's pretty much everything to say about this page.
Yep.
All right. Back to the blue.
The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for 2 persons, one of whom at least shall not be an inhabitant of the state with themselves. And they shall make a list of all the persons voted for, and of the numbers of votes for each, which list they shall sign and certify and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. And this is some of the first text to go blue in the Constitution because they quickly discovered that this technically meant that the system didn't make a clear distinction between who was running for president and who was running for vice president. And Aaron Burr basically tried to declare himself the winner. And this went blue with the establishment of official nominees, essentially, where you have one person who is running for president and another person who is running for vice president. And before that, it was like, well, we're going to vote for this person for vice president, even though they were running for president. And it was a mess, and it didn't work. So this is one that is actually changed because in practice, the system was failing. They realized it almost right away, and they fixed it.
Yeah. Like you mentioned this before, but it says, if you're, but here it says, if you're from that state, you can't vote for the guy. So that anybody from Virginia couldn't vote for Washington here, apparently.
Well, no, they could vote for Washington, but they couldn't vote for Washington and Jefferson. So,
at least once.
At least one has to be from another state.
Got two. They got 2 votes.
Yeah, president and vice president.
All right.
Which it's not made really clear that that's what it is. That was the intent, but that's not what it says. And it was 1804, I believe, or 1808, that they realized that it wasn't working.
The 12th
and revamped the whole thing.
Number 12.
Yeah. And it was one of the easiest amendments passed because it was purely functional.
Yeah. And plus, the 3/4 states it needed was very small at that point.
That too. But also just, it's one of my real problems with people who want to take the document as the way the founders intended, leaving aside the whole the founders didn't agree about things issue, is the founders were of the generation that first realized that there was something about the original document that didn't work. And so they changed it. Like, the founders did not think of this document as some sort of holy relic. They thought about it as a working set of laws. And if the laws don't work, you change them. And even at the time, not all of them agreed about the document even existing. Certainly not all of them agreed about what it meant. And what they wanted was a functional government, which, as established, the Articles of Confederation hadn't been. So they wanted a system in place so that if it didn't work, it was easy to fix. And this was the first place where they said, no, this is not working, let's fix it. And therefore, Aaron Burr will never be president. He was a weird guy.
Yes. They make a list, sign certified, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. And they give it to the vice president.
The current one, not the future one.
Yeah, the one who currently holds the office, so that under this, and we'll get to the 12th Amendment later and see what the current system is, but under this amendment, or under this section, assuming it were black text, it would go to Kamala Harris. Because until the election is certified and the new people are inaugurated, they're not holding the office. It's the person who currently holds the office, because of course it is.
And just hope that a mother come in and tell them to hang you.
I had a dream the other night that we all discovered that the election had gone the other way. But yeah, they really weren't anticipating a lot of what's been going on in recent years. I don't think they ever anticipated the sheer imbalance in power that we currently see in the Electoral College. Like, the Electoral College is totally a compromise. It's the small states versus the large states again. That's why it exists. But because representation was a lot more balanced in those days, because we didn't have the problem with the House of Representatives is far, far, far too small. You didn't, maybe an elector in a small state would hold a little bit more power than one in a bigger state, but only by a matter of a few thousand people. Not literally tens of thousands of people. I don't remember exactly what the imbalance is, but it is staggering on a level that I don't think anyone could have imagined in these days.
No. So, is all of this gone now, or just some of it?
All of this is, well, at the very least, it's all been reworded. I think a lot of the text is still in the 12th Amendment, but the 12th Amendment is fully intended to replace this.
All right, more blue text.
Lot of blue text. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the President, if such a number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if there be more than one who have such a majority and have an equal number of votes, then the House of Representatives shall immediately choose CHUSE by ballot one of them for President, and if no person have a majority, then from the 5 highest on the list, the said House shall in like manner choose the President. But in choosing the President, the votes shall be taken by states, the representative from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. In every case, after the choice of the President, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the Vice President. But if there should remain 2 or more who have equal votes, the Senate shall choose from them by ballot the Vice President. So this is why it's getting replaced.
And that's
Because
a lot of text for one section.
Yeah. And the important thing that got replaced here was the runner-up as Vice President. When the Constitution was written, there were not really political parties in the United States. What started the first real political parties in the United States was the battle to ratify the Constitution.
The Federalists versus the Anti-Federalists.
Federalists versus the Anti-Federalists. So from the writing of the document to the ratifying of the document, the political landscape completely changed. In a way that I honestly don't find enormously surprising given how people work. But they realized that this system didn't work because you would end up with things like a president and a vice president who were radically opposed to one another, which is why John Adams and Thomas Jefferson stopped speaking for a number of years. And they eventually made up with one another and became friends and corresponded the rest of their lives and died on the same day, and it's this whole thing. But they stopped speaking for a while because they had been in such conflict during the Adams presidency. Because this system does not work for functional government. There's a nice thought about, the runner-up gets to be vice president. It's the second place trophy, but it doesn't work. And also you'll note that they assume that there are more than 5 people who will have most of the vote.
Yeah. It's like sorry, you said you got silver medal, but hey, you can break a tie. You can break a tie in the Senate.
Yeah,
Good for you.
Yeah, These days, the effective job of the vice president is traveling places the president needs to send someone important but doesn't want to go themselves, and breaking tie in the Senate. That's mostly what the vice president does. And the first one wasn't even a job in those days. So, but yeah, you read this through and you're like, oh yeah, that's why they changed it.
Okay, I think the thing they kept here was if there's no majority, that the Senate chooses the vice president.
Yeah, the actual process of how we choose the president is not enormously changed from the blue text. What they really did was clarify a lot of things and change how the vice president is elected. They wanted to make it less of a fight, and they wanted to make the vice president more functional as a part of the government.
So instead of a fight representative, they're a ticket. They're a combo deal.
Yeah. Starting with the 12th Amendment, you are voting for a ticket, a president and vice president pair. And that really clarified a lot of, it's interesting to think about how certain things in history would have changed if the 12th Amendment didn't exist. The 1860 election is the first one that springs to mind. But 1820 would have changed a lot of things. God, these days it would have been extraordinarily difficult or different. Even something as simple as picturing Jimmy Carter as Ronald Reagan's vice president.
See, 1860.
Or, Nixon instead of LBJ.
It looks the same. Would Douglas or Breckinridge have been the vice president of 1860? I know the fourth one probably wouldn't have been, but
obviously Lincoln won. It would have been Breckinridge of the Southern Democratic Party.
I wonder if they would still have succeeded if their guy was the vice president.
I mean, that's a question. It's. I'm looking at the electoral map from 1860, and there is this band across the country. They've got, the map I'm looking at has Lincoln in red, John C. Breckinridge in light blue, John Bell in a dark pink, and Stephen Douglas in dark blue. And there's this band. Douglas won Missouri and Delaware and split New Jersey, because apparently they were doing that in those days. And John Bell won Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee for the Constitutional Union Party. And then Breckinridge just swept the South and also got Maryland. So it's interesting to consider, if Breckinridge, who got less than half the popular vote that Lincoln did. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Breckinridge got a considerable chunk. He got about a third of the popular vote, and Lincoln got maybe 2/5. It's hard to tell. I'd have to math, and I don't want to. But Lincoln got well over half the electoral vote because the voting population was in the North, plus California and Oregon. So things could have been very different in 1860.
Yeah, that's was the one, the first, at least the one where a split vote, the one party let the other party win.
Yeah. Lincoln wasn't even on the ballot in most southern states. No, Douglas got more popular votes, but fewer electoral votes than Breckinridge.
Another, depending, I guess that's a good or bad thing depending on who you ask.
Yeah, no, I've found a table which is much more handy than the pie charts. So Lincoln got 180 electoral votes and almost 1.9 million popular votes. Breckinridge got 72 electoral votes and about 850,000 popular votes, because the 3/5 compromise meant that there were just that many fewer votes, but that many more electoral votes in the South. Douglas got 12 electoral votes, about 1.4 million popular votes, and John Bell 39 electoral votes and a little over 500,000 popular votes. So yeah, it's interesting to consider what would have happened and how things could have changed. But it would not have been a functional government, and we would not have gotten to 1860 without some form of the 12th Amendment.
Yeah. Because those would have been some interesting party years.
Yes.
All right. I think even though this is a big text, I think we've said everything that needs to be said.
It's blue. It doesn't matter anymore. So the Congress may determine the time of choosing the electors and the day on which they shall give their vote, which day shall be the same throughout the United States. It should be the same for primaries too, but primaries kind of weren't a thing at the time. They didn't become a thing for... Gosh, I'm not actually sure when primaries really started becoming a thing. But for this point, the assumption was that everybody knew who was going to be running anyway. Congress can set the law of what day everyone votes and when the electors are chosen.
I don't think it's we're talking about this, but you mentioned the primaries. I think a lot of people have more problems with the electors of primaries than a lot of people have than they do with the electors of the actual election, because primaries are really weird.
Primaries are really weird, and a lot of states still do caucuses, which I have feelings about. And let's see, when was the first primary election in the United States? So first it was congressional caucuses, and then it became national nomination conventions. But the first primary started in about the 1900s. The progressives started running the primary system, but the political bosses were still picking everything. Basically, the current system dates from 1952, when Harry S. Truman lost the New Hampshire primary and dropped out of the race. But the convention chose Adlai Stevenson, who didn't run in any of the primaries.
Yeah. That's the thing. I think a lot of people have a problem with it. Was like I think it was 2016 or 2020. I didn't vote in the primary 2020 because COVID, and I couldn't get to the
right.
And I forgot to do the mail-in thing, but I think in 1960, 2016, I voted for Sanders in the primary, but apparently, we saw when I heard the news article that the party that didn't want him to be the president candidate, so they put all their power towards the other people, like Hillary.
I mean, Bernie Sanders has never been a member of the Democratic Party, so I have a hard time blaming them. You know, I do feel that the party has too much power. That being said, they can't force people to run, and they can't force people to vote. I'm not sure a single person I knew who said in 2016 that they would vote for Elizabeth Warren voted for Elizabeth Warren. Like, you know, there's only so much they can do, and sexism is still a major factor in U.S. politics, and I have a lot of feelings on the subject. But the primary system, as we know it, really only started coming into existence in the 1960s. If people want to know what an undemocratic system of choosing their candidates looks like, that's still in living memory.
Yeah, I heard about the was it the 68 primary ride or something like that?
Yeah, the convention in Chicago in 68, yeah. Because a lot of people did not feel that their voices were being heard, because their voices weren't being heard. Especially because a lot of the people who really had strong feelings were old enough to be drafted, but not old enough to vote. At this stage, voting is still, even in 1968, voting in presidential elections was still 21 and older, but the draft was 18 and older. And those were a crucial 3 years, and the parties were not listening to people in those 3 years. They don't now, but that's because people of that age don't vote, not because they can't vote. So, but Taft, I know, was one of those smoke-filled room candidates. Theodore Roosevelt was chosen as the vice presidential nominee by the New York State political party to get him out from underfoot.
Yeah, so I heard about that. It's like, let's make him vice president, get him out of the way.
Yeah.
That worked out well for them.
I was reading about Garfield years ago. I read a joint biography of Garfield and Guiteau, and I forget how many ballots were taken behind closed doors, because the conventions being open the way they are is also a very new development. So in 1880, when Garfield was nominated and became president, the public had no say in who the nominee was going to be. And there were a lot of people who were considerably more popular than Garfield was, who didn't have enough sway in the halls of power to get the job. It's a whole big complicated thing, and Guiteau himself had aside from being almost certainly mentally ill, had very strong feelings about the different factions of the party. And it's stuff that we don't even think about in terms of those days, because I don't think most people stop to consider how the nominees were chosen.
Yeah, Garfield was okay, but I always preferred Heathcliff more than Garfield.
Yeah, well, Heathcliff has gone some bonkers directions in recent years. My son actually used to go to Garfield Elementary in Olympia. And the school secretary had a bunch of stuffed Garfields and things on her desk. And at one point, I just finally stopped and told Zane a whole bunch of stuff about the actual historical President John A. Garfield, because I think he was really cool and worth remembering. And I've long said, after reading that book, I became convinced that Garfield would be the first former U.S. president to be glad to know that a future U.S. president was black. I think from Lincoln on, you get ones who are pretty sure it'll probably happen at some point. Garfield would have been actually happy to know about it. The U.S. would have been very, very different if Guteau had not shot him, or if the doctors had been competent.
And maybe someday we'll have a woman president.
Yeah, well, I'm not holding my breath.
Hey, if we can be racist in the election, maybe someday we can be unsexist in the election.
I don't think that race didn't factor into the most recent election, but yeah.
Okay, also, isn't at least tell the day, it says they choose the day.
They will choose the day.
But is it like set in like a more?
It's the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. The election is not on the 1st because the 1st would have been the day that merchants tallied their books. A lot of important stuff still happens on the 1st. But they wanted it to be early in the month, and they didn't want it to be on a Monday because first day of the week, same thing. So first Tuesday after the first Monday. So the earliest election day can be is November 2nd.
So at this time, they haven't chosen the official yet. They could be any day.
Yeah.
All right, now we get to the part where everyone knows this part, I think.
Yes. No person except a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible to the office of President. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years and been 14 years a resident within the United States. Now, the interesting thing to note here is that natural-born citizen is not defined. It is generally taken to mean that you have to be either born in the United States or born to American parents outside the United States. But it's not clear that that's what was intended because citizenship was a little bit more complicated than people realize in those days. People didn't necessarily hold citizenship in the same way. There wasn't necessarily naturalization. And in a lot of places, you weren't a citizen, you were a subject. So United States citizenship was a lot more vague in those days. And that's fine, you know.
Now,
the issue came up with Obama, obviously. The whole, was he born in Kenya? Spoiler, no, he wasn't. No. He was born in Hawaii. Let's all move on from that. But what I found interesting was there is a constitutional argument that says that John McCain should not qualify as a natural-born citizen under the Constitution. It's not an argument that I agree with. I'm going to be very, very clear about that. But there's an argument there. Because John McCain was born in the Panama Canal Zone, which is not in the United States, obviously. There is an argument that makes him not a natural-born citizen. Again, I think it's a dumb argument. Don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing in favor of this. But there's more constitutional weight behind that than the whole Barack Obama birther thing.
But did he have? You said I don't even mention it here, but you said two American citizen parents. Did he have those at least?
Yeah, no. Both of McCain's parents were. Yeah, his father was an admiral. His father was stationed in the canal zone. But Barack Obama's mother was an American citizen. So even if she was in Kenya, which again she wasn't, she was in Honolulu, but even if she had been, there's at least as much of an argument that would make Barack Obama a natural-born citizen than that John McCain was. It was always a silly argument if you knew the Constitution and how vague it is on this particular subject. Now, of course, what's not up for discussion is the fact that none of our first presidents were natural-born citizens of the United States.
They were of adoption.
Yeah, they were at the time of the adoption of the Constitution. Because otherwise we would have had to have waited around for 35 years for someone to be eligible.
Do we know who the first born person was?
I am looking that up right now. Van Buren was the first president born an American citizen. He was also the only president for whom English was a second language. His first language was Dutch. He was born in 1837.
1837.
1837.
So everyone before that had been alive when the.
Oh, sorry. He was born in 1782.
Okay, that makes more. That makes more. Okay.
Yeah, no, he became president in 1837. No, but 1782. That's not. I guess they're counting it after the ratification of the Declaration of Independence and not the Constitution.
Okay.
Yeah. Which I guess, I'll accept that. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong date, and that threw me off here. Also, he didn't have a first lady because his wife had died 18 years earlier, and it took until one of his 4 bachelor sons married before there was a first lady. So...
maybe I'm remembering, was Van Buren the was he a former vice president?
Yes, he was Andrew Jackson's vice president.
That's what I was thinking. Like, I didn't want to say that loud. Was he Jackson's vice president too?
Yeah.
So Jackson was the last guy born before the thing.
First president born under the Constitution. Yeah, it's not Martin Van Buren. Thank you. Nobody wants to tell me. So I'm going to look past Van Buren and see who the next president was. 1773. So the next president wasn't born a citizen because he was born before the Declaration of Independence.
Harrison?
Yeah, Tyler. Tyler was born in March 29th, 1790. So Tyler was the first president born after the ratification of the Constitution. He was the 10th president.
Right. As we talked about next part, we talked about this during a previous episode, but you think 35 is a good year for president?
I think 35 is a good year. I think you've lived long enough for your brain to finish developing, and you've lived long enough as an adult to theoretically have some view of how the world works. And 14 years a resident within the United States is also a good, you can't have been born abroad and lived your entire life abroad, or even just born in the US and lived your entire life abroad, and then swoop in and become president without knowing anything about living in the United States. Now, I will hear an argument for naturalized citizens as president. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. I don't think that's a change that's ever going to happen. I know in this Simpsons movie they have Arnold, which I have not actually seen yet, but they have Arnold Schwarzenegger as president, but he cannot be president under the Constitution because he was born in Austria.
Now, we're both. I don't know. You might be an ex. I'm a Zennial/millennial, so I think currently, technically, a millennial can be president, but I don't know if they hit the Gen Z yet for president.
Oh, let me look it up real quick. I'm Gen X, very, very solidly Gen X. So
I'm the micro gen between. I'm the X/millennial, Zennial.
So 97 is the first of Gen Z. So not yet.
Okay. Of course, I don't think we've had a millennial for president either.
We haven't even had a Gen X. I was watching a thing recently on Generation X that cited Obama as Gen X, and that's because they were screwing with their numbers of when the generation started so they could claim him. I swear this is what happened. It's all been boomers and silent. Like, I don't even... Yeah.
So we as I say, we haven't had a millennial yet. We haven't had an Xer yet.
Yeah. Yeah. The first Gen Z that will be eligible to be president is in the 2032 election. And those people would be awfully cuspy. Let's see here. I'm going to find that guy who wasn't eligible. Because...
would have Harris been an Xer if she got elected?
Nope.
She was a boomer too?
She's a boomer too.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh wow, that guy doesn't even make it onto the Wikipedia page about the election. I'm gonna have to look that up again. So yeah, Shiva Ayadurai is an Indian American entrepreneur who ran for U.S. president this year, despite being completely ineligible. He also claimed in 2011 to have invented email. Which I don't think he did, but, I don't know enough of the history to be certain of that.
Is that like the rumor that Gore invented the internet thing?
Yeah, which I have such strong feelings about people who claim that Gore claims to have invented the internet, because no, he didn't. He claimed to have worked to get government funding for it, which is a thing he actually legitimately did and has won awards for. So yeah. Fun fact, the reason Al Gore has been on Futurama as many times as he has is that one of his daughters is one of the writers for Futurama. I will still to this day quote the "I'm a 10th level vice president" line that he delivered.
Uh, 335 and 14 years yet.
Yeah. If I could add one thing to this list, it would be that they would have to pass a cognitive test. Get your brain checked. I'm not saying you can't be mentally ill. I'm not talking education. I'm not talking intelligence. I'm talking prove you don't have dementia. Because we don't know for sure, but we have almost certainly had a president who was suffering from Alzheimer's.
Would that have been Reagan?
That would have been Reagan. Reagan was diagnosed after leaving office, but it is almost certain that he was already showing signs as president. Would he have been able to pass a cognitive test in 1984? That is a question we're never going to have an answer to. But he should have had to take it.
Yeah, I think my dad said once that the reason he was good at speeches because he was a great script reader. In movie days he was a great script reader.
Reagan was an actor. I've seen several of his movies. He wasn't a good actor. He's passable in a few of them, but he's never good. Even when the movie is terrible around him, he is never the best part of the movie. I am here to tell you. And I've seen like 3 or 4 Ronald Reagan movies over the years. But he could read a script. That was his job. And so he has this reputation for being a great communicator. He had good script writers. Talking one-on-one, if you wanted to hear anecdotes about the early days of Hollywood, great. If you wanted to actually talk, that was something he was less good at. And it's true that I genuinely believe Ronald Reagan was an appalling president, and I think he did irreparable harm to the world. We're coming up on, we're in the days of celebrating National AIDS Remembrance Day here, and millions of people have died who wouldn't have if the Reagan administration had done what they needed to do.
Yeah, I remember for the longest time, all the Republicans still I won't say worship, but they put him on a pedestal for the longest time.
Oh, they still do, even though they would have hated, a lot of current Republicans would hate current Reagan for a lot of the things he actually did in office. There was a huge immigration reform in 1986 that made a whole bunch of people citizens that the current Republican leadership would find appalling. But that was one of the things Reagan did. But also, I don't know if they remember that he referred to Russia as, well, the Soviet Union, as the evil empire, but that was a thing that I remember very clearly from my childhood.
Yeah, I made this joke once during the 2016 election, or after that.
Mm-hmm.
The new guy, I made this joke where their one guy said, "Tear down this wall," and this guy is saying, "Build up this wall."
Yeah. Yeah, it's there's a lot about Reagan that I don't think the current party is willing to talk about and the current base realizes. But also, he wouldn't say the word AIDS until after his close personal friend Rock Hudson died of it. Like, whatever else you think about Reagan, and I think a lot about Reagan, not in a positive way, but I do think about him. The way he handled the AIDS crisis was horrific and caused untold numbers of unnecessary deaths.
Yeah, and
Now, I
probably
don't think that was because of his cognitive problems. I think that's just because he was a certain stripe of toxic conservative. But I do think that Reagan might not have gotten a second term if he had been forced to pass a cognitive abilities test.
Yeah. See, I also seen if we go on two things. I heard a lot of people that hated Bush Jr. in the two other thing, but then they said, but once Trump got elected, they're like, wow, I miss Bush. Trump makes me miss Bush.
Yeah. Bush the Younger was not a good president. But I never felt he was actively trying to dismantle the entire federal government. So there's that.
Another one that said that people that were considered conservatives 20, 30, 40 years ago will be moderates or liberals now in this election day and age.
I think it's more complicated than that. I think that some of their stances yes and some of their stances no.
Yeah.
I think that what sets conservative and liberal changes a lot as time passes in a way that most people do not really think about. And this isn't just the whole Party of Lincoln rhetoric, where apparently I have to explain to people that politics has changed since the 1860s all the time.
Yeah.
I think politics has changed since the 1980s in a lot of ways that people don't really think about, because I think that the leadership in the 1980s was anti-abortion, was perfectly happy with AIDS so long as it was just killing gay people. But would really prefer not to have a nuclear war if it could be avoided. Most of them, anyway.
Yeah. Well, what was that? I forget the name of it, but there's some kind of something window.
The Overton window. And I think the Overton window is a simplified concept. But I do think that there are a lot of places where the narrative keeps changing. It's funny because now I'm old enough to remember a lot of the early days of the AIDS epidemic, at least as far as it was, public facing.
Yeah, I remember some of it because I'm a little bit younger than you.
Yeah,
but I remember that. What was his name? I remember watching that movie, the Ryan kid.
Ryan White. Yeah. I remember Ryan White. I remember when Ryan White died. I remember when they first started limiting who could give blood because of AIDS. I remember when the AIDS test was new. I remember a lot of these details. And what's interesting to me, and is darkly funny to me, is that some of the rhetoric from the nut job right of the time was that AIDS wouldn't be happening if they settled down and got married. And it was all because they were promiscuous.
Yeah, until they learned, oh, you can get a kid can get AIDS not being gay, but just having a bad needle.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot, you can get AIDS from a blood transfusion. You can get AIDS from an accidental needle stick. You can get, there are a lot of ways that people could get AIDS. But it's funny that the rhetoric was, well, it's because they won't settle down. And if they had single partners like straight people, then blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as gay marriage started really being a talking point, it became clear that what they had meant all along was if they marry straight people.
Of course, that too. But I remember all this stuff, the fear that you couldn't even like they were saying you couldn't share a soda.
Yeah. There was a lot of panic in those days. And if the leadership at the time had been willing to actually do something about that, it actually would have saved lives. And the funny thing was, C. Everett Koop, who I heard described once as looking like a Maine lobster fisherman and have never been able to unsee it, was appointed as Surgeon General and was one of those rare surgeons general who actually wore a uniform. And he was appointed because he was with all due respect, a lunatic anti-abortion advocate. I saw a clip once from something he did where he was talking about abortion while standing on a mountain of doll parts. He was that level of anti-abortion, and that's why he got appointed. And then he steps into office and he's hit with the AIDS crisis, and he made the government publish a list of policies about AIDS and shocked everyone who had been advocating for his appointment, because he's not supposed to be, careful about gay people. So I think that saying that today's, that the conservatives of the 80s would be moderates or liberals now, I think it all depends on where in the spectrum you're looking, because frankly, a lot of them have never changed. And part of that is how old our current leadership is. But part of it is conservatism by definition is about resistance to change.
Yeah, I think people are, at least last election, people are talking about there's a minimum age, but some people think there should be a maximum age.
And I don't think there should be. I think as long as you can pass a cognitive test, I genuinely don't care if you're old. Being old is not the problem. Being senile, having dementia, those are problems. And dementia can strike young. One of my favorite authors died very young. Well, not very young, but younger than, like decades younger than the average life expectancy of, among other things, early onset Alzheimer's. So I do think that it's important to know that the person is mentally capable of doing the job. It's important for Congress too, but it's less important because there's more balance there. Yes, you've got Mitch McConnell apparently going blue screen of death in front of the media, but you've also got, there's a Gen Z member of Congress now. So there's a range in ages, and hopefully it'll eventually balance out. But with president, it's one person.
Yeah.
And I would like to know for sure that the person is capable of actually handling things and is not slipping away. And I don't think that's a partisan issue. It was in the most recent election simply because, well, yes, they're both boomers. They're at opposite ends of the boomer spectrum. But I think that there are plenty of, my mom is silent generation. My mom's not even a boomer. And so far as I know, she could sail through a cognitive skills test. Now, I still don't want my mother as president for a whole bunch of reasons, but she could do the job.
Yeah. I think at this point we've rambled on about this topic. I think we talked about this topic that much.
Well,
kind of. But.
Feelings about this topic have intensified, I think, in recent months. But yes.
But I guess for the next, I guess in 2028, we will see if we get at least an Xer on the ballot. If
it'd be nice. JD Vance is an Xer.
I don't want him.
Not him. I don't want him. But he is an Xer. He's the first Xer to hold executive branch
at least
office at that level.
Yeah. I don't know if a millennial will be running yet, but at least an Xer at this point.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. We'll see you in the next part.
Yep.
And back to the blue.
More blue. In case of the removal of the president from office, or of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge the powers and duties of the said office, the same shall devolve on the vice president, and the Congress may by law provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the president and vice president, declaring what officer shall then act as president, and such officer shall act accordingly until the disability be removed, or a president shall be elected. So, this got put in blue because it got rearranged. I'm turning off notification settings because there we go. Hopefully now I will stop getting them. This got changed because it became clear that it was insufficient. When William Henry Harrison died, in 30 days, as The Simpsons reminds us, he was succeeded by John Tyler, who, as we previously established, was the first president born under the Constitution. And his nickname as president was His Accidency. Because he wasn't elected president, he was elected vice president, and then Harrison became the first president to die in office. And we kind of puttered along like that for a long time, where it wasn't, officially set how things were going to go, but it was how we were doing things. And it's worth noting that Tyler didn't have a vice president. So if Tyler had died, they would have had to have figured something else out. And then in the 20th century, we got, well, first off, not frequently talked about, Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson had a stroke while in office. And his first lady, Edith Wilson, who he married while he was president, was running the country for at least a few months while he was recovering. She would tell people that she would take things into him, and obviously he couldn't see too many people because it was bad for his recovery and blah, blah, blah. And so she would take them in and she would get them signed, and then she would leave again and things would all be taken care of. Well, the thing is, I don't know if you've ever interacted with anybody who's recovering from a stroke, but they're not running the country in the first few months.
Yeah, my mom had a partial stroke. She recovered very quickly, but we could tell during the middle. I was there when she was having it, and you could tell.
Yeah. And his was apparently quite severe. So she was in charge. Nobody admitted it, but it's generally accepted by historians that for a while she was running the country. And this was during World War I. And people didn't talk a lot about that, but it was clear, to people in the know that had been a thing that had happened. And of course, FDR went through many periods of varying physical health. And then he died, and Truman became president during World War II. Now, it was the tail end of World War II, but it was still during World War II. And it became clear that there needed to be a definite system in place for how this was going to work going forward. Because that wasn't it. So this was one of the things where it was not that the mood of the country had changed, it's that the document itself was insufficient for the real world. So it's not so much a change or a deletion so much as it is a clarification, a making things more specific and precise. Because, hot take, the Constitution as written in 1789 is an imperfect document.
Gasp.
I know, it's a heresy. But it's also a fact. Whether people like it or not, the Constitution as written is an imperfect document.
Are you saying that the people, the founding fathers of the 1700s, couldn't realize what life would be like in the 2000s?
Well, it's not even just that. It's that they didn't think of every contingency. The founding fathers were not omniscient, even for the world as it was in 1789. Because, let's be real, under the system of government they had been in under their birth, what happened when George III was unable to perform the office of king?
Oh yeah, he had the dementia too, or whatever he had.
Yeah, there's a lot of historical discussion about exactly what he had. But whatever it was, he was mentally incapacitated for years. And so what happens? Well, his son steps in because it's a monarchy, and that's how monarchies work.
Hey, question though. At this point, did the king still have any power, or was it started going to the parliament at this point?
The king still had power, but he didn't have ultimate authority. The power of the king was higher then than it is now. But it wasn't as high as it would have been a couple of centuries earlier.
Okay. So it was starting to transition. Because I heard a lot of people during this thing, some people said they were rebelling against the king, other people said they were rebelling against parliament here.
They didn't really see that much of a distinction. Because the election of Parliament was still not quite democratic. So a lot of members of Parliament were in there because they were cronies of the king in some way. There's a season 3 Blackadder episode where the Prince Regent is trying to get his allowance increased. And the way he plans to do it is by stacking Parliament.
Okay. So I remember this is after the Charles I feud, the Parliament thing. So I don't know if the Parliament had gotten more power by this point 100 years later.
Oh yeah. So Parliament obviously gained quite a lot of power in the years immediately following the reign of Charles I, inasmuch as there was no king. There was a Lord Protector who was absolutely not a king, and the fact that his son followed him should not be taken to mean he was a king. But under Charles II, he tried to pull back some power from Parliament for the monarchy, in part because he spent a lot of years in France, and France had a very different setup, which is part of why there was a French Revolution. Parliament was in a battle with the monarch for a while about who was going to be the ultimate authority. And in these years, it was becoming clear that Parliament was going to have more power, but it was also true that the monarch could set things in Parliament. For one thing, the House of Lords still had a lot more power in those days. And so an easy way to stack Parliament was to ennoble your friends.
This is probably why even today the British monarchy is still around, even though most of the other ones have gone bye-bye.
Yeah. Partially the British monarchy exists for tourist dollars these days. I don't know if they bring in more than they drain. That's a conversation that you'd have to have with a British economist. And I am neither of those things. But it is true that a lot of people who visit the UK want to, see the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace and things like that. And they'll go to the UK for major events in the monarchy, weddings and funerals and christenings and things.
Yeah, well, they're finally about my age, because I think the current Prince of Wales is like a year or two younger than me.
I remember his parents' wedding, but again, I'm a little bit older than you are. He's not that much younger than I am, but he looks older, so that's nice.
I know, he looks, he's bald, he's already balding.
He took after his mom as a kid, and then as he got older, he got hit hard by his father's genetics. It's been interesting to watch.
That's weird, because his father still has his hair.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where the balding came from. I believe that male pattern baldness is often carried on the maternal line. So it would be funny if that's the one thing he strongly has from his mother. I don't remember. Was Prince Philip bald? Probably.
I'll look it up. But yeah. But so we might have a millennial king before we have a millennial president.
It is theoretically possible, yes. Prince Philip balded a little bit, but not as dramatically as his grandsons. Well, no, Harry's still keeping a lot of his hair. So, yeah.
All right. Okay, off of monarchy and back to presidency. Anything else to say about this particular topic?
Nope, not really. The notorious emoluments clause. The president shall, at stated times, receive for his services a compensation which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected, and he shall not receive within that period any other emolument from the United States or any of them. He gets a salary, and that's it. This has broadly been taken, and I would have to look at the next slide to know if we're, definite on this, but it's broadly been taken to mean he shouldn't be receiving any compensation other than what he gets as president. He shouldn't hold another job. Jimmy Carter sold his peanut farm. He shouldn't be beholden to anything but the job of being president.
I think that was a major thing of the future president, former president.
It was. It was. Because, I'm not saying he was taking direct bribes, mostly because anybody who wanted to bribe him was smarter than that. But, for example, there's a reason that the family is no longer allowed to run a charity in New York State. And it was an open secret that the way to get the family's attention was to rent a lot of rooms in one of their hotels. And they were charging the Secret Service for renting rooms in the hotels, which is that's shady. That's not okay. So in theory, the president should solely be getting the money he gets for being president.
And did they get paid after they retired too? Still,
they do now. They didn't used to, but Ulysses S. Grant died practically broke. The only reason he had any money at all was that Mark Twain got him a contract to write his autobiography, which he did because he didn't want to leave his wife and children utterly destitute. And that happened to more than one president and to their families.
I have no idea if I heard that because it got disconnected for a second. I heard you talking about Ulysses S. Grant, then my audio went out.
Oh, okay. Ulysses S. Grant died almost destitute. The only reason he had any money at all was that Mark Twain got him a contract to publish his autobiography and helped him write it before he died. There were several presidential widows who had similar problems. I believe Dolly Madison actually died broke. Thomas Jefferson was terrible at finances. He sold his entire library to Congress to pay his debts and then started buying more books. Thomas Jefferson was a mess. But for a very, very long time, after you were in office, you were on your own. And I think the presidential pension was established in the 20th century. Like, that's on my I'd have to look it up list. But presidents didn't get a pension for a very long time.
Yeah.
And I know people who want Congress and the president to take a pay cut. And it is true that they get paid, I mean, a lot more than the average person. But it's also true that almost all presidents would have done better in private industry. Grant is one of the few who wouldn't, because Grant failed at everything except being a general. With all the love in my heart for the man, he also failed at being president. He was a terrible president. But the biggest problem was that he trusted the wrong people. So,
is that similar or different than the Harding one?
I mean, the Harding administration was not as much close personal friends of the president. Grant, it was his friends, and his friends turned out to be ridiculously corrupt. Harding, it was a corrupt era. If you ever watched the documentary The Celluloid Closet, and I've told this story before, Gore Vidal refers to Hayes as one of the rare unindicted members of the Harding cabinet. Grant was trusting. Grant believed that if you were a friend of his, then there couldn't be anything really bad about you. And Grant was proven wrong quite a lot. I actually feel really bad for him. It's also part of why he died broke, because his friends would take his money for investments and lose it and go, whoopsie. So, Grant would not have done better. He would today, because he would have gotten speaking arrangements. Some think tank would have paid to just have his name on their letterhead, what have you. But a lot of presidents could have made more money as lawyers, as executives. Franklin Roosevelt didn't need the money. Franklin Roosevelt was independently wealthy. But paying less will make the office more the province of the ultra wealthy, in my opinion. Because only they will be able to afford it. Even now, you have to be rich to run for office. But if we lowered the salaries, who could afford to be in Congress or to be president?
All right, so basically, you get paid for being president, but you can't get any more pay than that.
Right.
I need a presidential pay raise right now.
I mean,
did by the way, did Trump get a pay cut and become president?
I mean, sort of. He gets paid less to be president than he got paid for being on The Apprentice. But he's grifting like hell. He's selling a lot of merchandise, and his properties do well because, again, the lobbyists know that that's a way to get his attention. And on a personal level, yes. On an overall level, not as much as you might think.
Here's the one that a lot of people know about.
Before he enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States. Whoop. Hold on. We've switched. There we go. And will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That's weird. My screen's different than your screen.
I've got 66 up.
Yes, I do now, but before it was like, okay.
Yeah. Now, tradition holds that he follows with "So help me God," but that's not actually in the Constitution. You don't actually have to say it. You don't have to swear on a Bible, though traditionally people have.
It doesn't have to be the Supreme Court justice.
No, anyone. Calvin Coolidge, as I recall, received the oath of office from his father, who was a justice of the peace.
I think you mentioned that Johnson got a judge from Texas.
A Dallas judge. His father was Coolidge's father was a notary public and justice of the peace, who administered the oath of office in the family's parlor at 2:47 in the morning when Harding died. They had to send him a messenger because the family's house didn't have electricity or a telephone. Lyndon Johnson, let me get to that, received the oath of office on Air Force One. He was sworn in by District Court Judge Sarah T. Hughes. He's the only person to have been sworn in by a woman. She was from Maryland. 5 foot 1/2 inch tall. Apparently, a classmate called her small but terrible. And she had been appointed by Kennedy. The only female judge he appointed.
Yeah, it's not the famous picture where I don't know if it's an accurate picture that he was being sworn in next to the casket and the his and the grieving widow.
Yep. It's the most famous picture taken on Air Force One. It's when it's a formal inauguration on Inauguration Day, and all of that. It's the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. But anybody, it doesn't even say it has to be administered by somebody. Just, he's got to take the oath. And we're going to go with he because it's always been a man and will be for the foreseeable future. But as long as he takes the oath, it's fine. It doesn't matter. So, yes, Justice of the Peace, District Court Judge, the example I always give, as far as the Constitution is concerned, you could say it to my cat. And as long as you are the legal president taking the oath of office, it doesn't matter who you take it to. It doesn't matter, you don't have to swear on anything. You just take the oath.
So when did they start adding "So help me God"? That recent thing, or
no? According to tradition, it was George Washington.
Okay.
So according to tradition, it's been the whole time, and it's just that at this point it would be hard to not say it. A lot of people would look at you funny because they don't know it's not in the Constitution.
I don't have time soon, but I imagine what would happen if we ever got our first purely atheist president. And
there will be a woman president first, and our first atheist president will be a man.
But if they say, did he not say that word? What?
Yeah. No, and the thing is I'm not an atheist, and I still wouldn't say that part. Frankly, I'm a bit surprised that Theodore Roosevelt did, given his feelings about separation of church and state. He thought putting "In God We Trust" on currency was blasphemous. But no president...
I was going to say, a lot of people don't know that under God and the pledge is a recent thing.
Oh yeah. No, that's to separate us from the godless commies. Of course, the pledge itself is only about 150 years old, if that. So, yeah.
But I didn't realize this until recently, too. We're not topic again, but the pledge says, it says, they're not even pledging allegiance to the country. You're pledging allegiance to a flag.
Yes. At least the president has to say that he's there to protect the Constitution. There's a MASH episode where Klinger's wife divorces him and she's divorced him and she's marrying his best friend, and it's this whole thing. And he gets talked into re-enlisting while he's drunk. And Potter knows that he doesn't mean it, and so when he re-enlists Klinger, he makes him say the office, "I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of soldier and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States." And he tells this to Hawkeye, that this is the oath he's made Klinger swear, and Hawkeye says, "The office of soldier? That's not in the oath I swore." And Potter's like, "That's because you've never become president." And it's a great moment, but it is in fact the oath that the president has to swear or affirm, because there are religious sects that don't swear oaths. I believe the Quakers don't swear oaths. Neither do the Jehovah's Witnesses, but the Jehovah's Witnesses aren't supposed to get involved in politics, and they're not even supposed to vote. And Jehovah's Witnesses are new and weren't extant as a religious sect to be a concern at the writing the Constitution.
Again, something short and simple. It took us 8 minutes to talk about.
Well, tangents happen.
Yeah. Now, it says oath or affirmation.
Yeah, oath or affirmation.
Is there a difference?
Not really.
Okay. Same as did they have to say both words? I solemnly swear or affirm?
No, you only have to say one. The reason for the difference in wording is some people take the "thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain" from the Bible to mean you will not swear oaths at all. But they still needed you to say something that said that you were making this promise.
Okay.
They've got workarounds in court for the same reason.
I'd probably do both, because I read the script exactly. I probably would say, if I were president, I'd probably say swear or affirm. This I'll have it say
cover
no.
all bases.
All right. To the military.
Article 2, Section 2. The President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states when called into the actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices. This is generally taken to be the formation of the cabinet, and is definitely the formation of, the president as being in charge of the military.
Yeah, I did not know he was in charge of the state militia too.
Well, when called into the actual service of the United States. So it's worth remembering that at this time there wasn't really the whole, federal army / National Guard that we have today. But even as recently as the 20th century, Eisenhower called up the National Guard in Little Rock to defend children going to school. because they were black children going to a previously white school. So the Constitution gives him that authority, and as a former soldier himself, Eisenhower would have been well aware of that fact.
Yeah, I think because of, around the same time, another one I remember just came into effect was when Truman fired MacArthur.
Yes, very famously. And not without cause. And I mean, Lincoln fired a bunch of generals in his day.
Yeah, until he got like a few of them. I know a lot. The first few were like, I think people think were incompetent, and some I guess were incompetent, but they were, I guess they like. I think like besides Grant, I think one of the good ones was like, was it Meade or something?
Meade was pretty good, but he wasn't effective at governing the entire military.
Yeah. Was he the one? Was he the one under Gettysburg?
Yes. And then there was McClellan. I have said a lot about McClellan and will continue to do so because, wow, he was a piece of work.
Yeah. I heard. I don't know what's true. I heard rumors that he had a chance to go against the Richmond lots of times. We never did.
If he had pushed his advantage, he could have taken Richmond much sooner than he did. He was always convinced that the Confederacy had more soldiers than he did. And at one point was literally fooled by what were called Quaker cannons, which were logs painted to look like cannons. But if you listen to him, he was the only competent man in the entire military. So yeah, I have feelings about McClellan.
And he ran for president in 1964.
Yes, which was the first election with absentee voting so that the soldiers could vote. And the soldier vote overwhelmingly went for Lincoln.
I wonder why. Be like, hey guys, I'm your former commander-in-chief. I'm your former boss, or not boss, but former general. Vote for me, right? Well, yeah. Like, they're like, no.
No, I don't think that's happening. He may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments. In practice these days, there's a room full of guys. Well, people. There have been women in it since Roosevelt. But he appoints in practice the heads of these various branches of the executive, provided they can pass background checks, of course. But in practice, this means that the president is able to have a variety of people advising him.
Now, at this point, was it called the Secretary of War, or Secretary of Army, or something?
Secretary of War.
Wasn't defense yet.
Yeah, defense came, I think, during the Cold War.
Yeah. Like was there? I don't know. I forget if there was a separate Secretary of Army and Navy in the future, or is it always just one?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. Department of War in 1789 was Department of War, became Department of the Army in 1947. There was a separate Department of the Navy starting in 1798.
I can remember three of them. See, the first ones were Jefferson State, Hamilton Treasury. Was it Knox for War? And the fourth one I forget.
Attorney General Edmund Randolph.
Yeah, that name I had no idea who that was.
And John Adams wasn't included because the position was at the time considered legislative and not executive. vice president didn't really become part of the cabinet until the 20th century. You know, the size of the cabinet has obviously grown over the years.
Is it what that was it 15, 16 now or?
Yeah, the current cabinet has 26 members.
Wow, 20. I thought I was way off.
Yeah, well, there are 15 department heads, plus the vice president, and 10, quote, cabinet-level officials, all but 2 of whom require Senate confirmation. It's not an official branch of the government. It's all just sort of inferred from this clause is a thing. But it's a smart idea.
Yeah, didn't they lose a few of them too? Like, wasn't there used to be a secretary of post people?
There used to be a secretary of the post office before the post office was reorganized, and it's now its own thing. The secretaries in charge of the military have been shifted around until now we've got the Department of Defense. 1949, it became the Department of Defense. So it shuffles, and there are some jobs that are sometimes cabinet level and sometimes not. And there have been departments that have been proposed as cabinet level. Founding Father Benjamin Rush actually proposed a Department of Peace. Quincy Jones proposed a Department of Art, which would be kind of nice. It's not gonna happen, but he proposed it.
Yeah. I still think we need a Department of Internet or Social Media
Yeah, no. There are a whole bunch of things. You know, there are some ways that I would really reorganize some of the government departments.
The Department of YouTube and Twitch streaming.
Jesus. That's not one of them.
that would be definitely a millennial or Gen Z department if they ever got elected.
Yeah.
Department of TikTok.
But I do think, you know, communication is something that we should be putting a little bit more focus into and really looking at how things are happening. And that's one where I'd really like to see a younger person in charge of it.
Yep. Next president, the MTV generation.
You know, one of my very good friends, one of my best friends, says that she's the same age as MTV and the AIDS crisis. Because the official start of the AIDS crisis is 1981, which is the same year that MTV launched and my friend was born. He shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment.
And that's very relevant.
Yeah, we're seeing some interesting stuff going with pardons at the moment. Biden just set history yesterday, day before, for the largest number of pardons given by a president in a single day. So, and he's talking, from what I've heard, about preemptively pardoning just like his entire administration to get them out from under the certain upcoming malicious prosecutions.
Oh, yeah.
And someone was talking on the Dapper Discord the other day after he pardoned Hunter. Which I genuinely, if it were my son, I would not be able to stop myself from doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you know the content of the pardon, but he pardoned Biden He pardoned Hunter for everything. Not just what he was actually convicted of, because he's got to know they're going to keep coming after Hunter. And it is fully malicious prosecution, and he knows that. So, genuinely, as a father, he is making a completely understandable choice.
Yeah.
But someone in the Discord said that he didn't think presidents should have that power.
For family members?
Period. Presidents should not have the power to pardon. That's usurping the authority of the courts. And I think it is a balance of powers issue because we know the courts have screwed up.
Don't the governors have that?
Hmm?
Don't the governors have that? Don't the governors have that power too?
Yeah. The thing is the president can only pardon on a federal level. Against the United States is the clear wording here. Governors can only pardon on a state level. So the reason Biden hasn't pardoned everyone who's in prison on a marijuana offense, for example, is that the vast majority of people in prison on marijuana offenses are there on a state charge. They are not in federal prison, they are in state prison. He doesn't have that authority. Now, should state governors start doing it? Yes, they should. But, again, number one, it's a balance of power thing. So, the courts do not have the ultimate authority. It is balanced out by the executive power of the pardon. But I will definitely hear an argument that there should be a nonpartisan panel. And nonpartisan in this day and age is an exceedingly difficult thing to do simply because of who gets to appoint the panel. This I grant you. But we have a lot of examples of people getting pardons that they absolutely 100% deserved to get. Almost any case you can think of where justice was not served by a conviction, there was somewhere down the road a pardon. People who are serving life sentences who turn out to be innocent. People on death row who turn out to be innocent.
Yeah, that's why it was the governor part, because the governor, all the time you see the stories about governors giving death row inmates a pardon.
Yeah, there's the very first Superman comic, Action Comics. Superman is giving information to the governor to get someone a pardon who is on death row. He gets to the governor with seconds to spare with the information that the woman is innocent. And so I do think it's very, very important for the courts to have the authority, to have the oversight of someone who can say, hey, no, it turns out the Scottsboro boys were innocent. It turns out the exonerated 5, not that that's at all relevant to the incoming administration or anything. What full-page ad the New York Times calling for their execution? Turns out they were innocent. We need a system in place that is not part of the judicial set up to say, hey, this new evidence has come forward, or the court was crooked, because God knows that's happened.
Two things, two questions real fast. One, the Superman one, was that part of your Age of Comic things? That one guy, what was that called again? The
Seduction of the Innocent?
Yeah.
Yeah, it turns out that Wortham didn't have anything to say about that. The fact that Superman was working through the system just kind of was not something he noticed. Can't imagine why.
The other one is, did you hear, I don't know if it's a rumor or really gonna happen that the future president's gonna pardon all the Jan 6 people or something like here. I heard that.
Yeah, I've heard that. I'm sure he's said it. I really don't think it's a priority to him. I really don't think he cares. And he doesn't need to run again, one way or another. So I don't know if I believe it's going to happen. Because that sounds like effort he doesn't need to put in.
But it says cases except for impeachment.
Yeah, so leaving aside that we don't yet know if a president can pardon himself, that is still unsettled law. So say in the waning days of the administration, Kamala Harris were impeached. It's not going to happen, but let's say it did, just, as a pure hypothetical. Biden cannot pardon her from that. That is outside his authority.
So, like, if Nixon had been impeached, Ford couldn't have pardoned him like he did.
Well, no, Ford's pardon was Nixon will not go to prison, which he should have, and if he had, a whole bunch of things would be different. But anyway, Ford's pardon had nothing to do with impeachment. He could have still pardoned him for all of the other stuff, and he wouldn't have been able to go on trial. But the impeachment and subsequent removal from office that would have happened still would have been on his record, and there was nothing Ford could have done about that.
But since it didn't, he could.
Right. Since Nixon resigned rather than face it, it didn't matter. But if Nixon hadn't resigned, he would have been. This is not a hypothetical as far as, well, who would have voted for him? We know they had the votes for a bipartisan impeachment and removal from office. Because the Republicans in those days were willing to stand up against the president when the president was wrong. And he demonstrably was. He was committing crimes. There's no historical debate about a lot of the things Nixon did were illegal.
Yeah. There's even I'm reading a book about the Supreme Court cases written by Mr. Beat.
Oh yeah.
And one of the cases was, at least in this time period, the president is not above the law.
Yeah.
And that gets overturned recently.
Well, technically and officially, the president is only above the law when he's doing official presidential stuff, but it's basically impossible to prove that he's not doing presidential stuff with the current standards, so, there's no way that's going to come back and bite the Supreme Court. Let's dive into one of these good old-fashioned 18th century sentences. He shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur, and he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law, but the Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior offices as they think proper in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. So this is what we're going through right now. And boy, it's proving an adventure. But each incoming president gets to appoint ambassadors, cabinet members, heads of department, a lot of other things are set by the president to appoint, and then they have to get a supermajority in the Senate. And that is going to be dicey with a lot of the incoming suggestions. It turns out that there is a bridge too far for the Senate these days, and that Venmoing 17-year-old girls with notation of what you're Venmoing them for. Credible accusations, except against the president. That's what it takes.
Yeah. So super majority, not just the 51%, but 67%, 67.
Yeah. And at some point, I have to look up exactly when it was, but the Civil Service Act was passed, which means that the president doesn't actually do all of this personally anymore. The government is too big, and arguably this system got Garfield assassinated. Because in the first 100 and change years of the Republic, when a new president came into office, offices all over the country were staffed with political figures who had helped him. Not drawing any parallels whatsoever here, but the point is, postmasters were on this list. And the person who ran the customs office, especially in New York, that was a very prestigious job. And just all over the country, all of these minor roles were filled by political appointees without consideration for their ability at the job. And so every 4 years, you could have a new postmaster, not because they were a competent postmaster, but because they had campaigned real hard for the current president. And the man who assassinated Garfield, probably schizophrenic man by the name of Charles Guiteau, believed that he was directly and personally responsible for Garfield's election based on a speech he had printed in the newspaper that probably no one actually read.
And he wanted an office.
He wanted to be ambassador to France. Did he speak French? He did not. Did he know anything about French government? He did not. Was he in any way qualified to be ambassador to France? He was not. Did anybody care about the speech that he claimed gave him the right to be ambassador to France? Oh no, definitely not. But I'm going to emphasize the probably schizophrenic thing here.
Yeah.
But Garfield had the authority to give him a government job. And the first 2 or 3 months of any president's administration involved seeing hundreds, if not thousands, of people all looking for handout jobs based on their political affiliation. Which is why Garfield's vice president, I believe that is Chester A. Arthur, stepped in and was like, let's pass a Civil Service Act so that most of these jobs are handled in a more professional way and the president doesn't control all of the government offices in the country.
Does that include cabinet people or just not just other people?
Cabinet people are still appointed by the president. Heads of department, major roles, judges, ambassador. So ambassador to France would still be under, the president's control. But I think it's possible that even Guiteau would know that, with a substantially smaller number of offices that the president controlled, the list of people that he was going to thank got substantially smaller. Honestly, this is another one where I would like to see a panel responsible for a lot of these choices. Some of these jobs are far too important to be purely political appointments. You know, head of the FBI is, I believe, one of the jobs that is currently a presidential appointment and really should not be. You know, certainly the person most in control of intelligence in the United States is a political appointment and looks like it's going to be going to somebody who supported the Assad regime, which no longer exists because he got overthrown like 3 days ago.
Yeah. So, we get a little political here for a second.
Mm-hmm.
All the upcoming cabinet member positions, like Secretary of Health
Mm-hmm.
and Secretary of, you know, all those things.
Yes. Yeah, all of those are all still political appointments. And most presidents will, yes, they're putting in someone political, but they're putting in someone political who knows what they're doing. You know, there was talk for a while about 4 years ago, making my governor, Jay Inslee, Secretary of the Interior, because the environment is something Jay Inslee cares very, very passionately about. Even The Onion was making jokes about Jay Inslee and the environment back when still hardly anyone knew who Jay Inslee is. To my understanding, he's a very nice guy. If you do your trick-or-treating in downtown Olympia on Halloween, Jay Inslee was personally giving out candy during his entire administration. So that's nice. But the thing is yes, Jay Inslee is a staunch Democrat, but also he's a staunch Democrat who knows a lot about the environment, which is a lot of what Secretary of the Interior does. You know, you'd get staunch Democrats brought in who were really well informed about the public schools, and they'd be made, you know, Secretary of Education. And what the current administration will be, the incoming administration will be doing, is what they did, you know, 8 years ago, is bringing in people who have particular interest in destroying that department, who are also, in most cases, billionaires and major party donors. So, you know, that's fun.
Yeah. And see, we have an anti-vaxxer going to be the Secretary of Health.
Oh, yeah. No, not to mention that he wants to remove fluoridated water because it's corrupting our precious bodily fluids.
Let's see what else.
I have such feelings about that man, and so does his entire family. That is the thing about him, is he managed to piss off the entire Kennedy family, and it takes a lot to get them all pointed in one direction that way.
Let's see, I see. Quote: Dr. Oz is going to be in charge of Medicare and Medicaid.
Oh yeah, no, and I, as a person, you know, on disability, am deeply worried about that, because he thinks the problem with medicine these days is the patients. And yeah. Have I mentioned lately that my Medicare is through United Healthcare? Because it is.
Mine is too.
Hooray! They turned down the gel injections on my knees that might actually give me some relief from severe knee pain.
They turned down the capping on my teeth.
They've turned down an MRI so we can really get a look at what's going on with my body.
They haven't turned down. I'm getting a cyst removed from my hand. They haven't turned that down yet.
Yeah. But no, the problem is the patients, just ask Dr. Oz. And the whole idea of streamlining government is another one I have deep problems about. I will say, as we've learned, it takes congressional approval to have a new cabinet department. And so whatever Elon Musk is supposed to be doing is not going to be a cabinet department. Department of Efficiency is not going to happen.
Oh, the last thing, I think he said he's going to abolish Secretary of Education.
He can't do that either. He's going to abolish birthright citizenship too, which we'll get to because that's the 14th Amendment.
Oh, yeah. But no more Department of Education. We don't need education. We don't need education at all.
Well, and most of what the Department of Education does on a practical level is deal with student loans. Like, most of the day-to-day goings-on in any given school district are not through the federal government. They are on the state and local level, which is why school districts are such a ridiculous mishmash of quality around the country. The Department of Education could put in a lot of recommendations, but they have very little power on the ground except at the college level. So that's going to be fun. You know, we've seen over the years the problem with appointing ambassadors purely as political people in a lot of places is ambassadors are the first face of the U.S. government in that country. So what you need is somebody who knows what they're doing and can look, you know, the way we want our country to look. And if you just have some guy who thinks living in Paris would be fun, that doesn't make the U.S. government look very good to the French government. It's one thing if you're the ambassador to, like, the Bahamas. No disrespect to the Bahamas intended here, but that's not a high-stress job. But ambassador to China, an ambassador to Russia, an ambassador to even freaking Canada, you know, our important allies and the countries that we are most at odds with, those are really tricky jobs. You know, ambassador to Fiji, not so much. Your small island vacation nations, not a lot of stress of being the U.S. ambassador there. Ambassador to, say, Cuba, that's got a little more pressure going. Ambassador to the United Nations, you don't just get to live in New York and go to, you know, theater and museums and things. That's a high-pressure job. And ideally, we would have people in those jobs who know what they're doing.
Yeah, unless Trump decides to take us out of the UN.
Oh, God. Yeah. The UN has too little authority to actually be effective as it is. That's only going to make it worse.
Yeah. Well, not just that. I can see him taking us out of NATO and joining the Warsaw Pact. That looks.
Oh yeah, no. Treaties, blessedly, do have to pass a supermajority of the Senate, and he does not have the numbers for some of his plans.
Do cabinet members too, or just a majority?
Cabinet members too.
So hopefully they'll block some of the more incompetent.
Yeah. Honestly, some of his cabinet choices, I would be really, really surprised if they got through. I can't see RFK Jr. making it through Senate confirmation. Senate confirmation has traditionally been a bit of a rubber stamp, because Congress has long known that, okay, so you reject this specific dyed-in-the-wool person of the opposite party, they're just going to bring in another one. Is it really that big a deal? Even Supreme Court justices, by and large, have been relatively rubber stamp. Some of us are still mad at Joe Biden over Clarence Thomas, for example. But getting supermajority numbers for a lot of these, it might just be treaties that are supermajority, and it may be simple majority for cabinet and so forth, but I'm not even sure they've got a full majority on a lot of these appointments.
Even with the majority of even with the Senate majority they have.
Even with the Senate majority, I think there are still some Republicans who are going to look at some of these choices and say no. They're going to look at some of these plans, calculate how much damage it's going to do to their state, and say no. And the thing is, because they're senators, the odds of the public remembering that that's how they voted when it comes time for their re-election are pretty freaking slim.
Okay, so now the Senate has this power because they're the upper house, not the lower house.
Yeah. They are, in the thinking of the people who establish these rules, they are gentlemen. And theoretically would be, better educated and better established, and therefore the treaties need the approval of the gentlemen, and the, appointments need the approval of Congress and what have you. But genuinely, it's going to be interesting in the next few months to see how the numbers game goes on a lot of these. But he's never going to get into the Warsaw Pact. He's never going to have a 2/3 vote on that. The president shall have power to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate by granting commissions which shall expire at the end of their next session. So
basically, the Senate's not in session. He can fill positions without approval.
Yeah, and this has been used by any number of presidents over the years. Whoever they appoint is temporary, but it's still the best shot they have at getting people in without worrying about Senate approval. Even in a job where it's a lifetime appointment, it's not a lifetime appointment if it's a recess appointment. Because the founders were at least too smart for that one. But any number of judicial appointments have been recess appointments over the years.
Yeah.
And it's a way to quickly shoehorn in a bunch of judges that you really want to get in.
Now, recently, I think you mentioned this during the legislative branch one, but they were around that now through the 3-day thing.
Mm-hmm.
As long as once they keep on going for 3 days, there's not technically recess.
Yeah. And Congress has used that a few times to get around, okay, it's clear that the president is planning to use our recess. Most frequently that happens when the president and the congressional majority, or the Senate majority, are separate parties.
But this time they're not.
Right. Not concerning at all. Article 2, Section 3. He shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the state of the Union, and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may, on extraordinary occasions, convene both houses, or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and shall commission all the officers of the United States.
All right, let's break that down.
So we start with the State of the Union. That's a phrase that may be familiar.
Yeah.
Traditionally, he doesn't actually have to deliver a speech about it. And it's not always been the case that that's how the State of the Union was delivered. It is now, mostly because it's a big television event now. But obviously that's a fairly modern development.
So that's only, if I might be wrong, but at least in modern times they only do that with the
election, no, not election year. The first one is called the inaugural address, not to say the union, kind of.
Yeah, they don't give a State of the Union in their first year because the State of the Union is usually given in the spring, and your first year in office, what do you know in spring about the State of the Union? There's often an address to Congress given at the time the State of the Union would be, but it's not called the State of the Union address. I forget what it is called, but it's something else. I believe it was through Wilson. I'd have to look it up. But I think there was something like 100 years where the president just sent a document to Congress. Because he doesn't actually have to go talk to them. And I think it was Thomas Jefferson who was like, well, if I don't have to go talk to them, I'm not going to. Let's see here. State of the Union history. George Washington actually delivered the first one. Yeah, and it was Thomas Jefferson in 1801, who apparently thought it was too monarchical. Also, I'm pretty sure he just didn't want to. And then Woodrow Wilson was the first post-Jefferson president to do it in person in 1913. The last president to do a written one without a spoken one was Jimmy Carter in 1981. Who was just like, no, I don't think I want to talk to you.
What his last?
Yeah, it was just days before his term ended. It used to be given in December, but since the 20th Amendment, it's generally done fairly early in the year. And presidents no longer, since Jimmy Carter, who was understandably peeved about the whole thing, they don't give final State of the Union addresses after leaving office. Or, right before leaving office, rather. But it's the time for the president to say, this is where we are right now. This is legislation I'd like to see passed. This is why. This is the effective legislation that has recently been passed.
And that's the recommend to their consideration.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's basically because the president cannot, contrary to popular belief, the president cannot propose laws to Congress. Congress has to do that themselves. The president can say, hey, I think there ought to be a law, but it's not actually his job to set laws. It is Congress's law or job. So he can make a suggestion, and generally his suggestions are carried out by members of his party who are in Congress at the time. But that's kind of what the State of the Union is for saying, hey, I think we need to do the thing.
And so occasionally convene both houses or either of them.
Yeah. Yeah. And it does establish that is on extraordinary occasions. So the president can't just at a whim say, I think we're going to get Congress together.
That was kind of like back in the day, the king had the power to call a parliament. Yeah.
Yeah. And most of the time it's used in case of major world events. The famous FDR a date which shall live in infamy speech was given to a joint session of Congress immediately following the attack on Pearl Harbor. That's an extraordinary circumstance. You know, I believe Bush the Younger spoke before a joint session not that long after September 11th. You know, events of that magnitude are, generally speaking, the kind of thing that will get a president to call a joint session of Congress. By and large, that is not something that is frequently done.
Luckily.
If Congress doesn't agree on an adjournment date, the president can set one. Because somebody's got to be the final word, I think.
So he can dismiss them, like kind of like the king could dismiss Parliament back in the day.
Only if Congress does not itself agree on an adjournment date. He can't just, on a whim, dismiss Congress. But if one house is insisting that they go longer than the other, then the president can be the one to set the decision. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. When people come into our country, the president is our public face. That is literally one of his jobs. The president is the one who represents the American people, God help us. And whenever, you'll note it doesn't actually say, foreign leaders. Because at the time, foreign leaders did not travel out of their countries very often. The president, I forget who the first president to leave the United States while in office was. But it's one of those things that happened a lot later than people think. It may have been Wilson again. Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Roosevelt.
Yeah, traveled to Panama. Taft and Harding also visited Panama, though each was president-elect at the time. Taft went to Mexico, inasmuch as he went to Ciudad Juarez in Chihuahua, just across the border. And Harding went to Vancouver just before he died. He was on his way home from Vancouver when he died.
And Nixon went to China.
Nixon did go to China. Wilson went to France for the Paris Peace Conference in 1918. Went to Europe for nearly 7 months, apparently. And then he got the 1919 Nobel Peace Prize. Coolidge went to Cuba. That was the only time in his life that he traveled outside the contiguous United States, was when he went to Cuba for the 6th International Conference of American States.
Yeah, no, the stuff that I know about Wilson now, that Peace Prize sounds like a little, yeah.
Yeah, the Peace Prize for Wilson. Peace prizes for politicians are iffy things indeed. Do I think Obama deserved a Nobel Peace Prize? I do not. You know who else didn't think Obama deserved the Nobel Peace Prize when he won it? Obama did not think he deserved the Nobel Peace Prize when he won it. He had no idea what he had done to warrant a Nobel Peace Prize.
Last one I remember getting the Peace Prize was that little girl, or teenager girl, whatever.
Malala?
I forget her name, but yeah.
The Afghani...
Yeah.
Yeah. She's married now, and I'm old. It's fine. But, I will make an argument for Wilson and Obama over Kissinger.
Yeah.
So, yes.
She's
But yeah,
an
the
adult.
most recent president not to make any international trips during his time in office was Herbert Hoover.
Right.
So presidents travel a lot more than they used to.
We'll cut them fast. She's an adult, right? Not one of those teenage marriages.
No, she's an adult. She's, gosh, I don't remember how old she is, but she is, she's 27. She's within a few months in age of my firstborn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So it's been a while since then, because
yeah, she won the 2014 Nobel Peace Prize.
10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So she was 17 then.
Yes.
Okay. So I was making sure, wait a minute, because you say that area and marriages. And
no. It's a passage of time thing. It's a passage of time.
All right. And he. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, making sure it says connection was lost. But anyways, it says he can kill laws. He can execute laws. Basically, execute the laws. That means killing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No.
He can. It's his job as president to make sure that the laws of the United States are followed. Ideally, he would therefore not be breaking the laws of the United States himself, but clearly we do not live in an ideal world.
I'm only breaking these laws because it's power something, whatever. I can break these laws because I'm doing presidential things.
Yes. As president, I am not bound by your human laws. I felt for a long time that Chief Justice Roberts is guided by the basic principle of not wanting to be like Chief Justice Taney, the one who wrote the Dred Scott decision. In case he's curious, yeah, that's how history's going to remember him now, for making the president above the law. So, congratulations, you had your Taney moment. But yeah, I don't want to absolve any U.S. president when it comes to things they did that they should not have done. A lot of U.S. presidents have, at bare minimum, skirted the boundaries of the law, and that is not purely by party line. And I do think part of that is that it's hard to be a president without making some unfortunate decisions, both on a purely human level in that humans make mistakes, and in as much as being president is hard. However, I do think you should be making the effort. And I don't think all presidents have. Nixon thought we wouldn't have him to pick on anymore, but he's been dead for years and we're still doing it because, oh, look, obvious example is obvious.
Yeah. He died, I think he died the same month or around the same time that Kennedy's wife died.
Jackie, yeah. Boy, and their families have been friends before, the election, wherein Kennedy won.
Yeah, I heard. I don't know if it's true or not. I heard at least there was a saying that people on the radio thought Nixon won. People on the TV thought Kennedy won.
It's not as true as people try to convince you. It is true that Kennedy understood television in a way that Nixon did not. However, it is also true that who you thought won had a lot more to do with what you already believed. Okay. So Nixon died April 94. And yeah, she died in May 94.
Like month apart.
Yeah, almost exactly. He died on the 22nd and she died on the 19th. So I mean, the fact is that the Constitution specifically says the president needs to make people follow the law, and making people violate the law is pretty much the opposite of that. And yes, commission all the officers of the United States. Technically, everyone who works for the United States government works in the president's name, which is part of why you have pictures of the president on the walls of, say, your local Social Security office.
Oh. When they say officers, I thought that, does that mean like the military officers, like lieutenant?
You know, I think it's one of the vague phrasings of the Constitution, honestly. It might be intended to be military officers, though, again, there was very little standing army at the time. But it might be anyone who holds a job of authority. You know, and I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how it's traditionally taken. But based on a plain reading of the text, it could go either way. Article 2, Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. You would not think that this would be seen as a vague section. However, what defines high crimes and misdemeanors has been a matter of a great deal of debate.
Treason and bribery are pretty much self-explanatory.
Treason and bribery are, again, you would think, would be pretty much self-explanatory. And there have been multiple examples, certainly of bribery, fewer of treason. But multiple examples in U.S. history of people removed from office on counts of bribery, or, you know, resigning ahead of being removed from office on counts of bribery. Which is, it's only happened to one president, but it's happened to any number of judges and congresspeople and what have you over the years. Spiro Agnew would have been removed from office. I believe they were getting him on high crimes and misdemeanors, specifically tax evasion.
So both vice president and president would have been impeached if they got him.
Yes. Yeah. Spiro Agnew left ahead of a scandal. Richard Nixon left in the middle of a scandal. And in both cases, it's likely they would have been removed from office. I don't think we have any evidence that the rest of the Nixon administration was quite as corrupt as literally the president, unlike some other administrations. But, yeah. You know, and as we've covered many times before, impeachment and removal from office are not the same thing. Impeachment comes first, and then comes the trial. Impeachment in the House, trial in the Senate. We have only had one bipartisan presidential impeachment in U.S. history where people from the opposite party, or from the president's own party, rather, voted for impeachment. And then he got reelected.
Hold on.
So,
I'm muting my mic.
The law on this is fairly straightforward stuff. In practice, impeachment of a president is usually used as more of a political tool than an actual, the president has broken the law issue. And that's a problem. But it's a problem without a solution. Article 3, Section 1. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior and shall, at stated times, receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. Supreme Court, we should have one of those.
Well, it's unlike the other two. These are pretty much, there you go, and this is it.
Yeah, the thing is you can tell where there was the most debate during the Constitutional Convention by how long the section about it is. Because when there was disagreement, they wanted to make sure the office was exactly the way everyone agreed it was going to be. But there was no disagreement that there needed to be courts. You know, you can't run a country with no judiciary. It just doesn't work. There are people who want it to, but there's always going to be disagreements, at minimum. There's always going to be disagreements that need a third-party arbiter. Now, I personally am of the opinion that we're never going to be free of crime. We can reduce it with proper, poverty alleviating social safety nets, and there are a lot of ways we can reduce recidivism that we're not doing and things along those lines. But it's always going to be there, and there's always going to need to be a system to deal with it. And in the 18th century, the judicial system was much worse, much harsher than it is now. Like, I don't know how many crimes were death penalty offenses in England in those days, but it was a lot. And transporting was still a thing, and just the court system in the 18th century was insane, and we didn't really have a concept of prisons the way we do now. There were prisons, but you would have to pay to get special treatment, and you could pay to get special treatment. And, very seldom did people have extended prison sentences because either you got flogged, transported, or hanged for most offenses. So it was very different then.
Yeah, wasn't Georgia a prison for a while?
Georgia was a penal colony for a while, and then Australia was one for an even longer time. And the other colonies had a certain number of, at bare minimum, you get indentured servants sometimes out of the prisons. People who had done minor offenses could be given the opportunity to go to the Americas in punishment for their crime. And in theory, they could come back. It was a lot easier to come back from the colonies than it would be to come back from Australia. But the point is that, what we think of as how crime is dealt with is very, very different from how it was dealt with in the 18th century. A lot of basic aspects of the modern legal system just didn't exist. There's I think it's a BBC series about one of the first ever defense attorneys in British law. So, the legal system was a different thing, but it was still a thing. John Adams himself had been the defense attorney for the soldiers during the Boston Massacre and got them acquitted by saying they were, firing in self-defense.
All right, so, but who makes the laws and who executes the laws were like a highly debated topic and how they do that, but they had no problem with the courts to make sure that we had one.
Yeah, there needed to be a court. Everyone agreed with that. There wasn't a lot of debate, and so the sections on the court are much, much shorter because there wasn't all the fighting.
Little did they know how much the power the court would have later on.
Well, the idea that the court can overturn law is not in the Constitution. The idea that the Supreme Court is the ultimate arbiter of what is and isn't constitutional is itself technically not constitutional. And I used to know a guy who argued against it, said it shouldn't have happened, and who let that happen? And the answer is, well, the first Supreme Court the first Chief Justice was like, somebody's got to do it. It's going to be us. But judicial review, which is what that's called, is not in the Constitution anywhere. The Supreme Court has, for centuries now, basically made its own power. And a lot of the problems we're having in the Supreme Court these days are because there's nothing limiting what the problems are in the Constitution, because there's so little in the Constitution about the court at all.
All right. Also, it says it wants Supreme Court and in such inferior courts.
Yeah. Now, in this case, that doesn't mean, crappy courts. That just means lower courts. Superior and inferior, literally higher and lower. That's all we're talking here. Because they knew that there needed to be more than one court for the entire country, even at a federal level. Even, 2.5 centuries ago, when the country had a much smaller population, when the travel time was considerably longer, you needed multiple federal courts in order to keep the system running. And so you have the Superior Court, which is the one in charge, and then any other, what we now would call district courts under that.
Like one federal court per state.
Well, the country's divided into federal districts. And I don't know how long that's been a thing. So I will look that up real quick. Yes, I'm in the Western District. Thank you. I know that. The Western District of Washington. Yes, I know. There are 13 circuit courts. And in those days, they were called circuit courts because there would be a judge who would literally ride around their area on a circuit. My circuit is sodding huge. It covers Washington, Oregon, Montana, Idaho, California, Nevada, Arizona, Alaska, Hawaii, Guam, and what is it, the Mariana Islands, I think? MP, whatever that's short for. So it's massive. Covers the largest territory of any district. And probably a pretty substantial population.
Wow. So that's the last stop before the Supreme Court for you.
Yes. would be the 9th District. Below the 9th District, there are a total of 94 lower district courts. That includes for the territories, at least one for every state, for DC, and for Puerto Rico. My state actually has 2, conveniently divided by the mountains. Weirdly, Oregon does not. Oregon only has 1, so I don't know, maybe we have more population than they do.
Or maybe the mountains are just that bad in your state.
Yeah. Apparently, American Samoa does not have a district court or federal territorial court, and so they go to either DC or Hawaii. So yeah, so the whole system is divided by smaller and smaller and smaller amounts. The largest by population is the Central District of California because it's LA County. Or the greater Los Angeles area, which isn't even just LA County. It's greater Los Angeles, which I grew up in, is freaking massive. It's all or part of Los Angeles County, Orange County, Ventura County, San Bernardino County, and Riverside County. It's huge both in size and population, and it is all one district court. So that is the busiest one in the country.
It says
New York is divided in half.
the city or the state? City or state?
City. Southern District of New York is Manhattan, the Bronx, and Westchester County. Eastern District is Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, Nassau County, and Suffolk County. So, yeah.
And finally, it says they shall hold their offices during good behavior.
Yes. I have feelings. The problem is good behavior isn't defined. And getting anyone thrown off the court for bad behavior is regrettably partisan. I would like to think that everyone could agree that literally taking gifts from people who are routinely involved in Supreme Court cases is not good behavior.
Well, what do you know, apparently?
What do I know? 2 of our Supreme Court justices have wives who've actively encouraged insurrection, but what do I know? Like, I have strong feelings about this.
And they'll get paid for doing stuff.
And they get paid for doing it, so yeah. Now, I'm going to emphasize that we do not pay our Supreme Court justices as much as they could probably make in private practice as lawyers. You know, it's not like, what do they make? Supreme Court justices make currently $255,495 a year. Or that's what the Chief Justice makes. Apparently, and the lower justices get like $3,500 less. Oh no, is that Washington State? No, I think that is, yeah, that is national by the look of it. Yeah. So
either way, that's more than I make.
It is a lot more than I make too. Okay. Supreme Court, John Roberts makes about $312,000 a year. If the page that I have found is correct for the current federal court. That one might have been my state court. And the other justices make just shy of $300,000. Which I admit is nearly 100 times more than the justices made in 1789.
No wonder they take gifts and bribes. You can't live on that salary.
I mean, it's a lot. I'm not denying that it's a lot. And it's a lot more than most of the US population is ever going to make. But relative to what other high-end lawyers make, it's not actually as much as it sounds. Now, part of that is that other high-end lawyers overpay. But apparently, Clarence Thomas is fairly open about the fact that he could be making more in private practice. Which by all means, go off and do that and stop being a Supreme Court justice. But, it is a conversation that needs to be had, is not just, wow, they make a ton, because, wow, they make a ton, but, if we paid less, would we attract better people? And I don't think we would. Now, also the problem is that Supreme Court justices are appointed by the president, so that's its own whole issue.
Yeah.
It's got to be somebody who is well enough known to have the president aware of them. I served jury duty like a year and change ago, 2 years, whatever it was, and the judge there was very, very nice, and she's never going to be a Supreme Court justice because nobody knows this woman. It has to be somebody who comes to the attention of, at the very least, the party to get recommended to the president. But I have no sympathy for someone making $300,000 a year complaining that it's not enough to live on.
I guess rent in Washington is just that expensive, apparently.
Oh, boy. Well, Washington, D.C. was never supposed to be a city that people lived in. That wasn't really what it was designed for. But you can't have a city that no one actually lives in, so it now has an actual population, and some parts of the city are considerably better off than others.
But I guess the price you pay, low. You might get low payment, but you can control the power. You control the future of the country.
Yeah, I mean it's all a balance.
Yep. And speaking of that, we'll be talking about that soon enough.
Yep. Article 3, Section 2. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority, to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party, to controversies between two or more states, blue text between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state claiming land under grants of different states, and between a state and the citizens thereof, and foreign states, citizens, or subjects. So this is who federal law applies to. Anything dealing with federal law. That's pretty obvious, really. So if you've got a case where you break a federal law, you go to federal court. Reasonable. Yeah. There are not a lot of federal courthouses relative to the number of, local courthouses, simply because fewer people break federal law.
And this is just for people who broke federal law, not for cases that went up not including cases that went up the ladder.
Yeah, the appeal structure is different. I mean, it all ends in the Supreme Court. If you break a state law and you've got a big enough case about it, you can appeal to the Supreme Court. They won't necessarily hear your case, but you can do it. But federal law goes straight to the federal court system instead of, straight to the Supreme Court out of the regular court system, the way a state or local law would. And most cases, honestly, are not going to make it to the Supreme Court regardless. And the Supreme Court has the right to say, no, we're not going to hear that case.
Unless it's, I guess this is that big of a controversy, maybe.
Generally speaking, in order to make it to the Supreme Court, you most of the time have to be appealing about the law itself and not a case. That wasn't necessarily true 200 years ago, but that is how the Supreme Court works now.
Yeah.
You can, if you are convicted, keep appealing your case until it reaches the Supreme Court, but those are not the big decisions that we all hear about.
Like the Dred Scott case, for example.
There are a handful of Supreme Court cases that if you don't know, you should. Dred Scott is probably the biggest. I believe it's Marbury v. Madison is the one that actually created the concept of judicial review.
Yeah.
Oberfell v. Hodges is gay marriage.
Plessy versus Ferguson.
Yeah, Plessy versus Ferguson, which was overturned in Brown versus Board of Education. Oh gosh, I cannot remember the man's name.
Thurgood Marshall?
No. Oh, Thurgood Marshall, I remember because I remember when he stepped down. He was a hoot. No, Korematsu.
Oh.
That would be Korematsu v. United States, which is the case that found Japanese internment to be legal.
Oh, another one that's important. I forget what it is. I talked about this on the DEPR's board. It was the one case that legalized national birth citizenship.
Yeah. Well, and that's that's now a constitutional
amendment. But yeah, but I forget what case it was. He was a Chinese guy.
Wong Kim Ark. United States v. Wong Kim Ark is the one that I'm finding here.
Yeah, I think that's it.
And then there's the ever popular Epperson v. Arkansas, which prohibited the teaching of evolution in the Arkansas schools.
See, Roe versus Wade.
Roe versus Wade, sadly overturned, but yes. Edwards v. Aguilard, which banned creation science in the schools.
Is that the follow-up for that first one?
Yeah.
Like they try. I think they tried to get around it by calling it ID.
No, well, the thing is intelligent design has technically never made it to the Supreme Court. Kitzmiller v. Dover in 2005 was the intelligent design case, and that was tried in a federal court by a Bush the Younger appointee, as I recall. And that was the one that held that intelligent design is creation as I'm wearing a funny hat.
It's funny, until for the longest time I thought ID was just theistic evolution.
No.
No, I was like, oh, that makes sense. No, I didn't know. I had no idea it was creationism with a bow on it.
Yeah. Design proponentsists, which just it's the transitional form.
But yeah, I went to that one case because it might be relevant overturn a bit if the future president has his way of natural born citizen.
Well, yeah. I think that's another one where we'll hit Roberts' fear of being tawny, even though we've already had that moment. But I don't think he realizes we have. So I don't think he'd overturn birthright citizenship because I think it's pretty firmly enshrined in the Constitution, and everyone agrees to that.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, now what's the blue text?
The blue text. Between a state and citizens of another state. So if under the original Constitution, and obviously we will get to the change, but under the original Constitution, if the state of Oregon, as an entity, decided to sue the citizens of Vancouver, Washington, right across the river in Washington state, they would have to go through the Supreme Court. They would have to go through federal court, at the very least. I don't remember what it is now because I am not a lawyer, and I don't handle federal cases at the best of times, so I don't have to remember.
And obviously, all the ambassadors, military people, I guess, are all...
Yeah. Ambassadors, military people, citizens of different states. The one about land under grants of different states is not something that comes up currently very often, but it was a much bigger deal in the early days of the country. There's a book called How the States Got Their Shapes that deals with a lot of multiple people were claiming this same chunk of land. Multiple states were claiming this same chunk of land issues.
Like the Toledo issue.
Yeah, like the Toledo War. And anytime a state border has a funky little curve or notch or anything along those lines, it goes back to some issue about who got to claim that chunk of land. But yeah, most of this is obviously a state court wouldn't apply in this situation, but we're going to make sure the federal law the Constitution handles this obvious thing, which they should have done more often, if you want my opinion.
If I ever become president, I'll make you Chief Justice.
Technically unqualified, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, either you or that lady you told me about.
Yeah. In all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, and those in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all the other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exceptions and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. So, if you're suing an ambassador, which, very few people have cause to do, but what have you, that's going directly to the Supreme Court. But, or if you're suing your state, which is a lot more common. But in most cases, you're going to a district court or your local court. Not a circuit, not a district, just, but the Supreme Court hears appeals. And they've traditionally taken both as to law and fact to mean that they are able to overturn laws. Is that what was originally intended by that phrase? I frankly don't care. What's important to me is that we need a system that does that, and the Supreme Court does the job.
Yeah. So like if every case went against you all the way up, like nope, 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 but the Supreme Court can like reverse that, like no, no, yeah, they're right all along. It's actually this way.
Yeah, the Supreme Court, and I mean, if you look at the history of a lot of these cases, sometimes all of the courts went one way, and sometimes it went back and forth. But the Supreme Court is the ultimate deciding force. And a lot of the time, if they agree with the lesser courts, they just won't hear the case. Sometimes they will hear it even if they're pretty sure they agree, because they want to change, they want to kick out a law, and the only way that's going to happen is if the Supreme Court hears it.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of happening a bit with the new president. And if they overturn Roe versus Wade, I was afraid they might overturn the gay marriage from
Overfell v. Hodges. That is on the list of. So when they overturned Roe v. Wade, Clarence Thomas had a list of laws that he felt were similarly unjustly decided by the quote-unquote non-existent right to privacy. And we will get to why there is a right to privacy considered to be in the Constitution. We'll get there. Mm-hmm. But Overfell v. Hodges was one of the ones that Clarence Thomas wanted overturned. And what I'm curious about is what he thinks about Loving v. Virginia, which was similarly a right to privacy law, because Loving v. Virginia, which is another one that everyone should know, especially because one of the people involved is still alive. Loving v. Virginia is living memory for a lot of people.
Oh, is that the one with interracial?
That is the one that legalized interracial marriages in the United States. So Clarence Thomas is married to a white woman. And let's look up where Clarence Thomas lives. He was born in Georgia, which I'm quite sure that was illegal in Georgia. I'm not sure, but I think they live in Virginia.
So if they do go back to the state, if they did with the abortion, go back to the states, who knows if that state will make it legal.
Yeah, he lives in McLean, Virginia. So if they abolish the supposed, the implied right to privacy, Clarence Thomas's own marriage is illegal under pre-existing Virginia law.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if they've bothered. A lot of times when the Supreme Court overturns a law, nobody bothers taking the laws off the books.
Yeah.
Because why take the time? Which is why technically, here's another one that's right to privacy. A lot of states still technically have anti-sodomy laws on the books. They are legally unenforceable now due to a Supreme Court decision. But they're still technically on the books because nobody wastes the time to overturn them. I'm sure a lot of states back east technically still have laws on the books regarding slavery that are just, they're abolished by by a constitutional amendment, but nobody bothers taking the slave codes off the books because why spend the time in Congress in your state legislature doing that? I don't know that for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised, let's say.
Yeah, I know you said your state had already legalized gay marriage before,
yes,
way before that, but I forget if Ohio had or not.
Let's look that up. States that legalized gay marriage. Because I'm not using the freaking.
if we even had civil unions by that point. So
Yeah.
Ohio is more backwards than I thought it would be. But then again, we are an hour away we are right next to the Concentration Museum.
Yeah. Um.
Growing up, I thought Ohio was a northern state, so we believe in union stuff. But there are surprisingly a lot of Confederate sympathizers up in Ohio that I was aware of until I became aware of them.
Let's see. So the first state to do any kind of statewide domestic partnership was Hawaii. But then they passed a constitutional amendment that limited marriage to, opposite sex partners. So Massachusetts was the first state to do actual marriage.
Did you see Ohio anywhere on that list?
November 2004, they approved a constitutional amendment defining marriage as the union of one man and one woman.
I think I remember that vote thing.
Schwarzenegger vetoed legislation establishing same-sex marriage in California in 2005.
So I'm just saying that if it does get overturned, if my niece got married 2 months ago to her partner, it will be like illegal.
Yeah. 2007, Schwarzenegger vetoed same-sex marriage the second time.
And I thought he was one of the more progressive Republicans.
He is. Nobody wants to give me a list except the AI, which I refuse to use.
All right. Well, hopefully they'll never overturn it. They probably will.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I'm concerned about my niece. Anyways.
Yeah, most states would ban same-sex marriage. Now, I do feel that most states would then rapidly pass laws allowing it. Washington were already set, folks.
Yeah, we did that 2 years after the Supreme Court case. We legalized abortion in Ohio against the governor's wishes. Like the court, probably get both the governor and the House, the state house thing was purely conservative.
Yeah,
like, that and marijuana is legal now. So.
Yeah, we legalized marijuana at the same time as Colorado, which got all the attention. Technically, they were first because their polls closed earlier because they were in an earlier time zone. But Washington was that same day. So.
Also, okay. Then it says, well, except for stuff with the Congress and regulations.
Congress can change a whole bunch of things. In practice, they never have for a lot of this stuff because, well, frankly, because nobody cares that much. But in theory, they could.
Yeah, I don't know if we talk about it later, but I think it's implied later on that the Supreme Court can declare a law constitutional, so you make an amendment to get around that.
Yeah, and I mean, arguably there are amendments that have been passed directly in response to Supreme Court rulings. Hillary Clinton, one of her campaign promises was to work towards an amendment that would have overturned United Citizens United, and abolish corporate personhood in the United States. Because that's the only way we're going to get around that is by constitutional amendment.
Yeah. I think, you remember The Simpsons? They did a parody of the Schoolhouse Rock thing.
Mm-hmm.
But they did amendment once the bill. It says
Amendment to B, yes.
yeah, it says why can't you pass a law? Because that's illegal. But if I make an amendment to ban flag burning, then we can make all
We can pass all kinds of crazy laws. We need another Vietnam. Get out their ranks a little. Yes, no, I have large amounts of that bit memorized because it was pointed directly at me, really. Because it's deliberately, specifically about Gen X. Bart says the words.
Yeah.
Or Lisa, rather, says the words.
So you're purely in a Gen X camp.
Oh yeah, no, I was born in 1976. That's Gen X under anybody's definitions.
Yeah,
It's late Gen X, but it's Gen X.
I fall within the Zennial thing. Not quite a millennial, but at the border, right at the border of that and Gen X.
Yeah.
So I'm half millennial and half Gen X.
You're on the cusp.
I can use technology, but I'm not relying on it.
I can still program a VCR. It's not a useful skill, but it's a skill that I have. I can change the time on a VCR.
I don't know if I can still do that. I used to be able to do that, but I haven't used a VCR in like 10 years now, give or take. I don't know if I can still remember. If I can still do that, if I have to, but I haven't need to record anything on tape for a long time.
Yeah, well, I'm the one who goes around changing the time on all the clocks when we have daylight savings time because I'm the one who knows how to do it. Because I, grew up at a time where things didn't automatically change themselves.
We grew up on a time where I had to dial with the rotary, the good old rotary phones.
Oh yes, no, I used a rotary phone. Yeah, no, I am very much Gen X.
And the cords, the phone cords. We could go very far unless we had a long cord.
Yeah. And they were always tangling. So the amendment to the Constitution is directly pointed at me as a Gen Xer. Yes, I do have most of that memorized. But it's true that passing an amendment lets you pass all kinds of crazy laws.
Oh, I think the other one, we're going off topic again here, but they also had, this one applied more to the Article 2 than Article 3, but they did a SNL one about executive orders.
Yeah. Well, executive orders are much more of a modern thing, I think. And Congress should be able to curtail that power somewhat, but they're not gonna. Because it's seen as a convenient way to get around Congress. And yeah.
That's the thing about the thing about the 14th Amendment. If the Supreme Court won't overturn it, then he's going to do it himself. Executive order, he said.
Yeah, which good luck with that. Andrew Jackson had a similar feeling during the Indian removal, the Trail of Tears. That was found to be unconstitutional at the time.
He's like, whatever.
I believe that went directly to the Supreme Court. I believe that was one of the ones where the Supreme Court was considered to have original jurisdiction because the Native Americans were considered to be separate countries within the United States. And like I said, I do not know enough to get into that whole history. I'm not an expert. I know I don't know much.
Yeah. All I know is I think Jackson said, "Oh, fine, let them enforce it then. I'm doing it anyways."
Yeah. Jackson's feeling was he had an army and the Supreme Court didn't. The answer to you and whose army was me and this one. Which is the problem with the Supreme Court, is they do not have a way of enforcing their orders. And if states and the federal government choose to ignore it, there's not a whole lot that can be done.
All right, states of party, the Supreme Court's original jurisdiction, appeal. Either they start there or they go up to it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, both law and fact.
Yes.
Is there a difference?
Well, you could say, when you appeal, you can say, for example, and this is depressingly common, this DNA evidence proves that I wasn't there. Ergo, or that I wasn't the one who did it. Ergo, I am innocent and should be let free. And that is a decision of fact. The facts prove that your state should not have you locked up for this thing that you didn't do. Law is your Korematsu, your Oberfell, your Plessy v. Ferguson, where they are deciding if the law itself should be valid.
It's funny you mentioned that DNA thing. That reminds me of I used to watch this soap, All My Children.
Oh yes, familiar.
And there's the one case where this guy got arrested for rape. His DNA, the DNA had 70% match, so he got convicted and stuff. It turned out it was his older brother who did it.
Yeah. Well, it's fun because there have been cases of twins where, the DNA shows that one of them did the thing, but it doesn't prove which one. Obviously, that's not common, but it has happened.
Do you ever see that movie? We saw it in school a long time ago. It was where they about a movie, but one of the first time they used a fingerprint thing. This baby got switched at birth. A slave kid and a white and a plantation kid got switched at birth, and the one kid got. They figured out who it was by the fingerprints.
Huh. That sounds wild. I have not seen that. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the state where the said crime shall have been committed, but when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed. At the time, this would have been, in the Northwest Territories, for example. So if in Ohio, for example, which was not yet a state, if you committed murder in Ohio, then the federal government got to decide where your trial was going to be. This technically would have been like counterfeiting or treason or something, a federal crime.
It's funny, when I was younger, you mentioned that. I had no idea. Why is this area called the Northwest Territory? We're in the middle of the country. Why?
Well, you're northwest of Virginia.
That was the border. Mississippi was the whole country back then.
Yeah. I've lived my whole life on the Pacific Coast, so we're northwest now. Not that we're substantially north of you, but we're definitely west.
But we're the old Northwest.
We were northwest before it was cool. Ohio, the hipster Northwest. Though we have more hipsters than you do, so there's that.
Cool. But not for impeachment.
Not for impeachment. Impeachment, they've already ruled out how it's going to happen. It's going to be in Congress. It's a whole different thing.
And you'll have a jury, except for when you don't have a jury.
Right. You'll have a jury, except if it's impeachment, it's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
We've already laid all this out.
So I guess the Supreme Court, 9 people count as juries then?
Yes. There is one patch of land in the United States where it's basically impossible to be put on trial for any crimes because it's in Yellowstone Park, and I don't remember the exact details, but because of how the jurisdiction around, it's federal land, but it's this little tiny chunk of federal land, and there's no federal court that technically covers it.
Because it goes between 2 states or something like that.
Yeah.
Like 2-state border.
So technically, you could commit crimes there and get away with them, but you're not going to, because first you have to get there. And it's just too much work to go to commit a crime. But yeah, jury trial, relatively new in those days, like not brand new. The first jury trial in England was, it was 1220, so it's not like brand new. But it was in 1670, some people were found not, William Penn, actually, as in Pennsylvania, and William Meade, who was a merchant, were found not guilty of unlawful assembly, and then the judge imprisoned the jury without food, water, heat, or light, and said, I will have a positive verdict or you'll starve for it.
That sounds illegal now.
It's very illegal. So the history of jury trials in England is why the trial by jury is enshrined in the Constitution, because they didn't want to mess around with that kind of nonsense.
Yeah. So basically, in most courts, the judge can say, "Don't do this, do that," but the jury is the final word of the court.
Yeah. And, I did jury duty a while ago and loved it. Honestly, I don't understand why people don't like jury duty. It was so much fun. Admittedly, our case was relatively minor and really clear cut. Neither side disputed the basic facts of the case. There were something like 4 witnesses total. We felt really sorry for the victim, who, I think she testified for the prosecution but was a hostile witness or something along those lines. We felt sorry for her, but the fact remained, the guy was guilty. There was no debate about that. Our whole debate was that we had 2 prison abolitionists on the jury, and they didn't want to send the guy to jail because they didn't think it would help. And we were like, okay, we get that. However, that's not part of what we're deciding here. Also, seriously, look at this guy, look at his history. He needs to be away from this woman, and the only way we can get him away from this woman is sending him to jail. And they conceded that point.
So it was like an abusive.
Yeah, he was violating a restraining order that had been put in place by the county, and the amount of work you have to go through to get someone to put a restraining order on your partner against your will is a lot. And he'd been found guilty. He'd actually served prison time before for violating a restraining order. Counseling was going to do this guy no good. So we found him guilty because he was guilty.
So it wasn't like a long debate. You like same day thing.
We were in and out and out. I mean, the trial lasted several days, like 2 or 3 days. But deliberation, we were in and out in an afternoon. We had lunch. We spent another hour talking to the prison abolitionists. We delivered our verdict. We were free to go.
How was the what was it called, the when they pick you for jury?
That was fairly interesting. I'm pretty convinced that I only got on that jury because they'd run out of dismissals by the time they got to my number, because I had a really high number. And they only have so many dismissals without cause. I think the defense attorney didn't like me because I clearly was smarter than he wanted to deal with. Smart people actually have a really hard time getting on juries. And I clearly understood the system more than he was happy with. But they'd run out of peremptory dismissals by the time they got to me, so I was on the jury. There were several people who had medical reasons for not serving on a jury. There was one guy with kidney failure who needed to have a nap every afternoon. Like, he didn't have to be on the jury. There was one guy who gave a fairly impassioned speech about how he would never be able to be unbiased in a case of domestic abuse, which I didn't disagree with anything that he said, but also I didn't disagree with kicking him off the jury. One woman, I looked up some of what she was saying when I got home, and it turns out her father, who's in prison, is probably a horrific racist. Some of the catchphrases she was using were kind of sovereign citizen, kind of this one specific militia that's really racist. So that was interesting. There were 2 people on our jury who worked for the school district. I think we had a web designer. We had 2 or 3 people along those lines. It was a fairly balanced pool as far as male, female, economics. There were a couple of people of color on our jury. And we had one alternate who spent the entire week sitting in a corner of the room reading Dune. So our biggest concern as a jury was that our alternate got lunch.
So were you the jury foreman, or?
No, we had one woman on the jury who said that it had been her lifelong goal to be the jury foreman, and so we let her do it.
Oh, that's how you pick it. You're it.
Yeah, you choose within your. You don't choose. They don't call it a foreman anymore. I forget what they do call it. But you choose. You're sitting in the jury room, ready to deliberate, and the first thing you do is you decide who's going to be in charge.
Who's going to be like who's the person that's going to read the verdict?
Yeah. They read the verdict, and they're the one who kind of establishes how the agenda works. Right. They say, okay, well, let's talk about this part of things and go through this, and, we're going to go. We didn't spend a lot of time going over the evidence because it was really, really straightforward. The guy got arrested sitting on the woman's couch. So as I said, unless her couch was 200 feet away from her living room, then he was just plainly guilty.
Yeah, I don't know how it works in real life. All I know is from what I saw on TV, obviously. But it's like, and there that they hand the thing to the judge has it back, and the jury reads it.
Yeah. In ours, I think our foreman read it. They polled us, I know. They asked all of us individually if we had voted guilty. And we looked that man dead in the eye and told him that we found him guilty. There's apparently an old belief that the jury won't look a person in the eye if they found them guilty, but we did.
Did the judge have to do anything like call or like ban anybody or like be like really strict in that day?
No, it was fairly laid back. There was basically no audience in our courtroom. We got sent back to the jury room a few times because there were motions that they wanted to discuss outside our hearing, and I obviously don't know what happened in those. But then she met with us after we delivered our verdict and thanked us personally and answered any questions we had. And she was really nice. We really liked her. And like three of us were like, I voted for you. She said, oh, thank you. So if I ever see her name come up on the ballot, I definitely vote for her now because she was really awesome. But it was, again, this was a very low-level thing. I think it was technically a felony, but only because he was a repeat offender. And the whole process lasted about a week. And I think I ended up getting like $80 or $90 out of it, which was more than I was expecting. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was not a ton, but it was more than I had been expecting. And since I'm on disability, $80 or $90 is a depressingly large percentage of my monthly income. And they paid mileage too to get to and from the courthouse. So
yeah, but I doubt it might be, but I doubt this court will be that case will be taken to the Supreme Court.
No. This guy is probably sitting in prison as we speak. Probably didn't bother with an appeal. I hope she referred to herself as fiance in the present tense. I hope they've broken up and she's moved on for the sake of her kids, if nothing else.
Yeah.
But
I can see.
I did get to see the workings. There is a patron exclusive article about it on my Patreon page because I thought it was interesting, so I wrote about it.
Cool, but I can see it. I can see it now. Take the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court declares the rights of the stalker.
Yeah, right.
But anyways, all right. State. So this is so in this state, unless they're between states.
Yeah. And again, the specific thinking here probably would have been the territories, the places that would go on to become states, because they weren't thinking of having permanent possessions the way we currently do.
Which I think we're going to bring up in Article 4 when we get to it.
Article 3, Section 3. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act or on confession in open court. So, partially, because remember, we're pre-Bill of Rights here. So, partially it is not treason to say bad things about the government. You can say bad things, and you cannot be punished for that, which was a thing that happened in England at the time.
Yeah.
You were legally permitted to not like your government.
Yeah.
However, you were not legally permitted to attempt to overthrow your government.
It feels like going opinion here. Our future president wants to overturn that kind of like if you speak it back against him, you're it's treason.
Yes. Well, our president is also guilty of treason, in my opinion. So what do you do?
Like, hypocrite much?
He's been a hypocrite as long as I've known he existed. And I've known who he was since about 1989 and disliked him the entire time.
Funny thing is,
the
funny thing is, I actually bought a book that he kind of co-wrote it back in about 15 years ago before I knew how he really was.
Oh, The Art of the Deal. Well, that was ghostwritten for him. Yeah. There have been people convicted of treason. The Confederacy was given a blanket pardon, which, there are issues there, but whatever. Some of the convictions for treason have been false.
But I think the major one that I know of was the Rosenbergs in the
Rosenbergs, yes. 40s. So it is true that Julius Rosenberg was definitely willing to give information to the Soviet Union. We do know that based on release of Soviet information on the subject. But we also know that it is not possible for him to have, quote-unquote, given the secret of the bomb to the Soviet Union, which was basically what he was convicted of, in no small part because they already had all of the information he could have possibly given them.
Yeah, and I think, I might be wrong, but at least at the time, that's the only case besides murder that gives you the death penalty. Unless you're unless you're like in like a old court that they hang you for anything, like horse thieving.
So federal crimes providing for the death penalty. Bringing in and harboring. Yeah, there's a decent list actually. Oh, genocide. Genocide is a death penalty crime under the 18 USC 111 or 1111.
But wouldn't that be considered? But wouldn't that be under the jurisdiction of murder, kind of?
Yeah, I just think it's funny that genocide is specifically mentioned.
Murder on a high degree, very high degree.
Yeah. Most of these are various kinds of murder or resulting in death. Yeah. Basically, either you kill someone in a list of very, very specific ways, or else you commit espionage or treason.
Yeah, but unless you have two witnesses for the treason thing.
Yeah, and it's got to be an overt act. You can't just say, for example, and this is purely an example, and I am not advocating this, but you cannot say, for example, gosh, I think the Canadian government should come in and take us over. That's not treason. That's not sedition, which, is trying to encourage other people to overthrow the government.
Yeah, I hope so, because this goes live on YouTube, and I heard her say that.
Yeah, which again was purely for purposes of example and is not actually something I believe the Canadian government has its own problems. Like Alberta. Sorry, that's a Canadian joke. I'm fine.
Is that the one that borders you?
No. We are bordered by British Columbia, which is fairly chill. Alberta is is further east of us and is basically Canada's Texas.
Well, at least they're chill now. They weren't chill during the pig wars.
Well, yeah, the pig wars were not that far north of me, and it was a whole thing, and there's a great oversimplified about it.
Yeah, I saw. That's how I learned about
And it's a lot of people being stupid. But just by saying that, even by saying that a lot and without the preface to it, is still not legally treason. In order for it to be treason, I would have to, go to Ottawa and try to drum up support personally from Justin Trudeau.
it.
Which, I'm not going to do, not least because I can't afford to get to Ottawa. I don't even have the special ID that lets you get into Canada because I've never needed it because they passed that law after I stopped going to Canada.
Special ID?
Well, yeah, you've got to have, it's not a passport, but it's like a step down from a passport to cross the border. Especially in Washington, because apparently our state IDs don't pass muster. But back when I lived in Port Angeles, Washington, which is directly across the border from Victoria, British Columbia, which is the provincial capital of British Columbia, in fact, all you needed was ID, and you could just walk back and forth across the... Well, you couldn't where I was because it's 17 miles of water, but you could sail back and forth across the border with no problem.
The closest I ever been to the Canadian border would have been when I went to Niagara Falls.
Yeah. Yeah, it is I believe it is the longest undefended border in the world. There are not armies enforcing that border anywhere along it because it's just Canada. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, there's no wall. There's no Canadian wall. Only a Mexican wall.
Yeah. There's I believe it's Oscar-winning. It's definitely Oscar-nominated movie about somebody who drives across a lake between the U.S. and Canada in the winter, and they're breaking the law. They're smuggling something. I don't remember what. I haven't seen it in a really long time. But that's a thing that people can do because there's no one there stopping you from doing it.
But it makes me wonder if the Canadians ever build a wall to keep us out of Canada. Like, we got to keep the Americans out of Canada.
I'm sure there are Canadians who would love to build a wall.
Be like, keep the Americans out. See, I used to joke, all the Mexicans are coming to America and all the Americans are going to Canada.
Yeah. There's a Due South episode where a Canadian couple is in Illinois for the day going to the outlet malls because the taxes are cheaper than they are in Canada.
Did you ever before he got controversial, did you ever watch Dave Chappelle show?
No, I was never really into him.
He's pretty funny, but my favorite one was they talked about how medical prices in America were high. So if I'm president, I'll give everyone in America fake Canadian ID. Go to Canada, get their medical.
Yeah. I had Canadian friends years ago who, when we were talking about their healthcare, they were heavy fighters for the Society for Creative Anachronisms, which is a medieval recreation society. I mean, these women wore armor and they hit people with big rattan sticks as a hobby. And apparently, occasionally one of them would get injured. It didn't happen as much as you might think because the rules of the system are designed to minimize injury. But it was considered on the same level as chess by the Canadian healthcare system, which we all found delightful.
But yeah, I forget if it was either in Canada or in Europe, but this guy had open heart surgery and stuff, and all they paid for was parking, the parking lot.
Yeah. My Canadian friends love their healthcare. I forget exactly what year it was, but there was this thing a bunch of different countries were doing a thing where people in that country voted for the greatest person in their nation's history, and the Canadians voted for the guy who set up their free healthcare system. Like, could it be better? Yeah, of course it could. Could it be worse? Hello.
Yeah.
You don't see Canadian healthcare executives getting shot at, kids.
Yeah, I'm having surgery on my hand this Saturday, and hopefully my insurance covers it. Otherwise, I can't afford it.
Oh, best of luck. That's
Yeah, I gained a cyst. I have a cyst in my hand. I'm getting it removed.
Oh. Yeah, my health care, which is my insurance company is United Healthcare. Hello.
Minus two.
They won't cover the gel injections that might make my knees hurt less.
Yeah, I have United Healthcare Medicaid.
Likewise.
Yeah, they won't cover they cover root canals, but they won't cover crowning my teeth.
Yeah. People keep saying, well, why don't you get, massage for your back problems? It's like, because I have United Healthcare and they don't pay for that. And then people go, oh, right. So, yeah.
Yeah, medical issues will be a whole other podcast in the future, probably.
Yes.
And the end of the courts.
The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeiture except during the life of the person attainted. Which means that your heirs are not going to suffer.
Like certain Bible verse, like the third and fourth generations, those who hate me.
Yeah.
You do bad, Zane, Sandy, and their kids are going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
Under this law.
Yeah, they don't take away your property. They don't, they don't declare anything with your heirs. You're on your own. It's all about you. Your children can inherit from you.
That's corruption of blood.
Yeah, that's corruption of blood. Corruption of blood was, and it's outlawed in the UK now too, and was, about 200 years ago. But at the time of the Constitution, it was still a thing. If you were convicted of treason, generally speaking, your heirs could not inherit your property or titles. And, I study Elizabethan history, and there was not a lot of overt treason punished during Elizabeth's reign, mostly because she was kind of squeamish on the subject of executing people she knew personally for some reason. Can't imagine why.
That's the first one. That's the second one, right?
The first one, yeah. Her mother was executed for treason. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And one of her stepmothers.
I think that's relevant because I looked into this, and the Duke of York got most of his titles stripped because of his with that S being with his S.
Yeah, because of who his friends were and what he did with them. Let's say that.
But it's funny. I looked it up. He still has this Duke of York title. It was gone, but apparently his daughters can't inherit that because the laws are still outdated unless they changed that recently thing.
So I believe that's more to do with him being the king's son or the queen's son, and then it will then go to.
Because I think for the longest time, the Duke of York has the king because he was the king, because the younger brother was the Duke of York became the heir apparent because his older brother either died or abdicated. So
yeah. So the reason his daughters are not going to inherit the title of Duchess of York is that instead it's going to go to, I mean, theoretically it could go to Harry, but failing that it'll go to William's children.
Yeah, Prince Louis. But I think it's the first time we actually have descendants of the Duke of York. So but mainly it's because it's not because it's not really a king, brother king thing. That's the reason. It's because girls can't inherit dukedom titles apparently.
Oh yeah, well that wouldn't surprise me. That may have been one of the ones they changed. It is no longer the law that girls are skipped in the line of succession.
Yeah, but that's only for the major titles, not for lower titles like Duke. I looked that up.
It's actually why I was really, really hoping that William's firstborn would be a girl, because she would be a queen regnant, regardless of what her siblings were, and I was really excited by that prospect.
Yeah, but also that only counts for people born after 2013, 2014.
Yeah,
if you're born before that, you're still.
But they passed it before William had kids.
Yeah,
because I remember thinking about that.
Yeah, for that, but like I said, it's only eligible for kids born after that. If you're like her daughter Queen Anne is still at the bottom of the list over her brothers.
Though to be fair, the line of succession does just keep getting longer for her, because all of Charles's descendants have to die first before they get.
Plus her two younger brothers too.
Right. And all of their descendants.
But she's before her own kids still.
Yeah. There's a movie called Kind Hearts and Coronets. I believe it stars Peter Sellers as literally everybody. Or maybe it's Sir Alec Guinness. No, I think it's Sir Alec Guinness as literally everybody. About the like 17th heir to something, killing off everyone who's ahead of him in the line of succession.
But yeah, also that's not the only law she overturns. Not only did she overturn over male preference primogeniture to make absolute primogeniture, they also overturned that you can marry a Catholic and still not lose your. And you can't be a Catholic, but you can marry a Catholic now.
Yeah. So hurrah! No, it's amazing how much of the lower ranks of the line of succession are, but it doesn't matter because they're Catholic. Moving on. I think
it's because I forget whose kid it was, but one of her either grandsons or granddaughters married Catholic, and she didn't want them to lose the place.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing is so weird and so complicated and takes so much time to explain. And frankly, maybe part of why there's a clause that we're going about there being no religious requirement for office in the United States, because nobody wanted to deal with that. But attainder of treason is basically taking away your stuff. Corruption of blood is you can't pass it on to your heirs.
And forfeiture?
Forfeiture is you giving up your stuff, but it's only within your own lifetime. So they can fine you for treason, and certainly they can take away the profits of your treason. But it only works during your own lifetime.
And you said that last. What's that last word you said in the thing? Attainted.
Attainder. Attainder of treason is basically declaring you an outlaw and saying you have no place in society.
Okay.
So you serve your time and you're good, and it doesn't pass on to your heirs. And if you're executed, well, then you're executed, but it still doesn't pass on to your heirs.
And that's one of those late 17th, 18th century words.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it goes back way further than that. That one goes back through British law for about 1,000 years.
But about years ago, they probably sounded different than
yeah.
then and now.
Yeah.
All right,
And it was on its way out in England as well. You know, it got passed in the early 19th century that they abolished corruption of blood in the UK.
Yeah, I think that's mainly because like a lot of this was for, like, I'm guessing, for nobility. If you treason your kids aren't.
They don't get the title.
Yeah.
And it was largely about titles, which we don't have in this country officially. But it was also about inherited land. And the founding fathers, mostly, cared quite a lot about inherited land.
This was, again, in England, most of the inherited land was the nobility, unless.
Yeah.
At this point, I think some commoners had land too. But anyways, I think with that, we are finally done with the courts.
Hooray!
And the major three branches.
Article 4, Section 1. We're on a new article now. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state. And the Congress may, by general laws, prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved and the effect thereof. States have to accept one another's laws. What's law in one state is not necessarily law in the next state, but this is where you have to respect other states' marriages comes in. If you are convicted of a felony in one state, you are still considered a convicted felon in another state, even though, you know, what the felony was may not be on the books in the next state over. Things along those lines.
Yeah. Of course, the marriage probably only applied at the time. Even people nowadays would be opposite sex marriages. I'm guessing.
Yeah, well,
like if you get married in, say, your state, and you go to the next state over, it doesn't think like, you're not married.
I mean, there were people who were trying to pass laws that would have done that in the lead up to Oberfell, saying we won't recognize opposite sex marriages, or we won't recognize same-sex marriages that are performed in other states, which is blatantly unconstitutional.
Yeah, and they're doing the same thing with like some states for abortion. You can't go to you can't go to another state. If you go to another state to get abortion, you can still get arrested, apparently.
Yeah, which blatantly unconstitutional.
Yeah, luckily that in my state, that 10-year-old went to Indiana before they passed illegal law too.
Yeah, well, come to Washington, we have abortions.
That's your state motto.
Literally, there was a huge billboard on I-5 at the border with Oregon, which also has abortions, but anyway, saying, in Washington state, you have a right to choose.
Hopefully,
yeah.
Our future vice president won't change that by making it nationally illegal.
I mean, he can try, but I don't think he's got the votes.
I'm thinking of our new senator what to do that. Maybe both of them do.
I mean, probably both of them.
Because they're both from Ohio. They're both Ohio. One's a former senator and one's a future senator.
Yeah, no. Whereas both of my senators are fighting the good fight.
Can they move here and become our senators, please? But anyways, I mean, all right.
We've got people to spare in Washington that are better than your senators, but that's a low bar.
So full faith and credit given to each state.
Yeah. You have to respect the other states. You know, the other states are real, and their laws and regulations are real.
Okay.
Congress can set how these things get passed from state to state, but Congress can't just say, well, I don't think we should respect the sovereignty of this state's court, because constitutionally you have to respect the sovereignty of each state. Article 4, Section 2, the citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. Nobody is entitled to more rights than anyone else. No one state is more free or no state's above the law.
Yeah, of course, that's. I guess at the time that only applied to free people.
Well, free men, It is citizens, so that wouldn't include slaves, and it wouldn't include Native Americans. And whether it included women or not depended on who you asked. I would argue that women were not full citizens at the time, inasmuch as there were privileges that women did not have.
And I think some people want to get that bring that back.
Oh, they absolutely do. There are people who want to repeal the 19th Amendment, which just don't even get me started.
But we will get you started when we get to that eventually.
We'll get to the 19th Amendment. It's on the way. It's just, quite a bit down the road, because we got to get through the First Amendment first, and that's going to take a long time. Second won't be short either. But this one is pretty basic and pretty straightforward. Everybody is entitled to the same rights, the same privileges, the same immunities. It doesn't vary by state. Broadly speaking, it's been interpreted to be it just doesn't vary. One of the big concepts that we've never really followed fully, but that we keep idealizing and working toward, is that everyone in the country is entitled to equal protection under the law.
Yeah. Of course, we'll get to this when we get later on here. I think we'll obviously get to this. Or at this point, we're probably, I don't know if we'll get to this or we've already, by the time it's going to upload, we've already got to it after this upload after January. But the what states consider rights and privileges and what the federal rights and privileges.
Yeah, well, in a lot of ways, I have more rights than a lot of our viewers, but that's because my state enshrines them in a way that the federal government has not.
But if this is uploaded after that, go check out our episode 1 of season 13 of Talking Time with Caffeine, the Balance of Powers episode.
Yes.
Was at the time of this recording we haven't made yet.
Yeah. Still a couple weeks off. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime who shall flee from justice and be found in another state shall, on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. And this is state extradition. If I commit a crime here in Washington and run to the wilderness of Idaho, and the authorities in Idaho find me and catch me, they have to ship me back to Washington.
Where you committed the crime.
Where I committed the crime. whereupon I will stand a jury trial. Now, Washington does have to formally ask Idaho to do it. But as a matter of practice, they will. There are times when one state doesn't want to give the person up for whatever reason, and there's laws in place to deal with that situation. Often, for example, the reason the authorities in the other state have caught the person is that they committed a crime in their state too.
Yeah. So, I mean, but yeah, that's the thing. But you can't go to the state and declare sanctuary.
Right. There is no sanctuary from, a state warrant.
Yeah.
The most noteworthy case I can think of somebody dealing with extradition from one state to another is Washington's own, well, he wasn't actually born here, but he grew up here, so close enough, Washington's own Ted Bundy, who committed murders in, I think at least 7 states that we know of. And the problem is, the main problem is that he committed his final murders in Florida and they executed him, at which point he couldn't be extradited anymore on the grounds of being dead.
Yeah. So so with the murders, they do all the murders in one trial. They do every murder separately for each state.
Oh, it's separately by state. Legally, it has to be. Because of the whole jurisdiction in which it happened thing that we already covered.
So was he even put on trial in your state, or is it just...
He was never put on trial in our state. When he was living here, we know he took victims in Washington and Oregon. One of them actually on the campus of my alma mater.
Wow.
So a student at the college I graduated from was murdered by Ted Bundy.
What, when you were there, or not?
Oh God, no. 30 years or so before I was there. 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't know them personally?
No. I think I had a professor who knew her, but she was before I was born.
But But I guess officially, technically, he was never found guilty of those crimes. He never got put on trial.
No, he was never found guilty. He moved to Utah to go to law school, and we know he took victims in Utah. We know he took victims in Colorado. When he was here, he took victims in Oregon, and I think Idaho, maybe Northern California. I don't remember. And then he escaped from prison in Colorado, where he was on trial. And fled to Florida, where he killed some more people and was arrested, tried, put on death row, and executed.
Yeah. I guess it was the last state first and first state last. They had
him.
Yeah.
They had him, and they had the evidence, and they were fully free of look, we're not going to extradite him because he's got to go through our judicial system first, including serving his punishment. Oh, wait, looks like he's not getting tried now. It's generally considered to be a waste of time to send someone to another state for trial if they've been condemned to death in one state.
Of the same crime that they got.
Regardless of what the crime is. I could commit breaking and entering in Washington State, flee to Florida and kill someone, and they would never send me back to Washington State for that breaking and entering.
Well, but if it was reversed, if you committed murder in Washington and you went to Florida for breaking and entering, that'd be different.
I would probably be made to serve my sentence in Florida and then go to Washington for trial.
Okay.
I don't think we have the death penalty anymore. Yeah, our governor formally abolished capital
Okay.
punishment in
Okay.
2023.
So you serve like 5 to 10 years for breaking and entry in Florida, and you go back to Washington to be where you get life sentence for murder.
Yes.
Because murder is one of the few things that don't have a statute of limitations that I'm aware of.
Yeah. Well, apparently we were the last state with an active gallows, though.
I understand. I don't think states still have execution, like fire by execution, firing squad.
Huh. We had a guy in 1994 who refused to choose his method of execution, and it was defaulted to hanging.
In the
Wild.
80s, the 80s,
90s.
Oh,
He killed 3 people in 82 and was hanged in 1994. So yeah, so our current Attorney General, our then Attorney General and our soon-to-be governor, our governor-elect, worked with our current and soon-to-be former governor to abolish the death penalty in Washington State.
let's bring back stoning and crucifixion and beheading.
Oh man, I am one of the people who really wants one of Joe Biden's last acts in office to be to abolish the federal death penalty. That would be really nice. An executive order, and yeah, they could bring it back, but executive order and committing the sentence of everyone on federal death row would be a thing that he should do. Yes, one of my favorite people in U.S. history, and I know someone who is actually descended from him, is someone who was executed, though officially he was not. He was just tortured to death because that was a thing that happened. During the Salem witch trials. So technically not U.S. because it was a colony at the time, but
was he a witch?
Well, they accused him of being a witch, and you know we talked in the last section about attainder of blood, and all of that, and he knew that was corruption of blood. He knew that was an option if he pleaded guilty. He would forfeit his land, and if he pleaded not guilty, and they put him on trial and found him guilty, he would forfeit his land. So he refused to plead. He avoided the system entirely, and what they did was they pressed him. This is like a 70, 80-year-old man they're doing this to. They put a board on his chest and put rocks on the board. And his last words were, "More weight."
And because of that, his kids still got their land.
His kids still got their land. So yeah, so he's one of my favorite people in American history.
And he's
because
your
the
ancestor?
absolute strength that took.
And he's your ancestor?
No, but I know someone who's descended from him. He writes for Media Magpies, actually. No person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up upon claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due.
I guess that's
euphemism time, kids.
I guess that's what later became in the 1850s earlier the fugitive slave law based upon this.
Yeah. This is the constitutional section that gives us the Fugitive Slave Act. Because person held to service or labor means slave. Like, let's be very, very clear about what this language was intended to say. That's not reading into the text. That's the text.
And I'm guessing this also what part of the case for the Dred Scott thing.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, Dred Scott was not decided on this. It could have been, though we're going to emphasize that in Dred Scott, he didn't escape. He was carried. But that's not the provision under which Dred Scott was decided. It was decided under the concept that Dred Scott didn't have a right to sue in the first place. Which, that was a really horrific decision. But in theory, this could have been part of the decision. The laws of the place, of the free territory he went to, couldn't free him when he was brought back to a slave territory or a slave state. And that would also have been ridiculous because he didn't escape, he was carried, and therefore the laws of the state should have applied not to him, but to his owner. But that's not what the decision was based on. So the reason this text is blue is that we're in euphemism territory again.
Was this overturned by the 13th or 14th?
14th, I'm pretty sure, but I'll have to wait till we get there.
Yeah.
For the record, escaped prisoners are considered to be under the previous clause and are not part of this. This had nothing to do with escaped prisoners.
Just escaped property.
Just escaped property.
Anything in detail we need to go over here?
No, I think I'll just start yelling if we spend too long on this.
Okay, then. We'll definitely get into the more detail once we get to either the 13th or 14th, because I'm pretty sure this is
when we get down the road, there will be time for yelling then.
I'm pretty sure that's why this is blue.
Yes. Article 4, Section 3. New states may be admitted by the Congress into this union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be formed by the junction of two or more states, or parts of states, without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned, as well as of the Congress.
Except for West Virginia.
So, well, the thing about West Virginia is, go on, Virginia legislature, argue with it. We dare you. But, there's a drive for a lot of people around here to form the state of Cascadia, which would be Western Washington, Western Oregon, and Northern California. And that would only happen if the legislatures of Washington, California, and Oregon agreed to it, which they won't.
Plus the Congress.
Plus the Congress.
There's also the state. I heard about the state of Jefferson.
The state of Jefferson has been a proposal. There are a lot of proposed splitting up states into different states. And here's the thing. The western sides of Washington and Oregon have a lot more in common than either one does with the eastern side of their own state. And that's not just currently true, that is historically true.
Yeah.
Because the climate changes radically when you cross the mountains.
Yeah. I think I shared with you the table thing about the Washington, how the East and West are totally different communities.
Yeah. Yeah. And a little over a year ago, I visited a friend of mine who lives in eastern Washington. She lives near, but not quite in, the Scablands, in fact. So way eastern Washington.
What? You're friends with somebody from the east side? Is that?
I know, it's shocking. Well, actually, no, because she used to live here, and she and her husband and kids moved there for reasons. her family's from over there. And so I drove over there for her birthday party when she turned 40. And, you know, it's raining here right now. It'll be raining off and on for about the next 4 or 5 months. It's fine. It happens, you know.
Yeah.
But you cross the mountains, and it goes from this lush green with moss freaking everywhere to gold. When you get, you know, down the mountains enough. Because the mountains form what's called a rain shadow. So you go from rainforest to prairie, basically.
So are you the Rockies or the Sierra Nevada, or what's your mountains?
Our mountains are the Cascades.
Okay.
They are a primarily volcanic chain. There are several very prominent volcanoes in our chain of mountains. Probably the one that most people have heard of is Mount St. Helens. That's about an hour's drive away from me. Well, it's longer, but that's because you have to go mountain roads to get to it because of how far back off the main highway it is.
When you were alive, so you didn't live there when it
I didn't live there, but I do remember the eruption. Don't know why I do, but I do remember it. And I have a lot of friends who have a lot of stories about the eruption of that mountain.
Well, you were a little bit older than I was. I was like one. I think I was one, maybe half, maybe less than one when
it was May 1980.
So I would have been like 5 months old at that point.
I was about 3.5.
So yeah, you definitely remember it more than I. Definitely remember it more than I would have. But
and I have friends my age in this, you know, who grew up in this state who remember it because they experienced the results.
If it exploded, would the lava reach your house now, an hour away? Or
well, it wasn't lava.
Ash.
It was ash.
Would the ash reach your house?
Well, I'm west of the mountain, and the winds blow east, so no. But if I were as far away from the mountain in the right direction, absolutely. The clouds of ash reached thousands of miles. I actually have, sitting on my desk somewhere, a vial of Mount St. Helens ash that I bought. Over the summer, another person from the Dapper Discord and I went to Mount St. Helens and to the Creation Center in the town before you go up to the mountains.
I just want to bring that up. Like they carbon dated that Mount St. Helens off about 50 million years ago or something like that. However they did it.
Yeah, well, it was a very badly organized museum, and they didn't really explain how Mount St. Helens supposedly helped their point very well. And the old guy in the museum knew less about creationism than we did, than my kids did by that point. So that was an experience. And then we went up to the actual visitor center at the mountain, and that was much more educational.
Smarter.
Yeah. And we explained to a park ranger why they kept getting creationists at the mountain, because she had no idea. She was just tired of dealing with them. So yeah, so I have some pictures of me and the kids with a great view of Mount St. Helens behind us, because that's our volcanic range. But it does mean that, you know, because of the Cascades, the climate between eastern Washington and Oregon and western Washington and Oregon is really different. And the populations of the two have always been very different. The kind of farming that you can do is different. And there was a lot more logging on our side of the mountain because there were a lot more trees on our side of the mountains. But the proposed state of Cascadia is never going to happen because you would not be able to get it through the requisite legislatures. And Congress at the time wanted a bunch of approximately evenly shaped and sized rectangular states.
Yeah.
So instead of the Cascades being an east-west border, the Columbia River is a north-south border.
Yeah, I think only different thing in that area. California got to shape its own border.
Well, California had money. California became a state during the gold rush.
2 years after it started, 48.
2 years after the discovery of gold, on September 9th, 1850, California officially became a state.
Yeah.
And California said, so here's the deal. Either you let us keep all of our land, or we will just form our own country. And to this day, California can realistically afford to do that. They're one of the biggest economies in the world. California, as a state without the rest of the U.S., has an enormous economy and could just keep on going. And there's a great Daniel Webster speech about how little value California is, and do we really need it? That I actually sewed on a sampler I made for my old California history teacher. But because they had the gold, Congress wanted them as a state and let them keep their own borders.
And plus, even though it was below the line, they became a free state.
They became a free state, but that was because we were in the era of popular sovereignty at the time, and California wanted to be a free state. Meanwhile, Texas, when they joined the Union, had far more land than the current state of Texas, and they gave up all of the land above a certain point, north of a certain point, in order to join as a slave state, because that was the reason they had left Mexico in the first place. Mexico abolished slavery, Texas rebelled and joined the Union instead.
Well, first they got their own country for like a little bit.
Briefly. So, yeah. The history of state borders is in part written by slavery.
Yeah.
And in part written by money. And in part written by Congress likes rectangles.
Of course, that's west of Mississippi. At least in Mississippi, we were more river borders and like mountain borders and stuff over here on our side.
The thing is a lot of the Western states don't have a logical border. The border between Washington and Oregon follows the Columbia to a certain point, and then the Columbia veers north and it's no longer the border. The border between Washington and Oregon is a straight line because there's no good marker. There's no river that would serve as a good border between the two.
Of course, straight line being relevant at the time because
well, I mean, there are a lot of borders back your end of the country that were theoretically straight, only it turned out the surveyors screwed up. So, our state border is actually our national border up north of me is actually a lot more complicated than a lot of people realize, because here's where we're getting back to the pig war. The near war with the British over the border of Washington state. People mostly do not remember that, and when they do, it's only because of the pig.
Yeah,
So the pig is funny, so
like, this is my island. No, this is my island.
Yeah, there's a lot of islands, and I'm not sure the people who set the borders realized that. Puget Sound is glacial, which means there were a whole lot of channels.
Yeah, I think they joked about that in the not a joke, but in that
oversimplified,
but how they might use that to prevent the Civil War that was coming up very soon after that.
Yeah. there were some people who would go on to become very, very famous because of the Civil War involved in the Pig War. But yeah, so Cascadia is not going to happen. The state of Jefferson is not going to happen. West Virginia happened because go on, it's a war, stop us.
Well, they're not part of the country right now. So they're rebels, so
they're claiming they're not part of the country, so we can just take this part of their state. I forget which state it was that they discovered that the paperwork had never officially been signed, making them a state.
I
So,
think,
like 100 and something years later, they finally officially, technically became a state.
yeah, I think technically Pennsylvania is not a state.
State and Commonwealth are, for the purposes of federal law, the same thing. Where we get into complicated stuff is going to be the territories.
Yeah.
With Puerto Rico, it's some people want it to be a state, and some people want it to be its own country, and some people are fine with it being what it is, and nobody can quite agree on what the best solution is.
Yeah, I think they had an election, a voting thing about last election where
they had a referendum.
Yeah.
I believe they've had a couple of them, and they never quite decide what they're going to do. Just like Quebec.
Yeah, because I think the last one they said no more territory, either a state or an independent country. But then a lot of people voted no, didn't even vote, so that it's still up in the air still.
Yeah.
But even if they pass it, the Congress has to pass it by a 2/3 majority.
Yeah, and Congress does not want Puerto Rico to be a state right now because Puerto Rico would probably be a Democratic state, and Congress is controlled by Republicans.
Just like Washington, D.C.
Just like Washington, D.C. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States, and nothing in this Constitution shall be so construed as to prejudice any claims of the United States or of any particular state. The territories are controlled by Congress. That includes Washington, D.C. They have feelings. See also their license plate.
I think this goes back to might go back to the Articles of Confederation, because I think the smaller states wanted the federal government to control the territories west of the Appalachians and not the states themselves.
Yep. Yeah, well, if you look at the original land grants of the 13 colonies, first off, that's getting back into the whole surveying problem. But most of those colonies, their charters say that their land stretches to the Pacific.
And the states, they'll have borders of the Appalachians. So like, no. Yeah.
The thing is even at the time those charters were made, the answer to that was, no. Let's start with the fact that some of those charters stretched into territory that was kind of in the process of being claimed by other people. And we're not talking the natives who no one cared about. We're talking like Spain.
And France.
And France. And I mean, no Europeans controlled those stretches anyway.
So I think Ohio would have been Pennsylvania if that.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up, and I have no idea what state we would have been. I would have to look that up. I think I would have technically grown up in Georgia or something. Yeah. So, it was just that was not a feasible boundary for these states.
The longest states ever. Okay. Really,
yeah.
State from sea to shining sea, like Pennsylvania from the east coast to the west coast.
Yeah. And I think they agreed under the Articles of Confederation, if I remember correctly, to cede that territory. Because they weren't really losing anything by it. You know, if New Jersey or whoever didn't control the Puget Sound, I have to draw lines on a map. I don't remember. There are charts, but I don't want to look it up right now.
If we ever, maybe I'll do that. When I animate this, I'll figure it out.
Yeah. So that the states ceded control of the Northwest Territories and what have you. The Appalachian Mountains became basically the back of the United States for practical purposes.
One of the few powers that the states gave up to the federal government in that era.
Yes. And part of it was, again, going back to the surveying problem, the bickering of the states about who controlled what bit of the territory. Because no one had gone in and drawn a proper border, and even if they had, it's not like there was a marker for it. You know, this forest that had never known borders before did not care what state it was in.
And I think that's one of the reasons for the French and Indian / 7-Year War.
Yes.
Border dispute.
Yes. Because the boundary between French Canada and the British colonies was really fuzzy. Technically, George Washington personally started that war. So, yeah. So, in order to make control of it consistent, it needed to be at the federal level. The problem with this is that there is no possibility of self-governance in this. And none of our current territories really have border disputes because they are islands. So, what is the border of Puerto Rico? Yes.
I think the only island in the Caribbean that's separated is the Haiti Dominican Republic.
Yeah. Yeah, and the border of that is, I believe it's technically visible from space because it's a lot to do with deforestation. The border between Haiti and the Dominican Republic is depressing.
Yeah, Haiti's pretty much stripped everything, and the Dominican Republic isn't.
Yeah, no, and that's another one where I know just enough to know that I don't know the full thing, but also just enough to make me really sad. But with Puerto Rico, you know, they don't have border disputes because the whole island is its own thing. With, you know, the Mariana Islands, yeah, which island is part of the group is a conversation. But once that is established, it's not like you're, accidentally on one of their islands. You can be blown there during a storm, but once you're there, you know that that's where you are. So it's not like a trackless wilderness or anything. So the original reason for this section doesn't exist as much anymore and doesn't give the people who live in those territories the right to self-government. You know, it's nice that nobody has more say than anyone else, except in the sense that Congress is setting the laws, but it still needs reform.
Because right now, pretty much everything in the kind of United States is we've claimed it all.
Yeah, well, and people talk mostly about Puerto Rico in part because it's big and in part because it's right there. But the abuses in some of our Pacific territories are appalling and need to be dealt with.
I'm surprised that during the Mexican-American War that we didn't claim more of Mexico than we did.
It was a matter of how much effort we were willing to put in part. And honestly, we took the parts that we thought were important.
To us, like California and the gold, we didn't know.
Well, California had declared its own independence, thank you very much. But Texas, a lot of the more northern areas, because there's desert in that part of the continent, and even now, vast amounts of that area are empty. I have driven through rural Arizona several times because my grandparents lived in the middle of nowhere. And you can go for, half an hour, 45 minutes on a freeway, 65 miles an hour without seeing signs of anything. And then you go through a town of 15 people and you're at the other side and there's nothing for another 20 minutes.
Because I was wondering two things. I was wondering about one, what if Mexico City was part of the United States, or if we would name it? And two, talking about the border wars, across the border, it'd be a lot easier to build a border wall a little bit south there, because Mexico gets smaller as it goes down. It's like a little tiny thing instead of that big line that we have now.
Yeah, well,
it'd be a Mexican. It'd be the Central American wall.
Yeah, border with Guatemala is much smaller than the border between the U.S. and Mexico. And a lot of that is actually through rainforest, so that's its own kind of complication.
But yeah, because then again, that breaking Mexico, there'd be a lot more states. That would be a lot more states down there.
Yeah, there's 30-something states in Mexico. I used to know all of them by name because I learned it in Spanish class, but I don't remember most of them because it is not information that I use ever. So
that would be 80. We would have 80 states and 160 senators.
Yes.
And still 435 representatives.
Yes. And Wyoming would rule the world. Article 4, Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government. It's capitalized, but that is actually small r Republican under modern standards. And shall protect each of them against invasion on application of the legislature or of the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened, against domestic violence. Let's establish that is against insurrection or invasion, not against partner abuse.
Now you mentioned it's a small r, not a big R.
Yeah. What they mean by Republican is that they guarantee you a state legislature. What the makeup of your state legislature is up to the people in your state. But they guarantee that you will be able to have one under the authority of the Constitution.
Because this is the time Republicans was the government, not the party. That they didn't exist yet at this time of this writing.
The party of the Republicans would not become a thing for 40 years and change. The first capital R Republican president was a bit down the line, but small r Republican was what they were promising here. In his final days in office, Jay Inslee cannot set up a dictatorship. The only people who think he wants to are the people who refuse to wear masks. So, there's that. But he couldn't if he wanted to, because if he tried, the Constitution guarantees that he will not be able to.
Despite what people want.
Despite what people want. No state dictatorships. And that applies equally to, Disney's mortal enemy, Ron DeSantis, even though he is a capital R Republican.
And we protect each of them from invasion, each state.
Yeah.
Like if, say, Mexico invaded Arizona, we're not like, you're on your own, pal. Like,
yeah. And I mean, equally, if Arizona invaded California, the Congress has to step in.
That because that'd be more of an internal thing instead of an external invasion. That'd be like a
right. That would be domestic violence.
Okay. Will that be a Supreme Court case or a Congress case? That'd
be Congress.
Because we were talking about state-to-state arguments earlier.
Yeah, no. If it was an actual invasion, that's the Department of the Legislature, according to this section.
Okay.
But yeah, basically, it's the United States government has as one of its duties making sure that the state governments work and the states remain quasi-sovereign entities.
I'll get to more of that, and I think in Amendment 10.
Yeah.
Maybe Amendment 9 too, I forget.
Article 5. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which, in either case, shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution. There's a comma, but we get to the next slide in a bit.
Yeah, so this is about how can we change the Constitution?
Yeah, because the whole point of the Constitution was an awareness that sometimes the documents of your country don't work. That was the reason they were meeting in the first place. And so, when it didn't work, for whatever reason, here's what we do to make it work. And Congress, as is generally speaking the case, can be the ones to propose an amendment. And it's got to pass supermajority, which is why it's so hard to have amendments. Which, honestly, I'm okay with.
Yeah, not the simple 51%, like 51% of senators, or like whatever the half of representatives is. It's full sweep.
It should be hard to pass a constitutional amendment. Now, I'm mad that there are some that haven't passed, but that's not the point. The point is, amending the Constitution should take a serious amount of thought, and a majority will. Because I also know that there are some terrible amendments that could have gotten a simple majority. With a simple majority, we could have passed a ban on gay marriage. By the time it came up, it was not going to get a supermajority.
Okay.
I honestly think that a better option for some of the amendments that people want passed is to really work at doing it through the states. I think they've got a much better chance of swaying their state legislature if they really work at it.
Yeah, but this is just for proposing it, not even for passing it.
No, I know. And we'll get to passing it in a bit. But I do think that if, for example, people started a grassroots, state-by-state campaign to change their state legislatures to be the kind of legislature that would pass a proposed constitutional amendment abolishing corporate personhood. Which I think, if you explain what that means to people, is a pretty bipartisan issue.
Yeah.
I think most of the people who are in favor of corporate personhood just don't actually know what that means.
Or their corporations themselves.
Right. But, most, I said. And Media Magpies LLC is opposed to corporate personhood.
Now, I don't know if the other, I forget, of these four things, we'll get to the other two in a second. I don't know which one of them has never been used, but I don't know if it's this one. If 2/3 of the federal Congress won't do it, 2/3 of the state Congresses can do it.
Yeah. Let me look it up real quick. All 33 amendments have gone through Congress.
33?
Yeah.
Oh, the ones that got to that level. Not only, but look at the next part where only 27 of them got to the next level.
Yeah. All of the amendments that have been ratified came through Congress. Alexander Hamilton liked the idea of the states being able to do it to prevent, or to, quote, erect barriers against the encroachments of the national authority. That's in the Federalist Papers. We haven't done it, but we could, and I think there are some amendments that we should really hold out for.
I think it's funny that he's the one who proposed that, Alexander Hamilton, because Alexander Hamilton was the more federalist of the federal power guy of the Federalist government.
Yeah, he was a big federalist, but he believed strongly that this one thing could help, as we'll get to on the first, balance powers.
Yeah, so at the time, 2/3 of the state, that would have been 13. I forget. I can't do math.
The math doesn't math. It's okay.
But
it would have been 4 and a bit.
But
8 and a bit. So in practice, 9.
So I don't think what 2/3 matches for 50 either. Really.
No. Like I said, that's the secret reason I want Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico to become states, because it makes the math easier.
But that's how we get the ball rolling. 2/3 of Congress, 2/3 of states. I think we're gonna do the same article too, even though divided up, same video. But anyways, anything else to say about this the first half?
Nope.
All right then. Next half.
Yep. The most I have is petition your state representative about abolish corporate personhood. Second half. When ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress, provided that no amendment which may be made prior to the year 1808 shall in any manner affect the first and fourth clauses in the 9th section of the first article, and that no state without its consent shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. Which means you can't pass a law that says, or can't pass a constitutional amendment that says that New Jersey doesn't count.
Or about you can't pass a law that outlaw slavery yet.
Yeah. I think that if we were to abolish any state from having a say in Congress, or in the Senate, rather, it would definitely not be New Jersey. It would be Florida. But, Florida wasn't a state in 1789, so it doesn't count. So let me look up what the. Do I remember what the first and fourth, what the clauses we can't abolish are? Of course I don't.
But
Apparently, we do have the most difficult constitution in the world to amend.
For good or for bad.
Yeah.
But all right, so if you look it up, I think the majority of this has been passed by 3/4 of the states. But I think there might have been one that was passed by conventions.
Yeah. The 21st Amendment, which is the repeal of prohibition, is the state convention method. So apparently those two are about taxes and slaves. Congress wasn't allowed to pass emancipation by constitutional amendment prior to 1808.
So the earliest the 13th Amendment could have been passed was 1809.
Yeah. And that, well, no, the earliest was 1808. It couldn't be before 1808. So New Year's Day 1808, they could have abolished slavery by constitutional amendment. Or passed taxes. Yeah. So technically you don't need your state legislature to pass, for example, the Equal Rights Amendment. Which, let me look up how many states still need to get off their butts and pass that one. Oh, some of them have revoked their ratification, because of course they freaking have.
So how do you call a state convention for this?
I don't know. I do not. I don't think, I mean, since it's not established in the Constitution, I think it's up to you.
All right. But we did at least one time to bring back alcohol.
We did.
I mean, I don't drink alcohol that much, barely at all. But I guess that's good reason enough for me.
You know, I don't drink alcohol at all, and I prohibition was foolish.
I think I drink maybe once or twice a year, and that's maybe a daiquiri here or there. Or margarita. I don't drink beer anymore, if at all. I barely drank beer when I did drink beer.
I've only ever seen my mom drink one kind of beer, and it was Dos Equis, which made those World's Most Interesting Man commercials really, really funny. So my mom doesn't always drink beer, but when she does, it's Dos Equis. But yeah, basically, no one has established for sure. There might be federal law on the subject, but it's not in the Constitution, so I don't know it. And as established, really, really not a lawyer. But in theory, call a state convention. A bunch of states have actually rescinded their ratification. You and I both live in states that ratified the ERA. But if you live, say, in the Dakotas, go ahead and start a convention to get your state to ratify it again.
Yeah, I think more recently there's been time limits, but I think the earlier ones there were no time limits for this.
The earlier ones had no time limits, and we'll get to it, but there's one that passed literally centuries after it was initially proposed.
The last one.
Yeah, the ERA technically had a deadline, but it's generally at this point acknowledged that if states continue to ratify it regardless of the deadline, then Congress will consider accepting it just because. But if you live in, Arizona, Utah, God help us, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, or Georgia, get on your state. If you live in Oklahoma, Louisiana, Florida, the Carolinas, and Missouri. Well, Missouri's got its problems. We could pass this. We could pass an equal rights amendment, which is a very sensible thing for us to do. And it just says people can't discriminate based on sex. That's all it is.
The fact that we need one is
the fact that we need one is depressing.
Yeah.
Personally, I'd be happier if it was sex or gender, but that gets into the whole sex versus gender debate.
Yeah, maybe a separate one. Maybe get a separate one for that. But anyways, I think it might be both good and bad. We have some time limits for these things. I mean, bad for the good ones, but good for the bad ones. Like if they when they pass a like earlier they passed a same-sex amendment, the opposite sex amendment marriage thing. That for time limit nowadays.
Yeah, there's certainly that.
But the country definitely changed in 20. Well, some states have changed 20 years, 30 years since they proposed it in the 90s. But other ones like the ERA need a longer time limit.
Yeah. I would like to hope that if something gains in popularity over a longer period of time, then it's actually a good thing. But I don't think there's any way of guaranteeing that. But then I don't think there's any way of guaranteeing that any of them are good ideas, which we'll get to.
Yeah. But all right, the last part of this thing. Without consent, something deprived the equal suffrage of the Senate.
Mm-hmm. You can't pass a constitutional amendment taking away a state's ability to vote. No state is going to get downgraded to territory.
Okay, I don't know if that applied that was talking about when states appoint senators or something like that. What that was referring to, because it's not blue, so I guess not.
No, it's very much no taxation without representation again. Unless you live in a territory, but shh.
All right. Even though that's a pretty long thing, that's
that's pretty much it.
Yeah. So, and this is how this is the basis of what we talk about the amendments. This is how it all comes about.
Yeah.
The 27.
I guess the one thing I will say is that yes, it's harder to change the U.S. Constitution than any other constitution, but at the same time, it was set up to be a flexible document, which is something fairly shocking in law from the time.
Real fast before we go next part. Do you know what the 5 proposed amendments that were never ratified were?
Oh, there have been a lot of amendments that were proposed and never ratified.
Oh, so you said there were 33 proposed, but 27.
Well, it's how far they got through the process.
Okay,
that's the issue. Because proposed amendments, hundreds of them, have been proposed,
but only 33 made it to the first half of this.
Yeah.
Only 33 made it for the first half, and only 27 made it for the second half.
Yeah. Like there was a proposed amendment banning dueling.
Well, technically, I can still duel you if I wanted to.
You could. I mean, it'd be challenging because you'd have to get here first.
Like, hey, there's no amendment against it. I can still do it. Might be a law against it now, but no amendment. So I still have the right to duel you.
Yes.
Stupid, but I have the right to do it, apparently. All right. But maybe I'll make a picture of those in the edited part.
Yeah. Article 6. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. So the states still owed the federal government, and the federal government still owed whoever it owed.
But now we have a better chance to actually collect those state debts than we did before.
Yes, indeed.
Like, hey, you know the money you owed us from taxes for all those years? Yeah. Now definitely gonna pay it. we're still collecting, guys.
Yep. We are not forming a fully new country. This is still the same country that still has the same debts and obligations and still is owed the same money.
Yeah.
Pay us now, please.
Because now we can enforce it better.
Also, we have taxes now.
Of
So
course,
we can pay the people we owe.
unless our future president declares bankruptcy like he does all his businesses.
For real, though. How do you bankrupt a casino? This is the question I've always wanted answered and never understood. How do you bankrupt a casino?
I thought casinos always won. Apparently, the casino. Apparently, that casino was like got all the people winning or something. I guess, and like.
I don't even know. It's just owning a casino is as close as we get to a license to print money.
What's the term? The house always wins.
Yep.
But
The
yeah.
odds are all on the house. Just ask Val Kilmer in Tombstone.
But yeah, Tenerife bankrupt. We no longer owe anybody money because we can't afford to pay anymore. Start from scratch, America.
Yep. That won't do bad things to the economy or anything. But yeah, the short version was this was intended to promise that it was still the same country and all of the financial stuff was still applied the same way.
So we still, I guess that means we still owed France money for helping us, but now right after this happened, there was no
Things
longer a
were
France.
messy in France for a while.
After this happened, there's no longer the old French government for a while. Like, oh, we don't pay you anymore, I guess, because you're a republic, not a monarchy. Yeah.
And part of the blame is the money that they gave us for the revolution, and part of it was that the idea that revolutions could be a thing was spreading, and part of it was because the French monarchy was so ridiculously out of touch that they didn't understand that poor people had needs.
Plus, it was a twofold thing. They had just lost the 7-Year War or French War, depending on what you call it, and then they're already in debt, and they're like, hey, let's get revenge on British and they got revenge, but that revenge pushed them over the edge.
Yeah, no, there were a lot of factors involved in the French Revolution, but it is certainly true that the American Revolution is partially responsible.
It's funny. The French Revolution was caused by the American Revolution. The American Revolution was caused by the American was a result of the 7-Year War because that the debt that we had to pay the British that we get our taxes going.
Yeah, though I will say that the American Revolution would have happened sooner or later anyway. It wasn't a sustainable system.
Yeah. I thought that would happen, but I wonder what would happen if the 13 colonies had gotten representatives in Parliament.
I think eventually we would have gone the way of Canada.
like a Commonwealth.
Yeah, and a slow, peaceful transition to first quasi-independence and then proper independence.
But yes, because what if what would happen if we actually had representation, effective representation? Okay, we're like, okay, here you go. Here's your Parliament Senate. Of course, you have to sell there, to actually do it. So
yeah,
that would be its own issue about. So even if we had representation, it would take a long time to get our vote back and forth.
yes.
But yeah,
which is part of why it wasn't a sustainable system. It's just the distance was too great, and communication was too slow.
Yeah. We'll have a House of Commons and a House of Lords and part of the Parliament.
Yeah,
probably mainly be Commons. I don't think we had any Lords. Even
we did not.
The Duke of Pennsylvania, and the Duke of Georgia. One Duke for each state.
Yeah,
and an Earl for each county, and a Baron for each city.
I think eventually there probably would have been American nobility, but I don't know. It's hard to say how things would have been different, except that eventually I think we still would have been a separate country. Maybe we would have had a better name.
I guess it would have been more, maybe a bit more peaceful transitions of
Probably, yeah.
like with Canada.
Like with Canada.
Like they're a separate country, but they're still friendly, I guess.
Well, it's because they're so nice.
And I think the queen, the king or queen is still on the money in Canada.
Yes, indeed. The $1 coin in Canada is the loonie because it's got a picture of a loon on the side that doesn't have the monarch. And when I used to go to Canada, the $2 coin there is usually called a toonie. But I knew a lot of people who called it a moonie because it's got a polar bear on the back. So it was the queen with a bear behind.
I think for a long, I think there was a few years or months at least, maybe years, but that the Canadian money was actually worth more than American money for a bit there.
It was. Because I have, as I've said, I have several Canadian friends, and they would rub it in. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. Federal law is the highest law, and the Constitution is the highest of federal law. Which is why state marijuana legalization is technically itself illegal. Because federal drug law technically supersedes state law, and it's just that the federal government knows that federal marijuana policy is really unpopular.
Which I wonder if but technically they could still arrest you, and I guess if they do pass a federal amendment for abortion, then that overturn all the state constitutions.
Yes, federal abortion ban would have authority over the state abortion legalization.
So hopefully they never pass it.
Yeah.
Despite what my new senator wants to do. That was one of his main things on TV. Like, I want to pass a federal abortion ban. Like, even though my state passed it, I don't care.
Whereas in a lot of other states, that was a campaign against. Was he wants, this person wants to pass a state of federal abortion ban, and people would vote against that person. So yeah.
Gotta love Ohio.
The most right wing any candidate for statewide office in Washington can get is, well, I suppose I will enforce the state law on this subject.
Yeah, it's funny. The majority, apparently, I don't understand. The majority of the state, I guess a lot of people voted this, like, because the majority of the state, not super majority, but majority voted to overturn it. But then they voted for a guy that wants to re-overturn it.
People vote against their own interests a lot. They see the person they voted in for senator as doing something that they care about more than they care about the thing that they said they care about.
But yeah, like I said, we made it might be overblown, thing, not, it might be not accurate, but a lot of people, there's a meme that says, we voted against rights for people to get less gas, lower gas prices, or something like that.
Yep.
That's a meme.
And it's not like the gas prices are going to come down either, so.
It's either gas or eggs or both.
Eggs. A lot of people were eggs, which egg prices were already coming down, so, whatever. No, it's there are state laws which are in violation of federal law, and how much they get pushed back on by the federal government just depends a lot on optics. The federal government doesn't want to get into the marijuana debate, because if people realize how much their elected officials are doing to keep marijuana illegal on a federal level, then those people might get voted out of office, because even most Republicans are fine with legalized weed. Especially their more libertarian supporters.
Like most of that stuff, that makes me think. I want to make brownies now. I got the eggs to make brownies, but I don't have the special butter to make special brownies. I can make regular brownies, even though I could. I don't even know where to buy the butter in my state. I think it's a few miles away from me. Still, there's no special butter place near where I live.
Yeah, a lot. I've never actually been into any of the weed dispensaries because I don't use it, but a lot of them are closing down because it turns out that we had overpopulated in dispensaries around here. It used to be that it was, if anything, easier to get weed than to get, like, a gallon of milk. But, a bunch of them are closing because there's just not as much business for, like, 15 dispensaries as people seem to have thought there was.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, I don't do that often. I mean, I might want to try it sometime, but now I can legally try it if I wanted to. It's at least state level. But
yeah.
I have asthma, so I can't do the smoking thing. So if I do stuff, it would have to be edibles.
Yeah. And it's only legal until such point as the federal government decides that they're actually going to step in. So
it's with this new government, they might with this new government.
Who even knows?
Yeah. We'll get once we get to the amendments, we'll get more things. But yeah,
hope it was worth it, libertarians. The senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States.
So break that down. I think that breaks down into two parts here.
Yeah. Everybody who is an elected official, both at the federal and state level, or an executive or judicial officer, and that includes the Army, technically. The military is technically executive members. And state governments and, anyone with state office, they're all bound to uphold the Constitution of the United States. So, they're not allowed to try to take away your constitutional rights by constitutional law.
And I think we brought this up with the presidential speech, but oath or for affirmation.
Or affirmation. You can do either. If your religion says no oaths, then you can do an affirmation. It's fine. That is perfectly valid.
Especially the next part, because no religious tests.
No religious test shall ever be required. Any office in the United States. And that means both that you can't be required to be a member of a specific religion, and that you can't be required to be religious. The courts have actually been fairly firm about this over the years.
Despite what people think that we're a Christian nation want us to believe.
Right. We are not a Christian nation. The Constitution says you can have any faith that you want. Nobody can tell you what to believe or what not to believe to be a member of the government.
I mean, so far all our presidents have been Christian religious, give or take.
Yeah, in practical terms, it's at this point in our history impossible for a non-Christian to be president because not enough people will vote for them. See, also, Obama is a secret Muslim.
Yeah, because I have doubts about the true Christianity of Trump, give or take, but that's my opinion.
I have doubts about the true Christianity of Obama. I think Obama is, if anything, an agnostic.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that.
Yeah. But I think he acted more like one than Trump ever did.
Well, yes, he definitely did. And obviously our most Christian president ever was Jimmy freaking Carter, but that's not a conversation evangelicals want to have. But legally speaking, you can be of any religion or none and hold any office in this country's government under the Constitution.
Yeah, because off topic again, but same topic kind of. But I still remember to this day the gassing the protesters at a church for a Bible pick.
Oh man!
Upside down too.
Upside down, yeah. No, and the history of U.S. presidents and religion is a complicated and fascinating one. There was a parish, I forget exactly where, but the minister was of the opinion that his congregation should vote for Thomas Jefferson over John Adams because he felt that the atheist, which is what he believed Thomas Jefferson to be, would leave them alone more than the Episcopalian, which is a delightful story.
Yeah, I think he was. I don't know if it's true. I think they said he was more of a deist than an actual atheist.
Well, Thomas Jefferson, another story that I like to tell because it's funny, is that he published an edition of the Bible that left out what he called the obvious exaggerations of Jesus's biographers, which included the resurrection as one of the things it left out. So I don't think he was an atheist, but he certainly was not what a lot of people would think of as a Christian either. The people who signed the Constitution, the people who wrote the Constitution, were by and large, at least culturally, Christians.
if not in full practice of it.
Yeah. A lot of them did not believe in, as I said, Christianity as we would see it today.
Despite what people will tell you.
Oh, God, yeah. But they did believe in, you know, they had been raised in Christian families. And if they went to a church on the regular, which not all of them did, it was a Christian one. George Washington was, I believe, technically like a member of the board or something at his local church, but it's because it was as much a social position as anything else. And, you know, it's this whole thing about, like, yeah, the culture that they were in for most of the founding fathers was heavily, heavily Christian. How much any given one of them actually believed in it is its own separate conversation.
Yeah.
But there were deists and there were Episcopalians and there were Presbyterians and, you know, what have you.
And maybe some Catholics they're from Maryland or Quakers.
I believe there was a Catholic. But we know that George Washington went to a synagogue on at least one occasion. We know that Thomas Jefferson owned a Quran. You know, it's not like these were the only religion is Christianity types.
And not just Christianity, Protestant Christianity.
Right.
That's what England was.
Yeah. George Washington also went to Catholic Mass on at least one occasion.
He spread it. He was like dipped his toes there, all of it.
Yeah. He didn't take the sacrament because he couldn't, because he wasn't a Catholic. But he did go. And so it was a very strongly held belief that your faith was between you and God. There wouldn't have been a man there who didn't know that his faith would have made him ineligible for service under the laws of somewhere. Presbyterians wouldn't have been able to hold office in Maryland, in Massachusetts, and the Episcopalians couldn't have held office in a lot of the South where you had to be Baptist and what have you.
Yeah.
They knew.
And I think a lot of states or people want to overturn this part, make this part of the Constitution overturned too.
Yeah, there were states that wanted to have their own particular brand of Christianity put in on a formal level, and that's why this is in the Constitution.
And why I'm guessing whether we passed the First Amendment too.
Yes.
To sanctify that in the better law.
Yeah, it was very, very important to, again, most of, if not all, of the Founding Fathers that no one religion be in control, because they came from a country, their ancestors came from a country with a monarch who was the head of the church. And if you weren't Church of England, there were fines. You could, in theory, go to jail for not believing the same thing.
And that means exactly the way we talked about this in our Mayflower Compact, that Pilgrims and the Puritans.
Yeah. It wasn't even just, you have to be a Christian. It was, you have to be a Christian who is a Christian in this very narrow, specific set of ways.
Not only Church of England, but the Church of England as the king saw it.
Exactly. And the Founding Fathers, by and large, were enormously opposed to that concept because they were rationalists, a lot of them, who were very strong believers in the idea that you have to decide these kinds of things for yourself. It's not on an outside force to make these choices for you. And it's certainly not the position of the government to tell you what to believe.
And hopefully it'll stay that way.
Well, that is a much tougher fight than I think a lot of people realize to make it not be. Because you do have, you've got the First Amendment, but you've got this section. It's written into the actual document itself. And we talked about how hard it is to pass a constitutional amendment. You can't just executive act your way through this. You will not get a supermajority to overturn this in the United States. Article 7. The ratification of the conventions of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution between the states so ratifying the same. And this is how the document becomes law.
Only not if you have to care.
Yeah, well, in theory, it was still possible for the Constitution to not become law. And they made that very, very clear, in part because, they didn't want anyone to be forced into being part of it. The whole thing was representation. So the Constitution was signed at the convention adjourned September 17th, 1787. Ratifying conventions began fairly soon, and on December 7th, 1787, Delaware was the first state to ratify the Constitution. They are very, very proud of this in Delaware.
Because would 9 states be 3/4 or 2/3?
9 states would have been 3/4.
So basically, the same way as amendment proposal ratification.
Yeah.
The Constitution need like a giant amendment.
Yeah. The Federalist Papers began to be published even before Delaware ratified because anti-Federalist papers were starting to be published. And we know who published some of them, and we don't know who published others, and it's fine. The Federalist Papers were Hamilton, John Jay, and James Madison, under the name of Publius. So, yeah. So, Delaware ratified, Pennsylvania ratified, New Jersey, Georgia,
4,
Connecticut,
5,
Massachusetts,
6.
Though they've requested 19 alterations to be made to it. Rhode Island called for a state referendum rather than a state convention. So, there's that. The voters rejected it. 2,708 to 237.
So Rhode Island
Maryland.
7.
Huh? Yeah, that is, there weren't a lot of voters in Rhode Island, but that was the voters in Rhode Island by approximately 10 to 1 saying, no, thank you.
I think they're the last one to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maryland, South Carolina had
8.
2 alterations they wanted made. New Hampshire,
9. And they're the first 9, now it's legal.
June 21st, 1788. New Hampshire requested that 12 alterations be made.
And that was the start of the amendments, I guess.
They were all starting to talk about amendments at that point.
That's what they mean by alterations.
Yeah, yeah.
So now we have the 9. Now all we have left is the 4 holdouts.
Virginia.
10.
North Carolina wanted a Bill of Rights so bad that they voted to neither ratify nor reject. New York had alterations they wanted made.
10.
But they ratified, so they're 11.
11.
First election, then 1789. 10 of the 13 states cast votes in the election because 2 of the states hadn't ratified yet, and New York hadn't sent their delegates in time, which, if you know anything about the history of New York from that era, is not actually surprising.
Well, I think wasn't New York the capital of this, or was that Pennsylvania still?
It's Pennsylvania still.
Or Philadelphia, whatever. New York
they moved on March 4th
to New York.
New York.
So next it was 12. What was North Carolina finally?
Yeah, North Carolina was 12.
And then finally, good old Rhode Island.
Yes. Requesting 21 alterations. Vermont in 1791, but that was 1790 by the time Rhode Island actually ratified the thing. On January 6, 1791, they began a convention to consider letting Vermont join as the 14th state. They ratified the Constitution and applied for admission 4 days later. So by the time things really got going, Vermont was already a state.
But Rhode Island beat them, I think, right?
Yes, Rhode Island beat Vermont, but not by as much as you might think. By like a little over 6 months.
That would be funny if one of the 13 original 13 colonies wasn't one of the original 13 states.
The 14th state, yeah.
And so, but now every state has to ratify the Constitution before they become an actual state, right? I think.
Yes. Yeah. Part of the process of statehood is accepting the Constitution, which is reasonable.
And with that, we are finally done with the main document.
Next time it gets exciting.
Changing it. We'll see you all in that part.
So, when the Constitution was originally written, there was no Bill of Rights. And that was in part, and this is one place where they were forward-thinking for once, a lot of the founders believed that if you enshrined certain rights in law, that would make people assume that anything that wasn't there was not your right. Genuinely, I don't think most of them would have had a problem with the idea of a right to privacy. I think they would have seen that as being part of things like right to free association and freedom of religion. You know, they would have seen that as just an extension of the other things they considered, if you really sat and talked to them about it. But there is no right to privacy simply because it, as far as I can tell, didn't occur to anyone that it should be there. And they knew that if you said, you have this list of rights, then there would be people who would assume, ergo you do not have these others.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of Supreme Court cases are based on right now, is the idea that if it's not in the Constitution, it's not a right you have.
So these all got passed really fast. I mean, I think anyone's 10 in a row got passed like this.
10 in a row. 10 of them just got passed as a lump. Largely because there were a lot of states that refused to ratify the Constitution unless there was an immediate Bill of Rights. I haven't actually seen the lists, or if I have, it's been a while, of all of the proposed changes that various states had to the Constitution, but you go through the list of this state ratified, but then they said it needed this list of changes. And since some of the states wanted up to 30 changes, clearly we haven't had all of them.
Yeah, and one of them took about 200 years to pass. Literally.
Yeah, one of the originally proposed 12 amendments took 200 years to pass, and one of them still hasn't. I don't remember what it was. I would have to look that up. But the fact is, the Constitution was written to be changed. It was written to be changed carefully, which is why it remains the hardest to amend Constitution in the world. But it was, the whole plan the whole time was, we will be able to change this. Let's see if I can find that list. Okay. Yeah, Madison's isn't what happened. Here we go. So the first one proposed, there were 17 articles approved by the House and 12 by the Senate. The first one still has not been ratified because it was approved by Congress. It was, it just hasn't been ratified by the states. After the first enumeration required by the first article of the Constitution, there shall be one representative for every 30,000 until the number shall amount to 100, after which the proportion shall be so regulated by Congress that there shall not be less than 100 representatives, nor less than one representative for every 40,000 people, until the number of representatives shall amount to 200, after which the proportion shall be so regulated by Congress that there shall not be less than 200 representatives, nor more than one representative for every 50,000 persons. So it would have changed some of the stuff about how Congress was set up, and it was never ratified.
So that's saying it would give one representative to every 50,000 people.
Yeah. Yeah, so Congress would suddenly skyrocket, I believe, if that one were passed.
That's something they should pass then, I think, in my opinion, at least.
Oh, I quite agree.
Yeah, I mean, I said 100,000 would be enough, but 50,000, that's even twice that amount I would have, apparently. But yeah.
The third one sent to, or approved by the House, was phrased as, Congress shall make no law establishing religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, nor shall the rights of conscience be infringed.
That was modified to what we called the first later, or
yeah. The fourth article that was sent was freedom of speech, the press, and the right to peaceably assemble, and that all got and applied to the government for a redress of grievances, and that all got folded into the First Amendment, which we will get to in just a little bit here. The 10th one that was sent got folded into what is now the Fourth Amendment. The 12th one that was sent got folded into what is now the Sixth Amendment. The 14th that was sent got folded into what is now the 3rd and 6th. So it got split up and folded into others.
Okay.
The 16th would be kind of nice. Got passed by Congress, by the House, nothing further happened to it. The powers delegated by the Constitution to the government of the United States shall be exercised as therein appropriated, so that the legislative shall never exercise the powers vested in the executive or judicial, nor the executive the powers vested in the legislative or judicial, nor the judicial the powers vested in the legislative or executive. Which would, if I'm reading this correctly, and let's establish I am not just not a lawyer, I am not a 19th century lawyer, 18th century lawyer, it would forbid the president from from executive orders and from passing tariffs. It would forbid the Congress from controlling the military, other than declaring war.
Yeah.
But it would, limit the powers to the branches to which they were assigned.
What would it prevent the judges from doing then?
I don't think the judges really do much that isn't in the Constitution.
Okay.
I mean, they don't really have a lot of, as Jackson put it, they don't have an army, so they can't enforce their decisions, which is what Jackson was saying was, I have the army, therefore what you say doesn't matter.
Oh, that Jackson. I think we're talking about Jackson Wheat for a second.
No. Even worse, Jackson. When the Supreme Court found the Indian Removal Act to be unconstitutional, which it was, Andrew Jackson's response was, well, I have an army. And the Supreme Court doesn't. So we're doing it my way.
And the sad thing about that is they even do it under his watch. They did it under the next guy's watch.
Yeah, no. I have feelings about that, and I'm not even Native American. So there are Native Americans to this day who will not use $20 bills because of the picture of Andrew Jackson. Which is one of the reasons they were talking about taking him off the $20 bill.
So, and the other ones got rolled in the other ones?
Yeah. Most of the proposed ones got folded into others. One of them got passed 200 years later. Two of them have never been passed, one of which didn't even get past the House of Representatives. The Senate didn't even approve it. So, most of the stuff that was originally proposed did in fact get passed. And we've been living under it for well over 200 years now.
Yeah. See, they got passed the year before the second presidential election.
Yeah. Because everybody who ratified the Constitution had been pretty clear that it was an incomplete document, which, to be fair, was by design. The Constitution was never supposed to be set in stone. It is supposed to be a living document. That was written into it.
So, like,
Which is,
like they said, they want chisel stone like the Ten Commandments.
Yeah. Like, I find originalism really frustrating because it's counter to the actual stated purpose of the document, and yet somehow supposed to be the original intent of the Founding Fathers. Leaving aside the ever-present, but the Founding Fathers didn't all agree on anything.
Like the blue sky.
Like the blue sky. Exactly. So you can't go by the original intent of the Founders, because that assumes a single original intent. But if there was a single original intent, it was that the Constitution would be a changing document. So it's really frustrating if you've actually read the stupid thing.
You got your pocket Constitution in your hand?
It's in my purse, but my purse is right across the room. I always have my pocket Constitution, because I'm that kind of person.
Nice. Be like, go to the line. Actually, pull it out your purse.
I have done that in a genuine real life conversation, and I wouldn't be proud except for the part where the guy was being really stupid, and we'll get to it because that's a Second Amendment conversation.
Sweet. All right, so, and like I said, they were all ratified on December 15th, 1791.
1791. So that is, we have just, as we record this, just passed the anniversary of the ratification of the Bill of Rights.
If it wasn't that we were recording this on Christmas Eve, 2024.
Christmas Eve, 2024. So, yep.
We started this right after the election.
The day after the election, as I recall, where we were just like, let's talk about the Constitution because I just can't even face this right now. The First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
Okay, let's break that down.
Yeah. So, I'm one of those people who's like, there's a reason this one is first. Because without the First Amendment, the others don't matter. But we'll get to why that's true in the last part of it. But the first part is respecting an establishment religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, which very clearly is you don't have to be any religion. There is room in the Constitution in two places, in the document itself and in the Bill of Rights, there is room for atheism. And I am not an atheist, but I do think it's really important that people can be if that's what they are. And the Constitution leaves space for that. Not that pretty much any of the Founding Fathers were atheists by modern standards. The closest you get is deism, which is a whole other thing. That frankly, in many ways, tracks best with modern-day paganism instead of atheism.
Yeah, the first part of this, no law, because they came from England. The Church of England was the law.
Yeah, Church of England was the law, and that gets into a whole bit. That ties back to the Protestant Reformation and Henry VIII, and there's a reason to the original purpose of having a state religion that there is a state religion in England.
Yeah.
But,
And technically there was, I guess it wasn't really a state, I guess maybe it was a state religion, but Massachusetts was pretty strict about their religious people too.
Yeah, well, Massachusetts was founded as a religious colony.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit on our Mayflower thing, the difference between the Puritans and the Pilgrims.
Yeah. And the thing is, Puritans versus separatists, but there was a whole thing where the Church of England was the official church. And in Massachusetts, they kind of carried that forward. And there were other states that were founded with specific state religions, and there were some that were founded with specific freedom of religion, and it was a patchwork up and down the colonies. But because the Founding Fathers came from up and down the colonies and, off the continent completely, you would get differing views. One of my favorite stories, I probably already told it before, and I will probably tell it again, is the church where it was a Baptist congregation that encouraged its parishioners to vote for Jefferson over Adams because they thought that the atheist, as they saw him, would be better for their congregation than the Episcopalian. I forget what church Jefferson theoretically, nominally belonged to, but he was a deist. There was a Catholic who signed the Constitution. Just one, but there was one.
Was he from Maryland?
Yes. And as late as 1960, there were people who firmly believed that if John F. Kennedy became president, he'd be taking orders from the Pope. So religion is a complicated thing. There has never been a major candidate for the presidency who was not at least a nominal Christian. Whatever they believed inside, and I think Lincoln was an agnostic at best, and honestly, I think Obama would like to be an outspoken agnostic, but he can't be in public life in the United States. And of course, the incoming guy believes in himself, and that's it.
Well, some people think he is a religion on its
Yes,
own.
well, but the closest we've gotten to a non-Christian candidate for presidency was we did have one Jew running for vice president. You know, Joe Lieberman was the first non-Christian to run for the vice presidency, and I voted for him. You know, that's not just living memory, that's in my adult lifetime.
That was my first election.
Yeah. And there had never been a non-Christian in that role before. At least, again, a non-official Christian, whatever their personal beliefs may have been.
And until 4 years ago, there was never a non-man in that role.
Well, no, the first woman to run for vice presidency of a major party was Geraldine Ferraro in 1984.
Well, run, yes, but
Right, but the first woman to actually hold the office was Kamala Harris. But the fact is, despite the part where it's hard to get the job in practical terms if you're not a Christian, the Constitution doesn't say you have to be a Christian, and if anything, says the opposite. Very clearly, you don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to be anything.
Yeah. That's the second part. The first one is they can't make a law about it. The second one is you can be whatever you want to be, to prohibiting the free exercise thereof.
Yeah. In England at the time, and we are still saying England because the Articles of Unity, I don't believe, had passed yet. I don't remember exactly when that was, but
this was great. This was Great Britain. I think it wasn't United Kingdom yet, but it was Great Britain after 1707.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't remember a lot of those details. It's not my era, but in England, in Great Britain, whatever you want to call it, there was a state church, and you could be fined for not going to the state church, and you could be forbidden to set up your own church.
Well, fine would be the least of your problems, because...
Sure, I mean, if you were Quaker, you were probably going to get executed.
Or Catholic.
Yeah, Quakers, Catholics. But Catholic gets really, really complicated.
That's still a rule today. If you're a Catholic, you cannot be. You're out of the line of succession.
Yeah, apparently you can now marry a Catholic, so that's nice. But there were Catholics, and there were times when it was illegal to be a Catholic, and times when it wasn't. It was a whole big complicated thing. But Quakers literally got burned at the stake for a while. And you know, there were times when Jews just got kicked out of the country, and Islam didn't come up much. But, you know, there were definitely laws prohibiting the free exercise of religion, and there was not a man among them who didn't belong to a religion that had been prohibited in English law at one point or another. And yeah, okay, for the Episcopalians, you had to go back a stretch to, you know, Mary the First. But it's true that Protestants were burned at the stake under Mary the First. So they understood how that could get messy. And, you know, the 30 Years' War was definitely a thing that had happened. it wasn't living memory because it happened during the Plymouth, colony. It was 1618 to 1648, but it was about religion.
At first, at least at first.
At least at first. It got, any war in Europe quickly becomes about a lot more than the thing the war is nominally about. But it is certainly true that millions of people had died in Europe over the free exercise of religion. And it was very, very important. And this is one where I will say it was important to all of them. That didn't happen here. They didn't want religious war in the United States. And they felt... Huh?
And that's the one thing we have never fought over, at least. No,
yeah.
At least.
They were very firm that there would be no religious war in the United States, and that they would allow that the best way to prevent that was to allow people to express their religion in the way that made most sense to them.
I wish some people would realize that now in the present day.
Yeah. You cannot force people to believe what you want them to. Human minds just don't work that way. Even Elizabeth I, who did theoretically execute some people over religion, specifically said that she would make no windows into men's souls. That was not her business. It became her business when she was excommunicated and Catholics started trying to kill her, which, fair. But the founding fathers knew their English history. Again, this is pretty much a universal, that they all knew their English history. And if they weren't of English ancestry, they would know the history of the other European country they were from. And they knew that trying to enforce religion was a recipe for bloodshed.
So you're saying that this country wasn't founded on like Christian document ideas and stuff like
I believe it was John Adams who said that the United States was in no ways a Christian nation. Thomas Jefferson was the one who, in his writings, declared a wall of separation between church and state. And to be fair, neither of those guys were part of the Constitutional Convention, but they are two of our most revered founding fathers, and they were both very, very clear that separation of church and state was essential. There's a story about George Washington praying in a forest. Yeah, that was made up by the same guy who made up the cherry tree thing.
At least it's not as dumb as the guy that says George Washington was on the Mayflower and planted a flag in New York and called it the New Jerusalem, America.
Yeah, no.
Guy.
George Washington he was like a deacon or something. He did hold a minor office in his local church, but it's clear that was as much a social thing as anything else. And we know that he attended services that weren't just from that church. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he even attended a synagogue at least once. The modern view of the founding fathers as being these God-fearing men is completely ahistorical. Another of my favorite stories is the fact that Thomas Jefferson published a Bible with what he called, and this is a direct quote, the obvious exaggerations of Jesus' biographers left out of it. And one of the things left out of Jefferson's Bible is the resurrection. Thomas Jefferson did not believe in the resurrection. That is not a Christian by modern evangelical views.
So he was mainly I guess he was he probably mainly a Mark guy then.
He was Thomas Jefferson officially was a deist, which is a religion that, again, we don't really have anymore. Now that it's okay to just not be Christian. You know, but it's a rationalistic theology.
Yeah, I think from what I've told before, it's God started everything and then this whatever
Yeah.
I think started the spark and like, okay, you're on your own path, you're on your own universe.
Yeah, it is all about like natural theology, like how you can see God through nature. It's very much entrenched in Enlightenment thinking. I think the closest to religions we have these days, though there are some people who consider themselves deist, I think by and large what you have is Unitarians and neo-pagans are much, much closer to deists than most other religions. My father's father, was a Methodist minister, and he hated Unitarians. He used to say they believed in one God at the most. And that is true. That is deism in a nutshell. One God at the most. One God or all God. So Thomas Jefferson wouldn't have wanted a system where he was forced to go to a church, because he didn't really believe what any of the churches in his day believed. None of the founding fathers would have wanted any of the others to be in control of what religion they were allowed to be, because they mostly didn't discuss religion, but if they had, and when they did, there were bitter arguments over how various people saw God. Freedom of religion was vitally important to them because they knew, in a more visceral level than modern Americans do for the most part, except for some refugees, they knew what it was like to be persecuted for their faith. It hadn't happened to them, but most of them could probably have told you an ancestor that it happened to. And let's face it, the laws of the Plymouth colony were incredibly repressive about religion. And they didn't want that either. I don't think people realize exactly the religious conflict that led to freedom of religion being in the Constitution in the first place. The history of New England is written in religious conflict. And there are two whole states that exist outside of New England so that people who aren't Church of England could have a place to go and be safe.
I think that was Connecticut and Rhode Island.
Maryland and Pennsylvania.
Oh, I thought. Okay, so I thought you were like
Rhode Island, yes, but literally the reason for the existence of Pennsylvania is a place where Quakers aren't going to get executed. So this is two of the big states. Let's be clear.
Yeah. But yeah, Maryland was for Catholics, I think.
Maryland was for Catholics, and Pennsylvania was for Quakers.
Yeah, the other two I was talking before, they're the breakaways from Massachusetts.
Yeah,
they left off.
Yeah, and that's an interesting story, and I cannot recommend enough. Sarah Vowell's The Wordy Shipmates gets a lot into the religious aspects of Plymouth Colony and Connecticut and Rhode Island and all of that. It's a really, really fun read. She's an entertaining writer who also is the voice of Violet from the Incredibles movies. But, you know, all of these men would have known this part of the country's history in a way that most modern Americans do not, and would have known how vitally important freedom of religion is. And I am not saying this as a member of a minority religion here. I'm saying this as a historian. freedom of religion is essential. Because without freedom of religion, what you get is sectarianism and bloodshed. That is just true, historically speaking. Also, when people say they don't want freedom of religion, they always think their religion is going to be the one in charge. And another thing that history has showed us is that you can't be certain of that. If you look at England, it went back and forth between Catholic and Protestant for quite some time. And people who would have been perfectly fine under one monarch were suddenly oppressed under the next one.
Or have to hide who they are.
Yeah. Yeah. People would go to churches they didn't believe in because it was better than the alternative. And while some people may see that as desirable, they only see that as desirable when the church people are being forced to go to is theirs. Which is, again, something you can't guarantee, because you can't guarantee that all people in charge will hold the same religious view as you do. So that's religion pretty well explained.
Next, abridging the freedom of speech.
Now, this is not freedom without consequences, which is why we have things like libel and slander laws, and defamation of character laws, and inciting a riot, and things like that. There are ways where you can be punished for your speech if your speech is, let us say, irresponsible. You, the citizen, have the responsibility to make sure that what you say is true and will not unnecessarily cause, it's the old, you cannot falsely shout fire in a crowded theater position. Because what you're doing then is just causing a disturbance for the sake of causing a disturbance that can cause serious harm to other people. That's not acceptable. We do have laws against that. Another one that people don't get is that the First Amendment only applies to the government. It doesn't apply to your social media company. They're allowed to limit your speech. They're a private company. Sometimes it's silly, like a lot of the regulations on YouTube about what you can and cannot say. Some of the euphemisms that people have developed to get around the YouTube regulations just get silly given some of the topics being discussed on YouTube. I watch a true crime podcast that has to censor itself because there are certain words that will get it demonetized, despite the fact that it's true crime. The genre is allowed. Certain words within the genre are not. But YouTube has the absolute right to do that because they are a private entity. You're not allowed to just go around and say whatever you want about whoever you want with absolutely no consequences. Now, apparently, the idea of speech that no one would actually believe, exaggerated insults, have at the Constitution says you can do that. John Oliver made a whole musical number about that.
And people might not like it, and sometimes I don't like it either, but this even includes, unfortunately, hate speech.
Yeah. Hate speech is constitutionally protected in the United States. And that is another one that is very different from a lot of other countries. But in the United States, you have the legal right to use, for example, ethnic slurs. Now, you are also going to suffer consequences for doing that. The Constitution does not protect you from the consequences of your own actions. Sorry, kids. But also, it is possible for you to be considered inciting a riot or similar laws if you use your speech to attempt to create action. So it is one thing to say, I hate all of such and such a group of people. But it is another thing to give a speech in front of a group of other people and say, we now need to go kill all of the people from such and such group.
Or like saying, let's go march down to the Capitol and stop them from doing stuff.
Yeah. You're that sedition is illegal, which is advocating for the overthrow of the government. It turns out people should have been prosecuted for that. But they weren't, so here we all are. Yeah.
Right.
Shouldn't have taken 4 years to prosecute. Hills I will die on. But as long as your speech is not along those lines, and the regulations on what exactly you have to say and where you're saying it before it's considered to be defamation of character or what have you are going to vary. I, as a private citizen, can get away with a lot more than, a newscaster or a comedian on a late night TV show. The jokes I can make are very, very different than the jokes that Stephen Colbert can make, because he has a much larger platform than I do. Even on YouTube, we're not going to get anywhere the reach of Stephen Colbert's videos.
Yeah, I think he had. I think he had more. I'll say more reach, but he had more freedom of what he could say when he was on Comedy Central compared to.
Yeah, I would say probably true. But conversely, you can say less about me than you can say about Stephen Colbert because he is a public figure and I am not. As a private figure, if, random celebrity suddenly decided they came across these videos, for example, and decided they didn't like what I was saying, I would have more protection than they would about what I would conversely say about them, simply because freaking nobody's heard of me. So I have a much larger, here it comes again, right to privacy than, say, Elon Musk does.
Of course, once we upload these, they come public, you're going to be the most famous person ever in history.
Yes, it's true, actually. But the protections from other people's freedom of speech have historically been as limited as we can make them. Speech is more important. And sometimes we sway too far one way, and sometimes we sway too far another way, and there's no shining line. There is no place where you can say, this is the perfect balance between protection and freedom of speech. But we keep trying to find it. But by and large, you're allowed to say whatever you want. You're gonna suffer consequences. Probably. Maybe. But, I can say, in theory, which I won't, but I could, that I don't like a specific group of people. And I have that constitutional right. Nobody is required to provide me a platform. But I could go in my front yard and just start yelling, my neighbors would think it was weird, but I could go in my front yard and start yelling whatever I wanted. Especially because it's almost 10 in the morning my time as we record this, and it's not like I have to worry about a noise ordinance.
Yeah. I can say it. I am bigoted against bigots.
Yes. Yeah. But that includes, historically speaking, the right to say, I don't like such and such elected official. It's infuriating to me that a lot of the people who want to limit the right of their opponents to insult the incoming administration are the ones who've been wearing, Let's Go Brandon merchandise.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Exactly. Like, all of these are very much, the people who are trying to limit these see themselves as being in control. And they do not realize that the same law that would prevent me from saying, I find Trump fully insufferable, incompetent, and senile, would also have limited their Let's Go Brandon merchandise. It's a balance. Both sides have this right, and it's not going to be good for you if it goes away, because you're not always going to be in control. They think that they will always be in control, and therefore it will always be protecting them. And what the Founding Fathers knew was that it doesn't always protect you. Sometimes it comes back to bite you. And again, this is one of those rare universals. They all knew how history changes, and how the person in control now is not necessarily going to be the person in control next year.
All right. Okay. And then we go from the speech of one person to technically the speech of a company, otherwise known as the press.
Yeah. And this is one that the incoming administration is actively talking about violating. They want to take away freedom of the press. This is not, I'm inferring this. They are saying it with their whole chests. And it's already having an effect of limiting what various companies are saying because they are afraid of prosecution. And one of the problems with that is that it limits what information you, as a member of the public, will receive, because they're afraid to report these stories. What? Sorry, my kitten wants in.
Okay.
So they're afraid to report on anything that puts the incoming administration in a bad light, because they're afraid of lawsuits. And, he's actually called for the arrest of people like Stephen Colbert and John Oliver by name. And they have First Amendment protection. They are members of the press. They are allowed to report on what they see and express their feelings about it. Now, again, they are more constrained because of how big their reach is. But nothing that they are saying violates that. What they're being threatened with is, you are not allowed to say you don't like what the administration is doing. You are not allowed to say this person in the administration is incompetent. You are not allowed to question the mental capacity and mental acuity of the president.
Or even apparently joke about the president.
Yeah. And that is, if you're not worried about that, why aren't you worried about that? You know, that is, again, should not be a partisan issue. You should be afraid of laws that would prevent people in power from criticizing other people in power. Because if the people in power can't do it, you sure can't. The whole point of journalism is to call out the government when it's screwing up. You know, that is one of its most important functions. And the incoming administration wants to limit that. And yeah, okay, in doing so, Trump wants to call on the 1803 Alien and Sedition Acts, also known as one of the worst laws ever passed in U.S. history. Like, it's fully acknowledged that they are terrible laws. And that is not a partisan issue. Like, you get, oh, sorry, we've spotted the birds in the tree. You get people from both major parties saying this is a terrible law that never should have been passed. It's one of the worst moments in U.S. history outside of things like the Civil War. Almost everyone agreed on that until about 3 months ago. So, you know, we're attempting to go back to a major abuse of power that violates the First Amendment, wherein simply criticizing the government is considered sedition. And that is not what, that is not what sedition is. Because if you watched the late night comedians, and I don't watch all of them because I don't find some of them very funny, but if you watch them, they're never saying, ergo, we should overthrow the government. They are saying, ergo, you should vote in a certain way.
Yeah.
Which they are fully entitled to do.
I can see it now. Today on ABC News. Hello, the president is great. He has done nothing wrong. All hail the president. Now for weather.
Yeah. Folks, our president is not Hypnotoad. You're allowed to not say all hail. So, the fact that freedom of the press was enshrined in the First Amendment should tell you how important it was seen as being. Without freedom of the press, we do not have a functioning democracy. And yes, I'm aware that that's kind of the point. Well, from the perspective of a lot of these people, they don't want a functioning democracy. They want an oligarchy that only lets their side in. I know that. What I'm doing is trying to explain to other people why they should care. If you care about the proper function of your government, you should care about threats to imprison John Oliver. Frankly, I'm willing to bet they try to deport him even though he's a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, he got like 2 years ago, I think, what, 5-6 years ago, he became a citizen.
Yeah. He is married to a U.S. citizen. Actually, the woman he's married to, when he still worked for The Daily Show, they were covering the Republican National Convention, but the RNC wouldn't give them press credentials. So they were doing guerrilla coverage of the RNC. So they spent a lot of their time at the convention hiding. And John Oliver's wife is a U.S. veteran who was there as part of a group that was trying to get the Republicans to treat veterans better. Spoiler, that has not worked. And she hid John Oliver and a Daily Show crew in her hotel room at the RNC. That's how they met.
Neat.
Isn't that fantastic? There are some great stories in the oral history of the Daily Show. So freedom of the press is vital, and there's a reason it's in the First Amendment.
Next,
and the right of the people peaceably to assemble. Now, peaceably is a big word here. And in practice, what this can mean is that you have to get a permit to hold your assembly. They don't.
I thought it just meant you don't go breaking windows and stuff.
Well, yeah. I mean, that is one of the issues, is don't go breaking windows. But also, the Supreme Court has held that this can include you have to get a permit and file your plans with the local police department so they know where you are. And, for example, can route emergency vehicles around you. Here in Olympia, I don't think they do it anymore, but there used to be an annual May Day protest. And as part of the May Day protest, they refused to file for a permit and refused to tell the police department where they were going to march. Because they felt that was antithetical to the spirit of May Day, which, okay, I can get that.
So, were they protesting May 1st? Is that May Day?
Well, May Day is International Workers' Day.
Okay.
It was always celebrated in the Soviet Union with enormous parades of tanks and things. And so it is a day that is supposed to be the real Labor Day, basically, is celebrating the workers and the sacrifices they've made and petitioning for more equitable treatment. All of this I can approve of, except, the Soviet parades of tanks and things. However, the May Day protest in Olympia was held on the west side of Olympia, within a mile of Capital Medical Center, which is one of the 2 hospitals in the Olympia-Lacey-Tumwater area. Which means you get a lot of ambulances in that part of town. And the protesters would not say where they were going to be marching. So they couldn't reroute ambulances around it until things were already going. And I don't know if anyone died from that, but it's possible that someone could have. And that always used to really bother me, because they were very vocal about not caring. And that's not... I have no problem with your protest blocking streets, provided emergency vehicles know how to get around you. Blocking streets is a historic form of protest. Whenever people complained about it during, for example, the BLM protests, I would post the same picture of the Edmund Pettus Bridge and the March on Selma. Like, that is a thing we do in this country. We block streets with our protests. But it's reasonable for you to have to tell the ambulances how to get around you. Now, it's been held that the police are not allowed to withhold a permit based on what your protest is about. Which, yes, means that they're forced to give protests to white supremacist groups. And we can have all the problems with that we want.
This goes back to the freedom of speech thing.
It does. You are legally allowed to be a white supremacist. It means you're a terrible person, but you can do it. But everyone in this country has the right to peaceably assemble. You are not allowed to, break into buildings and put government officials at fear of their lives, for example. That's not peaceably assembling.
I think I mentioned it before, but going back to BML protest, just the one that was peacefully assembled is the one that got tear gassed for a Bible photo.
Yeah.
Moment.
Yeah. And during the BLM protests, I had certain of my, let's say, older Facebook friends saying things like, well, but they're rioting, blah, blah. And the thing is no. Most of the BLM protests were peaceful until the cops showed up. The cops were not being peaceful. But the people protesting had a constitutional right to do so. They believed they had a grievance. We'll get to that in a minute. And they wanted to make their grievance public. And that meant that they were allowed to be in a large group on the streets. Now, in the UK, in 1714, they passed what was called the Riot Act. The Riot Act is a literal thing. And it prohibited any group of 12 or more people who were, quote, unlawfully, riotously, and tumultuously assembled together from gathering. The thing is whose version of unlawful, riotous, and tumultuous, but an officer had to read out loud an actual phrasing. So if you've ever heard reading the Riot Act, literally, they had to read the whole thing. Our sovereign lord the king chargeth and commandeth all persons being assembled immediately to disperse themselves and peaceably to depart to their habitations or to their lawful business upon the pains contained in the act made in the first year of King George for preventing tumults and riotous assemblies. God save the king. And then you had an hour. And if you didn't disperse within an hour, you could be executed without benefit of clergy.
Benefit of clergy?
You weren't allowed to have, you weren't allowed to say, well, but I'm a clergyman, and therefore I have to go to an ecclesiastical court. In practice, that was a fun law because all it took was memorizing a certain amount of Latin, and you could declare yourself to be clergy. It was really fun. But you could be executed for assembly. And that was the law at the time in the UK. And sure, it does include the words, tumultuously and riotously, but if the act was read, it didn't matter what you were doing. And so that act is unconstitutional under the First Amendment because it's some hot garbage.
Yeah, looking back in hindsight, I mean the BLM, BLM thing was already high enough. I wonder if it was even more emotional tensions because at the same time, we're the BLM protests. Were we doing something called something like a lockdown?
Yeah, No, and there's a reason I didn't go to any of our local BLM protests. I mean, there's a bunch. I was, parenting 2 small children and am physically disabled.
I think the two of them combined together, the lockdown stress pandemic, and plus the BM, plus the
BLM, yeah.
Together was.
Yeah, and I explained the whole thing to my son, who was 7 at the time, because I thought it was important for him to know what was happening. And I'm here to tell you, he had a really hard time understanding why anybody would dislike someone for the color of their skin. So,
And I think, but I do believe it was only the BLM protesters that were still wearing their masks. Other people weren't.
Yeah, the BLM protesters wore masks at their protests. I know. I have pictures of friends at these protests.
So they weren't anti-maskers.
They were not anti-maskers. The feeling was that if police officers could break into your home while you were asleep and shoot you, that was kind of something that they needed to protest, and it didn't matter if they were risking illness for it. Because if the police could break into your home and shoot you for no reason, that's at least as dangerous as a disease. And no, legit. That's perfectly fair.
Right. And finally,
To petition the government for a redress of grievances. You have the right to complain to your government. You have the right to say, hey, this isn't working for me. We need to fix this thing. And it doesn't have to be petition in the way that modern people think about it, where it's all signatures and things. These protests are petitioning the government. They are trying to capture the attention of the government in a way that, I'm going to be real here, a list of signatures is not going to do. Protesting and filling a bridge with people marching to say, hey, we'd like to be allowed to vote now, gets a lot more attention than a list of signatures by people who aren't even registered to vote. I can't imagine why they're not. And in the modern media environment, it gets the attention of people outside the government too, and gets them to maybe be on your side. The civil rights movement really took off because of television, because people outside the South were seeing, fire hoses and police dogs being turned on literal children who just wanted to be able to go to school. So, petitioning your government is not just, it's certainly not signing a change.org petition, which I'm sorry, people, does not actually do much of anything. It can be holding a protest, holding a rally, holding a march. I went to a march years ago. I don't even remember what it was for now. Where we were in my state capitol building marching around. And that is constitutional. Now, I will not say it was 100% peaceable in as much as it was in fact very loud. But it was peaceable in the sense that nobody got hurt. And I'm pretty sure the correct paperwork had been signed. There's a whole system at the state capitol. But legally, we were within our rights to go to the state capitol building and say, hey, this thing that you're doing, I'm not on board. We need to be doing this other thing instead. And the laws about marching inside the US Capitol are a lot stricter for a lot of reasons. But there are whole spaces outside that have historically been considered this is where you go and have your rally. And provided you keep it to that sort of thing and not breaking windows and threatening congresspeople and stealing podiums, podia, technically that would be, you're fine. You're within your legal rights.
Do you remember the rally that Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert had like 10, 15 years ago?
The rally to restore
Sandy and or Fear?
Yeah, Fear and or Sanity, I believe it was. Yeah, no, I watched part of that.
I think I have it on tape somewhere because I had it on VHS recorded it.
Yeah. I might have a friend or two who was actually there.
By the way, for those who don't know what that is, a VHS is a tape that people used to play stuff, record stuff on.
It's a manner of storing video on magnetic tape and then playing it back. Yeah, we found a VCR in my stuff recently, and the kids were like, "What is this?" We're like, oh, okay. But yeah, the rally was within its legal rights, and they had to get a permit, especially because that was a really freaking big rally. But also, picketing in front of the White House or in front of Congress, if you're on your own, you legally get to do that. He's a bad example because he eventually tried to hijack an airplane and have it fly into the White House. But there was a man named Ari Bremer, I believe, who I believe he's one of those people who is not a well man, but he no, it wasn't Arthur Bremer. Gosh, who was it? And I should know this because it's Samuel Bick. Samuel Bick. I should know this because it's in the musical Assassins. But he petitioned in front of the White House wearing a Santa suit with a sign that said, "All I want for Christmas is my constitutional rights." And that's perfectly legal. Trying to hijack a plane and fly it into the White House, less so. Which is why I was so confused when people said that no one could imagine what happened on 9/11, because clearly Samuel Bick could imagine it. In freaking, 1974. He was killed in his attempt.
So was that Nixon or?
That was Nixon.
I know it was Ford. Ford was already out by the. Was Ford yet? Or
this was February of 74. And he believed, and I can't imagine what evidence he would have had for it, that the Nixon administration was conspiring to oppress the poor. Can't imagine where he would have gotten that idea. But his protest was completely legal. Up to the point where it wasn't, obviously. But a single man picketing in front of the White House, no matter how he's dressed and no matter what his signs. I mean, I think you have to be dressed in as much as I'm pretty sure there's public decency laws involved. But if you pass those, doesn't matter what you're wearing, and it doesn't matter what your sign says, you have that legal right under the Constitution. You have a right to protest. You have a right to assemble. You have a right to tell your government that you don't like how they're acting. Now, you note that the government doesn't have to listen to you. And that is in some ways a good thing, because, oh boy, has the government heard some bonkers things that people want them to do. See also January 6th.
Yeah. Now,
Well-
we might bring up some court cases when we talk about these, and I might be misremembering, but the one they might change later, the Madison Mayberry court case. I believe, if I remember correctly, for a long time that one said this stuff only applies to the federal government. The state government doesn't count.
Yes. It took until, I believe, the passing of the 14th Amendment before this applied to the state governments. So there could be state religions, for example. And the state could abridge your freedom of speech or of the press. That is no longer the case, and in fact, it's generally considered to be true on a local level as well. I don't think that's expressly the case, but it's just generally considered no government now can do these things within the United States. But yeah, for a long time, the word Congress at the beginning of this was taken very, very literally. This was a congressional law. Nowadays, it's no government is going to do this in the US, which is why, for example, any school district attempting to teach creation science or intelligent design gets shot down, because that is establishment of religion. Because I'm sorry, young Earth creationists, but creationism only makes sense if you are of your specific religion. And to people who are not, you've never been able to prove it. Once you can show your work, you can teach it in a science class.
Yeah, because like I said, the religion thing is not only that religion, but your interpretation of that religion.
Exactly. It's not just Christians, it's this specific sect of Christians. Students are generally considered to have these rights. The saying there is, they do not leave their rights at the schoolroom door. So students are allowed a certain right of protest and a certain freedom of school newspapers. And you can't, for example, make Jehovah's Witnesses say the Pledge of Allegiance. Nobody can be forced to say the Pledge of Allegiance. They are allowed to not do that as part of a religious or personal objection.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was either my junior or senior year, I saw some guys sitting down, like, you can do that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've taught my kids that already. Like, you don't have to say the pledge. If I'm in school at the time at which the pledge is said, I don't say it. I don't stand. I don't put my hand on my heart. I have real problems with the Pledge of Allegiance. My biggest problem, honestly, is that my kids don't know what it means. So every day they're being expected to recite something they don't understand.
It wasn't until years later, after I graduated, I actually broke down in my head. And it's like, we're pledging allegiance to a flag, not even to the United States, but to a flag.
Yep.
I did not, when I was doing that as an automatic thing, I did not realize that at the time. So it's just the emotions.
So, children are considered to have these rights as well. You cannot force school prayer.
But that also means opposite of that. Doesn't mean kids can't pray. It's gonna be forced to pray. Because people are like, let's bring prayer back to school. I'm like, prayer never left school. I mean, I prayed in school.
There was a Christian club, an official organized Christian club at my high school in the 90s. I mean, it only had like 6 members, but it was there. You could join if you wanted to. And another one of my favorite things is I still have it. He died a few years ago, sadly, but I have in my possession a Christmas card that I was given my sophomore year in high school from my friend Jesus.
I even did the 1 year that prayer around the pole thing.
Oh yeah, no, I think a couple of people tried doing that at my school, but no one much cared, so it didn't go very long.
I did it twice the 1 year. I did it once at my high school and then once at my JVS school because we went there in high school. We did that in the early morning. Then we rode my bus to JVS and then I did it there too. So I did it twice.
Yeah, I think I saw some people doing that. And I was like, oh, that's weird. Okay, whatever. And your kid can take days off school for religious holidays. If your school is in session, the most well-known example is if your school is in session on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, your kid can get excused from school for those. This year, the winter solstice fell on Saturday, and my kids had school literally the day before. But I told them very clearly, like, look, if you guys ever have school scheduled for the winter solstice, I'm pulling you out of that school for that day as our winter holiday. It's a religious holiday to me, and you will be home for Yule. That's just what's going to happen. Kids can be kept home from school they have to go to mass on holy days of obligation. You can be late to school on Ash Wednesday, and you can go through school with the ashes on your forehead for Ash Wednesday. I always joke that I can tell when Colbert went to mass before filming because he's always still got the ash on his forehead. I used to refer to it as schmutz, which amused my friend enormously because that's a Yiddish word that I was using to refer to a Catholic ritual. Yiddish, not pre-Yiddish. There are a lot of little bits of the First Amendment that we don't even notice are the First Amendment in our day-to-day lives. You can choose whether to say God bless you or Gesundheit or Salud or whatever when someone sneezes, or, be rude and say nothing. Nobody can force you to perform that little ritual. Every day, you rely on your First Amendment protections, no matter what you're doing.
Like the freedom to make this video that we're making.
Like the freedom to make this video that we're making. Like the freedom to say whatever you want within reason to your friends. You can't try to get a bunch of your friends together to go on down to the Capitol building and break in, but as long as you're doing stuff below that level, you can say whatever you want. You have these rights.
I know if it's a true saying, but what's that saying about your fist and my face thing?
Yeah, Oliver Wendell Holmes, my right to swing my fist ends where the other man's nose begins. And that is actually Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. Talking about the limitations on the First Amendment. You're not allowed to hurt other people. You can't just say, oh, I'm swinging my arms around, and if people are in my way, that's their problem. No, that's your problem. You need to be aware of where your arms are going. But if you're standing in an empty field swinging your arms around, you have the absolute right to stand in that empty field and swing your arms around. I am alone in my room right now. Only living creatures in here other than me are the cats. And maybe a spider or two. And I can swing my arms freely because I'm not going to hit anybody as long as I'm, careful of the cats.
Cats take you to court.
They're right to say meow to their government.
Right.
But, the limitations on the First Amendment have always been seen to be where it infringes on other people's rights. Defamation is infringing on other people's right to not be defamed. Sedition is infringing on other people's right to have their government in place. Inciting a riot is an infringement on other people's right to not be around a riot.
Anything else you want to talk about here? Or you think we've...
I think we've been going at this one for a while. I think we're good. I could go on. The First Amendment is my favorite amendment. Because I have a favorite amendment because I'm that kind of person.
Whenever I upload this to YouTube eventually, hopefully soon, you can always add more in the comment section.
Yeah. But I think we've covered the important stuff.
And we've gone 30 minutes longer than we did the first time around for this amendment.
Well, to be fair, we don't have to worry about a deadline on this one where, we have to stop talking at some point.
Next, we will talk about another controversial amendment for...
Oh, yeah. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Second Amendment.
Second Amendment, the worst written amendment in the Constitution.
Now, you said you had a friend arguing with...
So, when we still lived in the apartment before we bought our house, the bus stop was out in front of the complex, and any parent who had kids in the school who rode the bus, we all met in one place out in front of the apartment complex. And you get to talking with the other parents because there weren't that many of them, so, you got to know them fairly well. And I don't remember how the Second Amendment even came up. But I think we were talking about guns in the home or something, and the dad of this girl who rode the school bus was complaining about how people didn't want him to have a gun in his home just because he had a kid, which, I'm with them on that. And he was going on and on about his constitutional right. I said, well, are you in a well-regulated militia? And he said, what? I said, are you in a well-regulated militia? He says, what do you mean? I said, well, that's the first clause in the Second Amendment. He says to me, when did they add that? 1791? It's always been there. And the problem is this amendment is written so badly, that it's impossible to determine fully what it means. Because it's taken in modern day to mean that anybody can have whatever gun they want to in their house.
I have the right to have a nuclear missile in my house.
Yeah. I have talked to people who fully believe that you should not have any limitation on what weapons you're allowed to own. And that is madness. Can you imagine how neighborhood arguments would escalate if that were the case? World War III would come from somebody stepping on someone else's lawn.
And I think I mentioned this before, the last one, but not the last one, but the last time we did this, that plus the content at the time too. Back then, a lot of people, their gun was their life. They get to survive for food, to protect them, to really protect themselves.
Yeah, the thing is the way the country looked in 1791 was very different from how it looks today. And there was a lot more subsistence hunting. And there was a lot more, I am protecting my family from wild animals. Like for all of the jokes about the wild boars thing a few years ago, feral pigs are actually a pretty serious danger. And if you lived in the country, your family could be in danger.
And we talked about the Native American before. They could be a threat to.
Yeah. I mean, that's,
We probably did threat first, but they could be a threat back.
Oh, we definitely did the threat first. But if you are, random person in a cabin in the Kentucky wilderness, you don't care who started it. You care about, can I keep my family from being killed? And, like, we could get into the rights and wrongs of that whole situation.
Yeah, it's like...
But the Founding Fathers didn't.
Of course, back then, I think this is still musket ball territory where you take a while to load one or two shots.
Yeah, the weapons being used, the arms available in the late 18th century were very, very limited. And even then, I don't think anyone would have been that thrilled with the idea of some random dude owning a cannon.
Yeah. See, I think we were pre-rifle, but we were post matchlock. We were the flintlock age.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think pretty much all this is another place where we come across, I'm just not an expert on this, but I'm pretty sure that there weren't even, like, breech-loading weapons. I think we were all still in muzzle-loading at the time. And...
Where you put the gunpowder down, and you pound it down with a stick.
Yeah. And, Little House in the Big Woods is set well after this point, because Laura Ingalls Wilder lived into the, 1950s.
I read all those books.
Oh yeah, I did too. And there's a scene in Little House in the Big Woods where Laura is watching her father make lead shot, like, by hand at home. And that was,
Yeah, I was amazed when I was sorry, off topic again, but I was amazed that only one or two of those books was actually about the show. Other ones was a prequel and sequel and other stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is her autobiography, sort of. Her daughter did a lot of abridging, and they left a lot of stuff out. And sorry, my partner's just coming through the room. She had a brother who doesn't appear in the books. And there's a lot I could say about her father. But the point is, that's 150 years after this amendment was written. And he's still making lead shot at home. Now, rifles did exist, and he did own a rifle. But it was still fairly common to, instead of buying your shot, to make it at home if you lived in the wilderness. So, yeah. The weapons that were available were extraordinarily different. And there was no standing army. So the well-regulated militia part, that was, we need to have a military, and our military is, 95%, we call up random guys when we need a military. So, in an era where when you were in the military, you provided your own weapon most of the time. So in an era where you couldn't just call up troops, a well-regulated militia was all of the guys in town had shooting practice once a week to make sure that if the British invaded, they'd be ready. It's a very different situation.
Now, Melissa, is that a federal or we're talking about state level militias here?
It was still state level. It's not militia like the Michigan militia where it's a bunch of random dudes out in the woods. It was much more organized than that. And it was considered to be under the authority of the government as needed. This was people who could be called up by the government if the government needed troops to be called up. But nobody was paying for a standing army at this point.
Do you know when we got our first standing army besides the Continental Army we had?
Oh gosh. No, but I'm looking it up real quick.
I mean, it had to be pre-1812 for that.
Yeah. Because we had Fort McHenry. The Continental Army was formed on... So the United States Army is considered to have formed on the 3rd of June, 1784. And the current U.S. Army considers itself to be a continuation of the Continental Army. From 1775. Blah, 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 disbanded. State militias became the new thing. The regular army was really started in about 1792.
So about a year after this.
Yeah. But there wasn't much of it, and it only really started expanding in 1808. And then the military, as we know it, is a relic. It's a relic of World War II. Even before World War II, the United States Army was extremely small, given the size of the country.
I was looking up when I was looking up stuff earlier. Like, I found out there's the army, and then there's armies inside the big army.
Yeah, and it's all how the military gets divided, and if you study Civil War history, which, as you know, I have done, you get things like the Army of the Potomac, where the army as a whole is divided by what part of the conflict they're fighting. And we still use that to a lesser extent. It's much more standardized now. So a brigade is going to have roughly the same number of guys today, whereas it wouldn't have necessarily 150 years ago. But this amendment was not, I should be allowed to have my very own bazooka. This was, I should be able to go hunting, protect my family, and help fight if the government needs people to help fight.
Yep,
that was the original intent of this.
Being necessary.
And now,
it says being necessary to security of a free state.
Yeah, like we can't have a free state without people willing to fight for it. Ergo, the people who would be there to fight for it can have guns. And as established, I am not an originalist. I despise that principle. But I think it's relevant here because it explains the level of keeping and bearing arms that was being talked about. It was not a free license to have whatever you want, and therefore people should be able to have whatever they want. And I think in the modern era, reasonable gun control is essential. I got a YouTube ad, I think it was YouTube, yesterday with the mom of one of the kids from Sandy Hook talking about how many times her son got shot.
I think I forget if I mentioned this earlier in this, either on the podcast or in our talk, but I believe earlier this year the survivors graduated.
Yeah.
That's how long it's been since then.
And we have not substantially increased the protections for children in schools. They've just this school year built a new, like, lock and unlock door for my daughter's school. But, you know, if I wanted to get into that school, there are ways that I could do it.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure there was before there's lots of shootings before us too, but I think I just missed the Columbine thing by 1 year. So I was 1 year graduated before the Columbine happened. So all this, I don't think they really had that much restrictions until then. I mean, there probably was some, but I missed the big restrictions that started happening after Columbine.
Yeah, school shootings go back a ways. They don't really the way we picture them today. But they do, in general, go back quite a long time. But the first real school shooting as we picture school shootings was Columbine, which I was in college for. And then it became clear that this was a thing that was going to keep happening. And that's when school architecture started to change.
Yeah. I think after that also some music parks started doing metal detectors to get in there too.
Yeah. I was visiting my son's first grade class before he started school, and there was a big red lockdown button in my son's first grade classroom. There was someone in the comments of Bad Science Sunday the other day telling me that he didn't want me to be afraid. And I was like, are you kidding me? I have 2 children in the public schools. I'm afraid all the time. We've had a lockdown threat in my school. It turned out to be a hoax. Somebody calling in a fake bomb notice. But it happened.
Yeah. See, I think between Columbine and Sandy Hook, there is Virginia Tech, the college one.
Yeah, there were a bunch of them between Columbine and Sandy Hook.
But I remember that one that stood out to me the most for some reason. I was at the hospital that day for my mom. Or maybe with my dad, I forget. I was at the hospital for some reason, but it was on the news at the hospital, the Virginia Tech thing.
Yeah.
High school, college, and elementary school.
Yeah.
School schooling can happen all ages.
Yeah, it's bad enough that Wikipedia's list of school-related attacks divides it by primary, secondary, and post-secondary. And then you can get, just looking at United States, you can get before 2000, 2000 to present, and by death toll. The first attack on a school in the United States was in 1764, and it really doesn't match in any way, because it was I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but Lenape. Four Lenape entered the school and killed the teacher and 10 students.
But by one person?
Well, 4 Native Americans.
Oh,
killed.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say, if they used those, like, they would have to, not making a joke about this or anything, but they would have to, like, loading the gun, one person loading the gun every, like, 2 minutes, like, the kids would have to stand there watching the whole time. Well,
only the teacher was shot. The others were clubbed.
Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Like,
but you get incidents going back, as far as the 1840s that are someone gets shot at school.
Like I said, these were like until recently, well, maybe until the 1800s. These were like one bullet per gun thing, not like not the guns we have today.
And some of these were accidents. Huh. There was one in Santa Monica, California in 1881. That's surprising. Yeah, the first one I see that has multiple victims is 1891. Double-barreled shotgun fired into a mixed audience of black and white students, parents, and teachers.
Yeah, that was. Now we're in the thing of multiple guns that can hold multiple shots at this point.
Well, in a double-barreled shotgun, he's probably firing whoever it was, because they never found the guy. Was probably firing like birdshot or something, buckshot. Nobody was actually killed. It's 1898 is the first one that has multiple, 1893 is the first one that has multiple deaths, and that was a fight. I guess there was one in 1867, but that looks like a fight that kind of went on. Yeah. A few of these are like, one person was killed and then someone came back and killed another person. But it's not until the 1890s that you start getting multiple people killed all at once. And the first one that's, a major number of people. South Pasadena, California. That's where Halloween was filmed. And it's right across the border from where I went to high school. 5 people killed in 1940. And then you're still in nobody killed, 1 person killed, so forth until the 1960s. And then the most deadly one that we get for quite some time is in Austin, Texas. And there's a very good documentary about it. A 25-year-old engineering student with a who might have had a brain tumor shot and killed 15 people and wounded 31 more in an hour and a half.
Where's the cocoa?
I don't see. And it's the most deadly school shooting until Virginia Tech in 2007. So even through the 70s, you're getting a couple of people. And it's only starting with Columbine that you're getting these large death tolls.
Plus the more internet and news broadcast of them too.
Yeah. There's one in Stockton, California in 89 that 6 people were killed and 32 were injured. And they were children. They were the children of refugees. There's also a bombing incident in, let me find it again, 1986. 2 people died, 74 injured when a bomb went off. It was a former town marshal and his wife taking people hostage. You know, most of the big ones were, before a certain point, were bombings. And we limit what you can have in the way of bombs. You know, we go out of our way to try to keep people from having access to bomb-making materials because we recognize that that is a danger to public safety. But apparently, these guns are not because something Second Amendment. And I would argue that if bombs the way we know them had existed in 1789, there would have been a certain amount of freedom to own bombs simply because that would be another military you know, weapon.
Yeah.
So the Second Amendment is really mostly about, hey, we should have an army. And it gets used these days as you should have whatever gun you want. And any even sensible gun regulation is often taken to be a Second Amendment violation. And that's infuriating.
Like the waiting 5 days to get a gun thing.
You know, Homer Simpson, you know, but I'm angry now. But, you know, years ago now, we had an amendment, we had an initiative on our ballot that would have worked to close some of the possible loopholes about things like waiting periods and background checks. And I got a push-pull from, I'm certain, the NRA on the subject. And it asked if I wanted to keep guns out of the hands of dangerous, mentally ill people. And I did not yell at the person who was giving me this poll, because I'm sure the person giving me this poll was just doing a job. You know, they might have been a volunteer, but I doubt it. So I didn't yell at that person. But number one, I am a mentally ill person. So, yes, I shouldn't have a gun, but it's because I'm in more danger of using it on myself. Rates of self-harm go way, way up if there's a gun in the home. So, no, mentally ill people shouldn't have easy access to guns because it'll lower the rate of self-harm. Number two, mentally ill people are actually more likely to be victims of violent crime than the general population, and less likely to be perpetrators of violent crime than the general population. So, mentally ill people are not the danger here. We are in danger from mentally healthy people. And number three, exactly how are you planning to keep guns out of the hands of dangerous mentally ill people without background checks? But, you know, these are all things that I did not say to the person on the other end of the phone call. But I do think of all of the articles in the Bill of Rights, the Second Amendment is the one most in need of amending itself. If nothing else, we should fix the grammar so that it says what we want it to say.
But good luck doing that now.
Oh yeah, no. It's not going to happen. There's no way. Frustratingly, the people who are most opposed to any touching of the Second Amendment are the ones who would like to ignore the First Amendment, which is much more clear about what it's doing.
I think there was one YouTuber that said, "I'll protect my Second Amendment." So I forget one of those. I forget who it was, but it was one of the crazy guys that said, "I'll protect my First Amendment right with my Second Amendment."
Yeah. Except historically, that has never been how we do things in this country. You know, you can't protect your First Amendment right against the government with a gun, because the government has more and bigger guns.
Yeah, I forget who it was, but it was he was the guy who he tricked Starbucks by saying Merry Christmas, by telling his name was Merry Christmas in the Starbucks cup or something like that.
Yeah. No, there are a lot of people who are of that stance. I've seen T-shirts. In Western Washington, I have seen T-shirts saying, I protect my First Amendment rights with my Second Amendment rights. And it's like, no, you don't. No, you think you do, but you don't. And I think this amendment is in serious need of overhaul. I think it's in serious need of limitation. And I think, at best, we should amend it so it says exactly what we mean it to say. Because vanishingly few people are of the opinion that you, as a private citizen, are entitled to your very own nuclear weapons. There are some, I've heard them, but I don't know if they really believe that in practice. And I think even there are a lot more of the, well, I should be able to, but not you who don't believe the same thing as I do. So I'm not necessarily saying we abolish the Second Amendment. Because, well, for one thing, that would never pass.
Yeah. Or we just go back in time and have them rewrite the words that make sense in modern times.
Yeah. Be like, look, guys, here's what you need to do. How about we phrase it this way so that it actually says what you mean?
How would you write it if you were back then? And you were a woman that could have you had voice in the Congress.
I think I would probably say the right of the people to keep and bear arms for the purpose of a well-regulated militia, which is necessary to the security of a free state, shall not be infringed. Even just adding, this is what these guns are for, which is, again, 90% of what they probably meant.
You know, I think you almost did the same thing on here, but you did the little rearranging of the clause.
Well, the well-regulated militia part is not adequately tied in to the freedom. It almost feels like a run-on sentence the way it is now. I mean, grammatically, it is a run-on sentence, but what I mean is more these thoughts don't feel connected. It doesn't feel as though we are saying that you should be able to have guns because of the militia or, whatever. It feels like we feel like we should have a militia and we feel like you should have guns, and we're going to put that in one sentence without saying what they have to do with one another.
Yeah, I think a lot of people skip the first part and they go to the second part.
Yeah. The thing is it doesn't say in the First Amendment that you get to have guns for personal protection. Or even for hunting, even though, I'd be shocked if any of the Founding Fathers said, no, you can't have a gun for hunting. But all it says is the well-regulated militia bit, and that's the part that we ignore. Like, yeah, okay, the right shall not be infringed. Okay, I understand that seems really clear. And arguably it is. But the why does kind of matter. And also, there's no possible way they could have foreseen the kind of weapons that we have available now. Again, I'm not a gun expert by any stretch. How fast can you reload? Can you reload a muzzle loader? It takes anywhere between 20 seconds and 2 minutes, depending on what you're firing and how accurate you feel like being, to load and fire a muzzle loader. And they weren't all that accurate at the best of times.
Are these present day ones or back then ones?
Well, I mean, this is done using historical weapons.
Okay. So
like, I know people who were part of black powder groups. I don't think any guns made for modern use are muzzle loaders. Like, I could be wrong there, feel free to prove me wrong, but it's obsolete tech, and it's only done by, weirdo historical reenactors. Not that I know anyone like that. Alternately, it's like 3/4 of my friends group. Either you're a film nerd, you're an anti-evolution nerd, or you're a historical reenactor nerd, and there is definite overlap in those three groups.
So, is there any? We talked about the court case for First Amendment, the Madison one. Is there a court case any Supreme Court case that you know of that's affected this one or affected?
Oh, there's been a lot. What right the government has to regulate guns is a huge issue of controversy. There have been many Supreme Court cases about it, mostly recently. In the past, up until about the 80s, I want to say, the Supreme Court cases found on the side of, yes, gun control is a thing. And it's only been in, really, my lifetime that the Supreme Court has gotten a lot more radical on the subject of, no, nobody can limit your guns. And there's a whole thing about, can the District of Columbia ban handguns? And technically no, because only Congress is allowed to do that for them. So it is a complicated issue. The Supreme Court has had many, many rulings on this subject, and it's gone wildly back and forth over the last 200 years.
All right. Anything else to bring up about this?
Nope, that's pretty much my feelings on the Second Amendment.
All right. Next time, something a little bit more simpler.
Yeah. Third Amendment. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. So this was a big deal in the 1790s. Because the British government was housing soldiers in taverns without paying the tavern keepers. And having private home. People who owned their home were occasionally told, like, okay, you get to have a soldier living with you now. No, we're not paying you. And I mean, even if they were being paid, they didn't get to say no. So in the 1790s, major, major issue. The U.S. government developed military bases, and it hasn't been a problem since.
Like when they had forts before this too, but the forts were far apart. And
yeah, you have forts in the wilderness, but in order to get from my house to the next major city north, I have to pass through a military base. And I'm not going to say it's urban all the way through, because for one thing, there's a nature reserve between here and there. But it's not exactly, uncharted wilderness between my state capital and the next largest city, which is actually bigger than my state capital, but never mind. Base traffic is a fact of life for people who live in the Tacoma, Washington vicinity, and Tacoma is not a small town.
I live like 20, 30 minutes away from the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Yeah, I live close enough to Joint Base Lewis McChord, whatever they call it these days, which is a combination Army base and Air Force base, that my house will sometimes shake from artillery practice.
Yeah, I visited the base, and they have houses there. Restaurants.
Yeah, base housing. My dad was career Air Force, so I had military ID as a kid, and we would go shopping at the commissary once every 6 weeks or so, and then we'd go to freaking Burger King on the base. Like McDonald's, Burger King, whatever. Military bases are their own small cities these days. And that was our solution to the issues of the Third Amendment. And that's why, literally, it has never been the subject of a single Supreme Court case. There is no Supreme Court case law that relies on the Third Amendment, because it's so irrelevant since we developed the concept of the military base.
So no soldiers since then have ever...
Yeah. I would imagine that there was some, during the Civil War, especially in the South, but that was in a manner prescribed by law, and it was time of war. And let's face it, the Southerners weren't exactly petitioning the U.S. Supreme Court at the time. So that is the only time I can think of when anybody might have had legitimate case law on this subject, and they couldn't because time of war. It is, with all due respect to the Founding Fathers, the least important amendment in the entire Bill of Rights.
And speaking of Civil War, do you ever watch a channel called A-Tune Films?
Aton-Shea. Yeah. Yeah, the Checkmate Lincolnites guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Aton-Shea Films. Yeah, I watch him all the time.
Yeah, I think they mentioned this in the Sherman one. I think it was a Sherman one. That half the time the invading it was their own troops invading the.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the people stealing from southern plantations were Southern soldiers. Which is one thing I will say is made fairly clear in Gone with the Wind. How it didn't really matter, and even the commissary was one step above stealing a lot of the time. So, yeah. This is the clearest and least important amendment in the entire Constitution.
Still important, but in modern times, it's not as.
Well, we came up with a solution and enforced that by law, and as soon as we did that, the amendment ceased to have any real importance. Soldiers live on military bases, or else pay rent off the base. Ta-da!
again, something of the time.
Yeah. It is very much of the time, and that's fine. There's no problem with having laws set of your time. It's just that this one made it to the Constitution and is more of a historical footnote than anything else.
What? I know this is going to be our shortest amendment, but so far it is.
Yep.
All right. Next time we meet, we'll talk about warrants.
Yep. Fourth Amendment. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. So obviously this is one of the big ones.
Yes.
This is one of the ones that everybody actually knows, even if they don't know the exact words. We've all watched enough detective shows to be able to ask if people have a warrant. So, the police do not have the right to come into your house unless they have a warrant. They don't have a right to search you unless they have a warrant. Now, it is generally considered that moving cars are allowed to be stopped. I forget the exact case law, but moving cars are their own separate category. But your person and your house, cops need either probable cause, like immediate probable cause. If somebody hears screaming and there are blood spatters appearing on your windows, that is considered immediate probable cause for the cops to enter your house. And honestly, that's a situation where I think we're kind of okay with it. Because that's not a good sounding situation, kids. But if there's not, I believe it's called imminent threat that appears to be happening in your house, cops need a warrant. They can ask, and you have the right to say no. And if they say, well, we'll be back with a warrant, say, okay. Because if they can get a warrant, then great. But possibly they can't, and they don't have the right to be there. Crime scenes, they have a right to search. If something is in plain sight, like if you live in a state where marijuana isn't legal, don't grow marijuana in your front yard. The cops are allowed to do something about that.
Again, I see it says both oath or affirmation again.
Oath or affirmation, because some religions say you can't swear oaths. And the Founding Fathers, again, very respectful of one another's religious requirements. And that is, I don't know of any Founding Fathers who were religious bigots. There probably was one, and I just don't know. But that is one of the ones that is most broadly applicable. Most of the Founding Fathers were aware that religious freedom was important, and so oath or affirmation appears a lot in the constitutional stuff from that era, because they want it to be clear that if you don't swear an oath to God, you don't have to. It doesn't make your word less valid if you just say, and in court now, you don't have to say, so help me God. You can just say, yes, I'm going to tell the truth. This is my solemn promise. And it's the same thing here. You know, we've got the whole grand jury system. We've got, you know, going before a judge to get a warrant. The whole system, you do not have to swear an oath for any of that. And the particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized, warrants have to be specific. You can't just say, I have this evidence that this guy committed a crime, so I want to go into his house and see what I can find. You have to say exactly what you're looking for. And again, if something is in plain sight when they go into your house, then okay, fine, they're allowed to consider that as evidence. But if they find something, if a cop is going through a box in the back of your closet looking for evidence of one crime that they have a warrant to look for evidence for, and they find evidence of another crime, oh well, they can't do anything about that. They can't even use the fact that they saw it to get a warrant to go get it. They have to have other reason to believe that it's there. If they find evidence of the crime they're actually looking for evidence of that isn't on their warrant, oh well. Like, if they're after you for a bank heist, and they say in their search warrant, we are looking for the money, the masks, and the weapons. If they find your schematic of the bank, too bad, they can't seize it. Unless you've left it on, the kitchen counter.
Yeah, I think there's I got this up. There was a court case where these people found some pornography in this lady's house, but it said the warrant was for they tried to arrest her for pornography and stuff. I would say it was, but they're like, nope. The court was like, nope. It's illegal. You have the warrant for it.
Yeah. Yeah. The Fourth Amendment is really clear. They can only seize what they're looking for. If they find out that you have an accomplice who's right there with you when they arrest you, but they don't have a warrant for that person's arrest, oh well, they've got to go get a warrant for that person too. Now, again, if you are literally actually in the commission of a crime in front of a cop, you're going to get arrested. They don't need a warrant. Exigent circumstances. There it is. Exigent circumstances, the cops have a lot more leeway.
Yeah. I believe I brought this up in the original of this, but Carmen Sandiego video games.
Yeah. Oh, I played the hell out of Carmen Sandiego.
And a few times I caught up with the perp, but my warrant wasn't finalized yet. I forgot about it, and they escaped because.
Yep. Yeah. If you don't have your warrant, I watch a lot of Perry Mason. It's a family thing. My mom watched it. My dad's mom watched it. It was one of the few things they had in common was Perry Mason.
Yeah, I watched. I think I watched the finale in the either the late 80s, early 90s. One I really saw was the series finale when he was old, and color.
Actually, it's the next to last episode. It's really funny. There's one episode in color, and it's not even the finale. It's the next to last episode of the series. But, but you get a lot of, Lieutenant Tragg, who I love. Lieutenant Tragg is possibly one of my favorite characters on the show because he's got this great sense of humor that he allows to come out every once in a while. And he pretends to like Perry a lot less than he does. It's very, very obvious. But anyway, it's always, well, I have a warrant. Or, well, I'll get a warrant. And Perry says, okay. The idea of the warrant is so important, and it's so ingrained in our culture, too. It is true that a lot of how Americans view policing in the United States is flawed based on the media we consume. There's a whole thing called the CSI effect, where we expect a lot more evidence in court cases than there is realistically going to be. I don't remember the exact statistics, but you're actually vanishingly unlikely to find fingerprints left by a perpetrator at the scene of a crime. Fingerprints don't preserve as well as people think they do. And an enormous percentage of crimes, you're not going to have DNA evidence, because how would you have DNA evidence in that particular crime? But people expect it because they're so used to watching CSI, where, you know, there's enhance and DNA evidence and all of these things that don't exist in the real world. Obviously, DNA evidence does exist, but not in every circumstance. But shows like CSI, like Perry Mason, like Law and Order,
NCIS,
yes, Criminal Minds, all of these shows do give us a very clear perception of Fourth Amendment rights.
So do you need a warrant to search your kids' belonging next to you?
Yes. Yeah. You cannot unreasonably search and seize my daughter.
I meant you.
Oh yeah, no. I can. Well, I mean, I'm her mom. I can. You know, I have a lot more rights than the cops do. But they, admittedly, people get a little bit too into the idea of cops needing a warrant because they don't talk as much on a lot of these shows about, you know, imminent, you know, like, oh, I'm watching a crime in front of me, I can arrest you now. Lieutenant Drag only ever has a warrant. I don't think I've ever seen an episode of that show where Drag was able to arrest somebody because he watched them committing a crime in front of him. You know, it happens more often on Law and Order, but it still happens less often on Law and Order than you might think. So you get cases like that where, you know, people think they have more rights than they do. But we do know you don't have to let the cops search your house. They need a warrant. You don't have to, you know, let the cops search your person. You do have to let them search your car if it's in motion. You know, especially at a sobriety checkpoint. Sobriety checkpoints have passed Supreme Court attention. They are legal, and the cops have more rights there because of the moving car thing, and because, frankly, if you are drunk, you are a danger to everyone else on the road.
You should start making warrants to search your kids' rooms. It's like they're like, I have a warrant. Get in your room.
No. Our house is a dictatorship. I can search them if I want to. It's a benevolent dictatorship. Technically, I think it's a benevolent oligarchy because it is, you know, me and their dad. But we do not function in a democracy in this household. We don't have to. But I think this is one of the only amendments where people have a pretty decent idea of the powers that it gives the government. And more important, this is a limitation on the powers of the government. You know, the Constitution has a lot of things it gives the government the ability to do. The Bill of Rights is more about limitations. Things that you as a citizen have as something under the Constitution. It is your power, not the government's power.
Speaking of Bill of Rights, was this a big deal in the colonial times?
Oh, yeah.
They needed to put this out in paper and word?
Oh, yeah. No. So I I don't 100% know the history of English law on this subject, but it is certainly true that soldiers, if nothing else, could stop people for whatever reason and search them. Could go into their houses for whatever reason or for no reason and search them. And I don't know if that was a thing that was happening in England at the time, but colonists were considered to have fewer rights. That was part of the reason for the Declaration of Independence in the first place. One of the many, many quotes in the musical 1776 that is an accurate quote to something that was said by the people who were shown to see it in the musical is Ben Franklin said, one of the people said that, he was proud to be said to have the rights of an Englishman. And Ben Franklin responds with, well, I'm sure that an ox would be proud to say that he had the rights of a bull, but he'd rather have not been castrated. That's a paraphrase, but it's like, look, you can say you have these rights all you want, but if in practice you don't, that's what actually matters. And so the colonials at the time had fewer rights simply because they didn't have anywhere to petition other than their colonial courts. It was too complicated to take your case higher to England. So in practice, they just didn't. So whether this was considered a right of the English at the time, it was not a right that the colonial people actually had.
Oh, I found the case I was talking about before. It's Mapp versus Ohio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's go into, let me call it up for myself here. Mapp v. Ohio. Which is what's in a lot of the shows I watch, it's referred to as fruit of the poisoned tree. So, a woman was convicted of possessing obscene materials after an illegal search of her house for a fugitive. And the majority found the cops had no right to, leaving aside whether she had a right to obscene materials or not, the cops didn't have the right to search her house in the first place because, their search for the fugitive was illegal, and they certainly didn't have the right to use anything that they found in their illegal search in any case. And this has been case law since 1961. This is the Warren Court. They didn't even talk about the First Amendment rights involved, because the Fourth Amendment rights were, in their opinion, the relevant ones. And that is a thing that I'm not sure a lot of people know, is that when you present your case to the Supreme Court with your, I have this case and I'm petitioning it for this reason, the court may find on your side for a completely different reason. And you're petitioning under one amendment, and they're like, okay, but this is actually the relevant one. Her First Amendment right to have obscene materials would have to be somebody else's problem further down the road, because they saw her Fourth Amendment right as the important one in the moment. It didn't matter if she had the right to have those materials or not. What mattered was the cops shouldn't have found them in the first place. Again, in any crime show you watch, they're going to call it fruit of the poisoned tree. The fruit of the tree is also poison. You can't have it. Now, if the cops can show they would have found it for other reasons, that's kind of a backdoor way into getting the evidence in again.
Would that be probable cause?
Yeah, well, if they can say, okay, well, yeah, we found it this way that wasn't technically legal, But here, if we had done such and such, we could have had probable cause for a warrant, and we would have gotten our warrant, and we would have found the thing. Then often they can get the evidence readmitted.
Yeah, but in that case, effectively, wouldn't the warrant just have been to look for the fugitive and not for the pornography or whatever it
Well,
was?
that's the thing. Is they would have had to have said, we have probable cause that we would have gotten a warrant for the pornography. Okay, probably if they could have gotten a warrant for the fugitive and, again, left on the kitchen counter or whatever, they probably could have gotten it readmitted. But A, only probably, and B, I bet me a shiny new nickel that was not where she was keeping her obscene materials. I'm willing to bet, and I don't know the details of the case that well, I'm willing to bet that wherever she was keeping her obscene materials, yeah, it was in a footlocker in her basement. Oh, and it wasn't, they found some which she said a previous tenant had left behind in a footlocker in her basement. So, yeah, the cops were not going to find that unless they had probable cause to find that specific footlocker and search it for obscene materials. And since they wouldn't have had that probable cause, she would not have been arrested. There are ways they could have gotten it in, but there was no way she was ever have going to be arrested for that particular crime because they would not have had reason for a warrant. And without evidence, she can't be put in jail. The rule of law is something we take very, very seriously in this country, traditionally. And we want the police to have to follow the rules. And victims' rights are seen as very important, but also the rights of the innocent and even the rights of the guilty are important in this country as well. Just because you're guilty of a crime doesn't mean you lose all of your rights. And the Fourth Amendment is there to protect the innocent and the guilty. If I were running a numbers racket out of my house, I'm not. I wouldn't know how to, but if I were, I have just as much right to not be searched by the cops without evidence as anyone else who's innocent. And that is built into the system.
Says the person's house's papers and effects.
Yeah. Cops can't search your house. Cops can't search your stuff. Cops can't search you. The case law on things like internet search history and things like that is a little bit complicated and back and forth, and I don't know it really well because, as established many, many times, I am not a lawyer. But you do have this list of rights that keep you safe. Stop and frisk was a Fourth Amendment issue where cops were randomly searching people. Shockingly, people of color were a lot more likely to be randomly searched than white people. I'm sure you're amazed.
Totally.
But that is a Fourth Amendment violation. That is unreasonable search of a person. And, side note, didn't actually reduce crime rates. Because it was more racial than anything else. You know, it turns out the police aren't actually any good at deciding what criminals look like. And so the people that they were searching were actually more likely to be innocent. But even if they'd been more likely to be guilty, it was still a Fourth Amendment violation.
All right, so anything else?
Nope, there's your Fourth Amendment in a not quite half-hour nutshell.
Nice.
Fifth Amendment. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval defenses or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger, nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be put twice, or to be twice put in jeopardy of life and or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation.
That's a long
There's a
one.
lot there.
Let's break it down.
Yeah. So, let's start with the grand jury. Technically, when you go to court, you are sitting at a petite jury. Grand means big, petite means little. Grand jury is usually 20-something people. It's generally held that your laws when testifying, or your rights when testifying before a grand jury are different than your rights when testifying in a regular court. There's a lot of other stuff involved. There's a whole Rockford Files episode where he's held in contempt of the grand jury, and it's a thing. Yeah. But if they can't get an indictment by a grand jury, you're not going to trial.
So I was going to ask that the grand jury even goes to a regular jury.
Yeah, grand jury is the group of people who determine whether there's enough evidence to even issue a warrant in the first place.
Have you ever been on a grand jury before?
I've never been on a grand jury. No. Only the petite jury the one time. It's a very different experience. I do know that. For one thing, you don't have a right to counsel on a grand jury. The only people in the grand jury room are the prosecutor, the grand jury, and the witness. And there's a judge, and that's it. You know, there's no audience allowed. There's no defense attorneys allowed. But all they are there to do is determine if there's enough evidence to put someone on trial. You can be arrested before then, but in order to be indicted of the crime, there needs to be a grand jury that hears the case. And we don't see it a lot on crime shows because of the lack of, normal courtroom shenaniganery. You're not going to get objections in a grand jury because there's no one in there with the right to object. There's a saying that the grand jury will indict a ham sandwich. I don't know how true that is. And I think it depends a great deal on who you're indicting for what, where.
It says right here you don't need a grand jury for military cases.
Yeah. When in actual service in time of war or public danger. So, right now, if you are a member of the armed forces and you commit a crime on base, or a specifically military crime, they still have to do grand jury because we are not at war. Courts martial, to pluralize properly, are a whole separate category, and the rules are different. And NCIS is, I think, about the only crime series that routinely deals with the military justice system. It's come up a time or two on Law and Order. In a word that means a great deal if you're a certain age and nothing at all if you're younger than that. There's a Law and Order based on the Tailhook scandal. Perry Mason actually is an attorney in a court-martial on a couple of episodes. So the laws are different, but unless we're actually at war, you still need to have a grand jury for a military case.
Right.
I know that there are cases of, like, deserters being shot on sight during the Civil War. But in time of peace, a member of the military does not have notably fewer rights than the average person. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. This is the double jeopardy clause. Let's start by saying the double jeopardy movie has nothing to do with the actual double jeopardy. She absolutely could have been arrested, tried, and convicted for killing her husband when she had already been convicted when he faked his death. It's not the same case if it happens at different times.
No, it has nothing to do with the game show.
And nothing to do with game show. No. That's just clever wordplay. No, real double jeopardy is, let's say that you are arrested for knocking over a convenience store. And regardless of your guilt or innocence here, you are put on trial and you are found not guilty. It doesn't matter what evidence they find after that point. You cannot be arrested and tried for that specific same crime of knocking over that convenience store again. Now, if there are other crimes that are committed in the process of that crime, let's say you then stole a car to be your getaway vehicle from the convenience store robbery, and they didn't charge you with it the first time, they could absolutely charge you with stealing that car. However, you are legally considered to be not guilty of the crime of knocking over the convenience store, whether you did it or not, and you can never be tried again.
Unless you knock over the convenience store again.
Right. If you knock over the convenience store a second time, whether you've been convicted or not, doesn't matter. Let's say, we'll go back to the movie example. Let's say that you are found innocent, or you are found guilty of knocking over that convenience store, even though you didn't do it. That does not give you the right to go knock over that convenience store because you've already served time for having done so. That would be silly. But you may be thinking, well, Okay, but there are clear examples of people who have gone on trial for the exact same offense more than once. And the issue there is what crime, and sometimes it's criminal versus civil. Like, let's give the big example of O.J. Simpson, who was found not guilty of killing his wife and a friend of hers in a court of law. Miscarriage of justice, don't even get me started. But the families of the victims then took him to civil court. I forget exactly what they got him with. I'm going to look that up real quick because it is, you know, murder trial of O.J. Simpson. There we go.
So real fast. So even if he said afterwards, he said, I did do it, they can't, it's too late.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I read the book because the library had it, and I said, okay, fine. So I read his book, If I Did It. And I have the fairly interesting theory that he wrote the book to be absolutely entirely not what happened, because then people would think he was not guilty. Let's see. Civil trial. There we go. Yeah, wrongful death. They sued him for wrongful death in civil court. And part of it was the standards of evidence are different in civil and criminal court. In civil court, it's preponderance of evidence. In criminal court, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. You have to be a lot more sure in a criminal case than in a civil case. You can go with probably in a civil case, and you absolutely cannot in a criminal case. You have to be sure in a criminal case. Reasonable is doing a lot of work there, because you can have the kind of like, well, I don't know, it could have been aliens. That's not a reasonable doubt, kids. But the way they presented evidence was different. It was a whole other thing. But O.J. Simpson was found liable in a civil court of causing the wrongful death of the victims. So it's two different cases. And in civil court, he wasn't going to go to jail, but they were able to
Get the money,
or at least try. That was a whole other thing, and he hid assets and a big deal. And they got the rights to the book when he got the book contract. And I don't know if you've ever seen the cover of If I Did It. The word if is very, very, very small on that book cover. And it mostly just says, I did it, by O.J. Simpson. Because the Goldman family got to design the book cover.
Speaking of civil cases, that would be like the Alex Jones civil case.
Yeah. He is being sued for defamation of character and just this whole list of, you can't just say whatever comes to your mind and damage people's lives, which is what he's been doing. And so
going back, that wasn't in his First Amendment right to do.
Yeah, he doesn't have a First Amendment right to sick his followers on grieving parents. It turns out you can't do that without consequences.
I heard he was trying to countersue them.
Yeah, he is, because he's a garbage human being.
I don't know if that's working or not.
No, it's not. And sadly, the judge has rejected the Onion's bid to buy InfoWars, and so that's another thing that's going on, and yeah. But another prominent double jeopardy case of my formative years is the Rodney King case. Because the cops were acquitted. 4 of the cops went on trial for beating Rodney King, despite video evidence of beating the man nearly to death.
I remember that in the early 90s.
No, I was living in Los Angeles County at the time. I actually got days off school my freshman year in high school because it was the day the verdict came, the days after the verdict came out.
The riots happened.
Riots happened.
And the truck driver incident.
Reginald Denny got beaten nearly to death at an intersection, and it was also on camera. You know, big deal happening in LA at the time. And honestly, I consider LA to be overdue by about a decade for a major riot, because LA has major riots about every 20 or 30 years.
I went to off topic, but I went to LA in 1999.
Mm-hmm.
I went to see Boy Meets World.
Yeah, I grew up down there. So a lot of my formative experiences are Los Angeles based. And the thing is the cops were acquitted of beating Rodney King. Which, surely there was no racism involved in that. Also our weird sense that cops get passes that people shouldn't, and no, it's, yeah.
Go back to the 2020 riots of the George Floyd incident.
Yeah, and the thing is I know of 4 major riots in LA history, and all of them have had racial aspects. You know, Rodney King suffered 11 skull fractures, permanent brain damage, broken bones and teeth, kidney failure, and of course, trauma from being beaten half to death. Broken right ankle. I mean, the man was messed up.
And on camera, too.
And 4 cops were arrested, and 4 cops were acquitted. And the Department of Justice then went after those cops for a violation of Rodney King's civil rights.
Did they get that court case done, or that also?
They were, 2 of them were convicted, 2 of them were actually acquitted, but but they lost their jobs. LAPD actually doing something right for once. And part of it is police policy in the US is insane. But violation of his civil rights was a federal case, and it was not the same as the beating. So it was not double jeopardy.
Next, I think what everyone knows all the time says, I plead the fifth.
I plead the fifth. Nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. You don't have to talk. All you have to say is, I refuse to testify on the grounds that I might incriminate myself. I plead the fifth. And legally, they're not even allowed to take that as proof of guilt. You saying, I refuse to talk, is not, constitutionally speaking, proof of guilt. Now, there are limits on your rights here. You can be held in contempt of court in certain situations for refusing to testify. This gets into I am not a lawyer territory. But the one thing I will say for absolute certainty is that's not a universal. Broadly speaking, you don't have to testify, and you can say, I refuse to testify, and they have to back the hell off.
So can you mentioned the oligarchy of your house? Can your kids have that right to not to say anything? It's the Sandy or Zane. It's like,
Yeah, they can, but it's not going to do them any good because, and they don't in practice. Actually, when Zane was little, he used to tell on himself. It was really cute. He, if he came in and said, I'm not supposed to do such and such, that's because he'd just done it, and we all knew it. I'm not supposed to get into a fight at school meant that I was going to be having a talk with his teacher. I'm not supposed to eat all the cookies meant that I had no cookies left. But, when you see people pleading the fifth, that's what that means. It means that they are saying, I don't have to testify against myself. Because if you did, what's even the point? This was still, in some countries, in the days of the use of torture to compel confessions, which absolutely is a part of U.S. legal history. Like, people can argue that all they want, but even under the Constitution, there have been absolute cases of torture to compel confession. It's not as we're going to beat you with rubber hoses so the injuries don't show as it has been in the past, but depriving people of the right to go to the bathroom, depriving people of sleep, depriving people of food and water. Those are all methods of torture, and those are still getting used. A lot of police interrogation techniques are, in my not a lawyer opinion, violation of the Fifth Amendment.
right. That's the next part. It says deprive of life, liberty, or property without due process.
Oh yeah, we violate that one too. Civil forfeiture is, I believe, the term for it. And, yes, unconstitutional, in my not a lawyer opinion. But if your property is seized in the belief that it was part of the commission of a crime, you're SOL.
Right. So let's say that the private property be taken for public use without compensation. Is that talking about the God, I mentioned his name. I forgot. Alex Jones' stuff was taken.
Yeah. No, his stuff was being seized because he can't pay the fine that was levied on him. So his stuff is considered payment of his fine. It's not quite the same thing, but civil forfeiture is more if you're using your car to smuggle drugs, then the cops are considered to have the right to seize your car. There is a case of a man named Mandrell Stewart, and he got arrested for driving while black, pretty much. And they took over $17,000 in cash off him that he had earned through a restaurant. Like, that was legally his money, but his money was seized because they assumed it had to do with drug smuggling. A lot of people have had money seized. And the cops said, well, it's drug smuggling. They, there was an armored car case where a guy's money was in an armored car, but so was some money used in a crime, so he had to wait until after the crime was resolved to get his money back. And, people will seize the cops will seize real estate and cars and all kinds of things, and it's been getting more and more extreme over recent years, where cops will violate your Fifth Amendment rights.
Sorry.
In my state, the prosecutors have to prove by preponderance of evidence that the property is connected to a crime. You need to prove your own innocence, and 90% of the proceeds are going to go to law enforcement. So that's not good. In your state, clear and convincing evidence, which I believe is a higher standard. You need to prove your own evidence unless the stuff seized is valued at more than $15,000, in which case the government has to prove that you're guilty. And 100% of the proceeds go to law enforcement, 90% for juvenile cases.
So, is there any cases that the Supreme Court that affected that was about this amendment?
So the Supreme Court is usually upheld civil forfeiture. There's a case called United States versus 43 Gallons of Whiskey, which is one of my favorite Supreme Court case names. It's from 1872. And he took a man named Bernard Lariviere, I believe, took unlicensed whiskey to an Indian village to trade with the Native Americans under the belief that the land was Chippewa and the government didn't have jurisdiction. And the whiskey was seized. And it was found to be legal to seize his whiskey, which was the actual crime. So in that case, okay. But, in civil forfeiture, the owner has to prove innocence in order to get their stuff back, which is backwards. Austin versus United States, it's subject to excessive fines clause. So, they can't seize your car for a traffic stop. Like, if you run a stop sign, they can't take your car for that. That's an unreasonable fine. But, there are a lot of people who really want to reform civil forfeiture because it's overboard. And because it is, it's actually a bipartisan issue right now because the ACLU and the Koch family are both opposed to civil forfeiture. Cops are now classifying these things as evidence, which means they can keep them, make it really hard for you to get them back, and sell them after 120 days. It's very clear that this is being used primarily against minorities. It's a big, big issue, and a lot of people are making a big deal about it. New Mexico has outlawed civil forfeiture, which is presumably why a lot of stuff is being classed as evidence in New Mexico now. So that is our current Fifth Amendment battleground. Not indictments, not testifying against yourself. It's the deprived of life, liberty, or property that is where we're currently at odds in this country.
Yeah.
Likewise, the final clause of the Fifth Amendment, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. And that is what is called eminent domain. Now, in theory, the government can't just take my house. However, if they decide there needs to be a road running through my property, and honestly, there would be good reason to run a road through, at the very least, my neighbor's property. If they decide there needs to be a road through Mr. Marvin's yard, in theory, the government can seize Mr. Marvin's land as long as they pay him a reasonable price. And he does not have the right to do anything about it.
That would be just compensation. So they didn't pay him a reasonable price, then that would...
Yeah. In theory, they could seize part of his land to connect my cul-de-sac to the main road on the other side of his property. Honestly, it would make our neighborhood a lot more busy, but it would make a lot of sense to do it. My neighborhood is a maze. It's ridiculous. People get lost coming to my house all the time. I don't think they're going to do it. I'm just saying, this is actually a real-world example near my house. If they seize part of his land to put a road through, that is eminent domain, and that is legal under the Fifth Amendment. But if they just want to take his property, they can't. They have to prove that there is a reason for the public good to do it. This is another one that gets a little bit iffy at times. Sometimes what the government considers to be the general good is not as general good as we would like. And again, that's more of a legal question than a me question here. But the issue was you couldn't seize somebody's land just because you wanted it. Which was, yes, a problem in England at the time. Now, we don't have...
Or unless they're Native Americans, then...
Native Americans aren't counted under the Constitution at the point at which the Bill of Rights was written. So, there's certainly that. Though I believe that Fifth Amendment is what was used in the Supreme Court case that made the Trail of Tears illegal. But I don't know. I would have to go look that up. Because that is private property being taken. But, in the UK, the bigger issue was lords declaring that property was theirs because it had theoretically belonged to their family and now it was going to be part of their estate and an entire village had to move.
Yeah, the feudalism fun, who really
it lasted well beyond feudalism.
And it was like who really owned that land? Like the Lord's like, I don't know the king. Duke's like, I own it. No, the Earl's like, no, I own it. The King's like, no, I own it all.
Yeah, there's an episode of Time Team where they're excavating a village that was forced to move because a lord decided they didn't want a village on that part of their property. An entire village. So that's really where this part of the Fifth Amendment comes from, is people wanted to, know that if they bought land, it was their land. And the government couldn't just decide it wasn't.
Of course, now most land's the bank's land at this point.
Yeah, well.
The new lords, the bank. Yeah, like speaking of selling land, owning land, did you hear? I don't know if I talked about it or not, about how all the big boys are dying now because of land issues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a lot of land around here. I don't actually know who it belongs to. It could be the state. It could be the federal government. It's probably the military. A lot of the vacant land around here is actually Lewis McCord.
I was thinking that a few years ago, like 10 or so years ago, give or take, there's a thing of my dad's family's land, how they didn't technically own the land anymore, but they still own the mineral rights to the land.
Yeah, there's a Perry Mason that gets resolved because a guy owned the land but not the mineral rights, which is another thing that it's a thing, and I know it's a thing, but I don't understand it enough to be intelligent about it. But sometimes you can own your land but not the mineral rights on your land.
Or vice versa.
Yeah.
And apparently we own the mineral rights to that land of all this coal and stuff, or a big coal land in Kentucky. But at this point, there's no point to it because there's so much family division that like each share isn't worth that much, really.
Yeah.
After so many generations and like 20 grandkids and great grandkids, like it's.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a case where they were able to find, they were able to prove that a guy had buried his wife and her possibly lover on his land by Perry getting a lease on the mineral rights and claiming he was looking for uranium. It's like, okay, guys, start digging. And the owner of the land who had killed his wife was like, wait, what? What's happening? Like, well, I leased the mineral rights, and I'm going to dig on your land purely to look for uranium, not to look for corpses. And the guy confessed, because it's Perry Mason.
So again, like your thing, but you don't have to give a payment to you take your kids' stuff.
No. And actually, at Halloween, we have what we call the parent tax, which is I go through their candy and take some of their candy. That they consider it unreasonable search and seizure, but I consider it for the public use. And their compensation is that I love them.
Okay.
Sixth Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. This is another one that everyone knows because this, kids, is your Miranda rights, or at least part of them.
Another court case happened with this.
Yeah. So speedy is, depends on your terms. The criminal justice system is a mess. The public defender's office is horrifically underpaid and understaffed and overworked. So speedy and public trial is going to depend on somebody's calendar.
For your court, it's probably speedy, but I doubt it's public.
Well, you know, our court, when I did jury duty.
Well, I meant the court of your house.
Oh, the court of my house? Yeah, no. Court of my house is private. We have a star chamber. We don't have a jury trial. Speedy, yes. They get tried right away. They get tried faster in my house than they would, you know, in a court of law. You know, when I did jury duty, theoretically, any rando off the street could have walked into that courtroom and sat down and watched proceedings. You have that legal right. Now, how big a deal the case is going to limit how many seats there are in the courtroom. Public does not guarantee that it will, for example, be televised or that cameras will even be allowed in the courtroom. And cases involving juveniles are not public. Juvenile court is private to protect the rights of children. And I think we're all okay with that.
Oh, there's a case about that, about juvenile court. They get that down. That juveniles have the same rights in the Bill of Rights as adults do. There's a case.
Yeah. The only part of this that does not apply to juveniles is the public part. Family court is closed.
So I forget what case it was, but this kid got arrested for making prank phone calls, and they didn't give him a lawyer or anything. This threw him in jury for 10 years. And they said if it was an adult, it would be a $50 fine, but since he was a juvenile, detention.
One of the many problems in the Exonerated 5 case, what used to be called the Central Park 5, is that they were not given access to lawyers. Most of them were juveniles, and their parents weren't allowed to be there, because if you are a minor, it's not just your legal right. They are obligated to let your parents be there. They are legally not allowed to question minors not in the presence of a parent or guardian. And the argument was, well, they said they were adults. So yeah, there's a lot of problems with that case, and I recommend learning more about it. There's a Ken Burns documentary about it, for starters.
That reminds, thinking about that, would that mean I think in the movie No Way Home, weren't all three kids still minors when they were being questioned by the police?
Yeah, that's illegal. There's a certain amount of, exigent circumstances seen of the crime, but once you're brought in for questioning, if you are under 18, they have to have your parents there with you. And okay, in Mary Jane's case, that gets complicated. In Peter's case, obviously not his parents, but that means Aunt May is legally required to be there before he can be questioned, because she's his legal guardian.
Then it says, an impartial jury of the state.
An impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. And this is my jury duty experience again. The crime happened in the city of Tumwater, which if you're not local, you haven't heard of. It's fine. But it is in the same county that I live in. So it went to the county courthouse, and they hauled in like 50 or 60 people and went through a process to find out if we were impartial. And as I said before, there was a guy who, when asked if he could give, because they asked all of us, they didn't do individual questioning for the most part, but they asked all of us if we thought we could render an impartial verdict. And one guy raised his hand and said he absolutely could not, because he had too many female friends who had been abused by their male partners. And we knew that it was a case involving a restraining order and violation of a restraining order. He said, I can't be impartial in this case because I have friends who were severely injured when their restraining orders were violated. I can't be fair. And he was released because they wanted us to be able to say, yes, I will hear the evidence and I will weigh it fairly. And the District of Thurston County had been previously ascertained by law. Thurston County was a thing where he was going to be held and tried, because Tumwater is not big enough to have its own courthouse.
All right, and the next one is you get to be told why you're being arrested. Or
Yeah. And this one was, again, this was a huge issue in English law. There are lots of cases. And I don't think they were, modern to the founding fathers, but there were lots of cases of people being locked up for, in some cases, years without being put on trial or even told what they were doing there. There's actually law in the United States about how long they can arrest you and hold you without charges. I don't know if it's actually 72 hours in all jurisdictions, but it's another thing that you see on a lot of crime shows is, I can hold you for 72 hours. Good and tight. And at that point, they have to let you go. Either charge you and get an indictment or let you go. Because there was this experience and I'm pretty sure it even happened in what is now the United States, and it just wasn't common to arrest people and throw them in jail because reasons. What reasons? We're not saying. So when, to go back to my beloved Perry Mason, when Lieutenant Trying says, you're under arrest for the murder of this week's victim, he's got to say what the person is being arrested for. To get to the next clause, to be confronted with the witnesses against them. There are incidences where sworn statements are accepted, but this is why most of the time that's not what happens. Most of the time people have to come into court and the witnesses have to be in the room and say, this is what happened. This is the evidence I have to present that is relevant to this case. And then compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor. You've heard the word subpoena. Let's say that someone is arrested for a crime. And it's someone you don't like very much. But you happen to know for a fact evidence that proves that they're not guilty. And let's say you don't want to come forward because they're an abusive dirtbag and you don't care if they're in prison or not. Their lawyer can still present you with a subpoena and compel you to give your evidence.
So,
and if you don't, you're in contempt of court.
So it can be both ways. One, you can if someone, you can call people to testify for you, but you can also question the witnesses against you.
Yeah. This is why our trials look the way they do, is by and large the Sixth Amendment. So you have Hamilton Berger and Perry Mason. You have the prosecutor bringing forth all of these witnesses, and then you have the defense attorney questioning all of the witnesses and finding out if they're biased, if what they're saying could have a different interpretation, if they're lying, if they're just honestly mistaken.
And the second half is to have the defense attorney call witnesses.
Yeah. And oddly, that almost never happens on Perry Mason. 90% of his cases are solved during the prosecution's part of the trial. But you see it a lot more on, for example, Law and Order. You see the defense witnesses. And you see Jack shouting at the defense witnesses because that's what Jack does.
Because Law and Order is the main character is the prosecutor, and then Perry Mason, the main character, was the defense attorney.
Right. One of the things I really like about Perry Mason, incidentally, is that the prosecuting attorney is not the villain. He didn't always like Perry, but he's repeatedly shown to be quite happy that Perry got his client off and found the person who was actually guilty. Because what matters to him more is that the correct person be found guilty of the crime. He said it on multiple episodes.
You ever played the what's it called? Phoenix Wright series of games?
I've not. I'm familiar with it, but I haven't ever played it. Ace Attorney.
Yeah, only one time that I know of did he actually was he actually God, being the lawyer of the actual
Was his client guilty?
Yeah, technically he was guilty of paying him off because technically his client didn't kill the guy, but he paid the guy that he paid the killer.
Well, that is guilt of murder. And of course, the Ace Attorney games are Japanese law, which is a whole different set of rules. Though I'm pretty sure a lot of Japanese law at this point is based on American law because of that whole World War II thing.
Yeah, but it was funny at the end. He confessed the crime because, even though he was a lawyer, but he confessed the crime because, Phoenix made it public that his client betrayed the killer and was trying to blackmail him. So the killer was like, "Oh, I no longer have I no longer have a contact with this guy anymore."
Yeah,
and he's like, "Oh, I'm guilty. I did it. Throw me in jail."
And so you have to you have the right to have an attorney help you with your defense. And in our current system, if you can't afford an attorney, one will be provided for you at public expense. Now, the attorney we're going to provide for you is underpaid and overworked, and probably has about 15 to 20 other cases that they're trying to get out the door as quickly as possible, and they may pressure you into a plea deal that is not in your best interest, simply because they don't have the time to properly defend you.
That would be Gideon versus Wainwright.
Yes, Gideon versus Wainwright. Establish the public defender system as your absolute legal right in the United States. There's a movie about it starring Henry Fonda, of all people, as Gideon. I believe it's called Gideon's Law. And we need to fix our public defender system. But the fact is, we have one. And that is something we as a nation should be really proud of. And again, that is for the guilty as well as the innocent. Guilty people have constitutional rights. They have the same rights under the Bill of Rights as every other American. And if they don't, then none of us do. Because the whole point of this is to figure out who's guilty.
Do Sandy and Zane have the right to a lawyer in the court of your house?
I mean, I'm not sure who they would find, honestly. I can see one of them arguing on the behalf of the other, but in practice they wouldn't. And 9 times out of 10, the only other one in the house who will take their side is one of the cats, and they are not effective counsel. Because you've been found to have the right to not just counsel, but effective counsel. A lot of appeals happen because the lawyer in question screwed up somehow. And if your counsel can only say "meow," that's not effective counsel. Because that is not an argument I am prepared to accept.
Be like, I never thought about that way. Innocent.
Yeah, oh, that's a good point. But have you considered "wow"?
But So would in your court, would the grandparents be appeals court then, or?
Well, the kids really only have one grandparent and they don't see her very often. The attempted appeals court in this household is the other parent. Presumably the Supreme Court would be both of us talking to each other about things.
Has the appeal ever went through?
There have been one or two appeals that were successful, but it's always in the case of extenuating circumstances. Like, yes, this thing got broken, however. And pretty much every time, I'm the appeals court.
So your husband's usually the first judge, and then you're the appeal judge.
I'm usually the first judge, but he's very disinclined to overturn my decisions. Because I'm here most of the time. He works, and he works swing shift, which means that he doesn't get home until after the kids are supposed to be in bed. So he doesn't see the offenses most of the time.
So what would the Supreme Court case, your Supreme Court case, be then? Or what would it be called?
I think our Supreme Court is parental conference.
I mean, what would the case be called? Like Zane versus Cookies, or something like that, or Zane versus the Cats, or
is probably Zane versus his sister most of the time.
Be like call the case back. Yes, according to Zane versus Sandy 2.
Yeah,
we can do this.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's well, but I think, but I say that she did it, or I say we had this agreement and she went back on it, and what have you. Sometimes it's Zane versus the need for a nap, or Zane versus the need for a cool down period, or what have you, because he does have some mental issues that mean that he escalates really quickly. And sometimes it's like, he didn't mean to do that, and it wasn't that big a deal. It was a purely accidental effect of this other thing he was doing. But most of the time, it's like, yeah, you know what? You're still guilty.
That's just still I don't see like that.
Well, the kitten is being kittenish, so.
Oh, so it was an awe thing, not like an O thing. Like,
yeah, it was an awe.
But sometimes she steps on your keyboard.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So the cats have a right to trial?
The cats have no right to trial. Most frequently, it is Phoenix v. Mouse's ear.
Or tail.
Or tail or leg, because she likes to attack him, and he is so done with this. She's still in the age where jumping and playing is part of affection, and he is not. He's only like 35 in cat years, but he acts like a grumpy old man. It's really funny.
But Phoenix, he's still a kitten?
She's still a kitten. Yeah, we've only had her for a couple of months.
So then they get a parental right then to juvenile court.
Yes.
All right. Anything else to talk about this case?
Nope. Sixth Amendment is pretty, it's very, very important. And a lot of nuance gets nosed around, like, effective counsel and public defenders and things like that. But it is, right now, the biggest issue is probably the speedy and effective counsel issues.
And so far, all these have been long ones. That means they discussed these at length to make.
They discussed these at length, and they wanted to make sure that all of the important stuff that you needed as an accused individual was in them. Because a lot of what we're dealing with right now is criminal protections. They wanted to make sure that the government didn't have the power to imprison you on a whim, which happened less often in the colonies than it had in a lot of other times in British history, but still happened sometimes. The Seventh Amendment. In suits at common law where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law. So this is civil trials. $20 in the earliest I could get was $1,800, but $20 in $1,800 is $363.96 in 2023. So
I thought it'd be a lot. I thought it'd be a lot more.
I did too, honestly. I'm really surprised and a little bit convinced my inflation calculator is wrong. But
Because I was looking at last night, I was looking up federal minimum wage and how it had gone up at all in the last almost 15 years.
yeah. I mean, that is still, we're looking at well over an order of magnitude. It's gone up by, like 20 times. But still, I was expecting it to be a much larger sum. But either way, regardless of what the actual monetary amount is, you have a right to a civil trial
By jury?
by jury. Now, we do have in this country a system called small claims court, which is purely a judge. And I'm here to tell you that you can go to small claims court for a lot more than $20. Heck, you can go to small claims court for more than $400. You have a right to a jury.
Now, does that still count today? $20, or was that inflation or not for jury trial? Or can you still do a $20?
I think you can legally still do it with $20. In practice, I don't think you do.
Or wait a minute.
There is no federal small claims court.
Wait a minute. Is it $20 or $20.01? Because it exceeds $20.
It would be $20.01.
Okay.
Because it exceeds $20. It used to be the justice of the peace was the person who would find the lower cases.
Is that the guy, the wedding guy?
Yes. Mostly what justice of the peace do these days is perform weddings, but technically they run a lower court. Find it in the United States here. Most of the time, a justice of the peace is not going to be doing what traditionally they would have done. Traditionally, they presided over misdemeanors, small debts, small claims, that whole system, and of course, they can perform marriages. But legally, you do have the right to a jury trial. And the thing is, though, is the small claims court system was set up because if you are bickering, and I've been sued in small claims court, if you are bickering with a former roommate about unpaid rent, then it's not worth everyone's time and expense to take it to a jury for a matter of a couple of $100. A lot of civil cases are for a lot more than a couple of $100. If you are hit by a car and the person is uninsured and you're trying to get your bills paid,
then you take him to court and you have a right to a jury trial. A lot of defamation cases, you have a right to a jury trial. If you're cheated by a company, jury trial. This is one of the founding principles in the US is you have the right to a jury of your peers in almost every case.
Yeah. We're both old, so we know more of this. There's a lot of them now, but back when we were kids, it was all the People's Court.
Oh yeah. No, I'm old enough so that I still think of Judge Wapner when I think of the People's Court. And the thing is People's Court judges were real judges. I mean, Ed Koch was the People's Court judge for a while, and Ed Koch was something else. And that was small claims court. The People's Court is a small claims court system.
But on camera.
Judge Judy and all of those other, Judge Joe Brown, all of those court cases from like the late 90s, early 2000s, those were all small claims court systems. And those people chose the right to trial on TV over the right to trial by jury. But technically and legally, they could have had a trial by jury if they had chosen.
And those were all civil cases, right?
And those were all civil cases. None of those were criminal cases. There have been, and don't I know it, televised criminal cases. My senior year in high school, there was one televised criminal case, and it was on every channel and preempted everything.
Would that be OJ?
That would be OJ. Because again, with the growing up in LA, every channel was playing OJ.
Well,
it's worth noting that the civil case did not have cameras in the courtroom. And I think that was a much wiser decision. I think it's entirely possible that case could have gone very differently without all that publicity. But whatever. It's fine. He's dead. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Any Supreme Court case that you know of that affect this amendment or not?
I mean, there has to be, because as I've said, the only amendment that hasn't had Supreme Court cases is the Third Amendment. Seventh Amendment court cases. Why, thank you, Wikipedia. Let's see, we got Justices v. Murray from 1869. Yeah, somebody refused to return a writ of error, and there was no case about it. Let's see. Seventh Amendment entitles a defendant to a jury trial when the SEC seeks civil penalties for securities fraud. Securities in Exchange v. Jarkissi? 2024. So that is a recent one. The SEC has to take you to court to get claims. And that is just this year. Yeah, it looks like mostly it's a lot of people have been fined, and the court has determined that the fine is sufficient, that they've got to go to civil court. Atlas Roofing Company v. OSHA. Huh.
So how much is small claims versus big claims?
It's going to vary by state.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of these cases have to do with the juries were not a full 12 people, or they were not unanimous. So that appears to be what is happening here. Let's see.
I doubt this amendment applies to the court of Julian.
No, we don't really do civil here. In Washington State, because again, varies by state, small claims court will handle up to $10,000 when brought by a person.
That's
a lot more than $20.
But I bet that's a small. That's still like that's more.
That's a small claim for me. No. Ohio, it's $6,000.
Exclusive of interests and court costs. Let's look California out of curiosity. 12,500 or 6,250 if you're a business. 6,250. So, broadly speaking, small claims court handles much higher than even an adjusted for inflation $20. But in theory, you can request a jury instead. In practice, small claims court is going to be faster and cheaper.
Has anyone ever that you know of ever done a trial by jury for this like very low money?
I'm sure it's happened. Like, I don't have any specific examples, but if it's your constitutional right, somebody has done it. It's my feeling. I am sure there's a case somewhere in the U.S. today where somebody is demanding a jury trial for a civil case of $3,250.
Like, yeah, he owes me money for lunch, so
yeah,
try, or with
the jury. It's not worth anybody's time and money, but we're going there.
So, would the person wanting the money want the jury trial, or the person who owes the money want the jury trial?
Presumably, the person wanting the money. Well, I assume it's the person who owes the money would insist on the jury trial, because then they could draw things out and be a nuisance.
Like you're found innocent of not paying that guy the $3. Now pay your lawyer the $10,000.
Yeah, exactly. It's silly and not worth it. And generally speaking, the person who lost would be given court fines, would be given court fees. So if you're the one who did it, be prepared to pay for the cost of a jury trial, which is why small claims court is the way to go.
Says, then according to the rules of the common law.
Yeah. You can get an appeal, but you can't jurisdiction hop for the same offense. So double jeopardy applies in civil cases. So, if you, fail to pay someone for something as you had under an agreement, and or they claim that you failed to pay it, and you take it to court and you're found not guilty, they can't sue you in a different jurisdiction for the same case, because double jeopardy is still going to apply. They can appeal. You can both appeal, but double jeopardy does apply even in civil cases.
All right, we have reached our 100th slide.
Woo! The 8th Amendment. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. And this is another one of those, well, that's really vague, and we're going to find about 15 ways of trying to argue about it. Amendments. Because what is excessive? What is cruel and unusual? Does the unusual have to be part of the cruel?
Yeah, so we talked about, I think we talked about this in our original thing about people cash bail and all this other stuff.
Yeah. Cash bail is worse on the poor than on the rich, for obvious reasons. And the cash bail system has enormous problems with it. John Oliver did a whole episode about it that goes into a lot more detail than I could. But it's increasingly seen to be a deeply problematic system. And what's excessive for me is a very small amount of money, because I don't have money and am not allowed to have savings or property. So, unless my bail is about $1.50, I'm staying in jail. And because of the aforementioned problem with speedy trial, people can end up in jail for a very long time awaiting trial simply because the court system is overwhelmed. And they're in jail over a matter of a few $100s that they can't raise. But obviously they can't raise it if they can't get out of jail. And so they're sitting in jail, they lose their jobs, they lose apartment because they can't pay rent. You know, it's a horrible system. But is it excessive bail? Well, maybe not. It depends on who's defining excessive. Likewise, fines. What's an excessive fine? You know, for a company that is violating federal law, they can usually afford a lot more than the average citizen. You know, you hear these fines, and it's like, oh, you know, they were fined, you know, $15,000 for such and such. It's like, yeah, but how much is that relative to their profits of that year? Versus if I were fined $15,000, it would take me decades to pay it off. So I get the intent, and I get why they didn't make it specific, but the word excessive is doing a lot of work. Oh, you caught it. The kitten has caught her stuffed pineapple on a string.
Cool. Now, bail is for you can get out. You can get out of jail before your trial. Before your trial is a thing, and fines is after the trial.
Right. You know, fines is what you pay when you're found guilty. Bail is, I believe, bail is held, and you get it back afterward.
As long as
I've never been on bail, so I'm not 100%.
Yeah, as long as you don't, you know, leave the town, leave the
Right.
jurisdiction.
Right. And you surrender bail if you're a fugitive. But I believe you do get it back. But that doesn't matter if you can't afford to raise the money.
If not, you wait in prison until your trial.
Yeah. You're going to wait in jail, and some of the jails are horribly overcrowded, and people spend ages there and then are found not guilty. So it's a problem. It is a serious problem.
That's it. That's even if you're granted bail in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah. And there are some crimes that are no bail. And some people are not granted bail because they are considered a flight risk. And some people should have been considered a flight risk but weren't, and are now in France for the foreseeable future, despite having drugged and assaulted a 13-year-old. Because famous.
And France doesn't have what's it called? Not jurisdiction.
Extradition?
Yeah.
Not if you're a French citizen.
Oh, and this guy was?
And this guy is a French citizen. He was hidden in France, actually, during the Holocaust. He's one of the few Jewish children to have survived the Holocaust in France. And he is still alive and still legally a fugitive from justice from California.
So kind of like a Magneto situation.
Yeah, well, kind of.
The Holocaust survivor, but then they commit their own crimes.
Yes. Oh, yes. And I mean, the man has had a rough life. I don't want to say he hasn't. You know, his 8 months pregnant wife was killed by the Manson family, and being a Holocaust survivor, and one of his cousins was a Schindler Jew. One of the little kids from the Schindler Jews was the cousin of the man that I'm specifically thinking here, who is a fugitive from justice. So he's had a rough life, I grant you. But that does not excuse his actions, and he should have served prison time for drugging and assaulting a 13-year-old. It wasn't statutory. She said no. So yeah.
Is this the director?
Mm-hmm. This is a director.
Okay. You mentioned his wife was killed by the Manson family. The only thing I know of is that one director.
Yes. Interesting life, difficult life. Still think he should have served prison time, but he didn't because he was able to afford bail and was not considered a flight risk despite being, a foreign citizen.
And a famous director that has lots of money.
And a famous director who has lots of money. The crime took place in Jack Nicholson's house.
Wow.
That's a minor detail there.
And that celebrity via celebrity.
Yeah. And the judge was afraid of coming across as being too harsh on him because he was a celebrity, and ended up being not harsh enough because he was a celebrity, and now he's been a fugitive from justice for decades. So yeah.
So we got the money for before, money for after, and then I guess torture, the third one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cruel and Unusual Punishment is another one of those ones that is not terribly well defined. And the current fight on that one is that the death penalty is cruel and unusual punishment. Which is one of many reasons the death penalty should be abolished. I am not a prison abolitionist. I think the system needs desperate reform, a complete overhaul. But I do think there needs to be a prison system. I do not agree with the death penalty. It is known how many innocent people are executed. It is heavily weighted against minority populations. And we know that pretty much every method of execution we use causes pain.
See, there's lethal injection, electric chair, firing squad, hanging, beheading either by axe, sword, or guillotine, crucifixion, stoning, burned by the stake burning.
Oh yeah.
I can't think of the other ones off the top.
Yeah. Now, obviously, we don't use most of these in the United States. Oh, drawing and quartering.
Oh, that's execution. I thought that. Oh, I guess that would be execution.
Well, I mean, the whole point of drawing and quartering is that you're pulling the person apart. So yeah,
I thought that would be more for information torture, not for actually killing.
Oh no! Quartering means cutting the body in 4 pieces. No, it's the old school punishment for treason. If you were lucky, they beheaded you first.
If you were royalty, they beheaded you. If you're
not necessarily.
Well,
I can tell you stories, but I'm not gonna. Because
I guess I figured that more peasants would be for drawing.
Yeah.
Because I read this book about beheadings and stuff, and it says nobility or a royalty was beheaded by a sword or an axe, but the peasants were beheaded by something much harder that chopped their head off, less clean.
Peasants were usually hanged.
Oh. Maybe not peasants. Maybe I'm thinking lower nobility. Maybe I'm thinking about lower nobility. The royalty was beheaded quickly.
Not necessarily. So if you were beheaded, that was a privilege of the nobility, and you were beheaded by axe in almost all cases. One of the most notable cases was, of course, Mary Queen of Scots, who was a very smart and very silly woman who believed that her cousin Elizabeth would help her retake her throne, and ended up on English soil and eventually was executed for treason against Queen Elizabeth I, which legally is a dicey thing because how could she commit treason with not being a subject? But it doesn't matter. Elizabeth I was considered to be squeamish by the standards of her time. She did not like having people executed that she knew or, had contact with. And so there wasn't a lot of use for a headsman in Elizabethan England. And it took a ridiculous number of strokes to cut off Mary's head, and he ended up kind of sawing with the axe to get the last little bit of skin. Like, it is a lot. And then he tried to hold up her head to show the crowd, and he dropped it because he didn't realize she was wearing a wig. The reason Anne Boleyn was executed with a sword was that it was fast.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking about now. Lady Queen Grey was beheaded.
Lady Jane Grey, yeah.
By one thing, but her husband was beheaded by something else because her husband wasn't nobility or wasn't important as
well, he wasn't as important, but
I think it was one was beheaded by one thing, the other was beheaded by another thing.
I don't think so, but
maybe I read it wrong. I remember reading something about that.
Let's see. His execution.
The book I reading it was wrong.
Yeah, he was killed by axe. Took one stroke.
Yeah.
Which, lucky him, because again, there are stories.
And what about her?
I'm looking that up right now. Wikipedia doesn't say.
Oh,
well, that's worthless.
Because I've sworn she got beheaded a different way than he did.
Yeah, nobody wants to tell me.
Oh.
Okay, one stroke. So they were both lucky, and it only took one. The guillotine was actually invented to be more kind because the guillotine wouldn't take multiple strokes. It's a weighted blade. It's sharp. It should only take one stroke.
And it was used on peasant and royalty alike.
It was in the French Revolution. It was called the National Razor.
Even used on the guy that invented it, I think.
Mm-hmm. No, he did not.
Oh.
No, it's a common.
A rumor. Myth.
Yeah.
But it was used on the guy who started the revolution, and he was.
Oh yeah, Robespierre. Robespierre, yes. Now, it wasn't the first of its kind. He didn't invent it. He opposed the death penalty.
But it was used until Star Wars.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Wikipedia does not say how he died. Well, that's tedious. Oh, at home of natural causes. There it is.
Ah.
Specifically a carbuncle.
Oh, I think we've gone off topic long enough, and I think we are everything we talk about this subject.
Well, I do want to talk briefly about the cruel and unusual punishment aspect. Because there's a case called Furman v. Georgia from 1972. William Henry Furman was sentenced to death for the murder of a woman who he shot while he was robbing her home. Well, attempting to rob her home. And he took it to the Supreme Court saying that he was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to execution because he was black. And the Supreme Court agreed with him.
And that's the reason that for a while the no death penalties for a while.
Yeah, 72, the death penalty nationwide was abolished in an attempt to make it fair, which no.
And that's why Manson got out of.
Manson didn't get out. Manson's sentence was commuted to life in prison.
That's why I was talking. That's what I meant.
Yeah, and he died in prison, which, you know, I'm okay with, because that was not a man who was going to be rehabilitated. If he was going to be rehabilitated, it needed to start when he was about 8. But one or two of the women from the family have shown that they deserve to be released and have been rehabilitated. And I think in their case it's purely punitive, and I think they've got a clear 8th Amendment case, given that the reason they're in prison is not because that's within the system, but because of the specific crimes that they were involved with. And I don't mean murder, I mean the specific murders they were involved with. You know, all of those people are like about as old as my mom, and they are still in prison for crimes committed in 1969. So there's an 8th Amendment argument to be had there. But yeah, what counts as excessive and what counts as cruel and unusual are going to be the cases throughout U.S. history with the 8th Amendment.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that there's no cruel and unusual punishment for the court of Gillian courts system.
No. Punishments on the court of Gillian are proportionate to the crime. The kids don't like them, but of course they don't. If they liked them, it wouldn't be a punishment.
And I'm guessing that there's no bail either.
There's no bail. No, there's natural consequences to your actions.
And I don't know about fines or not. The fine would be...
Fines are generally paid in the form of housework.
Okay.
Because that is a currency that is not coming from me. If they had to pay me in money, I would have to pay them, and then they would pay me back, and that's it. No, we don't do that.
The circle of allowance.
Yes. So instead, it's okay, you have done X, you must do Y amount of housework to make up for it. And there's removal of privileges is a fairly common one. You know, you can't do such and such until you have done this other thing. You know, oh, you're in trouble. No, you don't get to have this amount of screen time today, what have you. The 9th Amendment. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Which was the biggest argument against a Bill of Rights. The argument against having a Bill of Rights was the belief that by listing the rights of the people, it would be assumed that only the rights of the people listed existed. The most famous case law in the US right now, based on the 9th Amendment, is a case called Griswold v. Connecticut. Which is worryingly close to being overturned right now. It was on the Clarence Thomas list of cases which should be retried. It was a Connecticut law that prohibited any person from using, quote,
any drug, medicinal article, or instrument for the purpose of preventing contraception. 7-2, the Supreme Court found that the right to privacy is a right granted or held by the Constitution or by the people under the Constitution. Estelle T. Griswold and C. Lee Buxton both sued for their right to privacy. They were I think they were arrested. Yeah, they were arrested, tried in a one-day bench trial, found guilty, and fined $100 each for operating a birth control clinic. It was the Planned Parenthood League of Connecticut. Less than 2 days later, police arrived, questioned them, and the two said, yes, we are giving people birth control. And they did it in order to strike down the law. Eisenstadt v. Baird, also 72, extended it to unmarried couples. You don't have to be married to you, because Griswold is purely married couples. It was determined that if married people could have contraception, then unmarried people could have contraception. Roe v. Wade was under the Ninth Amendment. Carey v. Population Services International was right to contraception for juveniles at least 14. Lawrence v. Texas is right to privacy in private sexual activity, struck down sodomy laws in the United States. Oberfell v. Hodges was a Ninth Amendment case. And then in Dobbs, they decided that maybe you don't have the right to privacy.
Has the Ninth Amendment ever applied in the Jillian court?
I mean, since they don't have a Bill of Rights, yeah. They've got a lot of rights that I've never really detailed for them. The right to decide for themselves how they do their housework, as long as the housework gets, I don't freaking care. The right to,
as long as they don't pay the other people to do it for them.
You know what? If they had the money to pay other people to do their housework, I don't care as long as it gets done. The right to bathroom breaks. That's not written down, but they definitely have it. But yeah, the big one here, the big Ninth Amendment issue right now is the right to privacy. Do I think that the Founding Fathers intended a right to privacy with the standard Founding Fathers caveat? I don't think it occurred to them. I don't think any of them necessarily thought about a right to privacy as being something that needed to be documented. But I do think a lot of the other amendments show a clear support of a right to privacy. The First Amendment, your right to freedom of speech and religion and so forth, those are privacy. Unreasonable search and seizure. If you can't be searched without a reason, then that is a right to privacy. I think it is very clear that you can draw upon the other amendments to bring forth this right that would never have been phrased in those words in the 1790s. but something originalist.
Okay, to not be instructed to deny or to deny or disparage.
Yeah.
Other, retrained by the people.
Yeah. You have other rights. And just because they're not spelled out in exhaustive language doesn't mean they don't exist.
One of those things that's just to the point.
Yeah. Yeah. And the two big things to talk about there are the reason it's in there is the fear, comes from people who didn't want a Bill of Rights in the first place, and Griswold v. Connecticut and what came after and the threat of anything based on Griswold. The 10th Amendment. The powers delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So this has changed a little bit with the 14th Amendment.
Yeah.
But this is basically saying if the Constitution doesn't give the power to the federal government, it belongs either to the state or to the people. So
we talking more about this and our as this recording, our upcoming Division of Power, but as it is uploaded, our looking back at our Division of Power episode.
Yeah. So a lot of the cases here have involved things like minimum wage. Does the United States have the authority to establish a federal minimum wage? Current case law says yes. We'll see going forward.
Yeah, a lot of, at least as far as I know, most of the time, the state minimum wage is usually higher than the federal minimum wage. Like,
oh yeah, no.
Like,
actually, that's a good question. What ours is going up to?
Currently, the federal one is still $7.25, as far as I know.
Yeah,
and Ohio, I think the state one, Ohio one, is $10.25 for Ohio currently.
Minimum wage in the United States is going up to, or in Washington State is going up to $16.66, which people are going to freak the hell out about. But anyway, as of next Wednesday, come for when we're recording.
Lucky.
Seattle's is going up to $20.76 an hour. Because Seattle has a higher minimum wage because, well, frankly, Seattle is really freaking expensive. I believe we have the highest state minimum wage in the country. If not, we are one of the highest.
I wonder if Ohio is the lowest, or is it lower than Ohio?
Yeah, well,
yeah, when I got my first job at 16, the federal minimum wage was $4.25.
Yeah, I think that's what it was when I had my first job too. But that I don't remember because that was a really long time ago.
But yeah, but when I during the 3 months of my first ever job, the minimum wage went up to $4.75. So I got a raise because of that.
Yeah, my last job, it was the question of were our scheduled pay raises keeping up with minimum wage? And when my partner was working for Lowe's, his pay raises weren't keeping up with Washington State minimum wage, which is one of the reasons he doesn't work at Lowe's anymore. The new hires were getting paid more than he was.
It's funny. During another job I had when I first got
start at the evil place I worked at now. One time I was making the time I was making $2 above minimum wage. Minimum wage went up to minimum wage went up to about 10 cents more than I was making. So so everyone was making the same, not also everyone making the same amount, including the new kids that started. So I was like, so I was making the same.
Yeah, it's a real issue. You know, and the minimum wage conversation is a big thing, and there's a bill that is not getting passed anytime soon, I'll tell you that would increase SSI benefits to the poverty level. You know, there are a lot of people. Earlier this month, I went to Panera to get my free birthday pastry. And there was one woman working the register, and it was just before the lunch hour, and this poor woman was so busy. And one of the women behind me was complaining about it. I was like, oh, you know, they're understaffed. She's doing everything she can. And she's like, well, it's because nobody wants to work anymore. I was like, ma'am. And I kind of unloaded on her about all the friends I have who are making too little to pay bills. She's like, well, those jobs weren't really intended to be something you make a living on. And her friend was like, that's not true. I was like, oh, she's going to be getting it all through lunch, and I'm here for that. You know, but it is current case law that a federal minimum wage is permissible, but the argument is a 10th Amendment one. A lot of federal laws have been questioned under the 10th Amendment. Are they constitutional? Does the federal amendment have that power?
Yeah, we talked about this 2 years ago when we first did this. It was relevant at the time. Like it still is. That the overturning of Roe versus Wade, because it was a state decision, not a federal decision.
Yeah. And in my state, it is legal. We are very proud of that in Washington. The Republican running for governor, who lost spectacularly, was able to say was that he would enforce state law on the subject, because coming out and saying you want to ban abortion in Washington gets you nowhere fast.
When 2 years ago when we talked about this the first time, it wasn't legal in Ohio, but now it is legal in Ohio because a few months after that we passed an amendment to the Constitution. The voters did.
Yeah.
That and marijuana.
Yeah. You know, and there's all sorts of really wild cases regarding the 10th Amendment. Like some woman who poisoned her husband's new girlfriend. Like, what's that? Chemical weapons under a federal treaty, and just case law for the 10th Amendment is all over the place. And I don't pretend to understand half of it. But it is very much, does the federal government have, under the power granted to it by the Constitution, the right to pass these laws that influence people's day-to-day lives?
Or does the state house do it, like Columbus,
Right.
or
like whose authority?
I forget your capital.
Olympia.
Olympia, yeah, it was Olympia. I was thinking of Seattle, but that's not.
Everybody thinks of Seattle, but no, it is Olympia, which is where I live. You know, I used to live literally down up the hill and across the lake. You know, to get to the Capitol building from my apartment, you went down a hill and around a lake. And you were at the Capitol building. I could see it within walking distance of my apartment.
Sorry, my brain went for a second. Did you mention any court cases that deal with this amendment?
Well, there's a bunch of them. Let's see. Oh yeah, Massachusetts v. United States Department of Health and Human Services. was about the Defense of Marriage Act. Could the United States define marriage as between a man and a woman if states legalized gay marriage? It was held to violate the Equal Protection Clause. But not the 10th Amendment. Prince v. United States is a lot of handgun stuff. Does the federal government have the right to limit guns, or is that a state right?
So, yeah. So in your case, would it be like any power not delegated to the parents would be the power of the big brother?
Yeah, and we don't have a 10th Amendment in this household. Yeah, in as much as yes to the people, no to the states. There are no states in this household. You know, I guess arguably their rooms would count as states, and he can enforce rules in his state, but I can overrule any of the rules he has for his room. I do have the house law that you're allowed to kick your sibling out of your bedroom, but he can't decide arbitrarily that she can only come in his room if, she agrees to clean it for him. I mean, he can, but he can't force her to clean his room. There's very few laws that I can think of that he would attempt that would be permissible under house law.
So the second half, if not the state has the power, then the people have the power.
Yeah. And that would be things like house law. The federal government isn't allowed to force me to let one of my children into the other's room. The state isn't allowed to force me to let one of my children into the other's room. I have the power to control how my household is run. Well,
I guess that
I have the power.
I guess that also applies to county and city powers.
Yeah. My county is allowed. My state has a minimum wage, but Seattle is allowed to have a higher minimum wage. Fireworks are legal in Washington State, but they are illegal in most of the cities in my county. I'm unincorporated, so they're legal here. It's like the Wild West here on the 4th of July. The mom or the dad of my daughter's first boyfriend, he's a nice kid. But they had just moved here, like right before 4th of July. And I was talking to him at Halloween that year, and we agreed that if the people in this neighborhood pooled their money, we could get a professional fireworks show for what people spend on fireworks in this neighborhood.
Like real fast, it's like your older daughter's boyfriend or Sandy's boyfriend?
Sandy's boyfriend, yeah. She's had a couple of boyfriends, and I don't, she's 7. I don't take it that seriously. Like, they hold hands together and they play together on the playground, and that is being a boyfriend and girlfriend when you're their age.
True.
The real shocker for a lot of people is that her first boyfriend was black. Another shocker is that I believe they have both been named William. There are a lot of Williams in her grade. I don't quite know how that works.
Has a type. The William type.
There's like 4 Williams in her grade.
Yeah, kind of like the the dry county in, I think, Tennessee, where they make the alcohol.
Yeah, the county where they make Jack Daniels. They can't sell it. It's a dry county. Dry counties are enforceable under the 10th Amendment. You know, a lot of weird laws are enforceable if they're, municipal or county ordinances under the 10th Amendment. In theory, if my county wanted to limit Christmas displays on people's houses, they could probably do that, provided it wasn't found to be a First Amendment violation. Speed limits. On the federal highway system, that's controlled by the federal government, but the speed limit through my neighborhood is controlled by Thurston County.
It still is, but I remember. So I remember growing up in the 80s, every highway was 55. No matter where.
No, and now it is allowed to be set by the states, but if the federal government decided they wanted to change it again, they could.
Okay.
So
I remember. I think I think Montana hit from 55 to whatever was reasonable. I think that was.
Yeah, there basically is no daytime speed limit in Montana.
Whatever.
Leading to a comedian I saw once said, cops in Montana will pull you over because they're lonely. There's a lot of laws that you're living with on a day-to-day basis that are actually not part of the Constitution because they're local ordinances. And you still have to follow them because 10th Amendment says, the state and the local and the people and whatever have these powers. I think sovereign citizens use the 10th Amendment to get around things, but I don't pretend to understand sovereign citizens, so meh.
Like a certain Hovind character?
Like a certain Hovind character, who managed in his lawsuit against his son to prove why sovereign citizen stuff doesn't work. Because his son just didn't have to care. Yeah. So you do have a lot of rights. You do have a lot of control over your own life. But your city has a lot of control. Your county has a lot of control. And that's if your state and federal government doesn't take the control.
From president to governor, the county commissioner, the mayor.
Yep. And I mean, I live in unincorporated county. Technically, my address is Olympia, but we are not in Olympia proper. So I just answer to the county, and then, in theory, if I lived a couple blocks over, I guess the homeowners association would come into it somewhere, but we don't have one, thank God.
Yeah. I get different cities, different things, because I live like, say, 10 miles away from the main city in my county, but I'm a different city. But my niece lives in Pittsburgh, and their city is way bigger than like 3 or 4 of my cities here combined together, and they're all still Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Well, Los Angeles is this enormous patchwork of cities. Los Angeles didn't grow up because you don't really want to grow that far up in earthquake country. Also, there was a law for a long time that no building could be taller than City Hall. So there's that. Los Angeles grew out, and a lot of what people think of as Los Angeles is all of these little tiny jurisdictions that are now within the city limits of Los Angeles. Beverly Hills is part of Los Angeles. Hollywood is within the city limits of Los Angeles. You know, a lot of these other places, and they still sort of exist legally, but it's a huge mess. And even when you're out of the city limits, you'll cross a street and be in a whole new city.
Yeah, it's like us. Like, I guess we're in the area, Dayton area, but we're technically our own city, not like a suburb of this. I guess we're kind of some people call us a suburb of Dayton, even though we're technically our own.
Yeah, I grew up in a suburb of Los Angeles.
Suburb of a suburb.
Because Pasadena is a suburb of Los Angeles, and arguably Altadena, my hometown, is a suburb of Pasadena. You know, we didn't have our own school district. We were part of the Pasadena Unified School District. There are no high schools in Altadena, which doesn't exist as far as the county is concerned, but does as far as the post office is concerned.
Yes.
So
yeah, I'm sure we'll talk more about this, or we will have talked more about this when this is happening. Timelines.
Yeah, 10th Amendment time is very complicated. No, 10th Amendment has a lot to do with balance of power. And so we will definitely be covering the 10th Amendment in the talk that we will have given by the point at which this is up. 11th Amendment, passed by Congress March 4th, 1794, ratified February 7th, 1795. Note, Article 3, Section 2 of the Constitution was modified by Amendment 11. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of any other state or by citizens or subjects of any foreign state.
Now, I did some research. This was passed because of a case called Grissom versus Georgia, I think.
Mm-hmm. It is one of a handful of, to me, still real problems with the judicial. It's really hard to sue a state or the federal government. Harder than it should be. You know, we know someone who is currently dealing with VA issues, and you can't sue because the government won't let you. Even though in his case, it's blatant malpractice. You know, paperwork got just thrown away rather than filed. But there's nothing he could do about it because it's a government agency.
I think in this case, the guy won, the state lost, I think, if I remember correctly. Then the decision was like, we should have changed this, and they did.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's part of the elitism that is still an unfortunate problem with the Constitution. You know, we don't like to remember this in this country. The Constitution was written by a bunch of guys who were the higher classes in their states. They were, you know, America doesn't have nobility, but if they did, it would have been those guys. And so, yeah, so the case was Chisholm v. Georgia. And it was the case of somebody who was providing supplies for the Continental Army in 1777 and never got paid by the state of Georgia. And the executor of his estate, after he died, sued Georgia, which, you know, reasonable. And they said that instead he should sue the people who had withdrawn the funds that were supposed to go to the guy. He was like, no, the state of Georgia was supposed to pay me. And he sued. And the governor argued that you can't sue Georgia.
Yeah, they even show up for the case.
Yeah.
It's funny because in a more recent trial, when Alex Jones was not showed up for his case, it made him lose the case.
Yeah, well, the thing is it was initially thrown out for lack of jurisdiction, and then he sued under the Supreme Court, which was the original, you know, jurisdiction for a case where you sued a state, the court heard his arguments and held for the plaintiff. Said, look, you know, the Constitution says we have the right to hear this case. It's original jurisdiction to the Supreme Court. Nothing says it's only when the state is suing someone else. So when you're suing the state, it goes to the Supreme Court.
The states are like, we gotta fix that.
Yeah. There was one dissenting opinion at the time. There were 5 justices on the court. The number of justices on the court is not, as you may have noticed, set by the Constitution. It is set by federal law, and the number has changed over the years. Currently, the citizens of a state can only sue a state if the state agrees to be sued, which, in my opinion, is some hot garbage, or if the Congress gives you permission, essentially. And this is nonsense. This should not be, because there are a lot of cases I can think of where states deserve to be sued.
Yeah. This is also back in the day when states had more power than they do now, I think. It's still all about the state power. Almighty state power.
Well, it's also... I think it stems in part from an idea that if citizens are allowed to sue the states, then they will do so for all sorts of ridiculous and foolish reasons because we can't trust the people. And while I am not in a particularly trusting the people mood these days, it's still wrong.
Yeah.
Judges are perfectly capable of throwing out frivolous lawsuits. It's happened before and it'll happen again. Most of the cases of frivolous lawsuits you hear, either you have not been given all the details or the case got thrown out.
Yeah. I noticed something here. It says, by citizen of another state or a foreign state. That means you can sue your own state, you can't sue state you don't live in or something?
Well, yeah, this was specifically, you can't sue... I wouldn't be able to sue Oregon.
But you can sue Washington?
In theory.
Okay. So it's not completely crazy.
It's not completely crazy, but it's still... in practice, it's generally held to be you have a really hard time suing your own state. And of course, if the state of Washington were in some way, harming people from Vancouver, the people of Vancouver couldn't sue the state of Washington. It's generally known that if you have California license plates, you need to be extra careful driving in Washington and Oregon, because the cops are much more likely to pull you over if you have California plates. And it would be hard for the state of or citizens of the state of California to do anything about that. Or if it turned out that the state of Washington was systematically pulling over people with British Columbia plates for random checks, there's nothing that the citizens of British Columbia could do about that because they are citizens or subjects of a foreign state.
It's the pig wars all over again.
It's the pig wars all over again, yeah. The guy in the pig war couldn't have sued Washington. Washington wasn't a state at the time, it was Oregon Territory. But even if it were Washington State, he wouldn't have been able to sue Washington State. So... I understand where they're coming from. I just think it's wrong. It's this idea that states are above such things, and I don't believe they are.
Yeah. It's like today, where corporations are people. Back then, states were people.
States are better than people.
It's like corporations are better than people nowadays.
I will believe that a corporation is a person when I see one convicted of murder. I understand the purpose of this amendment. I don't like it.
And it passed in less than a year.
Yeah.
They were like, see, even before the turn of the century, this is like, it's like, we gotta get this done, and they did. States
Yeah,
are like,
it passed in the days where the Congress was still very much wealthy landowners.
yeah. So, but also I think. Sorry, I think it's also like at this point, like maybe 13, 12, 13, no, 14, maybe 15 states at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was easier to pass things anyway, but also, this was still, I freely admit that most of the people in Congress today are wealthy landowners. But there are a few who aren't, and also the general public. First off, the voting public is much broader now than it was, 225 years ago, because there are no requirements that you have to be a landowner. There are no requirements that you have to be white. There are no requirements that you have to be male. There are just more, and of course, you can vote 3 years younger. There are more people allowed to vote now as a percentage of the population than there were in 1794. And I think it would be much, much harder to get this through, because I think more people would say, wait a minute, well, what if I am genuinely wronged by another state? And I think there'd be a lot more protest against this sort of thing if they tried it today.
And that's what I tried it back then, but probably not. But
Yes, well,
they knew the future.
Christ, if they knew the future, they'd have written the Second Amendment better.
So, anything else to go over this?
Nope, that's it.
Next, my return will be going to a very, very long one.
Yeah, well. 12th Amendment, passed by Congress December 9th, 1803, ratified June 15th, 1804. Note, a portion of Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution was superseded by the 12th Amendment. The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for president and vice president, one of whom at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name in their ballots the person voted for as president, and in distinct ballots the person voted for as vice president. And they shall make distinct lists of all persons voted for as president, and of all persons voted for as vice president, and the number of votes for each, which lists they shall sign and certify, and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be the president, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if no person have such a majority, then from the persons having the highest number not exceeding 3 on the list of those voted for as president, the House of Representatives shall choose immediately by ballot the president. But in choosing the president, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. And if the House of Representatives shall not choose a president whenever the right of choice shall devolve upon them, before the 4th day of March next following, then the vice president shall act as president, as in the case of death or other constitutional disability of the president. The person having the greatest number of votes as vice president shall be the vice president, if such a number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if no person have a majority, then from the 2 highest numbers on the list, the Senate shall choose the vice president. A quorum for the purpose shall consist of 2/3 of the whole number of senators, and a majority of the whole number shall be necessary to a choice. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States. The section in brackets was superseded by Section 3 of the 20th Amendment. So, okay.
Let's break that down a bit, shall we?
So, this is the Aaron Burr Amendment. Because, you notice this was 1803.
Yeah, this was like the 4th election.
Yeah. In 1802, in 1800, the presidential election was between John Adams and Thomas Jefferson.
No, I think no, I no.
Or 17, yeah.
Yeah.
So 1796 was John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. Do I have that right?
Yeah, Thomas got 2nd place. He was VP.
Yeah, so he was vice president despite being of a different political party. In 1800, Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr were tied in the Congress, despite the fact that nobody really wanted Aaron Burr as president. They wanted him as vice president. There was a consensus that Aaron Burr would, in point of fact, not be a very good president. This is not wrong. Aaron Burr was a nut. So everyone wanted to be sure that this kind of nonsense stopped happening. It made the government less functional if the president and vice president disagreed on things.
You mean that they couldn't get lucky again with a Washington Adams thing again, like they've been the last 3 times?
Well, you know, the thing with Washington was that he didn't really have a political party. You know, and when people voted for Washington, it wasn't because they believed in his policies. It's because, oh, look, it's George Washington. Ooh, don't fall.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, I was wondering the lines that happened still today, like President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Harris.
well, you know, in this case, it would have been Vice President-elect Walz, but yeah. Or no, if it were the runner-up, yeah, no, that would have been, whoa. You know, 8 years ago, President Trump and Vice President Clinton would have been a lot.
President
You know,
Biden.
the system just didn't work. This is the First Amendment of the Constitution that, in my opinion, got passed because part of the Constitution was just broken.
No, I guess even funnier when President Biden, Vice President Trump, where he like we may not get a vote in the Senate.
Yeah. No, it when you start posing these hypotheticals, you start to see why this amendment exists. Because the system as it was set up was just a recipe for disaster.
But it took him 4 times. It took him 4 turns to try it, to do it, to realize this.
Well, the first 2 times don't count. Because it didn't matter who George Washington's vice president was, and everybody knew who was going to be president.
Yeah, but it started mad a little bit with Adams and Jefferson.
Adams and Jefferson, they were like, oh, maybe this doesn't work very well. And then
It can't get any worse, though. Then it got worse.
Yeah. Then with Jefferson and Burr, they realized exactly what was wrong with the system as originally set up. So that was when the amendment got passed to resolve it.
And again, less than a year.
Less than a year. Did not take very long at all. And I mean, it was passed by Congress. It took a while after the 1800 election, but it's clear that the conversation started with the 1800 election.
And it passed before the 1804 election.
Yeah, the 1804 was the first election under which this system was in place, which is, you know...
So, now, question. Do they run separately now, or are they on one ticket?
So the party system in the United States was still evolving in 1800. Because George Washington was actually opposed to the idea of political parties. And in the early days of the country, it was generally believed that political parties would be a temporary situation, because surely nobody would find that many things that they all agreed about. And there would be, well, I agree with this person about, the rate of tariffs, but I agree with this person about, congressional financing of the roads or whatever.
Because I think that's one. The only two parties that I know of were the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists.
So at this point,
and then before that,
Jefferson.
Before that, it was the Rebels and the Loyalists.
Yes, well, Jefferson was officially running. He's considered to be a member of the Democratic Republican Party, which is not to be confused with the current Democratic Party or the current Republican Party. His opponent, Charles Pinckney, was running as a Federalist. But Jefferson was really popular for a whole bunch of reasons. He was, he was Thomas Jefferson, just for starters. And the Louisiana Purchase had happened and was very popular, and the economy was really strong.
After this, it did, but this is before.
Well, this is 1804.
This is before. I mean, the first time.
Oh yeah, no, the first time he basically won because people didn't like John Adams very much. John Adams was obnoxious and disliked.
I was wondering. It says. I think it says, you vote for the president and you vote for the vice president, like two separate elections or something.
Yeah. Technically, it is theoretically possible under the Constitution that we could end up with President Trump and Vice President Walz.
Or vice versa, like President Harris
and Vice President Vance. Yeah, technically that is still theoretically possible. However, since when you are put for the president and vice president on your ballot, the way your state chooses electors is as a slate.
As a group.
It's a ticket. You are voting for two people paired together. So in practical terms, unless you have unfaithful electors, and those would be some bonkers unfaithful electors, you are not going to get a split party presidency and vice presidency anymore.
Right. But technically, it can be. So nothing has been changed.
Ain't nothing in the rules that says it can't happen. It won't, but it could. And it is worth noting that you have to be eligible to be president in order to be vice president, which I don't think is actually in the Constitution. But it means that, for example, all those people who are like, well, Obama could run for vice president. No, he can't. Because he is ineligible to be president again.
So does that mean that rules that? So can someone not foreign-born be vice president then? I mean, not foreign.
You cannot be a non-native born citizen and be vice president, because that would make you not eligible to be president.
Okay, so that okay, that's there. Okay.
Yeah, you can't have Vice President Schwarzenegger. Because
if something happens, you can't be president.
Right. There are a lot of people in politics right now who are not eligible to be president. and they would not be eligible to be vice president. I can't remember how old Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is, but younger than I am. Yeah, born in 1989, which I think... Oh, she is just now eligible. She could have run for president in the most recent election. She turned 35 about a month before the election.
Our first millennial president.
Oh, yeah. We're going to skip right to Gen X, and we're going to end up with her as president. I feel certain of this.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. I talked to my friend about that. I mentioned earlier. There hasn't even been a Gen X president yet.
There's never been a Gen X president. Yeah. I watched a special that tried to claim that Obama was, but he is a boomer. They were fiddling with the generational divide in order to claim Obama.
Like they say he was one of those micro gens between Gen X and Boomer, whatever that's called, the Jones. I think it's called the Jones generation.
Yeah, I have no idea, but he's enough older than I am that he is not Gen X.
Yeah, I claim the Zennial title between X and Millennial.
The sad thing is we're about to get our first Gen X vice president. And he's still a terrible person.
Was Biden a boomer? Or was he like a silent?
Oh gosh,
was he a silent gen before boomer even?
Let's see. He was born. We'll see if the page will load for me. 42. So yeah, so he's silent generation. Trump is a boomer. He was born 46.
So just made the cut.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is depressing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on. Let's move on. Let's see what else is there to talk about. So this is where they talk about the House pick the president if there's no majority. Is that before?
That is already in the Constitution at this point.
Okay.
That is in Article 2.
Okay.
The number of potential candidates has gone down because it was 5 in Article 2, Section 1, and now it's only 3. So, sorry, Green Party, you're still not going to be able to be president even if it goes to the House. Because libertarians generally get more votes than the Green Party.
So at the end of it, talking about the death of presidents at the end part.
Yeah. So it still hadn't happened yet, but it is in the Constitution that the vice president shall act as president. It does not officially say he shall become president, which is a minor distinction, but would become a big thing until we get to the 20th Amendment. It was generally, by the time of the 20th Amendment, accepted that that's what happened, but it's not official that you get sworn in and you are now president. Everybody, we did that, but it wasn't what was said in words in the Constitution. It was clearly very much, well, in practical terms, we have to do it this way. And nobody got around to putting it into an amendment until the whole FDR situation.
And it wasn't even until like this is the 4th election. It wasn't until like the ninth election or the 9th president that this even came up as an issue.
Yeah,
with Harrison and Tyler.
Yeah, William Henry Harrison. He died in 30 days. I wonder how many more people remember Harrison because of The Simpsons than anything else. To be fair, there's not a lot else to remember him for.
Yeah.
because he got sick on his inauguration day and died in 30 days.
Yeah, but actually, I read a thing that was he died of dysentery, not of pneumonia.
He didn't die of pneumonia, it's true, but he did get sick
Yeah.
right around his election day before he had time to do anything.
But yeah, everyone he died because he was staying in the rain too long. He might have affected him, but he died of bad water.
Yeah, he did give the longest inauguration speech in U.S. history. That is true, but it's not what killed him. He died of enteric fever, according to Wikipedia, which is typhoid or paratyphoid. We don't know which one it was because medicine in 1841 was not what it is now.
Or was it? And it wasn't because of a curse.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the curse of Tecumseh.
Because if it was, Reagan, Bush Jr., and Biden broke those curses.
Yeah. Reagan actually came really close several times, and in an era with more primitive medicine, would have died. From being shot, and then he had a couple of tumors removed during his presidency.
Let's see. I think Bush came close during 9/11. Probably that plane was aiming for. I think that plane might be aiming for one of the White House things.
Yeah, but he wasn't in the White House at the time.
He was in Florida.
Yeah, reading to school children. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't blame him for freezing a bit when he heard that news.
Yeah.
But we all know where he was at the time. Except for those idiots who want to know why Obama wasn't in the Oval Office at the time.
Because he wasn't even a senator or
representative. He wasn't even a senator.
Was he representative yet, or not even that?
Well, he was never a U.S. representative. I think he was in the Illinois State House at the time.
Okay.
But, yeah.
So this is a long one. Anything else to talk about, though? Even though
no, the thing is, it's long, but it's mostly rehashing a lot of the stuff that's in Article 2. A lot of the text from this is pretty much the same as text that's in Article 2. It's just being clarified and a few minor changes.
But once again, it was passed and ratified. I don't know how it might take a while to pass because it's 1800, 1803. I don't know how long it takes to pass things in Congress, but
depends on how determined Congress is to get it through.
But between passing it and ratifying it, it was not even a year.
Yeah,
barely 6 months. Well, it was half a year.
Well, once it was established that they were going to fix the situation, they fixed the situation.
So well, next we meet, we'll talk about one I think everyone agrees with, at least
you would hope, but I don't think they do. 13th Amendment, passed by Congress January 31st, 1865, ratified December 6, 1865, so that's my birthday. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction.
The first Civil War amendments.
No, this is during the Civil War.
Oh, the passing part at least.
Well, yeah, it was ratified after, but it passed Congress during the Civil War. The movie Lincoln is about the passing of the 13th Amendment. There are a couple of kind of shaky bits of history in it, but by and large, it's a pretty good version, a pretty good telling of the story. And one of the things that is in it that is true is that it was very, very important to Lincoln that the 13th Amendment get passed before the war ended. There is a lot of talk from a lot of different areas of the political spectrum about how Lincoln didn't really oppose slavery. And as a student of that era, I am here to tell you that that is nonsense. Lincoln was politically astute enough to know that he had to limit how much he talked about his abolition. And Lincoln firmly believed that he, as president, did not have the authority to end slavery, which I would argue he was correct about. But he spent a ton of political capital getting this amendment passed. Bribery, patronage, blackmail, whatever it took, he was going to get this amendment passed, and he was going to get it passed during the war and make ratifying it a requirement for re-entering the Union. This was very important to Lincoln because it needed to be just a simple fact that slavery was over. There needed to be no discussion involved. Slavery was over. There was no more slavery. Except for punishment of crime. We'll get to that in a bit. Because he found slavery personally abhorrent. He knew before the war that was not a politically popular position. He knew during the war that he could not free slaves in the states that did not leave the Union. He, as president, did not have that authority. The Emancipation Proclamation was a war power, and it was about the territories that were in rebellion. So if you were a slave in, Delaware, oh well.
So this, like I said, didn't include the states that were the slave states that remained loyal.
Yeah. Yeah. Slavery in Maryland was still slavery in Maryland at the beginning of the Civil War, and there was nothing that Lincoln could do about that. And if he had tried, Maryland almost certainly would have joined the Confederacy, and then Washington, D.C. would have been surrounded by the Confederacy.
So I don't know if that would make they would make that the capital then if both Maryland and Virginia was gone. I wonder they'd be like, hey, we get to have Washington as our capital then. So
yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to think, but the point is that Lincoln was politically astute enough to not make them make that decision, and he knew that passing through a constitutional amendment was the only way he was going to be able to get slavery abolished. And he knew that the war was in its last days.
yeah.
Everyone knew in 1865 that the war was in its last days. There were Confederate holdouts, but the leadership had to have been aware by that point that they could not win. The Confederacy was going to fight as long as they could, but they couldn't fight much longer. So there was a determined push to get this passed, to make it very, very clear, no, the North had not been fighting over slavery. That's why the South seceded. But the North was fighting to preserve the Union. However, it was going to be a union with no slavery in it.
Yeah, didn't the South states had to ratify the amendment even get back in the Union to begin with?
Yeah.
They had the.
Yeah, in order to rejoin the Union, they had to ratify the 13th Amendment. There could be no slavery in the Union.
However, prison.
Starting in 1865 is the rise of the chain gang. The rise of convict labor in the United States, which is still an issue. And in Jillian's list of ideal constitutional amendments, we would amend the 13th Amendment and eliminate slavery and involuntary servitude as a punishment for crime. There is more merchandise made by convict labor in the United States than people realize. Vast numbers of the firefighters in the United States are convicts. California fights wildfires with convict labor. Now, in your neighborhood... Huh?
I got to mute myself. Someone's coming.
Okay. I'm going to keep going with this. In your neighborhood, the firefighters are not convicts. But in the California wildfire season, they are sending convicts out into the wilderness to fight those wildfires. And those men, by and large, will not be accepted as firefighters when they get out of prison, because of the system we have of not being willing to hire released prisoners. It's appalling and it's wrong. There is a documentary by the wonderful Ava DuVernay called 13th. It is about this situation. I highly recommend that everybody track it down and watch it. I believe it's still on Netflix. In fact, I will check, since I have the time. Yes, it is still on Netflix. It is an extremely powerful documentary, and it talks about the problems with the 13th Amendment and how it continues slavery in the United States. Um, 40.2% of the prison population in the United States is Black Americans. This has been consistently true since the days of Jim Crow and so forth, where Black people were sent to jail for all kinds of offenses that were not something a white person would be sent to jail for. Vagrancy was a big one. And falsely convicted of crimes and so forth. So you would get chain gangs that were, by and large, Black people, mostly former slaves. And obviously the former slave part has changed in the century and a half, nearly century and 3/4 since this point. But it's still a major, major problem. The 13th Amendment doesn't get cited much in Supreme Court cases because everybody thinks of it as being really cut and dried, and it is, except for the punishment for crime clause.
Hey, you still here?
Yep.
Sorry about that. People came in randomly.
Nope,
So
it's fine.
So did you talk about all you talked about while I was gone?
Yeah, I talked about the Ava DuVernay documentary 13th, which people should see. And about how you know, the prison population is majority black and has been since the Civil War, and prison labor in the United States, and yeah.
Had to add a lot of silence out of this video.
Yeah, well, because a lot of people think that this amendment is a really straightforward one, and mostly it is. It's almost never used in Supreme Court cases because slavery and involuntary servitude, that's pretty straightforward. But that clause has caused a lot of problems.
Yeah. What probably wanted to bring up into it is that I did not know. I thought people got paid in prison. That there was some kind of prison payment stuff.
I mean, yes and no. Most prisoners get paid a token amount, but it is far below minimum wage because they don't have to be paid minimum wage because they're prisoners.
Okay.
And there's a certain amount of prison labor that is just unpaid, and you're serving your punishment by, working on a chain gang, for example. A lot of California wildfires are fought by quote unquote volunteer prison firefighters.
Right.
Who, as I said while you were gone, then are unable to get jobs in fire departments because they have a prison record.
They can, quote, volunteer for it. They can't get paid for it.
Yeah, well, and a lot of them wouldn't even be able to pass the background check to join a volunteer fire department when they got out of prison. But they are helping to prevent California from just burning to the ground.
That sounds like something that that one movie was it. I think it was Backdraft, where the guy in charge or the fire department was the guy shutting the fires.
Well, that's based on a true story. Not the movie as a whole, but there was there was an arson investigator in California back in the 70s and 80s who was an arsonist. There's a memorial scholarship at my high school named after a kid from my high school who died in one of the fires that guy set. Jimmy Tima, by all accounts, a very nice guy. So the Jimmy Tima Memorial Scholarship goes to the nicest person of your graduating class. The only person who was surprised by who got it my senior year was the guy who got it, which we felt kind of proved the point. But while it is true that a lot of prison labor gets paid, most of what they get paid is not a minimum wage. And
so more like, is it even less than a tipped employee gets?
Yeah, it's less than tipped employees get. And I'm pretty sure they don't get to say, I don't want to work. It is my understanding that you just do the work.
And after this, they started doing it started the sharecroppers era.
Well, yeah, sharecroppers are not slaves, but how sharecropping worked was the land of these plantations was still owned by the families that had owned them before the war. And cotton is, or was, even once with the invention of the cotton gin, cotton was still a very labor-intensive crop because at the time it still had to be picked by hand. And it had to be hoed by hand. And a lot of the machines that worked when you were cultivating, say, wheat, didn't work when you were cultivating cotton. So these families had enormous tracts of land. They often did not have a lot of money because they had invested all of their money in Confederate currency, which, you know. And so they would, quote unquote, rent parcels of their land out to former slave families, and the slave families would pay them a share of their crops, hence sharecropper. However,
Sorry, I was gonna say, is that kind of like what they did with the fiefdoms back in the peasant days, or the
not unlike,
like the serfs?
yeah, and the thing is unlike serfs, sharecroppers could, in theory at least, pick up and move. Serfs, there were all kinds of laws binding you to the property where you were born. And in theory, that wasn't true with sharecroppers, but in practice, because you only had money once a year when your crops came in, you would be buying from a company store. And you would go into debt the whole year buying things from that store, and you could only pay them back when your crop came in. And because the cotton gin was owned by, you know, the person whose land you were working on, or his cousin, or, you know, someone else who was deeply invested in the system, you weren't getting paid what your cotton was worth. Which meant that sharecroppers were almost always in debt to the person whose land they were sharecropping on. So they couldn't get ahead. And if you left the land, you better go far away where they're not going to be able to track you down, because otherwise they'll come after you for what you owe. And fun fact, they might put you in jail for skipping out on your debt, which means you're back to involuntary servitude. So it was a corrupt system that was basically a replacement for slavery.
All right. Cool. That put up all my questions I had like 20 minutes ago. Right, get interrupted.
Yeah, well.
Right.
So technically the 13th Amendment ended slavery in the United States, but there are enormous numbers of loopholes. The sweatshop system on a lot of the U.S. property or territories is in a 13th Amendment loophole. Those people aren't technically being held in slavery
Or involuntary servitude.
But the system that they're working in is the next best thing. And Congress has taken no interest in fixing that.
Yeah, I would hope at least our sweatshops in our territory that aren't being stalked by kids, at least, hopefully.
The labor laws of the United States don't generally hold as much sway in the territories. So while I'm pretty sure child labor is still illegal in, for example, the Northern Marianas Islands, I'm only pretty sure. I've read some stuff about what conditions are like there, and it's shameful that we allow it to continue happening.
Of course, then again, I don't think this was child labor was a thing until very recently. Last century, I think.
Child labor was ongoing well past the 13th Amendment. Child labor is constitutional. There's no constitutional amendment against child labor. That's all just laws. And it is federal laws under, interstate commerce, which means that they are legally, constitutionally binding federal laws. But if the incoming Congress decides, well, maybe we don't need child labor laws in the United States, as we know, children yearn for the mines, then child labor will once again be legal, and we will see children doing a lot of these jobs because their parents can't afford for them not to.
Tell up to Zane and Sandy, guys, can you quit school? Get to work now.
Yeah. Well, as I told Dapper, I can't send them to the mines. We're on volcanic land here. We don't really have mines. But there are lumber camps, I'm sure. So, a lot of the labor laws in the United States are closing loopholes left by the 13th Amendment, or else determinedly leaving those loopholes open.
Yeah. And hopefully the Supreme Court were like, oh, that's illegal now. Sorry. You have to...
Yeah, I'm not counting on it with the current court. And I mean, the practically enslaved workers in the Marianas Islands can't sue because that's suing the federal government. And the federal government has to let you sue. And a lot of them are not U.S. citizens. So it's a messy, complicated, grim situation. That, right. Again, if Jillian could pass amendments, we would fix by constitutional amendment.
Get on. Oh, not this Congress, obviously. Next Congress, get on it.
Next Congress needs to do some serious work with the Constitution.
Or maybe this Congress, I would say maybe this Congress will surprise us, hopefully in a good way, not a bad way.
Yeah.
Especially with, remember, talking about next time.
Yeah. The 14th Amendment, passed by Congress June 13th, 1866, ratified July 9th, 1868. And we'll get into why there's that gap in a minute. And this is going to be multiple slides, so bear with us, folks. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. So we're going to start with why it took the time to be ratified. Because this one passed Congress after the war was over. And in order to regain representation in Congress, the states of the Confederacy had to ratify this amendment. And they did not want to. Which is why it was so easy to pass it relative to getting it ratified, because the states of the Confederacy weren't involved in passing it. They needed to ratify it, and they did not want to, because the practical purpose of this was, the intention of this was declaring black men, let's be fair, citizens.
And this was a callback to, I'm guessing, the Dred Scott case.
Yes. Yes. This made black people in the United States worthy of all protections accorded to white people legally. In practice, I don't think we're there yet. But legally, black people and white people were, by purposes of the 14th Amendment, equal. And that was...
And this also starts the thing that they want to overturn now, is where if you're born here, you're a citizen.
Yes. If you are born in the United States, you're a citizen. You know, there's a lot of talk about, oh, well, I'm gonna overturn that by executive act. You can't. The only way to undo birthright citizenship in the United States is by amending or repealing the 14th Amendment. And don't get me wrong, there are a lot of people who would love to do just that. They do not like this amendment.
Yeah, because the problem with that is, if you can do that for, say, babies born crossing the border, what's the deal for doing that to your political opponents?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like making slippery slope arguments. But repealing any part of the 14th Amendment is inherently a slippery slope. It is intended to end protections for people, to make it easier to make changes, to keep control. And they don't like the birthright citizenship clause, but they don't like any of this amendment. They want to take away rights from people they don't like.
Yeah, I think one of the courts came after this was that Chinese guy case where they didn't want him in the country, but he was born here.
Yeah,
this was the case. I forget what exactly called. It was like, I forget what the case was called. I used to know it. You know what I mean, right? That one case.
Yeah, United States v. Wong Kim Ark.
Yeah. It's like, I was born here. Like, you can get in, but
Wong Kim Ark was born in the United States and therefore was legally a citizen. He was prevented from coming back into the United States under the Chinese Exclusion Act. And he was like, excuse you, I was born here. A lot of other countries don't do birthright citizenship. The United States does, and it is a result of slavery. Because it is phrased this way for the express purpose of making all black people in the United States citizens.
because like we mentioned a few slides ago, I forget which one it was, the Tawny case, where like you have a right here. You're a black guy. You have no rights here.
Yeah. I mention Tawny a lot because it's relevant. But this is a direct superseding of Dred Scott. The Dred Scott case could not be found the same way once the 14th Amendment was passed, which, Tawny didn't live to see. Boy, it would have pissed him off. Because he was born in the United States, therefore he was a citizen, therefore he was entitled to equal protection under the law. And since the 14th Amendment has been passed, most Supreme Court litigation has involved the 14th Amendment in some way. Because the second part, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, means, for the first time, the Constitution applies to the states.
Oh yeah, before we talked about that in the First Amendment, that like the Bill of Rights only applied to federal people.
Yeah, Bill of Rights only applied on a federal level. There could be an official state religion. in your state. You know, somebody could decide to make all of Massachusetts Episcopalian. They could decide to make all of Georgia Baptist. They could decide to make all of Hawaii Buddhist. These would all have been legally, I mean, not the Hawaii one because Hawaii wasn't a state yet, but you know what I mean. All of that would have been doable before the 14th Amendment. Once the 14th Amendment passes, a lot of state laws are getting struck down because they violate some part of the Constitution.
Yeah, because we talked about the 11th Amendment. I think this is the start of the states losing some power.
Yeah, the states lose a fair amount of power under the 14th Amendment, which I would argue goes to the individual, not the federal government. Because it's stuff that the federal government was already prohibited from doing. A sampling of cases from the Equal Protection Clause are things like Brown versus Board of Education, Loving v. Virginia, sadly Bush v. Gore, but we're not getting into that. Reed versus Reed held that women had to be protected under the law as being equal to men. There was an Idaho law that said that men had to be preferred over women in administrating estates, and appointed the husband over the wife. And the wife sued on the grounds that that was some hot garbage. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was involved in that one.
Yeah, cough drop.
Hernandez v. Texas, which found that Mexican Americans were systematically excluded from juries in Texas. And Texas argued that because Mexicans were white, they didn't qualify for Equal Protection Clause.
Okay.
The Supreme Court disagreed with that, which is why you get questions about whether you're of Hispanic origin on census forms. Now, the Supreme Court has found the wrong way sometimes. Plessy v. Ferguson was a 14th Amendment case. That was wrong.
So I remember this, but yeah, like this at least this part right here is the one they've been talking about, like repelling or want to get rid of.
Yeah. 14th Amendment is one of the ones that a lot of, it's hard to call them conservatives, but you know, whatever, talk about wanting to get rid of, partially because of the naturalization, you know, the birthright citizenship. Partially because they want states to be able to make whatever the hell laws they want. Partially,
if the states agree with them,
right? If the states agree with them, partially because they want to get rid of equal protection, because equal protection more and more favors minority groups.
Yeah,
and they don't like that.
I've heard before. It's an immigrant can come over here, have a baby, and that baby has all the rights. That baby has all the rights.
Yeah, the so-called anchor baby idea. Yeah. Other important cases found under the substantive due process, which is the you can't deprive people of life, liberty, or property without due process. Griswold v. Connecticut, the lamented Roe v. Wade, Oberfell v. Hodges. These are some very important cases. Because it really, really matters that everybody be protected from the government. You know, this is going back to our old theme of anti-tyranny. You cannot, as a state, take away life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And taking away my right to marry who I want to is taking away my liberty.
Via different color or different same sex.
I mean, yeah, I would argue that the marriage penalty for disability is a violation of the 14th Amendment. Of course, people on disability can't afford to sue about it, and I wouldn't try with this court anyway. But I would argue that I'm having my liberty and property denied by not letting me get married without losing my benefits. So a lot of case law involves and we haven't even finished with the 14th Amendment yet. And we've still got a ton of really important case law to how the United States looks today, tied up on just this one slide. The First and 14th Amendments are two of the most active amendments as far as Supreme Court cases.
Yeah.
So let's
looking ahead, the next one. I think the next one fixes the 3/5.
Yes. This part is less frequently cited. Representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed, which, again, I don't. Yeah. But when the right to vote at any election for the choice of electors for President and Vice President of the United States, representatives in Congress, the executive and judicial officers of a state, or the members of the legislature thereof, is denied to any of the male inhabitants of such state, being 21 years of age, and that's two clauses that have been altered, and citizens of the United States, or in any way abridged except for participation in rebellion or other crime. We'll get back to that. The basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such state. So this is very, very strictly limiting things to male citizens. The word male is in here repeatedly. And that is because women's suffrage was starting to be an issue. And if they didn't put the word male in, with the statement in the previous slide that anyone born in the United States was a citizen, that was an obvious, therefore women are citizens. Because, friends, therefore women are citizens.
Can't have that.
Yeah. And so this slide is intended to allow for black men to vote while not allowing white women to vote.
Yeah. Well, they still have more room to go for officially do that, but it was laying the groundwork for it.
Well, I mean, it's very, very clear that they can't deny the vote to male inhabitants of the state. But if you want to deny it to female inhabitants of the state, there's nothing in this amendment that says you can't. we'll get to that.
But like I said, mainly this first part of it is overturning the 3/5 compromise.
Yeah, the whole number of persons. Full stop. Except for Indians not taxed, which is its own conversation that I am not qualified to have. No more 3/5. Each person who counts as a whole person.
So I guess after this point, the Southern state representation went up a whole lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it did. And there was a lot of voter suppression to make the representation go up without making the black people have a say. So that it increased the power of the white Southern leading class. And a lot of the fight in the 60s would be the attempt to keep the power that they had stolen from the black population of the state, which was explicitly given to the black population of the state in the 14th Amendment. Those Confederate statues that people don't want taken down were put up as part of voter suppression to remind the black people and the white people, we literally fought a war to keep this power. What do you think we'll do to you? You need to know your place. These are our heroes. Not, there's no statues of Grant in the South.
That's funny. It's like it's funny. They're like, when people complain about tearing down statues destroys history. Like, no one was complaining about when we tore down the statue of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. No one's like, that's not history. Yeah. That's not a history thing. No, tear it down. No, we tore down.
Well, and I have to tell you, I'm not an expert on metallurgy, but I know enough to know that those are really cheap statues, and they're going to start coming down on their own not too much further. I'm surprised most of them are still standing. The metal on those is really bad.
And no one cared when we tore down the statue of George III during the American Revolution, to make bullets, like no one complained, like, oh my God, that's a history statue, don't tear it down.
Yeah. What's the first thing that we do when we take over a city in time of war? We tear down the statues. That's what we do. You lose the war, your statues come down. That is tradition. And what happened instead was these statues got put up in case people, black people in the South started thinking that they might have 14th Amendment rights.
I didn't really think about that until recently, that these statues, the people brought up to me that these statues are people, literally traitors.
Yeah. Yeah. You notice that it is considered perfectly acceptable to take away people's right to vote in case of rebellion. If you participate in a rebellion, it is legally acceptable to take away your right to vote. And in fact, it was something that was practically expected, and it didn't end up happening. And the history of the United States would have been very, very different if it had.
We'll get into more of that in the next section.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying, the pardons that got issued let people think they could get away with rebellion. And we are recording this on January 7th. So it's kind of hard not to draw parallels at this moment.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, it's 4 years past the famous January 6th, but 4 years and a day past the famous January 6th. So, yeah.
So are you? So the loser of this election isn't going around saying storm the Capitol. You're saying
That's what I'm saying. You know, a friend of mine posted something on Facebook yesterday about how she's not storming the Capitol because she's so demure and mindful. I'm like, yeah, also we'd have to travel, and I have bad knees. But the fact is it is my opinion that we should be invoking that participation in rebellion clause and removing the vote from people who are convicted of that particular crime. And those people are not guilty of trespassing, they're guilty of treason. They were trying to overthrow a legal election because they didn't like the results. That is treason, friends. That is rebellion, and they should lose their right to vote. Instead, a lot of them want to get rid of the 14th Amendment. I don't think they think about this section of it. I think they're mostly angry about the last slide. But since most of them haven't read their Constitution, who even knows?
And maybe the next slide too.
Yeah. Well, you know, someone once asked Jordan Klepper if he'd read the Constitution, and he said, yeah, it's not very long. And they were like, wait, really? He's like, no, it's a fairly short document. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of vice president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. And they did.
Yeah, because I think this was because I remember correctly, some former Southerners were coming back like, "Hey, we're back, guys."
Yeah.
Back in the Senate, back in the House, just like nothing ever happened.
Yeah.
Like, and they're like, no.
Yeah. It was intended to keep former Confederates out of the government. And it should have. And there are a lot of people serving in positions of you know, trust and authority in the government today who should be kicked out for participation in a rebellion. And if we had done that in the last 4 years, if we had paid attention to the 14th Amendment, we could be in a very different place right now. Because there are 2 Supreme Court justices who, at the very least, are married to people who called for insurrection and didn't speak out against them. There are people in Congress today who gave a tour of the Capitol to people who later invaded it. And that is aid and comfort. Sure, they ran away when the building was invaded, but they still bear some of the responsibility for what happened. There are people who gave speeches encouraging what happened that day, one of whom is about to once more take the highest office in this land. These people are traitors. They should not have the right to vote, and they should not be allowed to hold office in this country. They gave oaths to support the Constitution, and they engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same. They want to pretend that they didn't. They are claiming that they were trying to overturn an illegitimate election. But they weren't. They were mad because a majority of people liked the other guy better. And I'm mad because a majority of people who voted liked the other guy better in this election and in the one 8 years ago.
But we didn't call for the end of the country when we lost.
Yeah. I was mad in 84. I was mad in 88. I was mad in 2000. I was mad in 2004. I was mad in 2016. I'm mad now. I have never stormed the Capitol. I have cried. I have raged. I have written angry articles. I have written to my assorted elected representatives. But I have always worked within the system.
Yeah. We at least as I don't know. At least as far as I'm concerned, at least as me, I don't know. But I'm guessing. I'm assuming you too. We haven't declared fraud. Not paying attention to this. Not legal president. Whatever. We listen to him.
Like I believe
we might not want to listen to him, but we do because he's legally the president.
Yeah, I believe that Bush v. Gore was a flawed ruling, and I can argue the constitutional case for that. But it was found the way it was, and I'm surly about it, and I've been surly about it for, a quarter century now.
25 years.
But
that was my first election, presidential election.
Technically, it was mine too because California lost my absentee ballot application, so I didn't get to vote in '96 because I was living in Washington but still registered in California.
But you're legally 18 at the time.
But I was legally, I was well 18 at the time.
I was 16 at the time of it was Clinton and Dole. I think it was Dole. Yeah, Dole.
Yeah. I was just shy of my 20th birthday by a month for the 96 election. And couldn't vote and was very upset.
I was just shy of my 17th birthday, that election.
So, the thing is nobody says you don't get to be angry when the person you voted for doesn't win. You're allowed to be angry. You're allowed to be upset. You're even allowed to feel that there was a systemic issue. If, for example, you live in a place that's got some gerrymandering issues, you are absolutely allowed to believe that gerrymandering contributed to the way an election went, because it probably did. You are allowed to feel that there is some kind of voter suppression in your area, because there might be.
But you're not trying to overthrow the government because of it.
Yeah. What you need to do is get enough people together to do something about it. Even the Supreme Court, even the current Supreme Court, has found certain districting unconstitutional because of how blatantly gerrymandered it is.
Again, I brought this up it happened right after the election when it started, but we literally voted not to end gerrymandering in our state.
Yeah, well, fortunately, my state is considered a shining beacon for how not to gerrymander. Um,
Gotta love Ohio sometimes.
yeah. Ohio, you fail us so often. What's wrong? How can I help?
I don't know. Get rid of that. Get rid of that museum that's right near on our border. Maybe first of all,
Yeah, well,
but that's a Kentucky thing technically.
did you know that there is a Confederate memorial in Washington State down near Portland?
No.
I've been stuck in traffic near it a few times. You can see it from the freeway.
Yes, I think I understand. You know, I understand. No, I don't understand it still, but at least southern states that they were from them. Why the hell are northern states Confederate sympathizers? I don't understand that.
Racism?
Well, that's probably a main reason, but yeah, Ohio.
That's the short answer. No,
Yeah,
and the
Ohio.
thing is,
Union State. Let's support the Confederacy. Like what?
there are some people who have been convinced by the lost cause mythology and believe it's a states' rights issue and blah, 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 because they were educated badly. But for most people who are Confederate sympathizers in the North, it's racism. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, I'm a Confederate sympathizer and I'm not a racist, and maybe do a little self-reflection, because either yes, you are, or maybe don't sympathize with the Confederacy. Go thou and watch Checkmate Lincolnites and learn about how much the Confederacy was about racism.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, a lot of the 14th Amendment wouldn't have been necessary if there hadn't been the racist black people aren't citizens.
I have to admit this now. When I was younger, in my younger days, I would say a sympathizer, but we used to play Civil War a lot, and me and my friends were the Lees and the Jacksons back in my younger days, in my preteen days. So I used to be a bad person.
I mean, you know, you and I aren't far removed from the days when Dukes of Hazzard was on the air.
Yeah.
So, you know, their car, the General Lee, with the Confederate flag painted on it. Like, we could have a long conversation about portrayals of the Civil War in the United States. And I'd be perfectly willing to, because I have a lot to say on that subject.
Yeah, I saw this old cartoon where they had Tweety as this Confederate, the good guy, and Sylvester with the Union being the bad guy.
Though there is one where Yosemite Sam is the Confederate and Bugs is a Yankee. I like that one better.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's an argument that
we've all had our days that were like, but some of us grew up.
Yeah, the thing is there's no shame in having held stupid beliefs. Welcome to being human. The shame is when you don't learn from them. And we as a nation have not learned from the reason we have a 14th Amendment in the first place. We let a bunch of Confederates hold office, even though they had been in active rebellion against the United States. And if we hadn't done that, that would have changed a whole bunch of things going forward.
Yeah, at the end it says Congress by 2/3 of both houses, Senate, and can like let them come back in. Like, obviously, I guess they did.
Yeah, they did.
That's a super majority too, not just a simple 50% thing. This was like a 66, 67 for the Senate, or like, well, not 67 at the time, but it was less, but still super majority.
At the urging of Ulysses S. Grant, there was an Amnesty Act passed in 1872, which removed the disqualification from all but the most senior Confederates. In 1898, during the Spanish-American War, another law was passed that broadened it. They posthumously lifted the disqualification from Robert E. Lee in 1975 and Jefferson Davis in 1978.
But they'd been dead at that point.
Oh, they were well dead, but that's, yeah. Once it was actually used when someone who was a socialist was trying to get into the government. And yeah, pretty much everyone who's actually in Congress remained in Congress. An appeals court ruled that it only applied to people who committed constitutionally wrongful acts before 1872. Which is ludicrous. There is a guy out in New Mexico who was banned as the leader of a group that was part of the insurrection. But, yeah, pretty much everyone who was part of that rebellion was allowed back in Congress. We're moving on because it's too depressing.
All right.
The validity of the public debt of the United States, authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned. But neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of resurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss or emancipation of any slave, but all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. So, Union veterans got pensions. Congress didn't have to pay a dime for Confederate pensions. And all of those slaves that were freed, they didn't have to pay a dime to the slave owners for. Those are illegal debts.
Yeah, I think in some of the northern states before it ended, in the northern states they tried to like do what's it called, pay the freed slave.
Yeah. There was before the Civil War, there was an idea that you could pay the slave owners to emancipate their slaves and end slavery that way.
And I think some of the northern states didn't do that. I think. Yeah. But at this point, you had your chance. Too late for you now.
Yeah, there were ways that we could have ended this without a rebellion. You chose rebellion, ergo, you're paying for it. Literally. The states still owe all of the debt that they incurred as rebellion, as rebel territories. Individuals owe all of the debt that they incurred as rebels. The United States doesn't have to pay for it.
Now, here it says, but I'm assuming the states themselves, they wanted it, they could pay. The states could pay the people if they wanted to. The federal government is not going to.
Yeah, and there were people who got Confederate pensions, but they were not federal pensions. Confederate pensions got paid surprisingly late. Alabama granted them in 1867 for veterans who had lost arms or legs. Um, 1886, they began granting pensions to widows. 1891, it was indigent veterans or their widows. So, yeah, the states themselves were issuing these pensions. Some of them beginning surprisingly late. Kentucky began granting pensions in 1912.
Well, technically, Kentucky was a Union state.
Sure.
Still
Likewise,
slaves-
Missouri, 1911.
Still a slave state, but they were quote
Yeah.
unquote a loyal slave state.
Yeah, Oklahoma was 1915. So these are very clearly states that are trying to make a point by issuing Confederate pensions. This is more Jim Crow stuff. The states that were actually Confederate, that's all the, let's, wow. In 1915, Arkansas began granting pensions to the widows and mothers of Confederate veterans.
Mothers, were they even still alive at this point?
I was going to say, you have to figure they weren't granting them to many mothers, starting in 1915. But
I think maybe some soldiers still alive by that point still, but the parents.
Yeah, like the widows, okay, but the mothers is the surprising part. So yeah, the states would pay them. The federal government was not and did not. If you lived long enough, you got Social Security, but that's it.
So of all of these so far that we've seen, these 4 sections, I think mainly maybe it's the first and third section they want to overturn. Second and fourth, maybe, I don't know.
I mean, the second, I don't think they know about the second, mostly. And I don't think they know about the fourth either. And the fourth is one that I will say, yeah, that's primarily a Civil War thing. Though I do think that, if you have debt because you went and invaded the Capitol 4 years ago, sucks to be you.
So maybe this one too, maybe a little bit. If the fourth one, second one, I doubt they will overturn it, but I won't put it past them. 3/5 compromise. But I think mainly it's the first and third one they want to overturn.
Yeah, and if you ask them, they only know about a few of the bits from the first one. I don't think most of them know anything past birthright citizenship, maybe, and Constitution applies to states now, maybe. And a lot of them want states' rights to oppress people back.
So we talked about this a lot, and we talked about the fifth article.
Mm-hmm.
It's a chance of the current state houses and the current Senate that 2/3 that the 14th Amendment could be overturned.
Yeah,
there is a chance.
There is a chance. I don't think it will happen. I really don't think they've got the numbers to do it.
I appreciate that they don't have a super majority in Congress to do it, because you need the 2/3 of both houses to do this. But I'm not sure. That one I'm not sure about. If they do that, I'm not sure about the 3/4 of the state houses though.
Yeah, they would not get it through the U.S. the various states. There's no way that 3/4 of the states would pass overturning the 14th Amendment, but I don't think they've got the numbers to do it in Congress either, because I think there are enough Republican senators who worry about their legacies.
Yeah. like I
and
said,
B, see the real problems that would come from doing this.
yeah, because like I said, because this is a 2/3 super majority, not just
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you need all of the Republicans plus a few of the Democrats too. That
Yeah. Yeah. They simply do not have the numbers, and you cannot do it by executive order. Executive order does not outweigh the Constitution. It says so in the Constitution.
I'm probably gonna try. I'm guessing.
Oh, I'm sure he's going to try, but
The problem is, will they let him do it? With the current Congress and the current Supreme Court, they say, "Oh, you can't do that," or they're like, "Okay, don't care."
No, I think that is a bridge too far for almost the entirety of our Supreme Court. You'd hope that Clarence Thomas would see the problem with it, but I'm not counting on that.
But no, I don't know. He claims he's doing it because of his president. The president that can do what he wants to do if he has the presidential power. So he has presidential power now.
Yeah, Clarence Thomas is surprisingly ignorant about constitutional history. You would think a man whose entire marriage is based on things like the 14th Amendment would be really hesitant about overruling the 14th Amendment. But you would also think that a man whose entire marriage is based on the unspoken right to privacy would be wary about overruling the right to privacy, but here we are. But there's no way you could get Roberts to allow a president to overdo parts of the Constitution. He would not do that.
Is he the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice?
He's the Chief Justice. The thing is he will allow executive orders that skirt the boundaries, but he's not going to allow a presidential by executive order to amend the Constitution. There's no way he would let that happen. I don't think most of the justices would let that happen. There's two I'm hesitant about.
Yeah.
But there's a majority who would not stand for it.
Like I said, when we're recording this, it's January 7th. So when we upload this, we will come back to see the comment section to see if our predictions were correct. Because this is probably uploaded way after Trump goes in office.
Yeah.
We'll see if we heard. Hopefully, we were right. We'll see.
Yeah. We got one more slide here?
Nope.
15th Amendment is next. Okay.
Right,
so that is.
Hopefully, you can tell us in the comment section if we were right or not about this.
Yeah.
We'll see you for the final of the Civil War Amendment.
15th Amendment, passed by Congress February 26, 1869, ratified February 3rd, 1870. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on condition of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. There were a lot of laws across the South that wanted to ban people whose grandfathers hadn't voted from voting. Or you have to pay a poll tax unless your grandfather voted. Or things along those lines. That's where the term grandfathered in comes from. Your grandfather could do it, therefore you can do it. And of course, the people who were affected by these laws, their grandfathers had been slaves.
Their fathers had been slaves. Their fathers had been slaves.
They had been slaves. It's 1869. Everybody had been slaves. So they didn't qualify because they couldn't pay the poll taxes. They couldn't pass the literacy taxes. They couldn't whatever you want to say. And that was, an attempt to get around, no, you have to let black people vote. Black men.
Yeah. The follow through, however, isn't that great. However,
Yeah. Yeah. And this is another one where I would argue that the biggest debate about this right now is ex-felons. And of course, the Voting Rights Act. The current Supreme Court believes that voting in this country is fair and is not denied or abridged by race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Yeah, real fast. Later, obviously, but race, color, nothing about sex. However, just
No, we're still allowed to prevent women from voting.
yeah. I mentioned this in the read this amendment. It said the black people can technically vote. Doesn't think about trying to stop them, like with the KKK or the whatever.
Yeah, voter suppression is still very much a thing.
But actively, they can vote.
Legally, the country and the state have to let them vote. In practical terms, there are still enormous barriers to voting in a lot of minority communities.
Yeah, like I think was it 2020 or something. The you can't give out water in the line of thing in Georgia.
Yeah, you can't give water to people standing in line to vote. Voter ID laws actually are disproportionately affecting minority populations because, for example, DMVs get closed in minority communities. And the list of what counts as an ID that you can use to vote is weighted towards white people. I believe it was Texas where you couldn't use a student ID as an ID at the polling place, but you could use a concealed carry permit. And that is bananas. And should be the other way around. And I say this as a person who, while working retail at the Renaissance Fair, has taken library cards, people's membership cards in the medieval organization, because nobody would bother to forge that. It's not a photo ID, but you wouldn't bother to forge it, so I'll accept it. As far as I was, there was one guy who tried to show me his ID, and I looked at him and I was like, James, I know your license plate number. And he was like, oh, that's a good point. And to be fair, in that case, it's because I knew him personally, but literally, I knew his license plate number, and that was good enough for me. But voter ID laws are still intended as voter suppression for underprivileged communities. The fact that you have to have a state ID or driver's license and a student ID doesn't count disenfranchises college students because many of them have not had the time or ability to get over to transfer their state ID from the state where they were born to the state where they now live and are registered to vote, but they do have a student ID. Because of course they do. They give you those. The fact that it costs money to get a driver's license or a state ID card can be disenfranchising. If you can't afford that in your budget, if it's a choice between I can have a valid driver's license or my kids can have shoes, you're going to take the shoes. And I am poor enough so that I can tell you, yes, however little a driver's license costs in your community, that can be the difference between your kids having shoes and your kids not having shoes.
Yeah, and recently, I don't know if it was a federal thing or Ohio thing, but I think a new ID that lets me fly on airplanes now, a special state ID.
Yeah.
For
I don't have that because you have to go through extra hoops in Washington State to get it, and I haven't done that yet. And we've privatized our DMV here to a ridiculous extent. I have deep feelings on this issue.
Yeah.
You know, our state doesn't conduct driver's tests anymore. You have to pay a private private driving school to take your driver's test. And that is disenfranchising, because what if you can't afford to do that? When I got my driver's license, I think it was $7 through the state. And I don't think it's $7 to do it now, because you have to go through a private organization. It's now $25 for a learner's permit in Washington State. And it's $72 to get your first driver's license. $100 if you want the enhanced driver's license. And that's without the driving test fee, which varies from from location to location. So that is prohibitive for a lot of people. That is just not acceptable.
All men 21 and over can technically vote now.
Yeah, in the United States, as of February 3rd, 1870, all men 21 and over could vote.
But yeah,
And
it took almost a year, but it less than a year.
yeah. Hold on. No, you're missing a clause on the slide.
Okay.
Because we have section 2, which is the Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
I know if I add that or not. That was important enough to add.
Well, it's where the authority for the Voting Rights Act comes from.
Okay. Sorry, people. We'll fix the editing.
Yeah. It is why Congress is able to pass laws to say, you know, hey, maybe you can't have poll taxes. Maybe you can't have literacy tests. Maybe, you know, whatever. And currently, the Supreme Court held that the most recent version of the Voting Rights Act was unconstitutional on the grounds of being unnecessary, which, you know, funnily enough, the only justice of color who believed that was Clarence Thomas, who, yeah. But it does mean that you, as a citizen, have the right to expect the federal government to protect your right to vote. Whether they do or not, well, that's a different question.
All right. When we return, we will talk about the next big gap between amendments.
Yes. The 16th Amendment, passed by Congress July 2nd, 1909, ratified February 3rd, 1913, so it's taking longer these days. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration. So this one is overturning an actual part of the Constitution. This is where we get some of our blue text. Because this is saying, instead of
Tariffs,
which are bad, and excise taxes, we are going to actually have the tax apportioned by income, by how much you have earned. So that the tax is weighted by how much you can afford to pay instead of how much or how many people there are in your state.
Yeah. So real fast, before we get to the meat of this, I got to point out, it's been 40 years, the last amendment.
Yeah. The last three were all
response to the Civil War. Those are the Reconstruction Amendments. And before that, it had been, the Constitution is broken in how we elect the president, let's fix that. So it had been 60 years. Starting in the Civil War, actually, the idea of an income tax was becoming more popular because it makes more sense. I have a really hard time with people who don't get why income tax is actually a good thing. And I think in most cases it's because they don't want the federal government to have money. But we really do need that money to run a federal government. Like, we've relied on our federal government for more than a lot of people realize, I think. And yeah, there are a lot of departments that a lot of people don't think we need. But we can't maintain the Department of Defense at its current level without income tax. And a lot of the people who are anti-income tax are pro-military. And you have to pick one of those. We cannot make enough on the taxes that were permitted under the original text of the Constitution to afford our current military. It just does not work. And almost every tax that isn't an income tax, poor people pay more of their income than rich people do. I have been ride or die for years that Washington State needs to abolish their state sales tax and replace it with a state income tax. Because our current tax structure in Washington State is one of the most regressive in the nation. Because we have property tax and we have sales tax, and for the average citizen, that's practically it. Gas tax and cigarette tax, things like that. But it's all direct taxes onto the consumer, not income tax.
Now, this is the amendment I think that got both Al Capone and Kent Hovind, right?
Yes.
Put them both in the section.
Al Capone wasn't declaring his illegal income on his taxes. And there have been people who have argued that the Fifth Amendment prevents them from having to do that because it would be self-incrimination, which is probably why the from whatever source derived clause is in the 16th Amendment. But what with one thing and another, they weren't getting him on any of the other stuff he was manifestly guilty of. But
murder, whatever,
smuggling,
whatever,
fraud. RICO wasn't a thing yet, but they couldn't, But the accountants were able to go through what he was declaring as income and, other documentation and be like, yeah, this guy's not paying his share of taxes. And so that's how Al Capone ended up in Alcatraz, because Alcatraz was a federal prison. Tax evasion is a federal charge.
Yeah, you're seeing this one Batman skit on YouTube where it's like, Joker was like, Batman, the Batman, I'll take him on any date. The IRS, no, thank you.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with, The problem right now is that the IRS is underfunded, deliberately so. Every attempt to put in more IRS agents has gotten certain people to freak out because they don't realize that it's a lot cheaper and easier to audit you than it is to audit Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. Because your finances are so simple. You have a job. You have a bank account. That's pretty much it. We don't have to worry about your offshore holdings. We don't have to worry about your stock. We don't have to worry about, any of that. The paperwork is simple. It takes one person maybe a few days, and your audit is done. But for someone with millions to billions of dollars, it's a lot of work to do an audit. So the IRS basically just doesn't. The proportion of people,
Sorry, go on. I was going to say something, but
the proportion of poor people being audited to rich people is badly skewed at this point. And it's sheer practicality on the IRS's part.
yeah. However, that is how they got our favorite creationist a few years ago.
Yes. Yeah, he was not paying his withholding for his employees. And I'm not a tax accountant. I know a guy who does taxes, but I don't, like I could file a basic 1040, and that is the extent of my tax ability for the most part. But he was very firm, and then they found out that he was doing things in increments of $10,000 because that's how much you can do before it starts triggering the notice of the tax authorities. And that's illegal, because of course it is. So they got him on that too. But it's a lot harder to get really rich people on tax issues because their finances are so complicated. And one of the things that was going to happen if Harris had won was that she was going to hire IRS agents specifically to go after the wealthy, because it needs to be more even-handed that way.
Because right now there are a lot of what you call loopholes.
Yeah. There are a lot of loopholes, and there are a lot of people that are almost certainly violating the law, but we can't afford to find out.
Yeah. I think that what they call it, a lot of them use the I don't know, the Swiss banks or European
Swiss banks, Cayman Islands. There are a lot of countries. Well, there aren't a lot, but there are a handful of countries where they have banking laws that are better at hiding information from other countries' governments. Switzerland is less about this because they're tired of being, a haven for criminals. But the Cayman Islands still makes a fair amount of money on banking, and specifically on banking to people who are hiding money from their government.
Yeah, it reminds me of another. I think this was one of the Simpsons, and he said, I cannot. The guy says, I cannot relay any information about my client's illegal accounts. He said, oh crap, I didn't say he's a client. Since it's illegal.
Yeah, there's an annual tradition on the BBC called the Big Fat Quiz of the Year, and the host of that got busted for tax evasion a while back. Low level, and it was more the level of shady accounting than anything else. And he paid a fine. He didn't go to jail over it. But there are many jokes about that at his expense every year. And it would be nice if you had to show your tax statements and undergo an audit before you could run for major elected office in this country, to prove whether or not you've been defrauding the country you're claiming you want to benefit. But that's, not going to happen anytime soon.
Again, like you said before, people never thought of this amendment because apparently it's one of the amendments that gives power to the federal government, and
the
federal government powerful, apparently.
There's a tendency. So I wrote to my senator. I wrote to all of my elected officials back under Bush the Younger when they were talking about a constitutional ban on same-sex marriage. And I wrote to express my distaste of this particular idea. And I believe it was Maria Cantwell who wrote me back. She's one of my senators, wrote me back and said that with one exception in this country, constitutional amendments are for giving people more rights. And I think she was including the 16th Amendment in that. But in a way, I feel that it is, because it gives you the right to believe that finances in this country are equally shared. It gives poor people the right to equal financial protection by and from the government. And what I will say the 16th Amendment is it's part of an ongoing stripping of the powers from one small elite class that happens a lot with constitutional amendments. Because the wealthy could afford to pay the tariffs on their fancy imports. And they could afford to pay the excise taxes on their alcohol and things along those lines. And the poor couldn't, so they had to go without. And what an income tax does is it says the rich need to pay a higher share because they can afford to. Mitt Romney, when he was running for president, was complaining about all the people who don't pay income tax in this country. And, you know, I'm one of them. I don't pay income tax. If Mitt Romney wants to trade my income and tax burden with his income and tax burden, I will take that trade. Because he would not be able to survive on my income and tax burden. I know that because I can't. And I'm not used to having the level of privilege that he does. I just have this fondness for eating and sleeping indoors. And the only way I'm able to continue doing that is because I have a partner who's able to help me with that. So, you know, we rely too much on everyone should pay a fair share or an equal share instead of everyone should pay a fair share. Everyone should be helped out. And if you can afford to help others, you help others. And I believe it's what the 16th Amendment is for. Is to get, you know, this is just past the Gilded Age. So we're talking about people like Carnegie and, you know, Rockefeller and the big names that you learned in U.S. history class about people who had millions of dollars when $1 million was a lot bigger deal than it is now. J.P. Morgan, who literally had enough money to personally bail out the federal government in those days. So why shouldn't we make J.P. Morgan help pay for the government and not be able to control it because he could hold it over our heads, but have it be just what's expected of him as a citizen? That's why the rich should pay more, because they can.
I've been muted this whole time. That's why you can't hear me. But yeah, it reminded me of the thing I was talking about a few years ago on this. Talking about the difference between equality and all this stuff, where the different patterns one ladder was equal ladders, but the trees this way doesn't matter how it is, and the different sort of equal. I forget what the starts with E, equality and equality
and equity.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what we are looking for is equity. You know, Elon Musk can afford to pay a whole heck of a lot more into the government than I can. And what's more, he won't miss it if he pays a whole heck of a lot more, because he already has more money than he can spend. I mean, I suppose he could personally buy another company and tank it, but, you know, everybody needs a hobby, I suppose.
The Tesla, SpaceX, and Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Still refuse to call it. I still don't not calling it X.
Yeah, well,
even though technically it is, but whatever.
It is going to be an X website in not too long, if you want my opinion.
Triple X.
Well, I mean, it's getting there, but I just mean that he's going to run it fully into the ground. The first few days after the election, thousands, hundreds of thousands of people were dumping their accounts there and moving to other sites. It's reaching the point where it's basically just the bots and the scammers.
Yeah, I still have mine just sometimes just to check out what's happening there.
Yeah,
but I remember the pre-blue check marks thing. Now the post-blue check marks, you have to pay for it now.
Mm-hmm.
Before it was the verifying thing, like I guess celebrities and stuff. Now it's like, oh, you pay money, you're verified.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah. And in the first few days of establishing that, he realized what a terrible idea it was, but he couldn't walk it back at that point because he can't admit he's wrong about things.
Yeah, all because they banned Trump from having a Twitter account.
Yeah, you know, it's partially because he wants to believe that he's funny, and he's not. And so if he owns the site, they have to acknowledge that he's funny.
Because people were mad that a private, like I said, it was I think at the time people were saying it's a public account. They can't. The rules don't apply.
Like, yeah, no, it's a privately owned company. They can do whatever they want. I mean, you know, they can't, but they can do most of the things. They can ban whoever they want, certainly. If you violate their rules, they're allowed to kick you off. That's how rules work.
I mean, if it was a publicly thing company, maybe that would apply. You know, if it was a government run company, and yeah,
the government would have to let you on, but the privately owned company does not. You violate their terms of service, they're allowed to kick you out. Arguably, they are obligated to kick you out. But hey, now you have the freedom to use racial slurs, so I guess hooray.
But yeah, I think after this, a lot of people went on Threads and Blue Sky.
Yeah, Blue Sky. A few people did Mastodon, but not really.
Yeah, I tried Mastodon. I think Mastodon kind of very well, at least that I know of. There's mostly Threads and Blue Sky that I'm on now.
I am not. So I'm not on Blue Sky. I'm not on Twitter. My interest in Twitter died when Roger Ebert did.
Even before this, I only mainly use Twitter to say, "Yeah, make a video uploaded now. Go watch it." That's all my Twitter account was really for.
Yeah, there's a Twitter bot for the site that I used to work for. That I used to write for, and then one of the official decisions the board made for Magpies was that we were not going to use Twitter.
Does Magpie have a Threads or a Blue Sky?
We have a Blue Sky. I don't have anything to do with it, but we do have one. I think it's just Media Magpies. You know.
So you're listening to that, go check that Blue Sky out.
Yeah, if you see the magpie with the top hat and monocle, that's us. 17th Amendment, passed by Congress May 13th, 1912, ratified April 8th, 1913. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, elected by the people thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. The electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislatures. So far, so much the same thing. I think that this is kept in here to make sure that we're clear that the qualifications for these things are not changing. So I'm just going to switch to the next slide already because it's not that important. When vacancies happen in the representation of any state in the Senate, the executive authority of such state shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies, provided that the legislature of any state may empower the executive thereof to make temporary appointments until the people fill the vacancies by election as the legislature may direct. So what this is transferring the Senate from an appointed body to an elected body. At this point, if a seat becomes vacant, then you hold an election. Now, temporary appointments are acceptable, and in some states you then call a special election, and in some states the temporary appointment is until the next regular election, and that varies by state.
Yeah, I think our governor is currently trying to find a person to fill in our new VP Vance's seat of senator.
Yeah, I don't know how we do it in Washington. Because it hasn't come up in the entire time I've been living here. Vacancies and partisan election. Nope, that's not it. U.S. Senate vacancies, how are they filled? That looks like it'll be helpful. You are gubernatorial appointment through next general election in your state.
Yep.
And we are governor appoints a replacement. Not more than 10 days after the vacancy, the governor orders a special election to be held not more than 140 days later. If the vacancy occurs less than 8 months before a general election, a special election is held at the same time. If the vacancy occurs after the close of the filing period for the vacant Senate seat, a special election is held not more than 90 days after the regular general election.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And the next part is just a loophole. It's a quick loop. I think a loophole of people that are already in office doesn't affect them.
Yeah. This amendment shall not be so construed as to affect the election or term of any senator chosen before it becomes valid as part of the Constitution.
So if you're already in office, you get to fill out your.
If you're already in office because you got appointed, that's fine. You run your term out. And I'm just going to double check real quick here.
Did I forget a line again?
There's a lot of conversation about whether not having primaries is a violation of current law. And it's actually argued that the Congress would look very different today because a lot of the Republicans who are in office these days wouldn't have been appointed as senators.
This amendment here is one of the reasons I wanted to do this in the first place, because before I started this, I there's a lot of channels out there about repelling the 17th Amendment to, quote, give more power back to the almighty states.
Yeah.
I think it's funny, however, is it's this. To even pass this, the states themselves had to give up their power to begin with. The state governments had to ratify this amendment. So they're the ones that technically, said we don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, and the thing is I don't see why the states should have more power than the individuals in this case. Like, I've never heard a good argument for why giving the state government power to appoint a senator is better than giving the people the power to choose a senator. This isn't a conflict between state and federal. This is a conflict between state and individual. And so many of these people are all about individual rights, except apparently when it comes to senator, because the people might elect a senator they don't like.
Yeah, but they're like, their thing is, they're still appointing the senators they want because it's this indirectly now. It's just, we elect the senator, we elect the state people, so that they do it for us. It's still technically reduced to, they're still choosing it technically, because indirectly.
Yeah, I don't think they want to overturn the electoral college, which is, appointing a president, but they want to give the state's power to, it's the electoral college and the judicial, the state legislative appointment of senators are both very much the same elitist, we can't let the people choose situation.
Yeah, because again, we're going back to the time, the Senate was the House of Lords.
Yeah. And as I've been saying, you start at the Constitutional Convention and the fear there is tyranny. But as you move through history, the fear becomes general elitism. And from my stance, there's a good kind of elite and a bad kind of elite. There's the kind of elite who are, better educated, whether that is through a college or self-educated. There's I've known a lot of people who are very, very well self-educated. We're not talking like University of Google here. We're talking they read primary sources and things like that. Well informed, let us say. And in some cases well educated, because I don't care how well informed you are, I still want my doctor to go to med school. There's that kind of elite, and then there's, we are elite because we have money, and in most cases because our parents had money. And I am fine with a meritocracy of that kind of elite where it's, smart people, educated people, informed people are running things. Good. That's how we want things. I'm not okay with a meritocracy based on money, an oligarchy.
Yeah. Now, another thing that I heard people say about this amendment, the reason to overturn it is because since the people vote for the senators too, we technically have two House representatives.
And that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. It is still chosen by the entire state. I vote for the same senators that my friend over on the other side of the mountains does. Somebody living in Wairika, California, and someone living in San Diego, California, are voting for the same two senators. Your senator still represents the interests of your entire state. And your representative represents your smaller part of the state.
Yeah. Now, we mentioned this before, but I think we mentioned this in the first time we did the Senate thing, but the Lincoln Douglas thing, they were appointed.
Yeah. Lincoln and Douglas were both trying to get the Senate seat. But the debates technically didn't do anything because the people they were debating in front of didn't get to vote for senator. They were trying to get the attention of the people in the state legislature who were the ones who would choose who was going to be a senator.
Well, I guess again, and I guess we'll talk about indirectly. If they are in office, that hey, vote for this party here, and they'll appoint me.
Yeah, the thing is there are so many reasons to vote for your member of your state legislature that remembering who they appointed as senator might not make your list.
Yeah, that's the one thing I think. I guess I won't say negative or positive thing, but a lot of people nowadays don't even know who their state representatives are. Technically,
yeah.
I think a lot of people.
I have to admit that I always have to look up who my representative to my state legislature is, because I happen to know that my state legislature is going to pass laws pretty much the way I like them, so it's not something I really have to worry about very much.
Yeah, I started realizing I have to worry about it a little bit more than I thought I did recent elections, but yeah. But
I did discover that I'm in a Republican district because I'm in the rural part of my county. So my representative's not going to listen to me anyway.
Yeah. I guess back in those days, that was a thing to do because the person you voted for back then might pick a terrible senator if you don't get the right person in your state office.
Yeah, the thing is what you get when the legislature appoints a senator is cronyism. You get someone who, instead of worrying about the best interests of your state, is more inclined to worry about the best interests of your state legislators. They owe favors. Around the time this was passed, there were still big political machines in a lot of states. And losing, I would argue that the two things that really helped break up political machines as we learn about them in U.S. history class is the Civil Service Act and this amendment. Because the Civil Service Act meant that instead of, postal authorities and, all of the other federal jobs getting appointed and given out as prizes for the people who had voted for you and helped you get elected, you could have one of my senators was told not to bother running for office. She was told that a mom in tennis shoes would not get to be senator. And if we still appointed our senators, she wouldn't have. Nobody owed Patty Murray any favors when she was running for Senate. When Patty Murray became the senator for Washington State, and I'm just going to, look up real quick exactly what she was doing. But she wasn't a big figure in state politics. She was a preschool teacher. She was a lobbyist for environmental and educational issues. She was a member of the Shoreline School District Board of Directors and then the Washington State Senate. She was a Washington State Senator for 4 years. And she was able to take over from a 2-term Republican incumbent as a state senator. Like, this is not a woman who would have gotten the job she did after, before this amendment was passed. A lot of people in the Senate right now would not have that job because they didn't owe the right people in state politics.
Yeah. Like I said, again, the states themselves agreed. You had to have the state legislators to pass this amendment in the first place. So they willingly said, we don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, this is... Honestly, this decreases corruption. Like, I think that people who want things like that do not understand the level of corruption that existed in politics at this point, and the level of corruption that would happen if some of their other plans, like if we passed term limits for Congress, the level of corruption in Congress would actually go up, because the only people who would know how to run a functional Congress would be the lobbyists. You'd be there long enough to figure out what you were doing, and then you would have to leave. And you would go be a lobbyist because the lobbyists get paid. And lobbyists would be writing even more legislation than they do now.
Now, I'm not sure about term limits, but maybe I might have to say term breaks, maybe. There's
an argument for that.
Like get somebody fresh in there, then at least every once in a while, so they're not. I mean, you still get to see people that are good enough, they come back later, but And
I do think that you should be able to pass, it's really hard to imagine how it could be done in a way that didn't keep, mentally disabled people. And I don't mean like developmental disabilities. I mean like, diseases where your mental capacity is just fine, but maybe you respond a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Out of office.
Like, even with the old version, you could leave and come back anytime you wanted to. Like, I'm taking a break, guys. You could like point this other guy and then come back later. Hey, I'm back. Playing with Senator again. Like, okay.
Yeah. So, I would like there to be a system in place that I could believe that everybody in our government was cognitively equipped to be there and not suffering from some kind of dementia. That would be my preference. But I don't know how to enforce it fairly. But no, people who want this amendment repealed are not aware of the history of why we have it in the first place.
Yeah. So, of the ones we talked about today, it's in this current recording section of it's the 14th, the 16th, and the 17th. People are mainly talking about.
Yeah. And all three of those are really, really important to how our country runs.
Yeah.
But never mind, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has a problem with the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 15th, as far as I know.
Oh, I'm sure there are people who want to abolish the 13th. I want to reform it, but I want to reform it in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
I want
maybe we're talking about maybe the 11th a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah.
The 12th Amendment, I don't think you had a problem with that one.
Honestly, I don't think most of the people advocating for repeal of these amendments have ever even read the full amendment they want to repeal, much less the full Constitution. They get, they hear talking points and they think, yeah, they're taking our jobs. And they don't think, oh, this is making sure that I'm treated just as well as everyone else, in theory.
All right, so anything else to talk about this particular amendment you want to bring up?
Nope.
All right, when we return, we'll talk about an amendment that actually has been repealed.
The only one.
The 18th Amendment, passed by Congress December 18th, 1917, ratified January 16, 1919, repealed by Amendment 21. After 1 year from the ratification of this article, the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors within, the importation thereof into, or the exportation thereof from the United States and all territories subject to the jurisdiction thereof for beverage purposes is hereby prohibited. So a fun fact about this is that a lot of the people who were campaigning for prohibition didn't realize exactly how broad it was going to be.
They thought it would be like just a strong drink or something.
Yeah, they thought it was just going to be like liquor, like distilled alcohol. And then when it included wine, a lot of people were like, wait, what? Okay, wine and beer, they were like, well, that's not a big deal. And yeah, for some people it is. Now, I myself, let's be very clear about this, I'm a non-drinker. Have been my whole life. There are a lot of good reasons I don't drink alcohol.
Yeah, I'm I won't say not a non-drinker, but I like maybe like once a year at maybe twice a year at the most. A thing.
Yeah.
Like even when I did in my youth, I only ever drunk one thing that's like barely a month at a time. So yeah, I've never been a heavy drinker anyways.
Yeah. So I do not in general shame people for a little casual drinking. Like, I have an uncle who, when I was a kid, his name, as far as my sisters and I were concerned, was Drunk Uncle Paul, like it was one word. But he was an alcoholic who one Christmas had to be persuaded not to drive while hammered. And he was a mean drunk.
Yes. I had a neighbor when I lived in a different city. We had like a duplex house thing. And I could hear him punching things and arguing with people when he was that drunk, papers and walls and stuff.
Yeah.
And we shared like a big outside trash can thing, and every week there's like 2 or 3 24 boxes or cases or 12 packs of beer in the thing.
Like, what I'm talking about when I say I don't have a problem with drinking is not alcoholism or even just like heavy college binge drinking, because that's got some real issues to it as well. What I'm talking about is I used to, every year for his stocking, get my partner funny little bottles of alcohol. Like the little mini bar sized ones. I'd get, $20 worth of funny to me alcohol. And he'd drink it slowly over the course of a year. Or people who like a glass of wine with dinner. Or people who drink a couple of beers when it's hot out, or stuff like that. Yeah. I do not have a problem with any of that. Mm-hmm. I know that a lot of people were drinking a lot more than that.
Yeah. If you ever seen the oversimplified, when they talked about that guy at the beginning, it was like drinking.
Yeah. And I mean, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence is shown in the musical 1776 as constantly asking where the rum is and asking for more rum. And the thing is, one of the reasons people in the past drank more beer and wine specifically, than people today do is that you couldn't trust the water. And in order to make beer, you have to boil the water, and wine is, fermented grape juice, so it's not the same. I mean, there's water involved, obviously, but it's not like it's just water from somewhere. So those were safer options, and the wine and beer that would have been consumed in those days would have been usually fairly weak.
And so would the hard liquor be like moonshine then? Stuff like that?
Well, this is the thing, is by the 19th century, there was major distilling in the United States. Some of the companies that are still big names today go back well before Prohibition. So let's look at Jack Daniels, for example. No, I don't want to buy Jack Daniels. I want information about Jack Daniels. Should have just searched Wikipedia. There are some names that if you search them, all you get is options to buy them.
And now you'll get like next 3 months alcohol coupons in the mail.
For real though. Yeah, the Jack Daniels distillery goes back to 1875. And that was not moonshine, that was a legitimate, distillery. Because those did exist in the United States fairly early in our history. There was also moonshine, but there was commercial spirit production in the United States going back, to the colonial era. Part of the triangle trade, which wasn't a pure triangle and, it's a whole thing, but was rum, which was produced using the sugar cane from the Indies. There's a song in 1776, the most powerful song in the entire show is called Molasses to Rum to Slaves. Because they didn't know what else to do with the molasses after they'd produced the sugar cane, so they made it into alcohol. And it was a huge product. So humans basically went from drinking low alcohol wine and beer as what you drank all the time to, hey, there's suddenly really easy availability of highly distilled spirits. And people kind of went nuts. And there were a lot of people who were still just drinking, some wine, some beer. But there were also a lot of people who were getting very, very drunk. And there were people who were thereby not supporting their family. That's where the temperance movement really gets its start, is concern about the societal damage being caused by alcohol.
Yeah, no, we'll get into this in the next amendment too, but I think with a lot of people, weren't the people proposing, not protesting, what's the word, starts with a P, promoting this amendment, also the people that are promoting the next amendment too?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of overlap in the 19th century as far as socially and politically active women. The abolition movement, the suffrage movement, and the temperance movement had enormous amounts of overlap. There was an organization called the Women's Christian Temperance Union. And they were a huge thing in these days. And there was, the first women's, and we'll get to this in the next one, but the first women's rights convention was held in the 1840s. And they were persuaded to let it go in favor of abolition and getting black men the vote. But once, the previous amendments had passed, these women are like, okay, well, what are we going to do with our political force now that we've gotten abolition passed and that we've gotten black men the vote? where are we focusing now? And the two places that we're really focused on were suffrage and temperance. And the thing is temperance is a misnomer for a lot of the people in the movement, because temperance is more moderation. I have no problem with temperance as moderation. If you want to drink now and again, enjoy. If you are getting hammered day in and day out, and you're not taking responsibility for the things you have responsibility for, that's a bigger problem. And there were predatory movements within the alcohol, distribution community where, yeah, they were deliberately selling more alcohol to people than just a couple of beers. The free lunch in the saloon was deliberately very, very salty so that you would drink more. And there were a lot of women and children being abused by violent drunks. I don't want to downplay any of the real problems that existed leading up to the 18th Amendment. Especially when you remember that at the time, good married women, and for the purposes of this discussion, poor women don't count, but good married women didn't work. So if your husband was an abusive drunk who didn't pay the bills because he was, off getting drunk instead and couldn't hold a job, and when he did have money was spending it all, drinking and gambling with his friends, what were you going to do? You would suffer and your children would suffer, and there was nothing you could do about it. And it is very, very easy to see alcohol as a cause of this problem. So I understand the feelings that the women in the temperance movement had. And there were some people who started to believe that the Bible was opposed to drinking, which, spoiler, it is not. The first miracle Jesus performs is turning water into wine. And there are people who will try to convince you that it is unfermented grape juice, and they are wrong. Because the story explicitly says that the guests are getting drunk. So, but it's really easy to see, this is an attempt to create social change for the better of women and children in a time where women didn't have a lot of control over their own lives. And a lot of the men who voted for it assumed that, a lot of them assumed there would only be a problem for those people and didn't realize that it turns out champagne is an intoxicating liquor that you're now no longer allowed to import into the United States, for example.
Like, whoopsie.
Yeah. A lot of supporters of this amendment were taken by surprise when it actually passed, and they saw how strict it was. So,
Like
this is passed exclusively by men.
And this is also, I think, a lot of the men that would have done, I think you're starting to a lot of the men that would have opposed this was also a little more think of World War I at the time.
Yeah. It's not a coincidence that this passed in the middle of World War I. Because while vote by mail for soldiers was a thing that had existed starting the Civil War, it's also true that if you're in the trenches, you're less concerned about what's happening with your congressman. There are a lot of factors that go into the ratification of the 18th Amendment. And it makes historical sense that the movement existed and that the amendment passed when it did. Almost immediately, people started finding ways to get around it. Because it's impossible to prevent the manufacture of intoxicating liquors.
Yeah, I think you mentioned when we did this the last time about some kind of grape juice rules they had.
Yeah.
Like
You could buy these bricks essentially of concentrated grape juice. They were shelf stable, and there were instructions on them that told you how to not store them. Because if you stored them that way, it would turn into wine. And apparently there were entire neighborhoods that smelled of fermenting grape juice. And it saved the California grape industry, which, let's be clear, is huge. There are parts of Central California that produce enormous amounts of grapes and enormous amounts of hops.
Yeah, I think well, I heard, we said, I don't know if it's true or not, but the two big competitors were California and France, or maybe Italy.
Yeah, California at the time that this passed, the highbrow wine was French, but California already had a really strong wine industry. And in recent years, it's been fully acknowledged that California wines, the best California wines and the best French wines, are equivalent. As established, I don't know how you go about saying what a best wine is, because but
I've
in
only had
wine, huh?
So I've only ever had wine twice. Once at my niece's this wedding's gay place. But I never told the difference between white and red. I don't know what the difference is.
So you can make. So there are white grapes that will produce white wine, but you can also make white wine out of some red grapes if you remove the peels.
Okay.
Before juicing.
Yeah, the wine thing never. I don't know. I never understand the rules. Like, you drink white wine with this meal, but you drink red wine with this meal, and you.
Yeah, no, and wine speak is ridiculous and overblown, and one of those things that I'm never going to forget is that my best friend and I were once at. We went and had lunch at this really upscale feeling restaurant in downtown Olympia. It wasn't actually all that upscale, but it had that like high class feel, and they had a wine list, and it had descriptions of all of the wines, and the one that she got because the description of it said that it had notes of winter wind, and we just found that enormously funny. And a lot of wine speak is nonsense, and studies prove that it's nonsense. It's a whole thing. But it is true that, I've been through wine country in California multiple times. The last time I went to California, we stopped at the Coppola winery because one of the people in the car, that was their payment for being willing to go along and help pay for gas, was that we had to stop at a winery. And the Coppola one had a film museum, so I've been in the presence of Oscars because of that trip. But it is a huge, huge industry, and was at this time. This is the thing, is a lot of people were in those days employed in some way by the alcohol industry. They worked for a winery, they worked for a vineyard, they worked for, hops farm, they worked in a brewery, they worked in a bar. There's this enormous number of ways you can work. You make bottles for a living. Well, most of the bottles were going to be going for wine or beer or hard liquor. God only knows how many people were employed in some way by the alcohol industry in the United States. And this is a huge, huge problem. And I have to tell you, I can make alcohol out of the ingredients I have in my house right now. Because I would not be that hard pressed to find a recipe for mead, and I have honey. Like, it's not difficult to make alcohol. You cannot prohibit making alcohol because people do it all the time by accident. You know, I was at a party in college where it turned out that the orange juice concentrate had been sitting around for long enough to ferment.
So, question: should we wait until the 21st to decide when they realize this was a big mistake, or talking?
Yeah, I think that's the background that we need for that.
Okay.
I'm just saying this is doomed to fail. Because one of the things in it you literally cannot prevent. And of course, importation there gets into smuggling and all of these things. But we're going to go to the next slide.
Yeah.
The Congress and the several states shall have concurrent power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
Now there's a question there. They had the power so they had the power to enforce. Does it mean they did enforce it?
Well, yeah. The problem is, one of the problems, there were so many problems with prohibition, I can't even begin to start listing. But one of the problems with this amendment is that the people who wanted prohibition were also big proponents of small government. And you have this enormous, impossible to enforce thing that you have established that the government's going to be in charge of, run by people who don't want to pay for enforcing it. You know, somebody I know recently said that, I forget what system they were saying. Oh, it was the anti-marijuana sprung out of the enormous numbers of prohibition agents who got laid off because they had to have something to do with them. It's like, there were never enormous numbers of prohibition agents. Like, I don't think you realize how few prohibition agents there were.
And of course, this is a hypothesis here, or guess, but unlike when the Congress, whenever it passed anti-marijuana bills, like here, these congressmen maybe they are, but I bet these congressmen were still drinking.
Oh, good lord, yes. Oh yeah, no, there was a guy who was known as the bootlegger to Congress. You know, and specifically, if we look at the previous slide, it doesn't say you can't own alcohol. And it doesn't say you can't consume the alcohol you already own. So if you laid up a good wine cellar, well, the law couldn't touch you for drinking what you already had, so long as you didn't sell it or transport it. The people in power were never affected by prohibition. Like, they kept on drinking. Frankly, most of the country kept on drinking. Drinking dropped briefly and then went way up. And it couldn't, there was not the money needed to even pretend to enforce it.
Now, is this true where this is where the FBI can start at?
Yeah. The FBI has its roots in prohibition. And that is the closest we have to enforcing this article by appropriate legislation. There were some prohibition agents, and some local jurisdictions took it more seriously than others. And actually, Al Capone's brother was a prohibition agent, because irony has always been dead. But clearly the wording of this amendment is, we'll figure out how to do that. So what got passed was what's called the Volstead Act, which was, okay, here's how we're actually going to do all of this.
Yeah, like we mentioned, I think in the
Simpsons Schoolhouse Rock parody. Once you pass the amendment, you can pass all sort of crazy laws.
Right. The Volstead Act called intoxicating beverages anything greater than 0.5% alcohol, which is not much at all. There are foodstuffs that have higher alcohol content than that.
What's the legal, like, if they pull you over drunk and you're intoxicated for drinking and driving?
It varies by jurisdiction. In Washington, it's 0.08% blood alcohol.
So this was even less than that.
Well, but this isn't how drunk you can be. This is what percentage of the beverage can be alcohol.
Okay.
And hold on a second. The alcohol content of sauerkraut is generally about 0.2%. So you could get sauerkraut that would be 0.051% alcohol, and therefore illegal under the Volstead Act. So, yeah. And it's also true that physicians could prescribe alcohol to their patients. It was limited how much they could, but they could. And pastors, priests, ministers, rabbis, and others who practiced religious actions could get a permit to provide alcohol for sacramental purposes. And, of course, alcohol for industrial purposes was legal, which, don't get me wrong, alcohol has a lot of industrial purposes. Alcohol is a very useful chemical. But there were so many loopholes, and people found so many of those loopholes. Technically, I am covered under clergy. I have my certificate from the Universal Life Church. I can legally perform weddings, which means that I could have handed out, assuming that the Universal Life Church existed and that they would have accepted my ordination under it. But, technically, I am allowed to give out alcohol for religious purposes. Everybody in the 20s was a rabbi, was the joke. So the Volstead Act had a lot of loopholes. And there weren't enough people to enforce it, even with those loopholes in place. And that was pretty well by design. The people who wanted it didn't want to pay to enforce it, and the people who would have theoretically paid to enforce it didn't want it, so that was just how it was going to be. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of the several states, as provided in the Constitution, within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress.
Now, I think I forgot to put this in other amendments. Is this the first time an amendment has had a expiration date?
I believe it is, yeah. And I think this would have been a compromise. I'm not real up on that part of it, but I think this would have been, if we can't get it passed, then we're not going to hold it on the books forever. And these days, it's generally assumed that amendments have expiration dates, though, as we'll get to, clearly not all of them do.
Yeah, this one passed in a little bit over a year.
Yeah. So, thank you, World War I. But it was very much, okay, we're gonna see if we can make this happen. And if we can't, no harm, no foul. But they got it passed, and we will get to the harm it caused when we get to repeal, because you need the background to understand why it got repealed, and why it got repealed fairly quickly.
Next week, when we meet again, we'll talk about an amendment I think you might like.
I'm a fan of the next amendment, yes.
The 19th Amendment, passed by Congress June 4, 1919, ratified August 18, 1920. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex.
Now, why would you care about this amendment for?
Gee, no idea. And God help us, there are people trying to repeal it, because of course there are.
The funny thing is, some of those people are women.
Yeah. Well, there are women who firmly believe that their husbands will vote in their best interest, so why do they need a vote? And of course the answer is because you can't be sure that your husband will vote in your best interest, but even if you could be, because you are a person and you deserve your own say. Abigail Adams, who is one of our great first ladies of the United States, she was the wife of John Adams and the mother of John Quincy Adams. When he was involved in the writing of the Declaration of Independence, John and Abigail sent many, many letters to one another. They are, in my opinion, the true great American love story. Like, people can talk all they want about John Smith and Pocahontas, and let's not get into the fact that, you know, he was at best exaggerating what happened, or the fact that she was 12. But John and Abigail were together for many years, and when they were separated, they wrote each other these wonderful, intellectual and affectionate letters, and they're a great historical couple. But one of the things that she said was that they should make sure to include some provision in their lawmaking for the women, because she believed that men would be tyrants to women. And he basically patted her on the head and said, there, dear, and did nothing. Didn't even try. And I'm sure she kind of seethed a little bit about that till the end of her life.
Like, aren't you cute? Little ideas for people. Go play now.
Like, he respected her intellectually, but I don't think he respected women in general. Like, I'm sure he thought that Abigail was extraordinary, and don't get me wrong, she was, but not everything about her was extraordinary. The fact that she wanted to have some control over her own life, for example. So, the first women's rights convention in the United States was the Seneca Falls Convention in Seneca Falls, New York. And that is, I'm going to say 1848.
The name sounds familiar.
Yeah, 1848. And they passed a declaration of sentiments and a list of resolutions, including, among other things, the women's right to vote, which Frederick Douglass strongly supported, incidentally. Not everyone was in favor of it. Lucretia Mott actually suggested removing it.
Oh.
She was one of the great women's rights advocates.
Real fast, off topic.
Mm-hmm.
Versus that name. You said Seneca Falls. I remember. I used to go to a church camp at Seneca Lake in Ohio. Go on.
And really, the Seneca Falls sentiments were pretty. I'm just going to read you this list because they're really important. This is about men versus women. He has not ever permitted her to exercise her inalienable right to the elective franchise. He has compelled her to submit to laws in the formation of which she had no voice. He has withheld from her rights which are given to the most ignorant and degraded men, both natives and foreigners. Having deprived her of this first right of a citizen, the elective franchise, thereby leaving her without representation in the halls of legislation, he has oppressed her on all sides. He has made her, if married, in the eye of the law, civilly dead. He has taken from her all right in property, even to the wages she earns. He has made her morally an irresponsible being, as she can commit many crimes with impunity, provided they be done in the presence of her husband. In the covenant of marriage, she is compelled to promise obedience to her husband, he becoming, to all intents and purposes, her master, the law giving him power to deprive her of liberty and to administer chastisement. He has so framed the laws of divorce as to what shall be the proper causes of divorce in case of separation, to whom the guardianship of the children shall be given, as to be wholly regardless of the happiness of the women, the law in all cases going upon a false supposition of the supremacy of a man and giving all power into his hands. After depriving her of all rights as a married woman, if single and the owner of property, he has taxed her to support a government which recognizes her only when her property can be made profitable to it. He has monopolized nearly all the profitable employments, and from those she is permitted to follow, she receives but a scanty remuneration. He closes against her all the avenues to wealth and distinction, which he considers most honorable to himself. As a teacher of theology, medicine, or law, she is not known. He has denied her the facilities for obtaining a thorough education, all colleges being closed against her. He allows her in church, as well as state, but a subordinate position, claiming apostolic authority for her exclusion from the ministry, and, with some exceptions, from any public participation in the affairs of the church. He has created a false public sentiment by giving to the world a different code of morals for men and women, by which moral delinquencies which exclude women from society are not only tolerated but deemed of little account in man. He has usurped the prerogative of Jehovah himself, claiming it as his right to assign for her a sphere of action when that belongs to her conscience and her God. He has endeavored in every way that he could to destroy her confidence in her own powers, to lessen her self-respect, and to make her willing to lead a dependent and abject life. So women were upset, is what we're getting at. Because women had no power, no influence, no authority. In divorce, the man automatically got custody of the children, no matter what the cause of the divorce was. These days, if a man asks for custody in court, he is more likely to get it. But in those days, it was automatic that the man would get custody, even if it was divorce because he was abusive, even if it was divorce because he wasn't paying the bills. Like, regardless of cause, divorce. And he had the authority. And women were very aware that as long as women couldn't vote, that was the kind of law that was going to get passed. When women do not have an equal say, women are automatically oppressed. And
Sorry, I was going to say, I think by this time, looking at dates, everyone was back in World War I by now, I think.
Yeah. Women were initially persuaded that emancipation was more important than women's suffrage. So most of the women who were strong advocates of the women's suffrage movement put their work into emancipation instead. And then they were persuaded that black male suffrage was more important than women's suffrage. And black men would help women get the vote if they could get the vote for black men. And so that became the next movement. And then when black men had the vote in the places where they were given the vote, and I am not unaware of the history of voter suppression, but where they had the vote, they didn't make women's suffrage an issue of concern.
Now, we got to mention that before this was passed, there were several states that let women vote.
Yeah.
By vote.
Women were allowed to vote for local and state office before the passing of the 19th Amendment, but they couldn't vote for any federal office.
So they can vote for state legislative, but not Washington, D.C. legislative.
Yeah. The first state in the United States to allow the vote to women was Wyoming. Which most of the states that initially allowed women's suffrage were Western states. Funnily enough, Utah was one of the first, in part because there were so many Mormon women that they needed the female Mormon vote in order to keep Mormon men in power. So Utah was the second state to grant women the right to vote. I would like to note that Washington was the fifth, followed by California, Oregon, and Arizona. So yeah, the first Eastern state to grant women the right to vote was in 1914. New York and Rhode Island both passed it. But
you in Washington, we got abortion, we got gay marriage, we got suffrage, we got this, we got that. Washington bragging all the time.
Yeah, well,
but
it's not my fault I live in a really cool state.
But you're free to the stuff and choices.
Yeah, and the campaign against women's suffrage was really awful.
Were some of those people complaining against the women, or just?
Oh yeah. Oh no, there was heavy misogyny involved. Like, so much misogyny. Because the belief was it would make a woman unfeminine if she voted. Women weren't smart enough to vote. And really, the big concern was if women were allowed the vote, they would treat men the way men had been treating women. It was never phrased in those words, but there are cartoons from those days where the woman goes off and leaves the man alone with the children and the housework. And this is seen as shocking and abhorrent because that's her job.
Well, they said this, I think they said the same thing when black men got the vote.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always been very much, if we treat you like equals, you'll start treating us the way we treat you. And it's never thought of that way because the idea is that the way the oppressed group is being treated is correct. It's okay for, in this view, obviously, I do not believe this, but it was seen as being okay to force all black people to be, subservient field hands and servants. And it was seen as being okay to force all women to be subservient housekeepers. And literally, hysteria was seen as, hysteria initially is the belief that the uterus starts wandering around the body and causing all kinds of problems. Which, anatomy doesn't work that way. But women were diagnosed with hysteria if they started, for example, trying to advocate for the right to vote. And there was a thing called the rest cure, where women were expected to lie silently in bed, not doing anything. Because doing things was overheating their fragile lady brains. And I want you to picture, okay, lying around in bed is one thing, but you're not allowed to read. And you're not allowed to write. And you're not really supposed to talk to any people. You're not supposed to talk to people. You're not supposed to do anything. If it gives you pleasure, it's still an activity. You're not allowed to do that. And there's a wonderful story called The Yellow Wallpaper about a woman taking the rest cure, and it literally drives her insane. Because when you're lying there not allowed to do anything, your brain finds things to do. And in her case, she obsesses over what's going on with her wallpaper. So, 19th, early 20th century women were absolutely right in their belief that they were being mistreated as a gender. And it says sex, and we can get into the issues of sex versus gender, but that's kind of outside the scope of what we're doing here. The point is that, not that there was a ton of trans acceptance in this time anyway, But basically, if you were born with lady parts, then it was okay to oppress you. And so when we discover that women of this era had been living disguised as men, it's impossible at this point to say whether they were trans or whether they were just sick of being oppressed and wanted to have rights and vote and things. So the campaign for women's suffrage had been growing steadily for, 75 years at this point. And Woodrow Wilson had made a series of promises to women, including promising women's suffrage, as part of getting women out to campaign for him. And Woodrow Wilson was elected in 1912. So the fact that this passes Congress in 1919 should tell you how much time Woodrow Wilson spent sleeping on the promise of women's suffrage.
You mean he made a campaign promise that he probably no intention to fulfill?
Yeah, funny how that happens. At least his campaign promise was to give people more rights instead of to take rights away from people. I'll be happy if those promises get left unfulfilled. But the political power of women was growing at this point, even without the vote, in part because of the control over local elections. You couldn't control a state house in a lot of places without the help of politically active women.
And then here we go back to what we talked about in the our podcast about 2 weeks ago, the state and the federal differences.
Right. And people don't realize, a lot of them, how important control on the local level is. A lot of things are shaped on a local level, even more in those days. The control of the schools was an enormous factor in all of this. So you'd get these women who were shaping, even in places where they didn't legally yet have the right to vote, they were still shaping how politics went on a local level. And it just reached a tipping point in the late 19 teens where they couldn't keep women from holding the vote anymore. There's still a lot of inequality between men and women on a legal level. And there was even more in 1919. Women couldn't legally hold credit cards in their own names until 1974, which is the year my older sister was born. Like, the 19th Amendment is not the end of the need for women's suffrage, the end of the need for women's equality. It's one more milepost in this very, very long quest for equality.
Now, I have a question for you. You talked about it a little bit on your Bad Science Sunday with Maya
Mm-hmm.
two days ago. Now, has anyone ever tried to mansplain the 19th Amendment to you?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Now, I've had to look up one or two minor details about what I've said here. Double-checking exactly when the Seneca Falls resolution was, and the list of their statements and things like that. I've had to double-check a few of these. But 90% of the information I'm giving you, which you can fact-check if you want, 90% of the information I'm giving you is off the top of my head. So I am clearly a person who knows a bit more than the average about the history of women's suffrage. And I've had men try to explain to me the history of women's suffrage, the need for the 19th Amendment, what rights the 19th Amendment confers to me, because you'll note, the 19th Amendment gives me exactly one right. That's it. No other right is conferred by the 19th Amendment, just the right to vote. And that gives me the ability to get people into office who will get me more rights and make me equal under the law. But the 19th Amendment does not make women equal under the law. You notice in Seneca Falls there was a lot of talk about women's property. Because legally, and this continued to be true in some states well past the 19th Amendment, if a man and woman were married, the man held control of the woman's property. The divorce laws that were being complained about, in many cases, were not fixed until well after the passing of the 19th Amendment. So I've had men try to tell me that I'm equal now because the 19th Amendment passed. And the 19th Amendment does not make me equal. It just lets me vote. That's it. That's all this does. I don't know for sure. I'd have to go and count words. I don't know for sure if this is the shortest amendment, but it's one of the shortest amendments. We just finished 3 slides on prohibiting alcohol, and there's one giving me the right to vote. So, yeah.
So what does this mean in modern times?
In modern times, it means that no law is permitted anywhere in the country that changes who can vote. Men and women have exactly equal ability to vote. Now, it has not always been the case. In the 60s, black men found it easier to vote than black women did. Neither of them found it easy, but two women have received their party's nomination to be president. Both women lost to the same guy who is unqualified to hold any office of trust anywhere. But by gods, I was able to vote for both of them. So
I have to say I voted for both of them in the general election, but I did not vote for them in either of them in the primaries.
Gosh, no, I didn't vote for either of them in the primaries either. No, I voted for one of them in the primaries, or possibly missed the caucus. I don't remember if we were primary or caucus in those states. I hate caucuses. I hate them so much. But obviously, I didn't vote for one of them in the primaries because she wasn't in the primaries. But I've also voted for other women. And there are other women I would have voted for.
Yeah, I think I voted for the predecessor in the last election because I think I voted for Sanders in the 2016 election.
Oh, I didn't. But certainly the 19th Amendment didn't end misogyny.
Gasp.
It didn't end misogyny in elections. And as Maya and I agreed a couple of days ago, it sure didn't end misogynoir, which is a combination of misogyny and racism against black women. Or, women with one black parent and one Indian parent, for example. There's still a lot of work to be done. The 19th Amendment is not an end, it's a beginning. It opens the door so that the real work was able to be done, and we're well over a century past this now. Well, not well over, but, it's 105 years come August since this was passed, and there's still so much work to be done. There's this quiet thing. Women don't necessarily say it to men, but every time we start talking about, will this minority population have a president? Will that minority population? It's always understood among women that the first one of whatever that is will be a man. The first atheist president will be a man. The first black president was a man. The first openly gay president will be a man. That's just how it is. That's not going to change anytime soon.
The first king was a man.
Well, there were kings regnant or queens regnant. And it's much more common in the modern day. You get Elizabeth reigning for freaking ever, and a few generations before her, you got Victoria reigning for freaking ever. But they just changed the law in the UK so that a firstborn daughter can be queen in her own name, even if she has younger brothers.
Yeah, it went from male preference primogeniture to absolute primogeniture.
Yeah, and that happened so recently that it actually made me care about the gender of a royal baby, because I wanted William's firstborn to be a girl, because she would have been the first queen under that new law. So I'm very happy we have a 19th Amendment. The 19th Amendment is very important and means a great deal to me. However, too many men think that that means that I'm equal under the law. That was one of the points actually raised in the video that I was watching on Maya's channel was, but women are equal, they have the right to vote now. And I didn't actually cry or start screaming, but I am told that I blow out my microphone if I'm too loud. So, you know. This amendment means we're better than we were in 1840. And a lot of the laws have been changed, and they have been changed because women hold positions of power. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm very, very fortunate in that both of my senators and my member of the House of Representatives are women. But the question I posed Sunday that didn't really get answered by anyone was how many people in the chat had a female senator? And the answer is not a whole lot of them. I'm going to look up how many female senators 2025. There are 25 women who will be senators in the new Congress. Only 7 states have sent 3 women to the Senate in the entire history of the Senate. Seven states, or 8 states total, have sent 2 women at the same time. Only a handful of states have ever sent 1 woman to the Senate.
Yeah, I looked up. I can't. I'm looking up for my thing. I'm not sure if any women have been senators. I can't find any. At least
Ohio has never had a woman as senator.
We've had. I think we've had a few representatives. Looks like.
Yeah,
but none. I don't think any from my district. However, that I'm aware of, at least.
Yeah. So 63 women in history have been senators.
And this is, I'm guessing that this was all after the passing of the 17th Amendment. I don't think.
Weirdly, no.
Did someone actually been appointed?
Hold on. Maybe she was. Sort this by. Hold on, let me find the first woman senator. Yeah, so 1922. So it is all after. The first woman to be a senator was a Democrat from Georgia. She was appointed and served 1 day. In 1932, a woman was appointed to fill a vacancy caused by her husband's death, but she was reelected. So there's that. Margaret Chase Smith in 1948 was the first woman elected to the Senate without having been appointed to serve. 1978 was the first woman to have been elected to Senate without having previously filled an unexpired congressional term. And 1992 was the first woman of color elected, followed 20 years later by the second woman of color.
Yeah, we gotta say, this has only been 100, I think at this point 104 years at this. It's only been around for this is a very blip in time.
Sure, but 3.1% of the Senate has been, of all past and present senators, has been women. 3.1%. One of the guys in the video I watched with Maya was talking about how we've reached equality of opportunity, and that made me very angry. Because I'm sure he believes that, but it's simply not true. We do not have equality of opportunity just because of the 19th Amendment. Because there are still plenty of people out there, and I'm not saying men, I'm saying people, who will not vote for a woman for higher office.
Yeah, I had during the last election, people I work with talking about how that's women can't be off that much power, and like what?
Yeah.
For
Well, we're
reason.
too emotional.
Yeah, that was the reason they gave.
Yeah.
I'm like, vote for it, but not vote because you don't like their policies or their personality, whatever. But not because they're just women.
And like, part of the reason that people are still able to say that is that they don't classify rage as an emotion. So when you see, shouty man shouting, that's not him being too emotional. I think we can all agree that whining like a petulant little baby because you're kicked off Twitter for being a bigot is being emotional.
Yeah.
But somehow, it only really counts when it's women being too emotional.
I don't know if it's the other way or not. It's like going. I'll rant here about movies and some people. You ever see the new Star Wars movies?
I've seen a couple of them. I haven't seen all of them yet.
Yeah. Well, there's two groups of people that don't like the new movies. One, they're like we don't like her because we don't like Rey because he's a woman star. The other was like we don't like the movies because Rey's a badly written character.
Well, and the thing is a lot of the things that I've seen complained about in Rey were true in Luke. Like, let us not pretend that George Lucas is a good writer. Or, to quote Harrison Ford, you could type this stuff, George, but you can't say it.
Yeah. Or I guess a better thing than that would be the 16 Ghostbuster movie.
Yeah, I didn't like the 16 Ghostbuster movie because I didn't think it was funny, but to be fair to me, I didn't like the original Ghostbusters movie very much because I don't really think it's funny. So, Ghostbusters clearly not really my thing.
Yeah, but I don't think the main complaint about that was because they were women. I think if they had written it better.
Yeah, but there are a lot of people whose main complaint was that they were women. There are a lot of people whose main complaint about any movie featuring women is that there are too many movies featuring women. Studies have shown that women talking 30% of the time are seen by men as dominating the conversation.
You have a visitor?
No, that was my phone.
Okay.
I have a text.
Doorbell text.
So, it's ridiculous. And the 13th Amendment, or the 19th Amendment, rather, is seen as this universal fix. And it only exists to solve one problem. And we couldn't pass an Equal Rights Amendment. And part of that, yes, was women for whom internalized misogyny is a hell of a drug. Get me started on Phyllis Schlafly. Or, freaking Anita Bryant just died the other day, and I'm not shedding any tears over her, just repeatedly telling the story that one of my professors in college thought about asking her out when they were in high school, but didn't because he found out that she believed that French kissing would get you pregnant. A lot of women campaign against suffrage, a lot of women campaign against the ERA in this belief that it was unfeminine to want equality. And I'm here to tell you, if it's unfeminine to want equality, I don't want to be feminine. I would rather be equal. I would rather have a say in what's going on in the world. Climate change and the irresponsibility of the power company have destroyed the homes of, I don't even know how many people, many of whom I care about. I've lost count of how many friends' GoFundMes I've posted lately. For those who don't know, I am originally from Altadena, California, which is devastated right now, as we record this, by the Eaton fire. I don't know how. I'm hoping it's more contained, but I don't know.
Yeah, for those that are wondering, we are recording this on January 14th, 2025.
Yeah, and as we record this, I'm looking it up right now. It's 35% contained and has burned over 14,000 acres. And I want to be able to vote for people who will hold the electric company accountable if one of their transformers caused the fire. And I want to be able to vote for people who will vote to do things about climate change, which is one of the things that's caused this, the level of devastation we've seen. A lot of things that have happened you need to fix by your representation. And only by being allowed to vote. Heck, let's go on a micro level here.
Okay.
I can only change my local schools, which are considered an appropriate domain for me to care about, because it's about caring for my children. I can only help them have good schools by voting. The vote is so important. So important. I beg anyone listening to this who doesn't vote to vote every opportunity you have. If voting weren't important, they wouldn't be trying to keep you from doing it. Voter suppression is real, and it's because the power of the vote is so important. It's the only way you can control what happens in this world. You can protest, but they don't have to listen to you. Women protested for decades, and it's only when they got the right to vote that things started changing for women. I am a passionate advocate of educated voting for as many people as possible. I do agree there needs to be a minimum age, and we'll get there. That's coming up. Because when my son was 3, I think it was, he voted in the Scholastic mock election for Trump because he thought Trump was funny. 3-year-olds do not have the intellectual capability to understand, whether you like Trump or not, that's not a good reason to vote for someone because you think they're funny. There is a minimum age because there's a minimum age at which you are old enough to understand the world around you. My children are not there yet, and therefore should not be allowed to vote. Their brains have literally not finished developing enough.
Oh, I would say there's some middle-aged people whose brains aren't developed enough.
I mean, yes, that's why I do emphasize informed voting. But also a lot of those people are not going to believe the truth because, as Stephen Colbert put it, the truth has a known liberal bias.
I'd ask, if 8 years later, does he still think he's funny? Or
No, he does not. Because my son has too much empathy to think he's funny.
So wouldn't vote for him in the mock election this year or last year?
Yeah, I don't know if they did mock election this year, but if they did, he voted Harris. Because my son is also mature enough to know that it doesn't reduce him in any way to vote for a woman.
So in your house government, does Sandy have the right to vote?
Sandy and Zane have equal rights to vote. It is, enough of a dictatorship that their father and I don't have to listen to their votes. But if we are, discussing what we're going to have for dinner, for example, yeah, Sandy's got an equal vote. I actually sat down and had a talk with her recently about how she doesn't have to let her brother make decisions for her. And if he's trying to railroad her into one she doesn't like, she can come to me and I will put a stop to it. She is never seen as less than in our household just because she's a girl. Sometimes she doesn't get what she wants because she's younger. I forget what she was talking about watching last night, and I told her it was Squid Game. I told her she was too young to watch Squid Game because she is 7. Which is it's too young. She's too young. And she asked if people died, and I said yes, and she said, oh, and she didn't ask again. And sometimes she doesn't get what she wants because she's outvoted, and sometimes she doesn't get what she wants because the only votes that matter are mine and or her father's. But
she's outvoted, but she still had the right to vote.
Yeah. Or sometimes it's well, actually, this is not a democracy, and your dad and I are the only ones who matter. Can we go out to eat? No, we can't. But I want to. That's nice.
Yeah, but the thing is, like listening, she has the choice to do it. It means does it mean they'll get what they voted for? But the
thing about how voting works is that you can be outvoted if more people disagree with you. That's how this democracy thing works. And sometimes, it's obvious that there are reasons that was bad. But just because the person you voted for doesn't win, doesn't mean the election wasn't fair. Sometimes it just means a lot of people disagreed with you. So, I do think there have been elections in my lifetime that were unfair. I could get into that, but I'm not gonna. But most of the elections in my lifetime, I do believe, a majority of people either agreed with me or disagreed with me, and I'm just going to have to live with the consequences of how that worked out.
Yeah, I do have a question if you know the answer to this. What was after this amendment was passed? What was the first either situation, precedent, law, or whatever that was made because women can vote now at the federal level? Or do you know the first major?
I don't know. I really don't. I assume that there were some issues that were more popular with women than with men. And I know that a lot of close elections today are decided by the votes of Black women. Black women tend to vote in a fairly consistent block. And have saved a lot of places from themselves, I will say. But I genuinely don't know what the first thing was that won, because more women than men voted a certain way.
I was just curious. If you out there know, say something in the comments below. Say something in the comments. If you know,
and if I find out before this goes live, then I'll post it in the comments.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like that, or what major president women turned the
No,
tide to.
it's a good question. It's not one I have an answer to, but it's a good question.
20th Amendment, passed by Congress March 2nd, 1932, ratified January 23rd, 1933. The terms of the President and the Vice President shall end at noon on the 20th day of January, and the terms of Senators and Representatives at noon on the 3rd day of January of the years in which such terms would have ended if this article had not been ratified, and the terms of their successors shall then begin. So we're recording this on the 20th of January.
2024.
Yep. So, but it's Martin Luther King Day and there's nothing else interesting happening today. I don't want to talk about it. No. The reason that there had been the big gap historically between Election Day and Inauguration Day was travel.
Because it March, then March.
Yeah, it was March. And so November to March is 4 months. And that meant that for 4 months of his presidency, because it has always been a him, again, I don't want to talk about it right now. For 4 months of his presidency, the president would be kind of in a holding pattern. There would be, especially if he had been voted out of office or if he had elected not to run for another term, there would be 4 months where he was what was called, and what is still called, a lame duck. We're not using that term right now, even though technically a second term president has often been called a lame duck president. What it means is he doesn't have the sway and the influence of a president who, in theory, is going to run again and has all of these opportunities going forward. And especially in this 4 month period between the election and March, when that was the inauguration, the president couldn't accomplish anything because everybody knew that the important person was the incoming president. Well, when everybody was traveling by horse and carriage, that made a certain amount of sense. Because by horse and by carriage, it takes longer to get places. But even though the country had gotten substantially larger since 1789, by 1932, it didn't take anywhere near as long to get places, even though this is before the interstate highway system and the roads were terrible.
Yeah, we had, by this point, we had trains.
We had trains. And yeah, it takes a while to cross the country by train. It takes a while to drive across the country, even with good roads. But
it's still faster than a horse and a carriage.
It's still a lot faster than a horse. It's faster to take a train from, we'll say, San Francisco to Washington, D.C. than it would have been to take a horse from, Boston to Washington, D.C. back in 1789. So this 4-month period just did not make sense anymore. This is one of the few amendments that is about changing technology. That is purely what this amendment is covering, is a change in technology at this, this section of it.
Now the other one, did the senators and representatives get early start too?
Yeah. Everybody used to be March. And then with the 20th Amendment, everybody's in January. And that did mean that a certain number of people had their terms shortened by a couple of months. But, we'll cope with that. So I think with that, we can move on to the next.
So wait a minute, we're fast. So this would have been the FDR's first term.
Yeah. So he could spare the couple of months anyway.
Right.
All right, next slide. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall begin at noon on the 3rd day of January, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. So if we go back to the previous slide, they get sworn in at noon on the 3rd day of January, and they go right to work. Unless they decide by law that that's not what's going to happen.
And
Now-
that's the day they pick their speaker and pro temp.
Yeah. They pick their officer, they get sworn in, they pick their officers, and from that point, legally speaking, they could just go home. Now, even if we greatly expanded Congress the way I would like us to,
Me too.
the way we need to, this section still makes sense. Swear everybody in person, pick the officers in person, and then everybody goes home and legislates by Zoom. I'd like to hope that we would actually set up a federal specific legal, a zoom.gov, as it were, as opposed to using a specific licensed product, have one built specifically for Congress. Currently, Zoom is kind of a shorthand.
Yeah, and have it like an online C-SPAN so we can still watch what they're doing.
Right.
Without actually being part of it.
Right. There's a whole bunch of ways that we can make that work because the technology is there. Again, technology moves forward. The 20th Amendment is largely the technology moves forward amendment. It's saying, hey, this thing that happened because the travel times were X in 1789 needs to be changed because now the travel times are Y. That's the entire reason behind this event. And again, go back a slide and look. It didn't really take that long for everyone to say, yeah, that makes sense. It got passed and ratified in less than a year.
I noticed something grammar-wise. Third day is written weird back then.
With the 3rd day of January, with the 3D.
Yeah.
Technically, that's still grammatically correct. I mean, we use an R instead of just a D, so it'd be 3RD. But yeah, it is a little the fact that they used a number, like, are they trying to save characters or something? They were not tweeting this amendment. Or whatever it's called on the various other platforms that I still don't use. Next slide is a long one. If, at the time fixed for the beginning of the term of the president-elect shall have died, the vice president-elect shall become president. If a president shall not have been chosen before the time fixed for the beginning of his term, or if the president-elect shall have failed to qualify, then the vice president-elect shall act as president until a president shall have qualified, and the Congress may by law provide for the case wherein neither a president-elect nor a vice president-elect shall have qualified, declaring who shall then act as president, or the manner in which one who is to act shall be selected, and such person shall act accordingly until a president or vice president shall have qualified. I believe, and this is I'd have to look it up, but at this point I believe we had actually had a vice presidential candidate die between the election and the inauguration day. And so they figured, well, we need to do something about that. I know that one of the people who was, if I remember correctly, one of the people who was running for president when Lincoln was, died before inauguration day. I could be wrong about that. But this was like, well, that could happen, so let's put laws in place so we know what we're going to do.
So say if between November and now, Trump had passed away or got sick, then they would swear Vance in as president.
Yeah. And if both Trump and Vance had become incapable of holding the office, let's say, the Congress would have been able to pick someone. Or if they had somehow been disqualified. And it's kind of vague on how they shall have failed to qualify. I guess if we found out that, I mean, and this is not possible because both of Trump's parents were citizens when he was born, which means, you know, there's no. But if Trump had secretly been born in Kenya, if you know what I mean,
yeah,
then I suppose that would mean he would fail to qualify. It doesn't clarify that language, so that would be an interesting Supreme Court case going forward if, for example, somebody had cited, what is it, the 14th Amendment that has the language about treason, and declared that because the incoming president had committed treason against the United States, he failed to qualify as president, which the current Supreme Court would not accept as an argument, but should have. I think that would have been, okay, he fails to qualify, and therefore, Vance. But the language is vague.
yeah. That why it's a long one.
Yeah, it's providing options for a situation that has not happened, had not happened then, still has not happened. But it's just in case language. Let's cover a bunch of possible eventualities. Our next slide, which I believe is our last one.
No,
there's one more. The Congress
there's two more.
There's two more. This is a long amendment. The Congress may by law provide for the case of the death of any of the persons from whom the House of Representatives may choose a president whenever the right of choice shall have devolved upon them, and for the case of the death of any of the persons from whom the Senate may choose a vice president whenever the right of choice shall have devolved upon them. So, if this situation happens, the whole of Congress is going to choose a president, and Congress has to figure out a law. The Senate chooses.
Yeah, the lower house chooses the president, the upper house chooses the vice president.
The whole Congress, not the House, the whole Congress. Oh, yeah, from whom the House of Representatives, yeah. Lower house chooses president, Senate chooses vice president, Congress will figure out a law on how to deal with this.
Yeah, so I guess, well, technically, I guess the Senate makes sense because the vice president is in charge of the Senate.
Yeah, they're choosing their own officer again. And I suppose for the House choosing the presidents, it's simply because there's more of them. I think it's preventing a Caesar situation, honestly. I don't know how much Roman history you know, but Julius Caesar was basically appointed into every office that he ever had. The Senate appointed him dictator for life, and dictator for Romans meant something very, very different than dictator means to us. But also, the 1930s, we were seeing some things happening in Europe at that time. Things were starting to go a certain way in Europe at the time at which this amendment was being passed. So they wanted to make sure, I suspect, that a lot of people were involved in any choice to make sure that they weren't essentially crowning a dictator the way certain European countries were in the process of doing at the time the amendment was ratified.
Yeah. So this amendment is the reason why is how Ford got become vice president.
No. This part of this amendment has never been used. Because this section is all about deaths between the election and the inauguration.
Okay.
The one about, hey, maybe we should be able to have a vice president if the president dies, comes even later than this.
Why I meant when the vice president got thrown out, we picked that a new vice president.
Yeah, no, that's even later than this.
Okay.
Yeah. This is still just that at this point in history, 2-month period. If somebody dies in that 2-month period, here's how we're going to handle it.
Okay.
Sections 1 and 2 shall take effect on the 15th day of October following the ratification of this article. So, 15th of October, 1933, which means the first Congress people it applied to would have been in 1936 with the 37 inauguration.
I thought it'd be 34.
Yes, you're quite right. 34, it would have been the first one it applied to. And then it would have applied in 36 to the president, is what I was thinking.
Okay. Which again would be FDR.
Which is FDR, so it doesn't even matter. Oh no, FDR was president for 2 fewer months so that FDR could be president for 2 more months. Yeah. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of 3/4 of the states within 7 years from the date of its submission. And this is a thing we're increasingly seeing in these amendments, and I'm honestly not sure why this started happening.
Time limits.
Yeah. Time limits have not been a thing. We only start seeing time limits on these amendments in the 20th century, and I don't know why. I suppose it was by the 20th century, there was an interesting backlog of amendments that had never been ratified. Many of them had never even passed the Congress, because many of the amendments that have been proposed over the years have been kind of stupid. I've seen petitions for some of them, and not all of them make sense. Some of them I'm strongly in favor of them, some of them I'm not. But there were all kinds of amendments proposed, and by this point it's like, well, what if somebody hauls one of these really bizarre ones out of the backlog, and we'll get to hauling them out of the backlog, and passes them, and so now they've got these clauses in them. And there is, with the theoretical ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment, considerable debate about whether these clauses should even apply. I'm opposed to them personally. I think if an amendment is a good idea, it doesn't matter how long it takes to get ratified. And if it's a bad idea, it shouldn't be ratified. And I don't think there's a time limit on good ideas.
So was this one a good idea?
Yeah, some of it was stuff that we absolutely needed to do because it's always best to have contingencies in place. And some of it was technology moving forward. There was no reason to have the stretch between the election and the inauguration as long as it was in an era where it just did not take that long to get across the country. I've traveled from Los Angeles to the East Coast twice in my life, and in current travel, that took me a day.
Oh,
It only took me Huh?
Of course, now by flight, even less time.
Yeah, exactly. I hopped on a plane at, God help us, LAX.
Been there.
Oh, it's a horrible airport. I like Burbank much better. But I hopped on a plane at LAX, flew across the country, and it wasn't even dinner time for one of the flights. One of the flights was later in the day.
Yeah.
But it took me a handful of hours, even considering time change, to get across the entire country.
Yeah.
There's no reason to keep these laws in place that are based on everybody is riding horses and it takes 3 days to get to the next county.
Remember, when I flew to LA and back, I think it took me 2 or 3 hours to fly to LA, but 8 hours to fly back to the East Coast.
Yeah, because time zones.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and of course we still have I guess we still have a 2 month window now, because I guess that make sure the election went well, I guess.
The 2-month window has the time for the election to actually be certified into it, and there is a certain amount of preparation involved. A 2-month window makes a lot of logistical sense. It gives everyone time to make sure that they are prepared for everything. Let's be real. If you become president, you have to move. And having a little bit of notice of that, as someone who has moved a time or two, it's nice if you know when you're going to move.
Yeah.
Moving out of nowhere is terrible.
Is it the first Tuesday of November?
No, it's the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November.
Okay. So that Wednesday you get sworn in.
That's time enough to do anything. And I've seen sometimes the election just isn't over yet that soon. The counting isn't done. So the window we have now gives the states time to finish their counting and get everything in order on the state level. And then it gives time to move everything to the federal level and get everything in order on the federal level. And as we are never going to forget again, On January 6th, everything gets ratified and dealt with on the federal level. And then January 20th, the new administration starts. And that is a nice balance between fast enough for everything to get handled, or fast enough so that we don't have this backlog going, but slow enough so that everything can get taken care of that needs to get taken care of before a new president can be sworn in. 21st Amendment. Passed by Congress February 20th, 1933. Ratified December 5th, 1933. The 18th article of amendment to the Constitution of the United States is hereby repealed.
You can get alcohol again.
You can drink alcohol again. So, we talked when we covered the 18th Amendment about what brought the amendment about. And it's referred to a lot as the noble experiment. The idea of prohibition was, okay, we're gonna have no alcohol. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be so much better for the country because it's gonna prevent drunkenness and people failing to support their families and all of these things that were happening because of alcohol. And that's not really what happened.
Because people didn't stop.
For one thing, as I established, you can't prevent people from making alcohol. There is no system that is going to prevent people from making alcohol because it is a naturally occurring compound. People make alcohol by accident. You leave fruit juice around for too long, oh look, you have alcohol. People who wanted to make alcohol were certainly going to be able to do it. I said this in the last one. I say it all the time. There are a lot of vineyards in California. And while obviously grape juice is a thing, the grapes they produced were not well suited for just drinking the juice unfermented. So they couldn't suddenly start, even so, that's a lot of grape juice. And while the 18th Amendment did allow for religious use of wine, they could only produce so much, sacramental wine. Even with everybody and their brother claiming to be a rabbi. So what a lot of the vineyards started producing was these bricks of concentrated grape. And it would say, and I believe they were shelves. I mean, it didn't matter given the purposes, but I believe they were shelf-stable bricks of concentrated grape juice. And it would give very clear instructions on them of what not to do. Because obviously you didn't want this to turn into wine. Obviously this was so you could enjoy grape juice at home. So there would be very clear instructions printed on these saying, do not add X amount of water and put into a container of X size and put into a dark, cool place, because if you do that, it will turn into wine.
But also, besides the rabbis and the priests, another group of people decided to take advantage of shipping alcohol.
Yeah, there were the bootleggers. And the bootleggers were an even bigger problem. Like, what I'm talking about to start with is just the sheer logistical impossibility of preventing people from making alcohol at home if they want to. I would wager that something like 40% of Americans can make alcohol
with stuff they have in their own house right now, and the rest of them could go to the grocery store and get the ingredients with no problem. The bigger problem was the people who didn't want to bother doing that, which I don't blame them. But there was still a market. And where there is a market, somebody is going to fill it. Also, you may have noticed that the United States has a very large amount of border. And one of our borders is the longest border in the world that is essentially undefended. The border with Canada. There are a lot of places in this country where you can walk across the border and nobody is actually going to notice that you're walking into Canada. And alcohol was still legal in Canada. And to a certain extent, there was the same issue with Mexico. Alcohol was still legal in Mexico. And there's an awful lot of coastline in this country. And there are all kinds of countries where alcohol was still legal that could put alcohol onto a boat. So a lot of people were able to ship alcohol in from other countries. People will talk about bathtub gin, and there was a certain amount of that. There are several things where, yeah, that was one of the sources. But also, there was just a lot of smuggling. And smuggling is a crime. And people who know how to commit crimes are criminals. And so the 18th Amendment was this enormous boom in crime because the people best suited to get around the 18th Amendment were the criminals. And they would become very, very jealous of their territories, and gang wars would break out. And while there were not, as we established last, when we covered the 18th Amendment, there were not a lot of prohibition agents. There were enough of them, and so there would be shootouts with the police, and theoretically, the police of any given jurisdiction would be opposed to these gangsters. However, a lot of elected officials and a lot of magistrates and a lot of police were on the take because the criminals could afford to bribe everybody
And
with
plus,
the money they were making.
and plus, a lot of the officials and police were like wanted the alcohol too. I'm guessing.
Exactly. Prohibition was a lot less popular once it really got going than it had been in the lead up to ratification. And honestly, I don't think they ever actually had the popularity in the general public for prohibition that they had in the halls of Congress. I think there were some very different thought processes going on. So, enormous percentages of the US population was suddenly okay with violating the law because it was a bad law. And where there are people okay with violating a bad law, there will be people okay with violating good laws to help them do it.
And so the birth of the speakeasy happened during these years.
The birth of the speakeasy happened. The real birth of the mob happened. There had been organized crime in the United States well before the 18th Amendment. But with the 18th Amendment, it just exploded because there was this desire to provide a service that the public wanted. And what they wanted was a place they could go and maybe get some entertainment and drink. And the mob provided. So the passing of the 18th Amendment, if anything, it seems to have increased drinking. And what it really increased was crime. To the point that there is a comedy about the mob set during Prohibition. It's a great movie. Some like it hot. With Marilyn Monroe, Jack Lemmon, and Tony Curtis is a great movie. But the inciting incident of the movie is the Valentine's Day Massacre. It's a fictionalized version, but Jack Lemmon's character and Tony Curtis's character are on their way to a gig. They're musicians. They're on their way to a gig, and they happen to be in the garage where the massacre takes place. And in order to get out of Chicago, they disguise themselves as women and join an all-girl band on its way to Florida. Fantastic movie. But it's a comedy about mob violence. And if you read books and watch movies made during Prohibition, nobody really stops drinking. Now, drinking itself was perfectly legal. It was not illegal if you had a wine cellar, or even if you had a collection of whiskey, to drink all you wanted of your own collection. You couldn't make it, you couldn't buy it, you couldn't transport it. But if you read the book of The Thin Man, the movie was made in 1934, and they drink a lot in the movie. The book came out during Prohibition, and they drink more in the book. And then it's made very explicit that they are going to speakeasies. The cocktail really came into its own during Prohibition as a way to disguise the flavor of bad alcohol. Because it's the stuff that was being made cheap. Or the stuff that was being, the lower quality stuff that was being brought in. So you disguise it with fruit juice and bitters and whatever, and look, you have a cocktail instead of just a bad shot of gin.
Was this also the start of the federal agents?
Yeah, federal police officers really became a thing during Prohibition because Prohibition was a federal law. Arguably, Prohibition's longest lasting influence was a rise in federal power. Because a lot of the states did not want Prohibition and did not appoint their own agents. Most Prohibition work was done on a federal level. It required federal enforcement, which means for the first time you have a need for a federal police force instead of just relying on things like extradition. So you get J. Edgar Hoover really coming to power during Prohibition. And the idea that the federal government has a say in people's day-to-day lives really starts with Prohibition. Most of the amendments we've covered have been kind of a groundwork level of this is what the society looks like. And what you do within that society is all on you, and we don't really worry about it. You don't, you can't be you can't hold slaves or be a slave. You have these rights, that's just the structure the country is built around. But with Prohibition, it's the federal government has the right to tell you you can't do something that you want to do that is fairly common for people to do. And that is arguably the biggest increase in federal authority the country had ever seen.
Yeah.
Most people aren't really worried about interstate shipping laws. It's something that affects their life, but they don't think about it.
If I have a reason why, even though not federal, it's state by state, each state right now is one by one getting marijuana legalized.
Yeah. And that is technically against a federal law, and we're going to see how that plays out in the next few years. But if the states had started randomly deciding to allow alcohol after the 18th Amendment and before the 21st, that would have been a huge thing. That would have been massive. Because it had been decided that the federal government had the authority to tell people they couldn't do that. And if the states tried to take that authority away, it would have been a huge fight. And they would have been smacked down in the Supreme Court, I'm quite sure. And yeah, the 18th Amendment was bad law, but it was law. And by being in the Constitution, it was the highest law of the land. There were federal laws before the 18th Amendment, but they didn't have the intimate reach.
Or didn't have the bite.
Yeah. And there were a lot of people who dealt with federal law on a daily basis. If you owned a railroad, or if you were a manufacturer who sent goods from one state to another, or if you were involved in diplomacy, or, a lot of these people were dealing with federal laws. But the average person was not. The biggest thing they had to do with federal laws that they probably thought about was every 4 years when they voted for president. I don't think most people really fully think of their congressional representatives and their senator as being federal law, though it is. So most of the time, people lived in a federal system but didn't have to think about it. And with the 18th Amendment, they really started having to think about the place the federal government had in their lives. And even though the 21st Amendment repealed that, it didn't change the system.
What happens already in place and it wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, the federal structure had started to be built. And, 33, FDR was president in 33. So the federal system that he was building in part on the structure that had been put in place by the 18th Amendment. So with the 21st Amendment, alcohol was legal again, but some of the effects of prohibition lasted because the organized crime system wasn't going anywhere. Yet it reached its pinnacle under prohibition. But there are all kinds of things that people want that's illegal for them to have. And organized crime was going to provide them with that.
Yeah.
Organized crime historically speaking, has run a lot of gambling, for example. People like to gamble, and that's another one you can't really stop them from doing.
We mentioned drugs.
Drugs. Guns and drugs. That's the two big things that the organized crime system moves in this country these days. I am actually okay with a certain amount of prohibition of guns and drugs, because there are a lot of guns and drugs that I don't think the average person needs. And a lot of drugs you can't really make at home. I live in the wrong climate for coca trees, for example. I cannot grow cocaine in my backyard, even if I wanted to, which I don't. Marijuana, it's a lot easier, especially at a personal use level. And I've got a great story about my uncle trying to grow peyote in my grandmother's closet. My grandmother noticed that he had a plant in a closet in her house. And my grandmother thought to herself that any plant in a closet is not a plant that you want people to see, and if you don't want people to see it, there's a reason for that. So she looked up what kind of plant it was and discovered it was a peyote plant. And my grandmother knew that if she killed it outright, my uncle was just going to get another one. And she didn't know what it cost, but she figured it wasn't cheap. And so what she did instead was she fed it little tiny amounts of bleach. Not enough to kill it, but she fed it enough so that it never produced buds. So my uncle never got peyote out of his plant while it was in my grandmother's closet. And he never knew why.
Must have been a bad seed.
Yeah, my grandmother was a great woman. I love my grandmother. But, I don't think that everyone needs some of the drugs that organized crime is currently selling, and it's not stuff that you can produce at home, so there's no point in trying to prohibit it. But that's what organized crime does now, and the reason they have the structure that they do to move the things that they are is prohibition. So there's a good and a bad in the long-term legacy of prohibition. The good, in my opinion, is the lasting... Oh, that's a fire truck coming up my street. The lasting federal system that provides a lot of good to a lot of people.
Of course, some people don't like that. Some people don't like that either.
Some people don't like that either, but I do. As a person on disability, I'm a big fan of federal systems. But I think we can pretty much all agree that organized crime is bad.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't agree with that, you're probably in organized crime yourself. So, yeah. So let's move on to the next slide. The transportation or importation into any state, territory, or possession of the United States for delivery or use therein of intoxicating liquors in violation of the laws thereof is hereby prohibited. And this allows a legal structure around alcohol. This is where, for example, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms gets some of its authority. We can set laws about transportation and importation. Manufacture is left out of this. Consumption is left out of this. Even selling is left out of this. That's still going to be controlled by your local and state laws. The requirements for setting up a bar, just because there's a vacant lot across the street from my son's junior high, doesn't mean I can buy it and set up a bar there, for example. While we're allowing alcohol again, we're going to regulate it better. And the federal government gets to set regulations about transportation and importation because that's kind of the federal government's thing.
Now, before and after Prohibition, I'm guessing that there were only a few of the beer people before was still beer people afterwards.
A lot of the breweries pivoted during Prohibition. Some of them went towards making soda instead. Some of them fully shut down. It was harder for breweries to get into making things like medicinal alcohol. And when I say medicinal alcohol, okay, there is an extent to which, because doctors were still allowed to prescribe alcohol to people, there was a whole lot of whiskey being sold for quote-unquote medicinal purposes. If you could get your doctor to write you a prescription that you absolutely positively needed 3 shots of whiskey a day, you could have your whiskey because your doctor was allowed to write that prescription. There is also a legitimate need for alcohol in a lot of medicine. Rubbing alcohol is a thing. And when it comes to a lot of food preparation and a lot of plant substances just generally, there are some compounds that you can get out of a plant using just water soluble. There are a lot that are alcohol soluble. There's a reason for the Family Ties episode where Tom Hanks is drinking the vanilla extract, because vanilla extract is alcoholic. It is not strongly alcoholic, but vanillin requires alcohol to be extracted out of the vanilla bean. So your vanilla extract is, and it'll tell you on the label, it is alcoholic. So breweries are not really well set up towards medicinal alcohol. Though a lot of the distilleries were capable of doing that. So they would pivot from whiskey to rubbing alcohol or whatever. And the federal government actually started poisoning some of these sources of medicinal alcohol to prevent people from drinking them, and people died. It was a huge thing. And they kept doing it with the theory that if people were drinking it, they deserved to die. So that's great. But yeah, some of the breweries just went out of business with Prohibition, and some of them started selling very, very, very low alcohol beer. Technically non-alcoholic is not non-alcoholic, it's a very low percentage, but some of the breweries started selling that, and there were a whole lot of ways to get around the fact that their business had been taken away that weren't legal. You know, it's not all what the vineyards were doing. An interesting statistic is that enormous numbers of saloons pivoted to being ice cream parlors with the coming of Prohibition. And it turned out to be so profitable that a bunch of them never went back.
It was like the birth of the Sunday during this time.
The Sunday had existed, but this is another one where it just exploded in popularity because it was better than nothing, and there were all of these places that were now selling ice cream. And so you get these, I think a lot of the bigger, weirder Sundays got their start during Prohibition. I'd have to do research on that, but I wouldn't be surprised. So,
I've never had an ice cream soda before, but apparently they were a thing.
Yeah, I've had one. They're okay. I'd rather have a malt. But there were a lot of ways these businesses were trying to stay afloat, because a lot of the economy, I said this last time, a lot of the economy was built on these companies that made alcohol one way or another. We talked about the vineyards, but the hops farmers had to figure out what they were going to do, because there is very little non-alcoholic need for hops. And a certain amount of the grain that was grown in this country went into alcohol. And were those farmers going to sell that grain for other purposes, or what were they going to do with their land? So a lot of people in the country were left trying to figure out what they were going to do, which was just what we needed in the years right before the Great Depression. Because a lot of Prohibition and a lot of the Great Depression are overlapping. And the two are not connected, but the economic problems of prohibition did not help the Great Depression.
Yeah, of course, it's funny. I guess it's not funny, but ironic that what we call the Roaring '20s was during Prohibition.
Yeah, well, part of that was all the speakeasies. And it is true that the speakeasies helped to break down certain barriers simply because if you were breaking the law anyway, it mattered a lot less who you were breaking the law with. So if you were sitting with a man in a bar before Prohibition, that was shocking, but if you were a woman sitting with a man in a bar before Prohibition, that was shocking. But during Prohibition, it's like, well, we're all breaking the law. Who even cares? And yes.
And was this also the start of I think, was this also the jazz music?
Well, jazz music existed before then. Jazz music is a combination of certain African sounds and certain Irish sounds, and even to a certain extent classical, that was synthesized in places like New Orleans, which are, big port cities where you get a lot of people from a lot of different places, and it's synthesizing all of these sounds together into one. And the origins of jazz go back to the 19th century, but jazz really hit it big during the 20s, and part of that was the performers in speakeasies. Especially because New Orleans was damned if they were going to let anyone close down their party. Not all of New Orleans is one big party. It is a real city where real people live, and there's a lot of stuff happening there. But when people in New Orleans party, they know how to party. And they weren't going to let that stop just because of one pesky federal law. There was a prohibition agent who liked to find out, he liked to time how long it took him before somebody offered him a drink from one city to the next, and the record was New Orleans, where in 30-something seconds he got into a cab, and the cab driver offered him to go someplace to get a drink. So, New Orleans, the party never stopped. And that feel was very popular in speakeasies, the idea of this place where they just kept on going and no one cared. So the music of New Orleans spread. And there would become jazz sounds that were distinct to other places as time passed. But yeah, the spread of jazz is a combination of prohibition and easy access to recordings, be it records or the radio. So there were a lot of social changes that came because of prohibition, that many of them I think were inevitable. I think the country had just gotten too big to not have an effective federal system. And a lot of the social changes, I think, were inevitable, but they were sped up by prohibition.
Yeah, hanging out with women, hanging out with black people, was just all new stuff.
And let's be clear, a lot of the speakeasies were still heavily segregated. Not all, but most, let's say.
Yeah,
but
you could perform there, but you couldn't eat there or drink there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You were, at the very least, getting something of a window into black culture if you were a white person going to some of these speakeasies. Because there were the performers. So instead of, you've got a string quartet and you're listening to waltzes, you've got a jazz band. and they're playing music you wouldn't have previously heard. A lot of the big names in Black pop culture of the first half of the 20th century became huge because of performing in speakeasies. Louis Armstrong performed in a speakeasy or two. Count Basie, Duke Ellington. It was just where these people got their start. Because there were a lot of jobs. And there was a certain risk in taking any of these jobs because the musicians could be arrested too for being in a speakeasy. But at least you were getting paid to play your instrument. And there are not a lot of gigs for paid musicians. So something is better than nothing. Even with the risk of being arrested.
The risk versus rewards.
Right. And for a lot of the musicians, like, okay, you spend the night in jail or you pay a fine or whatever, and then you're back out on the street and you can get a gig at another speakeasy. Because shutting down one speakeasy didn't really change. Another one would just open in its place somewhere else. But again, a very lighthearted look at the whole system is Some Like It Hot, because the first 10 or 15 minutes of the movie is just, here's what Prohibition era Chicago looked like. And there's a Simpsons parody of the whole thing.
The Beer Baron.
The Beer Baron. And there is the oversimplified, if you want an actual historical take on it. But Prohibition has been repealed for nearly a century now, and it is still so ingrained in our culture. Anytime you see people dressing as flappers and things for Halloween, that goes back to Prohibition culture. The idea that women could wear these short little flapper dresses, that's Prohibition. That's, if I'm going to be breaking the law anyway, I might as well break the societal norms. The movie Chicago is Prohibition era. Velma Kelly works in speakeasies. Roxy Hart is drinking illegal alcohol while she's cheating on her husband. Like, so much of our culture stems from this sudden weird state we were thrust in, where because people were violating the law, they cared a lot less about conventional morality.
Yeah, you can see the change in bathing suits too, but before and after, like before, like all this whole bodysuit for bathing suits. Now then afterwards, it started getting less and less.
Yeah, until you get into the bikini, and to a certain extent, this happened again in the 60s, but it was never as vastly cultural shaping as it was with Prohibition, because quite a lot of the U.S. population in the 60s didn't smoke marijuana and never took LSD. But the percentage of people who drank alcohol before and after the 18th Amendment did not substantially change. So the culture underwent this enormous shift because everybody wanted to keep doing what they'd been doing. And this is another one that's got a deadline, and it didn't matter because it was less than a year, but this article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by conventions in the several states as provided in the Constitution within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress. And, 6 or 8 months, and we're like, nope, okay, we're done. No more Prohibition.
And I think we mentioned this in talking about the fifth article. This was the only one that was passed by conventions, not by the state legislatives.
Yeah, because the states were just like, no, we're not doing this. We're done. Prohibition failed. We're done. We're out of here. That was the goal, and it's amusing to me that the first day when alcohol was legal in the United States is actually my birthday, because I still don't drink. But I have a lot of friends who are like, oh, did you know that Prohibition was... I was like, yeah, I know. I'm still not going to celebrate with a drink, because I don't. But people who shared my birthday and were born early enough so that they were of drinking age in 1933 probably had a heck of a birthday party. 22nd Amendment, passed by Congress March 21st, 1947, ratified February 27th, 1951. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed by the Congress, and shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of president or acting as president during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding the office of president or acting as president during the remainder of such term. So this is the FDR amendment. George Washington became president because everybody told him that if he didn't accept the office, then it would be seen as him not accepting the Constitution and not thinking it was a good system of government, and it would be bad news for the country. And he said, okay, and he became president. And he wanted to go home after the first term, and they said, no, you got to do a second just to prove it. And so he said, okay. And after the second term, he said, I'm done, I'm going home. And that held as tradition for about 150 years. Every president served 2 terms, maximum.
But actually, it's a good thing he did do that, because he died a year or two later.
Yeah, he got to be home when he died, and he got to spend some time alone at home, and I'm sure that made him very happy.
I mean, I would say that also been the first president to die in office too. Then
yeah, that would have been messy if it had been George Washington as the first president to die. Yeah, so there are a lot of good reasons that he limited himself to 2 terms. When Theodore Roosevelt ran third party in the Bull Moose Party, the big shock was not that he was running third party. It was that he had been president during 2 terms. He had been appointed president upon the assassination of McKinley, and then he ran for office and served a term on his own. And so running for a 3rd term was basically unprecedented.
Scandalous.
Yeah. And I'm looking up now how much of McKinley's term he served. He became president 1901. So yeah, so he served practically a full term for McKinley. So under this amendment, he would not have been eligible for another term. Whole thing is all those pesky Roosevelts.
Yeah. So Truman could have run again under this.
Yeah, Truman was exempt from this amendment. He lost to Eisenhower, so it didn't end up mattering. But Truman was exempt. This amendment specifically did not apply to Harry S. Truman and applied to everyone else.
Did he even run again? Did he even run that year?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure. Harry S. Truman with the period, even though it shouldn't be there. Let's see. He became president in 45. So that was...
And then in 48, there's a famous Dewey, the famous newspaper thing.
Yeah. Okay, no, he didn't run, but he was old and he wasn't doing well in the polls. So that was Adlai Stevenson who
For the Democratic ticket.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, so Truman didn't actually run because he just wasn't going to win and he knew it.
But he could have, if he did, he could have.
He could have, and if he could have won, then he could have held office even under the 22nd Amendment, because the 22nd Amendment did not apply to Truman.
So everyone from Eisenhower and beyond, 2 terms, that's it. Maybe 10 if you're vice president.
Yeah.
And now you mentioned this before, I think for earlier in the thing, that you do not agree with this amendment.
I'm sorry. Say again?
You mentioned this before earlier in the series that you do not agree with this amendment.
I don't agree with the amendment. I don't have any problem with somebody running as often as they want to and holding the office as much as they want to if they can get enough people to agree to elect them. I think that a bad president is a bad president no matter how many terms they serve, and a good president is a good president no matter how many terms they serve. It's not terms that make somebody good or bad. We see term limits as kind of a get out of jail free card. Like, they'll fix all of our problems if we just put term limits in place.
Now, do you think this was? Do you think? I know FDR wasn't one, but do you think this was because they wanted to avoid like dictators and stuff?
Oh, absolutely. The thing is a lot of people had been holding office in Europe in the years leading up to World War II, who were now dictators.
Yeah, they got elected. Like Hitler got elected, but then he's like,
yeah. How elected Hitler was is kind of complicated, but Hitler had been elected, Mussolini had been elected, and then FDR was elected 4 times. And I've always kind of understood why FDR did that, because
at first was like, I gotta continue my New
Deal policies,
and then it was, oh, World War II is happening. I gotta keep us out. Now I gotta keep us in.
In 1940, the United States was heavily isolationist, and FDR must have felt like the only person who understood that the United States was going to end up in World War II, whether they wanted to or not. So he ran for office because he wanted somebody in office who knew what was happening and was able to prepare us. And then in 44, even though he was in very poor health by that point, we were in the middle of a war, and he wouldn't have wanted to turn over the government to someone else, especially because he knew about the atom bomb project. He knew all about the Manhattan Project, so he didn't want to turn that over to someone else.
Which he ended up doing anyways.
And so he ran, and yeah, he ended up having to turn it over to Truman on the grounds of dying, but he didn't choose to do that. I will say that I'm counting on the 22nd Amendment to still be in place in 4 years. Because, well, I believe this country can survive 2 terms. I don't believe it could survive 3. But I'm going to emphasize that that's 2 terms or 3 terms of someone I don't want as president in the first place.
Yeah, because I do not think we have the Congress to pass the amendment because you need a 2/3 majority.
It needs a 2/3 majority, and everyone who would go to pass it would know why we were passing it. Repealing the 22nd Amendment would be installing a dictatorship. That is why it would currently pass. And just because I agree with a repeal in principle doesn't mean that I want it repealed at this time. Because I know what the effect of repealing this amendment would be at this time. And I'm already scared enough.
Oh, well, unlike the last amendment, this one took a while to pass. Right, get ratified.
Yeah. Unlike most amendments, this one took a few years. Most of the amendments we see, it takes a year or 2 at most. And this is not the record holder. We'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of close. I mean, not in terms of sheer number of years it took, but it is, if it's not in the 2nd place, it's in about the 3rd or 4th place. This is one of the longest amendments it took to pass. And I don't honestly know why that is. I think it was because a lot of people feel the way I do. That a bad president is a bad president notwithstanding. And a good president is a good president notwithstanding. And a term limit isn't going to change that.
I guess to make sure the bad president doesn't be a bad president for 30 years.
Yeah.
Because, well, technically, yeah, 35, 70, 75, 65. If you start in 35, it can be to 65, 30 years.
Yeah. And that's not even all that old. I mean, being president ages you. So I would be surprised if somebody lived long enough to be a president for 30 odd years simply because that's a rough job if you actually do the job. But it did take longer. And I'm also wondering how much of it is people didn't see it as urgent. A lot of the amendments were important to people on a personal level. Both passing and repealing prohibition, granting women the vote. These are very personal amendments. The 22nd Amendment applies to practically nobody in the entire country on a personal level. There are, 4 people alive in the United States today to whom the 22nd Amendment has ever personally applied. 5. 5 people. But that's 5 people out of so many millions.
And the earliest one became president in 92.
Yeah. And it was until very recently 6. We miss you, Jimmy.
93.
Yeah. He was elected in 92, became president in 93. And I think he could have won in 2000. I think Bush the Younger probably could have won in 2008. I think he still had enough popularity that if he'd run, people would have voted for him. I definitely think Obama could have won a 3rd term if he'd run. The last 2, it gets all weird and complicated. But it's kind of hard to feel passionate about the 22nd Amendment. even though a lot of people are very strongly pro-term limit, a lot of people believe that we need term limits to fix all of our problems in government. Those people will also, probably 90% of the time, vote for their incumbent, given the opportunity. We have a weird sense about terms and things in the United States. And so we believe that term limits will solve problems, but at the same time, it's not the most important thing in our day-to-day life, which is why there's still no term limits for people in Congress.
I think the reason people say is because they want, what's it called, fresh blood?
Yeah. And I do get that, given, the average... Oh, I'm going to look this up, because now I'm curious. Average length of congressional service. Let's see. The average years of service for members elected to the current Congress is 8.5 years. It's 11.2 years for the Senate.
Well, obviously the Senate's longer anyways.
Yeah. I mean, as I've said, my senators have both been the only senators I've ever voted for, because I never quite managed to vote as a California resident, and both of my senators have been senators as long as I've been in Washington, and I've been in Washington since the 90s. I love that the chart that I found about this starts with everybody had 0 years of experience as a congressperson in 1789. Like, no kidding!
Well, I guess unless they were in the quote Articles of Confederation Congress.
Yeah, I'm sure most of them had been in the Congressional Congress, the Continental Congress, but that doesn't count for purposes of this chart. Average service tenure in the 18th century Congresses, 1st through 6th, is artificially constrained by the inability of anyone to have begun his service prior to the first Congress. It says. But the longest serving members of Congress are Harold Rogers and Christopher Smith, who have each served in Congress for 42 years.
So they started back when we were babies, and now they're still there.
Yeah. Chuck Grassley, also 42 years in the Senate.
Yeah, I would have been 3 then.
I would have been 6. And I'm going to check. Harold Rogers is from Kentucky. He is a Republican. And Christopher Smith, if I can highlight his entire name, thank you, is from, well, he looks really young. He's from New Jersey. And are you going to tell me? No, you're going to tell me about a director. He is also a Republican.
Okay, this is a good point out. Why did they specifically do this for the president, but not the Congress?
Frankly, I think it's because a lot of them didn't want to lose their jobs.
Makes sense.
Yeah, no, it's really funny to me because it's the Republicans who make a big fuss about term limits most of the time, but the 3 longest serving members of the current Congress are all Republicans. And I think the original congressman who passed this amendment looked at it, and it was mostly men. There were a couple of women in the Congress at the time, I think, but it was mostly men. When I say a couple, I mean that literally. There might have been 1 or 2. But these men looked at it and were like, well, we could pass term limits for ourselves, but we don't want to. So one of the reasons I'm opposed to term limits is, you know what happens to a lot of these members of Congress when they stop being in Congress is, right?
Lobbyist.
Really highly paid lobbyists. They make more as a lobbyist than they do as a member of Congress. And if you limit how long members of Congress can serve, they're just going to go make the big bucks as a lobbyist, and they're still going to control things. But instead of theoretically controlling things on the behalf of the people, they're going to be controlling things on the behalf of whoever can afford to pay for them. That's why term limits are not a solution. Most presidents, I'm going to emphasize the most part, who leave office have kind of stepped into an elder statesman role. Jimmy Carter of sainted memory did a lot of good as an ex-president. I will die on the hill that he's our country's greatest ex-president. He spent a week every year, as long as he physically could, building houses for Habitat for Humanity. Not fundraising, not just being a presence, building houses. And I'll tell you, I heard a great story during his funeral. He was spending his week with a bunch of people, and because Jimmy Carter was A, old, and B, an ex-president, he got a hotel room wherever they were going to build houses. And all of the other volunteers he brought with him would sleep, in a church community hall or whatever. And he found out that a couple of the volunteers in his group were on their honeymoon. They were spending their honeymoon building houses for Habitat for Humanity with Jimmy Carter. And he and Rosalind gave them their hotel room and let the newlyweds have the hotel room. And Jimmy Carter bunked down on the floor with everybody else.
Did he still have the Secret Service as ex-president?
I believe so. Let me look into that, because I know that that's changed over the years. And frequently asked questions about us. Thanks, Secret Service. See, the Obama daughters don't get protection anymore because it's until age 16 in their lifetime, unless they decline protection, says the Secret Service. So, unless he was declining protection, yes, he still had Secret Service agents.
I don't know if they helped Bill too.
I doubt it, but it'd be kind of cool if they did. I love Jimmy Carter. He was an example of doing good even when you didn't have to get anyone's good wishes.
Yeah, I was born under his presidency.
I was born about 6 weeks before his presidency. I could do the math and figure out exactly, because obviously his term 23rd Amendment. Passed by Congress June 16th, 1960. Ratified March 29, 1961. The district constituting the seat of government of the United States shall appoint in such manner as the Congress may direct. A number of electors of president and vice president equal to the whole number of senators and representatives in Congress to which the district would be entitled if it were a state, but in no event more than the least populous state. They shall be in addition to those appointed by the states, but they shall be considered for the purposes of the election of president and vice president to be electors appointed by a state, and they shall meet in the district and perform such duties as provided by the 12th Article of Amendment. And this is saying that the people of Washington, D.C. get to help vote for president. They still don't have representation in Congress, but they get to help vote for president. They cannot have more electors than Wyoming, but for the purposes of the Electoral College, Washington, D.C. is a state.
But only the Electoral College.
But only the Electoral College. Now, what would be fair is allowing territories representation. And what would be fair is if this applied to all territories. But Washington, D.C. is a good start.
Because they realized, I think they realized people live here now.
Yeah, I've said it before. When Washington, D.C. was initially proposed, nobody thought anyone was actually going to live there. And I think that that is based on the pure elitism of the Founding Fathers. Most of the Founding Fathers were upper class and had been upper class their whole lives. There were a few exceptions. Alexander Hamilton, Benjamin Franklin, a handful of others. But by and large, these were men who didn't have to think about how anything actually worked. You were in your home and everybody took care of you. You did your gentlemanly duties and everybody took care of you. And you didn't have to think about, well, somebody has to build and maintain my home. And all of my servants need a place to live. And if I'm going to have food, then that requires, at the very least, markets. And if there are going to be markets, then all the people who run those markets need a place to live. And if they're living there, they can't afford to go somewhere else when Congress isn't in session. So they are just going to live where they live. And if there's a market, then that means there needs to be a community that supports all the people who work in the market. And you need doctors, and you need lawyers, and you need carpenters, and street sweepers. And you have to have this enormous system supporting a handful of guys in Congress and the president. You can't just have a town that is a ghost town when Congress isn't in session. And they never thought about the practical effects of what goes into having a place for them to be. And it took almost 200 years for Congress to really consider the needs of the people without whom Congress cannot work the way it currently does. And that's appalling. Because, yeah, there's a town in Virginia just across the Potomac. But a lot of people, especially in the early years when, as established many times, transportation was a bigger issue, were not going to commute from Virginia. It was easier to just live in Washington, D.C. And the city is designed to have people live in it because the people who designed the city knew you have to have people living in a city for a city to work. But a lot of the people who live in Washington, D.C. as a city are poor. And a lot of them are people of color. And their needs are not getting met because it just doesn't occur to Congress that that's a thing that we need to fix. And I like to hope that that is something people are increasingly aware of, but I'm not holding my breath, especially because poor communities of color skew Democratic, and the current administration and the current Congress doesn't want their vote.
Off topic real fast. Apparently, my school doesn't get today off.
Huh.
Because apparently one of the parents on Facebook is complaining about a 2-hour delay for school.
That's... They should have today off. It's a federal holiday.
Weird. Back to topic.
Yeah, so this is a start, but it's not enough. And I'd like to see this entire amendment superseded as Washington, D.C. becomes a state. But it's not going to happen anytime soon. Honestly, I think that the only way to get Washington, D.C. to be a state right now is to get a grassroots campaign that... I think if people in other states start campaigning for it, then it'll happen. But I think as long as it's just Washington, D.C. campaigning for it, it's not going to happen.
So would this be the smallest state if it ever became a state?
In terms of just land area, yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, Rhode Island, you have been replaced.
Yep. Because it's just one city. Let's see. The population of Washington, D.C. is currently a hair... Oh, yeah, they helpfully give me a chart on Google. The current population of Washington, D.C. is 678,972. The current population of Wyoming is 584,057. So Washington, D.C. has more people than Wyoming and does not have senators and does not have a representative. It has more residents than Vermont and Wyoming and is comparable with Delaware, Alaska, and several other states. So, yeah, they should be a state.
But at least they can vote for president now.
At least they can vote for president now.
They have some voice.
Yeah. It's depressing.
And only one slide, though.
Well, that's something.
I guess I say didn't care about the time limits here.
No, and it went through in less than a year. So that's something.
Yeah, so yep, three people, and they usually at least lately they always voted blue.
Yeah. Voting history of Washington, D.C.
So So, so the first one would have been the first election they would have participated in would have been LBJ.
Yeah. And they have always gone Democratic. The
Even
entire history.
even during the Reagan sweep of 84.
Even during the Reagan sweep of 84, in 1984, 85.4% of the population of Washington, D.C. voted for Mondale.
So he had 2 states then, Washington and his home state.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No Republican has ever gotten an electoral vote from D.C., which is why it's not a state. 24th Amendment, passed by Congress August 27th, 1962, ratified January 23rd, 1964. The right of citizens of the United States to vote in any primary or other election for president or vice president, for electors for president or vice president, or for senator or representative in Congress shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state by reason of failure to pay any poll tax or other tax.
So this is a follow-up to the 15th Amendment.
Yeah, this is Jim Crow. One of the ways that poor people, and particularly poor blacks, were prevented from voting was poll taxes. And that was one of those things that sometimes it could be grandfathered in. If your grandfather voted, you don't need to pay a poll tax. Oh, your grandfather was a slave and legally couldn't vote? Well, sucks to be you. And there's a reason that this passes in the early 60s. This is passed by Congress under Kennedy. It is ratified under LBJ. And it's one of those things, and LBJ was a complicated man, but one of the things that he did exceedingly well was he got a lot of civil rights legislation that, let's be clear, Kennedy did not care about, but he got a lot of civil rights amendment legislation passed by going before Congress and saying, we must pass this in honor of our fallen president. And people couldn't vote no because Kennedy had been really popular, or at least became really popular when he died.
Yeah, and that makes it think since he is from the South.
Yes. LBJ was a Texan. Now, there was in, the 40s or 50s, a document signed by all but 3 Southern members of Congress in favor of segregation and limiting the rights of black citizens. And the 3 senators, or the 3 congressmen who did not sign, were Estes Kefauver, who is one of my favorite 20th century members of Congress because I like saying his name, Albert Gore Sr., whose son you may have heard of, and whose granddaughter would go on to be a writer for Futurama, and Lyndon Baines Johnson. Johnson was a Texas politician with almost everything that entails. And I'm not even going to say that Johnson wasn't a racist, because Johnson was a racist. However, he's one of those racists you kind of have to gauge by the standards of his day. Because by the standards of Texas politicians in the mid-20th century, he was a progressive on matters of race. Like, let's be clear. Johnson overcame a lot of just being soaked in racism from the day he was born. And unlike Kennedy, who was mostly using civil rights as a tool, Johnson actually cared. Johnson really wanted these things passed. When he signed the Voting Rights Act of 1964, He said, and sadly, he was not merely prescient, he was understating the case. By signing this, we have lost the South for a generation. Because he knew how unpopular the Voting Rights Act was with the average white Southerner. And the average white Southerner still votes Republican. And part of that stems back to Johnson giving black people rights. So Johnson really shoehorned the 24th Amendment in.
Yeah, and I think no Democrats won the South except for Clinton.
Yeah. And Clinton was from Arkansas. Clinton, God's love him, Clinton does a very good old boy. And this is a man who is a Rhodes Scholar and can do the New York Times Sunday crossword in pen while running the country. But he also comes across as just a good old Southern boy. He's going to play the saxophone on Arsenio Hall. Yes, I remember that. I'm going to tell MTV News whether he wears boxers or briefs. I don't remember the answer because, Lord, I don't want to know. But he still came across as very strongly Southern. And the Southern still goes Republican. And they still go Republican in no small part because of things like Johnson pushing through the 24th Amendment.
So,
Because make no mistake, this is about making it easier for black people to vote.
you said it's been a generation. Has it been more than a generation already?
Oh, it's been well more than a generation, because a generation is generally considered to be 30 years. So, in theory, starting with Bill Clinton, the effects of the Voting Rights Act and the 24th Amendment and all of the other Johnson civil rights legislation should have been dying away. And in practice, it is not. And I do not want to hear from "it's not about racism" when the people who are proudly voting Republican in the South are also proudly displaying a flag of traitor losers who were trying to keep black people enslaved. Like, I have seen and heard what they are presenting, and it is still about racism.
Yeah.
It doesn't count as not racism if you're talking about lynching people. Okay, sure, Mike Pence is the whitest man alive. But there were other people that have been discussed as being lynched in the South. And it's about racism.
Now this is mainly about the tax, but there's other ways to do it too. That they also had tests to take and all the other stuff.
Oh yeah, literacy test. I don't know if you've ever seen some of the literacy tests.
Yeah.
And the literacy test would be different for white people and black people. But some of the literacy tests that they were asking people to pass, or civics tests that they were asking people to pass in order to prove that they were allowed to vote, were deliberately prohibitive.
Yes, we took during season 3 of the podcast. Me and my guests looked at some of these tests, and we, as people as some of us had college degrees, could understand some of the questions there.
Yeah, and the thing is the average white person, lower class white person in those days, couldn't have passed that literacy test either. But either they weren't given that literacy test, or else it was collateral damage, and we didn't really care about the poor people either. Because let's make it very clear, the white planter class in the South didn't care much more about poor whites than they did about black people. They weren't actively enslaving them, but that doesn't mean that they were all best friends.
But they still took advantage of even the poor people, white people's racism.
They are still taking advantage of that. There's a belief that as long as you're above one other person, you're doing okay. And for a lot of poor whites in the South, at least they're better than black people. And these days, at least they're better than immigrants. You know, because a lot of the anti-immigration stuff is also racism. It's just different racism.
So the last two amendments are all about voting.
Yes. And giving more people a say. It's one of the ways that the Constitution has been moving, is giving more and more people the right to vote. Black men and women and residents of Washington, D.C., and no poll taxes. And there's one coming up that allows 18 to 21-year-olds the right to vote. It lowers the voting age. And just the number of people who are allowed to have a say in the country has historically been growing more inclusive. And when there are people who want to limit voting, you need to really look at their motives. If they don't want people to vote, it's because they know they can't control the power if the people they're trying to keep from voting can't vote. And if they can't control the power without that vote, that's because they know their ideas aren't popular and they don't care. And if they don't care what the people they're representing want them to do, they are not fit representatives. And if they don't care about those people, think about how long it'll be before they don't care about you either.
Hence that was it that poem from the 40s, 30s, 40s.
Yeah. And the laws in Georgia about how you're allowed to treat people who are in line to vote, those are designed to keep people from voting. And if they don't want them to vote, it's because they don't want to represent them.
Yeah, it's like talking about the water rule.
Yeah.
And how I think in some places they have many small polling places. In other places they have one big polling place everyone has to go to and wait in line for.
Yeah. There are a lot of places, particularly in the South, where the number of polling places is higher in predominantly white areas, regardless of population. And that is another way to limit representation of a category of people that traditionally don't vote the way the white upper class wants them to. And I know that in Texas, for their voter ID law, college IDs don't count as ID, but concealed carry permits do. And that's another, we are limiting who is allowed to vote because we know how those people normally vote. Every single law designed to limit who votes, and to be clear, I'm okay with limiting immigrant, non-citizens from voting, because they're not citizens. Now, I want more paths to citizenship and get started on all of that, but I do agree that, yes, you should really be at least a legal resident of the United States. Because I'd be willing to allow people who are going through the process of becoming citizens, I'd be okay with letting them vote. But all
other limitations on voting are designed to keep out people who aren't going to vote the way the people passing those laws want. Anti-voting legislation is, and I'm going to use this term, an inherently conservative position, small c conservative, because it's trying to keep things a certain way, and it's a fear that if those people are allowed to vote, they're going to change the status quo. And historically speaking, yeah, letting different people vote does change the status quo. But so does everything else. Like, conservatism, small c conservatism, is just destined to failure because you can't keep things static. We saw in today's recording session, we've covered an amendment that exists because of a change of technology. Literally, it exists because trains happened. And you can't keep the country the way it was in the horse and buggy days when trains were there. So, yeah, letting more people vote does change the laws of the country, but the country has to change because that's how the world works.
We can't be static. We gotta move forward.
Yeah. You either move with the times or you're left behind. And a lot of people think that there's a third path, which is just keep things the way they are and everything will be fine. And that does not work.
Hence, this High School Musical sticks to status quo.
Yeah. 25th Amendment, passed by Congress July 6, 1965, ratified February 10th, 1967. In case of the removal of the president from office or of his death or resignation, the vice president shall become president. This is a change from the acting as president we had had up to this point. This is just making it official. The vice president becomes president. I will say I don't actually think it's surprising that LBJ got this one passed. LBJ was a complicated man. I say that every time he comes up because he was a complicated man. But one of the things that he had was a need to feel in control of things. He had been vice president and became president, and he needed to make it very, very clear he became president. He wasn't just acting as president. He fully wanted to run for a second full term, and the only reason he didn't was he didn't want to lose. It was better to not run and not lose.
Yeah, he could have technically, because he only like one year of
Yeah, a year and change of Kennedy's, because Kennedy was assassinated in 1963 in November. So technically, and Johnson considered running, and in fact did run for a second full term in 1968, and dropped out of the race because he knew he wasn't going to win. He was losing primaries right and left. He could have lost the nomination if things had gone differently to Bobby Kennedy, and that would have gutted him because he hated Bobby Kennedy. So he dropped out before Bobby was assassinated because it was better than losing to him.
Yeah. Whose son is now might be the.
I really believe Mitch McConnell's going to go as far as he can to prevent someone who wants to eliminate the polio vaccine from having the authority to do that. But we'll see how it happens.
How well is this the one who father's almost president, and now he's
Health and Human Services, it looks like he wants, but Mitch McConnell had polio as a child, and his sister had severe effects from polio as a child, and Mitch McConnell has strong feelings about the polio vaccine.
we're
one good thing about him. I guess that's one good thing about him.
Yes, the only good thing I know about Mitch McConnell is that he really passionately cares about vaccination. So yeah, so this officially meant that LBJ became president when Kennedy died, as far as he was concerned. Whenever there is a vacancy in the office of the vice president, the president shall nominate a vice president who shall take office upon confirmation by a majority vote of both houses of Congress. Because in the past, when a vice president took over as president, which, let's be clear, he was always actually sworn in as president, and everyone counted him when they were counting presidents. It just wasn't official until this amendment. But up until that point, we had finished out that term with no vice president. And I don't know what they did in the case of ties in the Senate. I guess it just never came up.
So
But
is this the thing that made Ford possible?
This is the thing that made Ford possible. When Spiro Agnew resigned over tax evasion issues in Maryland, Nixon appointed Gerald Ford. And Gerald Ford, I believe, remains the only person who has become vice president in this situation.
So this part is how he became vice president, and the next part became how he became president. So you have to think about two of these things. Sections.
He is the only man in history to hold the office of president without having been elected by the general population into the presidency or vice presidency. And because he only served one term, he took over when Nixon resigned in August 74, and ran in 76 and lost to Jimmy Carter. So Gerald Ford was never elected to the presidency or vice presidency. He is an accident of the 25th Amendment. Whenever the president transmits to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives his written declaration that he is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office until he transmits to them a written declaration to the contrary, such powers and duties shall be discharged by the vice president as acting president. And this one has come up once or twice. So this kind of goes back to Woodrow Wilson. And in the 60s, we were really starting to think about how Woodrow Wilson had acted after he had his stroke. Because Woodrow Wilson, after his stroke, was not capable of doing his duties. And his wife took over. And that's not what the Constitution says. But Edith Wilson was acting president. And when FDR was having his health problems, who was actually running the country? And after this passed, Bush the Elder spent a certain amount of time as acting president because Reagan had several surgeries. There have been a few times where presidents have had, a colonoscopy or whatever, and they're like, "Well, I'm not I'm not acting as president today because I'm doing another thing. I've got medical issues," and the vice president takes over until the president's back on his feet again. And this is a clear system of there's always somebody in charge. Whether it's, and when Reagan was shot, Alexander Haig tried to take over, which is, you will note, not what this provides for, because Alexander Haig was the Secretary of State. So he was in line for the presidency, but there was actually a Democrat between him and the presidency. It would have gone to Tip O'Neill before it went to Haig, but Haig was going around the White House saying, "Okay, I'm in charge now," and that's not how this works.
It really got into what the Bush first,
Yeah.
then the Speaker, then
Yeah.
then the Senate President, then him. Like I have even that. Like, I think Bush would be like, "Hello, President. It's in my name."
First, it would have gone to Tip O'Neill, who was a Democrat from Massachusetts.
Was he the Speaker of the House?
He was the Speaker of the House. And then it would have gone to Warren Magnuson, who was also a Democrat from Minnesota. And only then would have gone to Haig. So, yeah. And that's ignoring Bush the Elder, who, again, was actually the person who would have been in charge. And to be fair, Reagan didn't actually transmit a written declaration on the grounds of he had just been shot. But you can do it if you're, if you're going in for elective surgery, which Reagan did a time or two, and he used his written declaration, and Bush the Elder was in charge for 3 days while Reagan was recovering, and then Reagan sent a letter saying, "Okay, I'm better now," and he took over again. And it's a very sensible system to have in place if, you know that you're going to be out of commission for a day or two. Like I said, colonoscopy. Everybody of the age our president has been should be having a colonoscopy every 10 years, and they knock you out for that. At least they did when I had mine. So on the day when you're purging, and on the day when you actually have it, maybe you shouldn't be running the country. So, it's a very practical system. And then this one is a little bit more applicable to Reagan for when he was shot, because whenever the vice president and a majority of either the principal officers of the executive departments or of such other body as Congress may by law provide, transmit to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives their written declaration that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, the vice president shall immediately assume the powers and duties of the office as acting president. So when Reagan got shot, Bush the Elder could send the cabinet or whoever could send a letter to the Speaker of the House and the President pro tem saying, "Hey, the president can't do his job right now because he's in the ICU," and Bush the Elder would take control until Reagan was back in the White House,
or passed away and be officially president.
Right. And this one was under a great deal of discussion 6 or 7 years ago. And I suspect will continue to be under a great deal of discussion in the upcoming 4 years. Because this isn't just a life-threatening emergency. We're going to use Reagan as an example because everybody involved in that is dead, and it's a nice historical discussion. that actually happened while this amendment was law. Reagan was officially diagnosed with Alzheimer's after leaving office. However, it is generally agreed that he was showing the symptoms before he left office. Therefore, if Bush the Elder could have convinced a majority of the cabinet that Reagan was incapable of performing his duties as president, he could have had the power and duty of the office of acting president. And that would not have gotten him sworn into office. He still would have been vice president, because this is something that doesn't have to be permanent. Again, he had been able to do this when Reagan was shot, because Reagan couldn't fill out the declaration himself because he was, on the operating table. And then he would have transferred power back to Reagan in a peaceful manner when Reagan was on his feet again. But theoretically, he could have done this over Reagan's declining mental state. He didn't. And there's a lot of discussion we can have about whether he should and how the country might have been different if he had. But it was certainly within his power as vice president to do this. Look, I didn't make that current events.
And the final one, the long one.
The final one is the long one. Thereafter, when the president transmits to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives his written declaration that no inability exists, he shall resume the powers and duties of his office unless the vice president and a majority of either the principal officers of the executive department or of such body as Congress may by law provide transmit within 4 days to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives their written declaration that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. Thereupon, Congress shall decide the issue, assembling within 48 hours for that purpose if not in session. If the Congress, within 21 days after receipt of the latter written declaration, or if Congress is not in session within 21 days after Congress is required to assemble, determines by 2/3 vote of both houses that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, the vice president shall continue to discharge the same as acting president, otherwise the president shall resume the powers and duties of his office.
Now, going into more modern terms. This was the thing they tried to do 4 years ago.
This was the thing that they were hoping that a lot of people were hoping that they would do. When it became clear to a lot of us that due to reasons of mental faculty, the president was not capable of performing the duties of office, a lot of us were hoping that Mike Pence would let the Senate and House of Representatives know that he did not believe the president was capable of performing his duties. And that would have thrown it into Congress to make that decision. I will say that I had no hope that Congress would do such a thing, because Congress seems to have forgotten that they have backbones. But there would have been at least a 3-week period wherein there could have been, at least in theory, some damage mitigation. And I'm going to be real clear here that I don't think Mike Pence would have been a good president. And I think Mike Pence could have done some real harm as president. However, the one thing that I will give him is that he has respect for the rule of law. Mike Pence believes in the power of the Constitution. He sees it as a very different document than I do, but he believes in its authority and supremacy, and we saw him 4 years ago accepting its authority and supremacy. And that would have been different than what is in power now. It's 11:19 a.m. Pacific time on the 20th of January 2025, as I am talking. And if Mike Pence had taken this step, today could have been a very different day. I don't know how it would have been different. There's a lot to talk about there, but it could have been very different. And this exists because, frankly, I think this is about the Woodrow Wilson situation again, where it's entirely possible that they would have gotten a letter signed by Woodrow Wilson declaring that he was just fine and doing his job as president and he didn't know what everyone else was talking about. And then there would have been a real discussion on the state of his physical health and cognitive abilities. But this section has never been invoked. I don't know what it would take to get it invoked, and I don't know what would happen if it were, given the current makeup of Congress. Because this does require a supermajority, and I don't know if you can get a supermajority to agree, obviously senile man is senile.
So, did it say this is the majority or supermajority?
Supermajority. This is 2/3.
All right.
And I think that's reasonable. I think that makes it much less likely to be a political consideration. I think it's much more likely, in a case of a supermajority, for people to say, no, really look at what's happening.
Oh, really fast, off topic, follow up from earlier. They were talking about tomorrow that they do have the day off, but tomorrow they're talking about a lit.
Okay.
It's delayed for high schoolers tomorrow.
Oh, good. Ohio does have Martin Luther King Day for the schools. That's good to know. I was very upset about that. It's still below freezing here, and this is not a place where that happens very often.
Yeah, so they are planning, talking about having they're planning about a delay tomorrow, and since high schoolers don't get tickets, high schoolers don't have a bus to either. These parents either have to get them in school or they have to walk.
Oh, that's no good. Yeah, I didn't have a school bus when I was in high school, but that's because they just gave me an at the time RTD pass, which is currently Metro. It's the transit system in LA, and I could go wherever I wanted with my bus pass when I was in high school.
I lived 10 minutes away from high school, above my high school and middle school, so I
lived walking distance from my middle school, but my middle school is
gonna take some repairing before people can attend classes there. I've seen the pictures. I've seen the aerial view, and oh boy.
Did it get burned?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Half the building is a shell at this point. They seem to have managed to prevent it from going into the southern wing. The building is an L shape. And
Yeah,
the auditorium and that area of the school is just gone.
Yeah, my middle school got torn down 10 years ago. Not because it was old, not because of fire, but yeah. At this point, everything was a classroom now. One of the gyms they went so full that one of the gyms that we played dodgeball in was now 2 classrooms because there's running out of room.
Wow. Yeah, no, this is my junior high was built in the 1930s. It's a really cool looking old building. And a lot of it is just, it's gone. It's rubble. It's ashes and rubble. So much of my childhood.
Yeah, and my middle school used to be the high school, apparently, back before I was born. That was the high school.
Mine was always a junior high. It was actually named after the guy who developed the concept of junior high school.
Which I guess is why, for mine at least, why the middle school and the high school had the same mascot, because they were both.
Yeah. No, I was Charles W. Eliot Middle School Huskies in junior high, and I don't know what they're gonna do. I really don't. We'll find out.
We were the Morton and the Vandalia Butler Aviators.
I was a mouse in kindergarten, and that school's gone. That school burned down. A cougar in 1st through 5th, a husky 6th through 8th, and then a Viking 9 through 12.
Yeah, I mentioned 5th through 12th was aviators, but kindergarten through 4th, we were the Roadrunners.
Huh, that's an interesting mascot for an Ohio school.
In the middle of the library was, in my elementary school, our library was the center of the school. I think it was like a hub with the library in the middle, and the big Roadrunner in the middle, big Roadrunner on top of on the wall, in the middle of the library.
Well, my college was the Gooey Ducks, so.
And our elementary school, our gym, our auditorium, cafeteria are all the same room.
Yeah, my daughter's school is like that.
They put tables up for cafeteria. That we brought we sat on the floor. Or we brought our own chairs for the auditoriums.
Wow. 26th Amendment, passed by Congress March 23rd, 1971, ratified July 1st, 1971. So very, very quickly. The right of citizens of the United States who are 18 years of age or older to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of age.
The last amendment so far that has been more people voting.
Yes. And when it was ratified is very important to why it was ratified. Because in 1971, there was this little thing happening called the Vietnam War.
Perhaps you've heard of it.
You may have. My father was actually an early advisor back in the 60s. But the draft age was 18, which meant that there were young men who were dying through no choice of their own in a war they didn't support, that they had no say in. They would not be able to vote. Even when they got back from the war, they would not be able to vote for another year or two. And they weren't happy about this.
And a lot of other people weren't happy about the fact that they could be sent to die halfway around the world without being able to say, hey, I don't support this war and I want my voice to be heard by my government. And that is why this amendment was passed. This is about Vietnam. This is probably the Vietnam War's most lasting legacy. Long after the last people who were of fighting age during the war have died, this amendment will be in place enshrining their right to vote about whether they were going to go to war or not.
Now, there are two types of people here about this amendment. There's some people that want to repeal this amendment, going back to older people to vote. Other groups of people want to make it younger, like the 16.
I think it's fine where it is. Honestly, I could hear an argument for 16. The thing is, your brain doesn't finish developing until you're 25. And you don't have a full sense of future consequences. And this is not intended as an insult to anyone who is listening to this who is younger than 25. This is purely neuroscience. And I know that if you're listening to this, you're probably more mature than the average person your age. I get that. I do. I understand. This is neuroscience. The facts of the matter hold that your brain doesn't finish developing until you're 25.
And that's probably why people go the other way, because
yeah. And I get the desire to limit it to people who are older because their brains have finished developing. But because we give people so many other rights and responsibilities at 18, it's wrong, in my opinion at least, to make you a legal adult, but have this 3 years of limbo where you still don't get to vote. And I know it exists for the drinking age, and
now the smoking age too. They raised that.
yeah. And honestly, I would like the drinking age to be when your brain has finished developing, because your brain develops differently if you drink than if you don't, but I get that nobody else but me thinks that, and I know. So I understand being upset that the drinking age is 21, but it is what it is. And it's 19 in Canada, and everyone I knew when I lived in Port Angeles would go to Canada for their 21st birthday. And what I did for my 21st birthday was I went to Ben & Jerry's, because that's the kind of person I am. Or I didn't do anything for my 19th birthday particularly, but everyone I knew went to Canada for their 19th birthday so they could go drink. But you cannot limit the rights of an adult to control their world to the extent of preventing them from voting. You can't. That's immoral. I don't use the word morality about constitutional amendments very often because, frankly, a lot of them don't have much to do with morality. How old you have to be to vote is a moral issue. What day is Inauguration Day is not. It's a logistical issue. Voting is, to me at least, a moral issue. There's a scene in the movie The Breakfast Club of sainted Gen X memory where they're looking through one another's wallets. And the nerd has a fake ID. And is asked why
he has a fake ID, because none of them can picture this guy going to buy beer. So there's got to be a reason. And he very matter-of-factly says, so that I can vote. And so there are people who are 16 and very passionately want to vote. And honestly, it's one of the lines in the movie that I vibed with most when I was in high school. It was like, yeah, I can see doing that. That's fine. I would consider doing that. It was even more important to the people who were 18 in 1971. Imagine being 17 in 1971 when this passes, and knowing that the very next year you will be able to cast your ballot for president and for representative and probably a senator.
So this would have been for Nixon's first term.
Yeah, this is in Nixon's first term.
I'm sorry. I'm rephrase that. This would have been the vote for Nixon's second term.
Yes. Not that enormous numbers of people who cared about getting the vote wanted to vote for Nixon, though Stephen King did. I believe it was 68 he voted for Nixon because Nixon said he had a secret plan to get us out of Vietnam, and Stephen King believed him. But we had seen in 1968 enormous numbers of college students, or college-age people at least, getting involved in the presidential election. And the 60s in general had seen enormous numbers of young people getting involved in the system. A lot of the civil rights movement was controlled by teenagers. John Lewis was actually older than a lot of the other people involved in the sit-ins and things along those lines, because he was 20 when he was involved in his first sit-in and his first freedom rides. When he was chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, he was 23 and legally old enough to vote. But SNCC was founded by people who were too young to vote. A lot of these people who were incredibly important in the civil rights movement were literal teenagers when it happened. And SNCC had disbanded by the time this amendment passed because of a whole bunch of reasons we're not even going to get into right now. But the point remained that that was an example of, we are too young to vote, and we are still very committed to change in our country. So between the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement, it was time. The voting age had to be changed. And if there was going to be a draft, and there still was a draft in 1971, if there was going to be a draft, you had to be eligible to vote if you were eligible for the draft.
Yep. And so do you think there, well, besides being lower age, do you think, is there anything else to get more people voting rights now?
Right now, I think the biggest battles are preserving the voting rights for people who legally have them.
All right.
Right now, I think the two biggest fights are gerrymandering and attempted voter suppression. I don't see it as likely that they'll drop the voting age further. And frankly, young people vote less often than other groups. If people age 18 to 21 had turned out in higher numbers, it's possible that today could be very different. Because young people don't vote. And that means that the races, the people in control don't listen to young people, because why should you listen to people who don't vote?
So the current vote, the current thing is keeping these rights, not extending them.
Yeah. Right now, what we need to do is vote and keep people with the vote. The voter turnout in 2020 was down among young voters. Young voters voted plus 4% for Harris.
You mean 2024?
Yeah. 42% of young voters cast ballots. That means that 58% didn't.
And those are the ones that we know that those are the ones that were registered to vote.
Yeah.
Who knows?
And a lot of people.
Yeah, who knows how many people haven't even registered to vote?
Yeah, a lot of people don't register. A lot of people don't vote. And if you don't vote, why should anyone listen to you? They're going to listen to the people who put them in office. That's why people who don't vote don't get to complain. Because they've given the people in charge no reason to listen to what they want. You want, and I mean, okay, I am a white suburban voter and I'm middle-aged. So, yeah, politicians, in theory, listen to me more than they listen to a lot of other people because I'm in a block that votes pretty consistently, and I'm only about 15 years away from the point where I am in the most sought-after voting block, except I'm a woman, so that part not. But other than that. But if young people want more progressive people to represent them, they need to vote for the most progressive people there.
Yeah.
If young people want pro-trans rights policies, they need to vote for people with trans rights platforms. Even if you don't like anything else about them. It's vote for the trans rights over not voting. Vote for anti-gerrymandering, vote for abortion access, vote for legalized marijuana, whatever it is that you care about. If one candidate is stronger in favor of that one thing that you care about and neutral on anything else, vote for that person, and you're going to shift the conversation your direction.
Yeah. There's only, ever since I was 18, there's only one time I didn't vote, and that was during the 2020 primaries because I couldn't get to the ballot because of the COVID situation.
I
And
didn't
I,
vote
and
in
I didn't have,
90
and I didn't have time to get or find out where the new thing was after that because everything was up in chaos.
Yeah. I didn't vote in the 96 election because California lost my absentee ballot application. There have been a couple of local races that I've missed for similar reasons. And I've missed at least one caucus because I hate caucuses and couldn't get there. But I vote for local elections, I vote for state elections, I vote for federal elections. I vote every chance I get because it matters. And I have since I was 18. The first election I voted in was school board. That was the only thing on the ballot, and I voted.
Yeah, I wish some of these elections were a little bit more thing because I've had elections, at least for local elections, where it says vote for no more than 3 people. 3 people are running.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done voter research for people, and I've helped people look up what the issues are in their area, who their candidates are, and things like that, because it is a skill, and it's not one that they teach you. But it's so important. It's so important. And if you know someone who can help you, if you know me, I will help you even if you're not in my district. If your parents know how to do it, even if you're not going to vote the way your parents do, but they know how to research, get your parents to help you. If you have a history teacher from high school, I'm sure your history teacher will be able to walk you through the process of doing the research. Find someone. Ballotopedia exists. There's more information about your candidates today than there ever has been before. Use it and vote.
This has been a special announcement of Talking Time with Caffeine Crew.
Yes, we may have hit on one of my deep passions.
But yeah. Oh. So yeah. Like I said, this I think is one of the more important amendments.
Yeah.
All right. When we return, we'll talk about our last amendment.
27th Amendment. Originally proposed September 25th, 1789. Ratified May 7th, 1992. No law varying the compensation for the services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened. Do you want to start with the ratification, or do you want to start with the actual text?
Well, first though, I gotta say, this is the only amendment that passed in our lifetime.
Yes. Yes. My mom has lived through a few, but this is the only one for Gen X and most millennials.
Yes, I would have been 12 when this was ratified.
I would have been 17 because we hadn't hit my birthday yet.
Anyway, the first part, let's talk about the length, because we talked about the fastest amendment being passed earlier. Now this was the longest.
This one took the longest. This was actually, when I was a kid, when we were kids, you would sometimes get these things, and they would have the Bill of Rights, and then would have these 2 other amendments down at the bottom that had been proposed but had not been ratified. And I do not remember what the other one was. I could look it up, but this was the other one. And it had been sitting at the bottom of that list for 200 years. And a teenager, as a class project, decided it was time to ratify it and resurrected it and got the push going to ratify this as an amendment. Thought, hey, this is a good idea. Why don't we have this? And I don't even think the guy was old enough to vote. Going back to our last amendment. I think this was literally like a 16-year-old initially. Was like, hey, we should do the thing.
That they can't give themselves a pay raise until they get elected again.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm okay with this. This is a good amendment. There are a lot of not ratified amendments that are bad. This one I'm okay with. Like, it has to take the theory behind this is you're not going to be able to just vote your pay raises all of the time and have no consequences from it. In theory, what this means is you have to answer to your constituents after you voted yourself a pay raise.
They're like, why did you do that for? I don't think so, buddy.
Yeah. And that's perfectly reasonable. And quite a lot of people agreed that it's perfectly reasonable. And so it passed. It got ratified. And I think this goes back to the increase in representation these days, is that more people were able to look at this amendment and say, yeah, I support that, and I would vote for someone who ratified that. Instead of it just being the elite who are like, no, we can be trusted.
Is that why it took so long to pass?
That's why it took so long to pass. At least that's my personal understanding of the situation. Is it's all about self-policing was considered to be all that they needed when it was the same people who would be doing most of the voting, especially for senator. You know, it's fine. We're all fine here. And recently the idea has been, well, but what if you're not? What do we do?
Yeah, self-policing hopefully won't be an issue.
I am really of the opinion that self-policing never works. One of the things I would do if I were restructuring police departments, for example, is I would make internal affairs a separate organization so that the police department is not investigating itself, because you can't trust that. A lot of regulation is, but we can't trust you to take care of that yourself. You need someone telling you that you have to do it. And that's the purpose of this law, of this amendment.
So from now on, if they want a pay raise, it can only happen every 2 years.
Yeah. And in practice,
do they give them pay raises that often?
I'm looking at that. All I'm seeing right now is raise for people who work there. Elon Musk is apparently claiming that they're planning a 40% pay increase, and no.
Well, even if they did, they won't take effect until 2026.
Yeah, pay for House of Representatives. There we go. The compensation for most senators, representatives, delegates, and the resident commissioner from Puerto Rico is $174,000 a year. The levels have remained unchanged since 2009.
So they have given themselves at least one raise since this was passed.
Yeah. The initial pay for all members of the House and Senate in 1789 was $6 a day, which works out to $147 a day in 2023 dollars.
I think that's more than I make a day.
Well, it's certainly more than I make a day, but let's do the math on that real quick, and we'll assume a 30-day month. Well, then we'll just do my year. $53,000 a year.
Yep.
$53,655.
That's more than I make in a year.
It's well more than I make in a year, but yeah. But
that was just in back then money.
Yeah, well, so $147 a day. 7 times 365. Yeah, no, that is in current dollars, 53,000. So, like, it's more than you make, it's more than I make, but it's not a fortune. And it's also worth noting that per diem is per day they were working. So if Congress was in session for 40 days of the year, you did not make the full 53,000, 54,000. You made considerably less than that.
Yeah.
1790, huh?
So I was gonna say, I know presidents still get salaries after they retire, but I don't know if these guys do.
There is a pension. How much your pension is depends a lot on how long you've been serving. It's a whole thing. I would have to look it all up, and I'm gonna get there. But I'm delighted by the fact that the next pay raise was in 1795, and it was to $7 a day. And then that was the rate until 1855. So congressional pay was static for 60 years. And then it went up to $3,000 a year. And it's been yearly since then.
It's not that important amendment, but it's still kind of important.
Yeah. I mean, the thing I've long said is that Congress gets paid because Congress needs to get paid. It's a job, and if you're a member of Congress, you really can't hold a different job very easily.
Because I think we read about earlier in the Constitution, they can't hold certain jobs. They can't hold
certain jobs, and even if you could, like, let's say that you became a member of Congress, and that meant you would have to spend a substantial part of your year in Washington, D.C. Would you be able to hold your current job?
No.
No. They wouldn't give you the time off for that. It'd be more in their best interest to just hire someone else. And if you own your own business, you've got to figure out what you're going to do about that. And if you're a lawyer, it cuts into your ability to do certain amounts of work there. And if you're a teacher, there are a lot of jobs.
And if you want to keep your house, where you live, to move back to later on, you gotta keep making the payments for your house.
Yeah, and you have to keep your house because otherwise you can't stay a member of Congress. So you have to pay members of Congress. You just do. And there's an argument that they make too much money. But the big argument in favor of an increased salary is, number one, it makes it easier for people who aren't rich to get the job because they can afford to get the job.
Yeah.
They can afford to maintain 2 residences. And the other thing is, there is the whole lobbyist thing, and it's worth more money than $174,000 a year to be a lobbyist, especially if you've been in Congress for several terms. And so if you can quit your $174,000 a year job and go on to a $2 million a year job as a lobbyist, why wouldn't you do that? And that's one of the reasons that people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez wants to prevent Congress members from being lobbyists and to make finances of elected officials more transparent, because that's a much more effective anti-corruption tool than not giving members of Congress salaries and pay raises.
Yeah, but basically this was so they couldn't give themselves pay raises anytime they wanted to.
Right. Like, you can't give yourself 3 pay raises over the course of a 2-year period, because that's ludicrous. But you're still allowed to give yourself a pay raise.
You just gotta hope that you get reelected to take for. You gotta help your people that your consistents agree to that pay raise.
Honestly, the most sensible time for Congress to pass itself a pay raise is right now. Because in 2 years, who's going to remember? Like, you can run on, well, this person voted for a pay raise and let's make sure they don't get it. But surely more important things will have happened in the intervening 2 years, so that when the pay raise does go into effect, nobody cares anymore.
So Congress, if you're listening to this, here's your chance.
Pay raise now. And I'm not saying that members of Congress should be making the salary that they could make as a lobbyist, because I really don't think that, frankly, I don't think people need that kind of salary. But it is a known fact, because he's said it himself, that one of the reasons that Clarence Thomas takes the let's be clear, bribes that he does is because he doesn't make the kind of money he thinks he should. And while I have no sympathy for Clarence Thomas on this subject, because go on, sir, live for a year under my budget. And yes, okay, the cost of living where he lives is not cheap, but also I can't afford to pay the cost of living where I live, so what do you do? But I do think that the amount it currently is reasonable, given A, the amount of trust and responsibility involved in the job, B, how easy it would be for these people to become corrupt, to find other sources of income, and C, because I do think it would be nice if more lower income people could afford to run for Congress. One of the reasons for the gerontocracy we currently have is that so much money is concentrated in the boomer generation that the younger generations can't afford to run for office.
Do you know how much it costs to run for office in the state or federal elections?
It varies. It's going to be cheaper to run for office in, rural Montana than it is to run for office in New York, like New York City. Just because nobody really cares. It is extraordinarily expensive to run for Senate, for example. Especially because Senate doesn't matter what state you're from. There are so few senators that it doesn't matter.
That's for a federal Senate, not talking about state Senate.
Your state Senate, you can probably go a lot cheaper. Roughly $10 billion was spent on the 2024 congressional races. The most expensive races in 2024 were all Senate seats. All the most expensive Senate races were Texas, Ohio, Montana, Maryland, California, Arizona, Wisconsin, Florida, Nevada, and Michigan.
Yes, there were a lot of Ohio Senate for our 2 senators running. There were a lot of
over $140 million was spent on the Ohio Senate race of 2024.
There's somebody for the Ohio Senator that I did not see any for my representative.
Well, the most expensive House races were in Virginia, Colorado, California, 3 from New York, 2 from California, Arizona, Louisiana, and Alaska.
Was there a lot of commercials for your representative that you saw on TV or streaming services nowadays?
I could probably look that up, how much they spent.
But I mean, do you remember seeing any at all?
I don't remember seeing any for Senate. I might have, but I knew who I was voting for, so it didn't matter. I don't think I saw any for representative.
It's
but
funny
I knew who I was voting for, so it didn't matter.
It was funny because you think that there were 2 years, so you think they'd be more active. Because I don't know, was any of your senators even running for office?
Oh yeah. What Maria Cantwell, I believe, was running in the 2024 election. And I knew who I was voting for. It was fine. I saw a fair number for governor. I saw a lot for state house. There was one guy who wanted me to know that there was going to be a new sheriff in town. And I don't even live in his district. But I live like a couple of miles, I think, from his district. So I understand why I kept getting the elections, or the commercials, but it was still really annoying. Like,
Yeah.
sir, I'm not voting for you, even if I want to.
But yeah, all I saw on my thing was president and my senator. Of course, I ever saw. I didn't see any. I wasn't paying attention to all of them, but those are the ones I saw mainly: senator and president.
I saw very few for senator. Or for president, rather. Because they don't bother spending money in Washington for president. Because Washington is going to go blue. Washington has gone blue for decades. The last time we went red was, I think, 1984. They're not going to win Washington. It's not competitive to spend money here.
The biggest thing about senators was this guy's for abortion, this guy's not for abortion.
Yeah. To give you an idea of how blue Washington is, I was looking over my voter handbook, and the most anti-abortion the guy running for governor was willing to be was that he would follow state law on the subject. The Republican was anti-abortion personally, but for abortion and gay rights, both of those, he was like, I will follow state law as required. And that is as anti-abortion and anti-gay rights as you're allowed to be in Washington and have a thought of winning.
Ours was, I'm going to pass a national ban.
Yeah. Our senators were more like, yeah, here's our abortion access legislation that we tried to get passed. Like, well, you and I live in very different states.
Well, hopefully your 2 senators will stop my senator.
Oh, bless. I mean, both of my senators have a lot more seniority.
Yeah, because my one senator got new in office now, so he's a newbie.
Yeah.
Of course, now we're gonna have 2 newbies now, maybe because the governor's got to appoint a new senator for the now vice president.
Yep. Well, and one of my senators is actually taking a pay cut this year because you get extra money for being the president pro tem, and now that the Republicans control the Senate, she doesn't get that money anymore because she's not president pro tem anymore.
He's the minority whip or something, or
something like that. Yeah,
I think that pretty much wraps up the last amendment.
Yes, it does.
We return. We'll talk about what we learned today, or the last few months, actually, not just today. All right. It took us 2 months, but we finally got through all the Constitution and the amendments.
We did.
Did you learn anything going through these again?
I learned several things. There were a lot of little details that I was looking up that either I didn't remember or I had never looked into before. Because of recency bias, my current delight is the fact that the first 2 salaries for members of Congress were per diem and not per annum. But I find that anytime I go to talk on this subject, I learn at least something because there's so much information and no one can know all of it.
Yeah, so we started recording these right after the election happened, and this ending recording right as the inauguration is taking place.
Yeah. It's been a rough couple of months, kids. I think the Constitution is going to keep mattering. I'm not as in despair as some people I know. I do think we're still going to have a country in 4 years. I don't know what it's going to look like, but I think it will be there, and I believe in my heart that we will continue to have theoretically free and theoretically fair elections and a peaceful transfer of power.
So you don't think that all this fear about all these amendments getting overturned, executive orders and stuff?
I mean, I think he's going to try. There's talk that he's going to try to overturn the 14th Amendment today. And he can't do that. And I genuinely do not believe that the Supreme Court will let him do that.
Even if he has packed them, they don't think they'll go that far.
Even his own appointees, I think, will stop him. I don't think his own appointees want to give him completely... I mean, they came close. But I don't think they will give him completely unfettered power. Because once he can overturn one amendment by executive order, that's it. That's the ball game. And among other things, if he can overturn an amendment by executive order, what does he need a Supreme Court for?
What does he need a Congress for?
What does he need a Congress for? If he can do that, then if they let him overturn the 14th Amendment, that's the end of American democracy. That's the end of this country as we know it. Because if they let him overturn the 14th Amendment, they have just appointed him dictator. I don't know what will happen if they do that, but it's not going to be pleasant to live through. So I have to hope that they won't. But also, I think that even some of his own appointees, and definitely Roberts, know that that's what that would mean. So I hold out hope.
So, for our articles to today, how do you think the Constitution has grown as a document?
Towards fulfilling the promise of the preamble. I said when we started recording that the preamble of the Constitution is aspirational. It's not, this is what we are, it's this is what we want to be. Toward a more perfect union. There are a lot of words of the Constitution that I have to look up. But there are some from the preamble that I know because of how important they are to my view of what my country is.
Yeah. And now even more so than back then, we the people.
We the people keeps getting broader.
Yeah.
We the people, when the preamble was written, was, let's be realistic, the guys in the room. It didn't even cover all of the Constitutional Congress yet. When they wrote We the people were the guys in the room. And ever since that moment, who the people are keeps getting wider. And that is one of the great aspects of our country. And if you don't think it is, look at how long ago We the people didn't include you. Because I bet it's shorter than you think. Would you have been able... Are you under 21? Would you have been able to afford a poll tax? Are you a woman? Are you Black? Were you born in this country? Are you a property holder in a lot of places? So look at who you are.
Can you pick your senators?
Can you pick your senators? You've only had the right to pick your senators for less time than you may realize. Your rights to control your country keep getting broader. And who is allowed to be part of the conversation keeps getting broader. And that is one of the great strengths of this country and one of the great joys of this country. And yeah, I'm saying that as a woman whose right to vote is barely a century old. But a little over 100 years ago, we agreed as a nation that yes, women should be part of we the people. And in the 1860s, we agreed that yes, Black people, Black men, but should be part of we the people. And we've passed laws meaning that Native Americans are part of we the people. And 18 to 21-year-olds are part of we the people. And depending on how you're looking at it, not for voting, but for a lot of other purposes, Supreme Court cases have found that children are part of we the people. Children do not leave their rights at the classroom door. That is from an actual Supreme Court finding. Children are covered by the Constitution and are we the people. And no matter what happens in the rest of the world, and on this day above all others, it's hard to remember the good. But I do believe it's there, and I do believe that freedom is expanding, and the wheels of time move ever toward justice. You, whoever you are listening, you are we the people. The United States has pronouns. They are we, us.
We hope you have learned things from all our talks. Like I said, I'm breaking this down into bit by bit pieces, but eventually I will make this into one big movie for those who like movies.
And you could have a whole day of listening to me talk about the Constitution.
If you have any agreement or arguments about if you agree or disagree with what we're saying here, say so in the comments below, and we'll try to get back to you if we can. But hopefully you are pro-Constitution and not an abolishment of it.
Yeah.
But like I said, hopefully in 2 years and 4 years from now, we still have this conversation.
Yes.
And you said but you have high hopes. You said.
I have high hopes.
I like to say, as I always say, even though this is a podcast, but this is always important to never stop learning. Mostly about this.
Yeah. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Hey, thanks for watching my podcast or Let's Play. If you want to help support my channel, you can make a monthly or yearly pledge on Patreon, or just a one-time donation on Vimeo, PayPal, or Cash App. For those looking for something to wear, we have some shirts, hats, and other stylish things in our merch store. If you enjoy gaming, you can always follow and sub to me on Twitch. For those who don't want to give money, I have an Amazon and Steam wish list who would help the channel out. And of course, just liking, leaving a comment, and sharing this video helps more than you can imagine. And always remember to never stop learning and enjoy the randomness.